Chapter 11. 17th June, 1998. What time do you get done today? Astoria asked Daphne as they made their way to the examination hall from the atrium on the third day of exams. Before noon, probably, said Daphne, having finished herbology and potions on Monday, and then charms and transfiguration the day before. We have the defense against dark arts theory exam until 10.3, and then practicals immediately afterwards. That's it for me. Lucky you, sighed Astoria. I still have a full day. Why didn't you want newts for arithmancy and ancient runes again? Don't need them. I got the owls, that's enough, shrugged Daphne. Will you be all right getting home by yourself later? I'm going to work after I'm done here. Yeah, I'll be fine, said Astoria. Daphne gave her a concerned look, despite her reassuring words. Be on your guard regardless, she said. I will, promised Astoria, and then smiled at someone over Daphne's shoulder. Hello, Harry. Daphne turned around and saw Harry walking up to them. Good morning, Daphne, Astoria, he nodded with a smile. I have to go find my friends. I'll see you both later, said Astoria. Don't forget to ask Harry about Saturday. Daphne and Harry waved goodbye as she left. What's happening on Saturday? Asked Harry, curiously. Blaze is throwing a party, she said. He says it's to celebrate the end of newts, but knowing Blaze, it's more of an excuse to get everyone drunk and stupid. He asked me to invite you and Hermione. Not sure about Hermione, but I'll go, said Harry. I could use a break. Yeah, you probably could, nodded Daphne. So could you, he said. Daphne rolled her eyes at him, but had a slightly pleased smile on her face. She figured it was useless to pretend that Harry being concerned over her didn't make her just a little bit happy. There weren't many people who fell into that category, her father, Astoria, Tracy, and Blaze being some of them, so it was nice to possibly add Harry to that list. Her smile dimmed when she saw a familiar man stopped in his path in front of them. She nudged Harry, who exchanged a puzzled look with her. Elder Shafik, asked Harry as they reached him, is everything all right, sir? Whale Shafik jumped a little as if startled and looked at them in surprise. Ah, Elder Potter, Madam Greengrass, pardon me, he said, and then glanced around. I must have spaced out. Did something happen, Elder Shafik? Asked Daphne. He shook his head, though he still looked a little dazed. I swore I saw, there he is. He shouted the last part and pointed at someone. Zane. Daphne followed his line of sight and saw that he was pointing at Dean Thomas, who had stopped and was staring over at them in confusion, as were a lot of other people. She wondered if someone had hit him with a confundus charm, but Dean made his way over to them before she could check. Were you talking to me, sir? He asked, politely. Elder Shafik blinked when he saw him up close and looked a little embarrassed. Ah, pardon me, young man, he said. I think I mistook you for my son. Your son? Asked Dean. His name was Zane. Yes, said Elder Shafik. You look extraordinarily like him, though he shook his head and looked at Harry and Daphne. I apologize for causing a scene. Not at all, said Harry, but Daphne noticed the startled look on Dean Thomas' face. Everything all right, Thomas? She asked. He jumped when she said his name and nodded. Yeah, sorry, he said. It's just, that was my dad's name. I thought you never knew your father, said Harry, and Daphne would have stepped on his foot for being so tactless had she not been watching Elder Shafik so intently. I didn't, said Dean, but my mum told me his name. He took off before I was born, though. By Great Merlin, said Elder Shafik, staring at Dean in a whole new light. We knew Zane had fathered a child with a Muggle woman shortly before his death, but... He's dead, asked Dean, looking horrified. Discreetly, Daphne cast a charm to silence the air around them. Most people had moved on, though a few were still looking on curiously, but she figured this was private enough to not be made a spectacle of in the middle of the ministry. Elder Shafik nodded heavily, his shoulders slumping. The Death Eaters got him before you-know-who's fall the first time around. He didn't want to leave you and your mother, but he said they would come for you if they knew, he said, sounding very much like he was holding back tears. I never knew, said Dean, looking like he would faint. He didn't want you to know, said Elder Shafik, smiling faintly. The Shafik family is ancient and connected, and when we refused to join you-know-who, most of the family was hunted down and killed. I am so glad to see that you are alive, oh goodness, I didn't even ask your name, dear boy. Dean Thomas, he said, and awkwardly held out his hand. My name is Dean Thomas. It is very nice to meet you, Dean, said Elder Shafik, shaking his hand. I don't mean to be rude, said Dean, but are you saying you are really my grandfather, that I'm a half-blood, not a muggle-born? I am absolutely convinced of it, yes, nodded Elder Shafik, and then noticed Harry and Daphne were still there. Ah, Elder Potter, Madam Gringotts, I seem to have rather inconvenienced you both. Not at all. We apologize for intruding on a private moment, said Daphne, easily. If I might impose just a moment further, a visit to Gringotts may not be amiss. Elder Shafik nodded vigorously. I will make an appointment at once, he said. Dean, I apologize for being pushy, but I would appreciate you accompanying me to Gringotts for an inheritance test. I have the defense against the dark arts exam in 20 minutes, said Dean, clearly still a little out of sorts, and Daphne honestly didn't blame him. Fortunately, Harry jumped into action and clapped Dean on the shoulder before looking at Elder Shafik. We will be done by noon, he said. Very well, said Elder Shafik. Your exams are very important, of course. I shall return at noon then. The examination hall is just down the north corridor, Daphne told him helpfully. Thank you, said Elder Shafik, to both her and Harry before smiling at Dean. I'll see you in a few hours, Dean. Good luck on your exam. Thank you, said Dean. Elder Shafik hurried away, and Harry shot a look at Daphne to go on, which she was all too happy to do. It wasn't like she knew Dean Thomas that well, so this was best left to Harry. It was entirely possible for him to be Zane Shafik's illegitimate son, and if true, Dean could very well become the heir to the family, considering Zane had been the oldest son, and Elder Shafik's other son had died childless. The family was still extensive, despite being hunted by the Death Eaters, but none would have a claim as strong as Dean if he really were to be Zane's. It stayed on her mind throughout the exam, though she did see that both Harry and Dean returned in time. Once the written exam was done, they were all waiting in the hallway to be called in a few at a time for their practicals, and the entire time, she saw Harry and Dean talking quietly together with Neville Longbottom. After her practical exams were done, Daphne returned to the Verdant offices. A copy of the Daily Prophet from the day before was still sitting on her desk, and she briefly smiled at the headline of Chief Warlock Abercrombie, ignorant or incompetent. Ben had pulled no punches in the article, reporting in detail how the Chief Warlock had called a session out of time for no reason. Augusta Longbottom had been heralded as a champion of justice for ensuring that he didn't get away with it. Abercrombie hadn't lost his position, but Daphne knew he was on thin ice, and once they had the next official session, it was likely he would lose it. Daphne was all for making sure he was removed from the position of Chief Warlock. It had been on her advice that Harry had voted to keep him in, but it seemed like Abercrombie would be more trouble than he was worth, so it was time to kick him out. They could win over his faction some other way. Tossing away the prophet into the rubbish bin, she saw a letter waiting for her and tore it open. Dear Daphne, thank you for your letter. I spoke to my grandfather, and he is happy to meet you and Harry at his house here in Dorset tomorrow around 6. My grandmother insisted that you both join us for dinner before we talk about the matter, so I hope you will agree to it. I am not sure what you think my grandfather will be able to do for you, since he has never been one for politics, but somehow I get the feeling that you have something else to discuss with him. I look forward to your reply confirming your attendance, because I admit that even my curiosity is piqued. I will come by the Verdant offices around 5:45 tomorrow to lead you and Harry past the wards, if that is all right. Awaiting your reply. Best. Rolf Scamander. Daphne smiled in satisfaction. Rolf's intuition was on point, and surprisingly, it had been Harry's suggestion to ask Newt Scamander, and Daphne had been extremely impressed by it. Ever since Harry had told her about Anthony Goldstein and how many magical researchers had had their funding cut by the ministry, she had been racking her brains over the issue. They needed someone at the helm of the Research Institute project, and Daphne had said it would be better to speak to someone well-versed in the field of research, to which Harry had suggested Newt. It was a novel suggestion, certainly, but Daphne had agreed. Even if Newt didn't wish to join, he could point them in the right direction at the very least. She began writing a reply to confirm their attendance, and Harry walked in just as she was getting done. "How did it go?" she asked. "The exam, it was a breeze," he shrugged. "If you mean how did it go with Dean, then I just went with him to Gringotts with Elder Shafik. I didn't stay, of course, but we're meeting later with the others for a drink." "All right," she said. "I hope it works out." "I do too," he agreed with a nod. "What are you doing?" "Replying to Rolf," she said. "He has invited us to dinner tomorrow." "Oh, is this about what we talked?" he asked, and smiled when Daphne gave nod. "Good, and what time does Healer Lim get here?" "I'd say about half an hour," she said, with a quick glance at her watch. "All right, I'll be upstairs with Teddy until he does," he said. "Oh, hold on, there is something else," she said. "What is it?" he asked. "Fleur sent this over," she said, holding up a scroll of parchment. "Vikram Kale signed the contract, and he gave us the names of some of his publishers. I wanted to ask you about the books at ARC." "Yeah, you mentioned that, but can we just publish those books?" he asked. "Well, we would check the copyright and things," she said, trying not to laugh. "No, I know that," he said. "I meant who knows what's in there." "True," she nodded. "We need someone to comb through it and quickly." "I could ask Hermione," he said. "Okay," nodded Daphne. "I know she's returning to Hogwarts, but there's still time over summer." "It's likely she'll do it even after she goes to Hogwarts," smiled Harry. "Or when she starts working at the ministry. You give Hermione a book and there's no chance she wouldn't read it." "Good to know," said Daphne. "I'll go over to the Ark once we're done meeting with Healer Lim and get Mirren to help me shortlist some of the books, if that is all right with you." "Of course," he said easily. "You're already keyed into the wards, so feel free to come and go as you like." Daphne opened and closed her mouth, before sighing. "You should be more careful when saying something like that," she said, knowing it was an exercise in futility. He grinned at her. "I mean it," he said. "Of course, you could rob me blind, but I should warn you that I have a very good lawyer so you won't get away with it." Daphne felt her lips twitch in amusement. "Go see your godson," she ordered, trying to sound stern. Harry laughed and went upstairs, and Daphne finished writing the letter to Rolf. She was getting comfortable around Harry, she realized. From the time she had taken him on as a client, she had been the dependable one, leading him using her skills and the information she had. But lately, she had begun depending on him in small ways here and there, especially since she found that he could get through to her with his words quite well. Even her friends and Astoria sometimes had trouble with that, because Daphne could admit that she was stubborn as a mule. It was nice, nonetheless, to have someone who could call her out like Harry. Almost involuntarily, she touched the pin in her hair. It would be better, she thought with a sigh, if she could grow comfortable enough to not wear it anymore. Harry cooed to an alert Teddy, trying to coax him to sleep. He had already been fed and changed, so he should have been sleepy, but he kept getting distracted by everything. "Come on, Teddy," murmured Harry. "Time to sleep." Teddy just blew a bubble at him, finding the ceiling to be much more interesting than sleeping. Harry sighed and began rocking him, hopping the motion would put him to sleep. The door to the nursery opened just a little, and Daphne poked her head in. "Healer Lim will be here in less than 5 minutes," she said. "Ah," said Harry. He'd been hoping Teddy would be asleep before the meeting, but no such luck. "Is he still awake?" asked Daphne, walking into the room. Teddy turned his head towards the noise, and as was common as soon as he saw someone new, he began changing his hair from black to gold. "It's impressive he can control it so well this young." "Apparently, his mother was the same way," said Harry. "Still, I guess it's true what they say about hereditary abilities," murmured Daphne. "What do they say?" asked Harry, as Teddy's eyes began to droop. Daphne glanced at him in surprise. The Black family has had metamorph magus quite consistently. Well, it would be more accurate to say that they used to, she said. When they started intermarrying, the ability began growing less and less frequent until it became a rarity. Andromeda's husband was a Muggle-born, said Harry, even though he was sure Daphne already knew that. So you think because Andromeda married new blood, Tonks was a metamorph magus? I have no proof, but it's possible, of course, said Daphne. More than that, though, the ability passed down immediately to the next generation instead of skipping a few, which was more common. It might have grown stronger. Harry took a deep breath. Teddy's father was a werewolf, he said. She didn't look surprised. You knew, he asked. His name is Edward Lupin, said Daphne. Not many Lupins left, so it wasn't a reach that Professor Lupin was his father, especially with you being his godfather. Right, said Harry. Do you think the lycanthrope gene has something to do with it? Honestly, I have no idea, said Daphne. It may be that, or it's simply diversity in blood that made the ability stronger. I never really understood why my family married foreign blood so much, until I saw how other pureblood families grew weaker the more they intermarried. My mother was French, my father's mother was from Russia, his grandmother was Swedish, and on it goes. All those marriages were arranged carefully, keeping in mind that the bloodlines shouldn't cross. Harry listened to her, nodding along until he heard the last part. Arranged? He asked, getting a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. Yeah, she said, like it was obvious. It's a common practice to arrange marriages, especially when it comes to the heads of families. Does that mean you? He began when they heard a knock. Hey, Healer Lim is here, said Parvati. What are you two doing? Just waiting for he's asleep, said Daphne, and Harry glanced down to see that Teddy had fallen asleep, his hair still a golden blonde. Harry set him down the crib, and after telling Creature to look after him, the three of them headed towards the conference room. Healer Lim was waiting inside, and he stood up to shake their hands when they walked in. Thank you for coming, Healer Lim, said Harry. Not at all, I promise to assist after all, he said. It is nice to see you both again, Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengrass. And you as well, Healer Lim, said Daphne. This is Parvati Patil, an employee of the Potter Foundation. How do you do, Miss Patil? Said Healer Lim, shaking her hand as well. Very well, thank you, Healer Lim, said Parvati. The door opened and Andromeda walked in. I apologize for being late, Thierry, she asked, stopping when she saw Healer Lim. Mrs. Tonks, asked Healer Lim, looking surprised. Andromeda smiled. I think you are old enough to call me Andromeda, Thierry, she said. You're not at Hogwarts anymore. He went slightly red and laughed. Of course, Andromeda, he said. You know each other, asked Harry. Thierry went to Hogwarts with Nymphadora, said Andromeda, her smile dimming slightly. The two were thick as thieves. Healer Lim lowered his gaze. I heard about Dora, he said. I am so very sorry, Andromeda. Thank you, said Andromeda, her voice wobbling slightly. Healer Lim cleared his throat. Are you working for the Potter Foundation as well? He asked. In a manner of speaking, she said, indicating for everyone to sit. Harry brought me on board for the orphanage project. I didn't know you two knew each other, Healer Lim, looking between Harry and Andromeda. Harry's the godfather to my grandson, said Andromeda. Healer Lim's eyes went wide. Dora has a child. He asked. He was born in the middle of the war, said Andromeda. I will introduce you to him if you want. I would like that very much, said Healer Lim gratefully. So what can I do for you? Right, I asked Daphne to invite you, said Andromeda. I am just about done with the preliminary planning for the orphanage project, and I wanted to consult with you on some details, if that's all right. Of course, nodded Healer Lim. Andromeda glanced at Daphne and gave a nod. Healer Lim, said Daphne, would you consider terminating your employment with St. Mungo's to work at the orphanage full-time? Healer Lim's eyebrows shot up. You're offering me a job, he asked. Yes, said Andromeda bluntly. We need an on-site healer. considering so many of the children have ongoing treatments, and since you're the one who knows them best, we would very much like to hire you as the first employee of the new orphanage." Healer Lim blinked at them in shock. "I don't know what to say," he said. "I know it's a bit abrupt," said Harry. "But I spoke to Zinnia, and she told me that the children are very attached to you, and making the transition from the orphan wing to the orphanage would be smoother if you were to be a part of the process." That makes sense," he said, still looking a little taken aback. "Please take all the time you need to consider it," said Daphne. "We have a formal offer for you." He took the document she handed him. "Even if you choose not to accept it, we would be grateful if you continued to act as a consultant." "I will think about it," he said, and took a deep breath. "I am not opposed to the idea, you see. I am attached to those children as well, and I want to make sure they will be looked after properly. It's just, I know virtually nothing about the project and how you plan on running the orphanage." "I can help with that," said Andromeda. "I'll take you through what I have so far, and I'd like your help to fine-tune it before we present it tomorrow." "Harry and I are yet to hear about it," explained Daphne. "Andromeda and Parvati have been working with our finance and business advisors, and with your input, the plan will be ready for us to consider." "What do you say, Thierry?" asked Andromeda. "Would you like to help?" Healer Lim met her gaze and gave a firm nod. "Very much so," he said. Leaving Healer Lim with Andromeda and Parvati, Harry and Daphne took their leave, as Daphne departed for the Ark and Harry headed out towards Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. He had time before meeting his friends at the Leaky Cauldron, and he was hoping that Ron could join them as well. As he passed the opening soon sign on the new Fortescue Cafe, a small smile appeared on his face. He noticed the slightly interested looks that people were casting towards it, and the smile widened. The shop front of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes was closed up, but when Harry knocked on the door, it was opened by a surprised Ron. "Harry, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Is it a bad time?" asked Harry. "I was hoping we could talk." Ron shrugged and stepped aside to let him in. "George is in the lab, and I was about to take a break anyway," he said. As Harry walked inside, he noticed that the shop was empty of products, but the interior was partially fixed up in many places, and the whole place would need a thorough cleaning before it could open. "Have you been doing all this yourself?" asked Harry, sitting down on an upturned crate that Ron offered him. "Yeah," said Ron, sitting down on another crate and summoning 2 bottles of butterbeer. "The whole place was vandalized and torn apart. I'm fixing it up and cleaning the whole thing." Harry opened the bottle of butterbeer that he offered and took a long sip. "How's George?" he asked. "Better, actually," said Ron. "He does best when he's working." He drank his own butterbeer and glanced away uncomfortably. "I heard you and Ginny broke up." "Yeah," said Harry, looking away too. "Sorry." "Dunno why you're apologizing to me," said Ron. "Ginny said it was mutual, so not like you dumped her or anything this time." "Still, I should have told you," said Harry. "Honestly, I didn't know, if it was all right." "I'll stop you right there," said Ron, making his voice firm. "No matter whether you and Ginny are together or not, you are still important to the Weasley family. That won't change, all right?" Harry looked at him in shock, and Ron's ears went red with embarrassment. "And just for making me say something sappy like that, I have half a mind to hex you." "You can try," grinned Harry, and Ron chuckled. "So what brings you here?" asked Ron, slightly more relaxed. "I'm meeting Neville and the others for a drink later, and I was wondering if you wanted to come," he said. Ron blinked at him. "Yeah, sure," he said. "Was that it? You could have just sent a letter instead of coming all the way over. Didn't you just finish your newts?" "Yeah," he said sheepishly. "Well, I guess I wanted to see. Well, after Ginny and I broke up, if you and I would still be all right." "Didn't I already say not to worry about that?" said Ron. "But I see your point about wanting to see me in person. It feels like me and Hermione were together all the time, and now we barely know what each of us are doing. I mean, I mostly read about what you're up to in the Prophet." Harry flushed uncomfortably. "Right," he mumbled. "It's fine, mostly, but I would be lying if I said I'm not concerned," said Ron. "Concerned?" asked Harry, confused. There had been rumors, but then Ginny confirmed it. said Ron. "Is Daphne Greengrass the one who's been helping you?" "Yes," answered Harry warily. "Daphne's my lawyer." "And you trust her?" asked Ron. "Yes, I do," he replied. "That's exactly what concerns me," said Ron, leaning forward. "We don't know anything about her. At Hogwarts, she barely even talked to anyone, even in Slytherin. And that's the other thing. Since when are you on board with trusting a Slytherin?" Harry felt a stab of annoyance at his words, but knew Ron was telling the truth when he said he was concerned. For someone looking at him and Daphne from the outside, it would be an odd relationship, certainly. He was more surprised that Hermione had accepted it as easily as she had. "Ron," said Harry carefully, "you are my best friend, and you and your family have gone above and beyond for my sake. But I won't tolerate you bad-mouthing Daphne. What you said is true, but you don't know how much she has done and is still doing for me. I consider Daphne a friend, Slytherin or not." "Yeah, but how do you know she isn't just lying to you or trying to get at your money or something?" asked Ron. "Harry, you can't really believe she's helping you out of the goodness of her heart." "She is doing her job, which I hired her to do," he said at once. "And she doesn't need to get at my money or whatever you might think." "Is she the reason you broke up with Ginny?" demanded Ron. "I didn't break up with Ginny. We both agreed we weren't working out," said Harry, frustrated. "Daphne had nothing to do with it. What, you think she slipped me a love potion or something?" "Did she?" asked Ron. "I'll pretend you were joking when you said that," said Harry, narrowing his eyes at him. Ron clicked his tongue but nodded. "Yeah, whatever, just be careful, all right." "Sure," said Harry, knowing Ron would only get defensive if he pushed the issue. We're meeting at the Leaky Cauldron around 7. "Are you leaving already?" asked Ron, looking surprised. "I have something to do," he said. "Like what?" asked Ron. "No, I am asking seriously. Is it just running the charity, or are you doing something else too?" Harry paused and contemplated how to answer that. "There are other things I am doing as well," he said, finally. Ron looked at him questioningly. "Are you going to tell me what those are?" he asked. "Do you want to know?" asked Harry. Ron stood up, glaring at him indignantly. "What kind of a question is that?" he demanded. "Of course I do. We're best friends." Harry got to his feet slowly and met his gaze. "All right, but first." He turned around as the shop's door opened, interrupting him before he could bring up anything. Charlie Weasley walked in, looking exhausted down to his bones. As soon as he was inside, he collapsed and fainted to the ground. Harry blinked in shock, but Ron just sighed impatiently. "Can you get him up? I'll go fetch a pepper-up," he said, walking up the stairs. Still in shock, Harry levitated him over and cast an Enervate on him. Charlie stirred and woke up, looking surprised to see him. "Harry?" he asked, voice slightly hoarse. "Yeah, it's me, just take it easy. Ron's gone to fetch the pepper-up," said Harry. "What happened? Were you attacked?" "No, nothing like that," he said, closing his eyes. "I've just been going too long without sleep, that's all." "And I told you to quit doing that," said Ron, as he returned with a vial of the potion. Charlie tried to hold up his hand to take the potion, but Ron none too gently barked at him to open his mouth and poured the potion directly into it. Steam escaped from Charlie's ears as he swallowed the potion, and he sat up quickly, looking refreshed, though the dark circles under his eyes did not disappear. "It's a lifesaver," he mumbled. "It's bad for your health is what it is," snapped Ron, and then sighed. "Harry, do you mind looking after this idiot for a while? The other one needs attention upstairs." "What's wrong with George?" asked Charlie at once, looking ready to rush right to him. "You just sit down and catch your breath," said Ron firmly, sounding remarkably like Molly. "Go on, I'll keep an eye on him," said Harry, and Ron nodded gratefully. Charlie sighed as Ron went upstairs. "It's embarrassing being scolded by your younger brother," he muttered, almost as if he were saying it to himself. "Ron means well," defended Harry. When Charlie looked at him in surprise, he smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I know it's none of my business." Charlie laughed a little and shook his head. "No, you're right," he said. Ron's heart has always been in the right place, even if he doesn't always know how to think before acting. Mind you, I'm no better. I think it's the Gryffindor in all of us, said Harry. You might be right about that, grinned Charlie. Is it really so busy at the ministry? Asked Harry. Well, not quite, confessed Charlie. We're short-handed, but it's in order. All department heads were elected by Kingsley, and the people he put in charge are making sure to run their departments properly. Most funds and manpower are heading to the DMLE and Department of International Magical Cooperation. Those of us over at the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes have nothing more than the occasional splinching to deal with. You're not with the Department of Magical Games and Sports? Asked Harry, surprised. No, they really did not need any new manpower. The new department head just hired back all the staff that had been let go under the Death Eater regime, he said. It would be more fun, I guess, even if it's still working in an office. He sighed. It sounds selfish to complain, but I hate being confined in a damn cubicle day in and day out. Quickly, he looked at Harry. Not that I don't know it's important work. I have just never been good with the indoors. Isn't there anything else you want to do if you don't like it? Asked Harry. What about the Dragon Reserve in Wales? Charlie shook his head. They don't need any handlers, I already checked, he said. The job at the ministry is fine, but I guess it's just the stress of everything making me unable to sleep. Sounds like you need to get a new job, said Harry. You might be right, so if you find something that would let me be outside in the fresh air, tell me, laughed Charlie. I might, you never know, smiled Harry. Ron came back downstairs. Don't worry, he said before Charlie could ask. He just went into a panic because he couldn't find Fred's old notes about one of their products. He's fine, he found them. He let out a tired sigh and looked at Charlie with narrowed eyes. Go take a bath or something. I'll make dinner before going out. It's all right, said Charlie, getting up and placing a hand on Ron's shoulder. You should go. You and Harry look like you've got plans. I'll make dinner for me and George. Are you sure? Asked Ron. Yeah, of course, said Charlie. Sorry about earlier. I'll be more careful from now on. Ron rubbed his eyes tiredly. Fine, he said. Charlie clapped him on the shoulder and grinned at Harry. See you, Harry, he said. Yeah, bye, said Harry. Charlie went upstairs, and Ron sighed before turning to Harry. Sorry about that. What were you saying before? He asked. Harry shook his head with a small smile. Don't worry about it, he said, knowing there was already a lot Ron was dealing with. He didn't want to burden him any further. Come on, we can get started a bit earlier. I'm buying. Won't refuse that, said Ron. Let me just grab my cloak. 18th June, 1998. Harry opened the door of Daphne's office and was surprised to find her standing in front of a long mirror. 2 dresses were hovering next to her, and she was holding them up over her normal work robes, clearly trying to decide between them. He cleared his throat and she turned around. Oh, good morning, Harry, she said, waving her wand. The 2 dresses folded up neatly and went back into an open case on her desk. Got plans? He asked, hoping he kept his tone light. Yeah, she said. We're going out tonight, remember? Harry blinked and then wanted to hex himself for forgetting about the dinner with Newt Scamander. Right, he said. It had been a few days since he'd first realized he was attracted to Daphne, but the fact remained that he'd only just ended a relationship, and he had no idea about Daphne's personal life at all. She had mentioned that marriages in her family were arranged, so he wouldn't have been surprised if she were already betrothed or something. His relationship with Ginny had taught him that he had a bit of a jealous streak, so it was no wonder his rationality fled when he thought Daphne might have had plans with someone else. He wondered if it would be all right if he were to ask her outright if she had someone like that in her life. If she did, he could end the little crush he had on her, which would otherwise ruin their very good professional relationship. Are you all right? Asked Daphne, walking up to him. He jumped slightly. Yeah, I'm fine, he said. She gave him a critical look. Are you hungover? She asked. No, I didn't drink much, he said honestly. Ron and Seamus had been the 2 who'd had the most to drink, and Harry didn't envy the morning they must be having. Dean had been too preoccupied with the confirmation that he was Zane Shaffick's son. proven, and made legitimate by Gringotts as of the evening before. Harry and Neville had mostly just gone between trying to keep everyone's spirits up and making sure none of the depressing topics came up. "So what happened with Thomas?" she asked. "He's been named the heir to the Shafik family," said Harry. "Already?" asked Daphne, raising her eyebrows. "Apparently, Elder Shafik wanted to make it official as soon as possible," he said. Sounded like he really was stumped about a successor. "Dean is visiting his mother and stepfather today to explain everything, before he moves into the Shafik family home by the end of the week. Elder Shafik is going to start preparing him to take over." "How did he take it?" asked Daphne. "It can't have been easy to ask him to give up his life and come play heir of a sacred 28 family." "No, but Dean wants to do it," shrugged Harry. "He feels like he's honor-bound to keep his father's legacy." Daphne muttered something that sounded distinctly like Gryffindor's, but smiled nonetheless. "Either way, sounds like it will work out," she said. "Should we head upstairs? Andromeda said she's ready to present the plan." "Yeah, let's go," he said. Sure enough, Andromeda and Parvati were setting up a magical projector in the conference room when they walked in together. "Good morning," said Parvati when she saw them. "The others will be over any moment. Fleur just sent a patroness and said Maribeth's watching the HQ." "All right," said Harry, taking a seat at the table. "Do you need any help?" "No, we're done," smiled Andromeda, gathering the documents in front of her and stacking them in a pile. They were only waiting for a short time before Fleur, Draco, and Tracy arrived, and once they were all seated, Andromeda stood up. "Before we begin, bear in mind that this is only the first outline for the orphanage project," she said. "I am hoping we will be able to refine it properly over the course of our discussions, so feel free to speak up at any point." There were murmurs of agreement, and Andromeda smiled before nodding at Parvati, who flicked her wand. The projector whirred to life and displayed the first slide onto the wall behind Andromeda. "After much deliberation, I decided that Black Castle will make the best location for the orphanage," she said. "It's bigger than both Godric's Pride and the Sea Maiden Cottage, and once you've seen the way I've decided the layout, I think you will agree." Parvati flicked over to the next slide, and it showed the blueprints of the Black Castle. "For children who are at Hogwarts, we will use the rooms in the towers. They are used to living in dormitories at Hogwarts, so it will be easier for them to have a bit of their own space when they come home for the holidays," explained Andromeda. "For now, we will only open up the first tower. Considering there aren't that many older children, we have 3 more towers for when we have others. It's one of the reasons why I picked Black Castle, because it gives us room to expand." "How many children to room?" asked Fleur. "The older children will get their own rooms," said Andromeda. "The rooms in the tower have en suites, and I suggest turning the large day room into something of a common room for their sake. Of course, they can come and go into the main house as they please, since the tower is connected with an entrance on the inside as well." "And the younger children will share rooms?" asked Tracy. "Yes, I was thinking 2 to a room," said Andromeda, and with a flick of her wand, some little squares on the blueprint lit up. "These are the rooms on the 1st and 2nd floor we will be using for the younger children. As you can see, there is an unlit square between every 3 rooms." "Yes, what is that for?" asked Draco curiously. "That is the room that will be occupied by their caretaker," said Andromeda, and smiled a little. "Harry, you said you didn't just want a staff taking care of their basic needs, didn't you? Hence this unorthodox method." Harry leaned forward with interest. "Instead of a regular staff, we will have a caretaker assigned to a group of 5-6 children," said Andromeda. "This caretaker will look after their basic needs, but also provide them with support in any way they need." "I don't mean to be rude," said Tracy, raising her hand sheepishly. "But isn't that saying we are hiring someone to fulfill the role of a parent? Are there people who will be willing to do it?" "I will be quite honest. I anticipate it to be quite difficult to find people who would be willing to go so far for the sake of orphans they barely know," said Andromeda. "Difficult, mind you, not impossible. One caretaker for a group of 5-6 children certainly sounds difficult," said Daphne. What about the older children? We will have one caretaker for all of them, mostly because they are capable of looking after themselves, and they will only be around for the holidays, said Andromeda. All caretakers will report to a matron in charge, who in turn will keep an eye on the day-to-day workings of the orphanage. We will have a separate healer on site, as well as a groundskeeper and any house elves we can spare to lend a hand with the chores. It helps if you think of it like Hogwarts, said Parvati, helpfully. The matron in charge will be like the head mistress. The caretakers are teachers, but instead of teaching, they will be looking after them. Unlike Hogwarts, where they are responsible for 7 years' worth of students, each caretaker will be looking after their own little group that they are responsible for. She flicked her wand quickly and changed the slide, showing a long list of names divided into groups. These groups were designed specifically, keeping them balanced so that no caretaker will be given more responsibility than they can handle. Thierry helped me with those, said Andromeda. We took into account children who are already close to one another in the orphan wing, those who need more attention because of their treatment, and we tried to keep it balanced. You'll see some groups are a lot smaller. That's because those are the children who would need a lot of long-time care and attention, and we didn't want to burden the caretaker with additional responsibility. House elves will be doing the cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the place, so the caretaker will mostly be responsible for, as my mother called it, cat wrangling, said Parvati. Tracy giggled but then sobered up. It's still a lot to ask for, but I see what you mean, she said, and turned to Harry. What did you have in mind when you said you wanted the caretakers to be their support? Harry fidgeted uncomfortably, especially when everyone else in the room looked at him curiously as well. I assume it's because of the high number of children that the orphanage will have, said Daphne, and Harry could have kissed her. A single matron could not keep track of all of them, even if she had staff assisting. The caretakers will be able to give closer attention to the children, especially since most of them have lived through a horrific ordeal and lost any family they had. It would be arrogant of Harry to assume he can take on the responsibility of over 50 children and provide them with the proper care and support they need. Yes, said Harry, grateful that she had summed it up so well. He hadn't explicitly said any of it to her, but he supposed his clumsy hopes had gotten through to Daphne somehow. I told Andromeda as well, but it's not like I'm going to be their real family because there is no replacing a real family. But I want them to have adults in their lives whom they can depend on and feel happy about writing to when something happens, good or bad. He received dazzling smiles from Fleur and Andromeda at that, while Parvati and Tracy grinned approvingly. Daphne just had a quiet smile on her face as she wrote something down, but Draco frowned thoughtfully. That brings up a good point, said Draco. Who is actually going to be their legal guardian? Daphne looked up from what she was writing. An orphanage is counted as its own entity, meaning the orphanage is their guardian. Obviously, that means whoever leads the orphanage is their legal guardian. In this case, it would be the matron in charge, she explained. It wouldn't be Harry, asked Parvati, surprised. Well, when we do hire the matron, we can make the stipulation in her contract that Harry has the final say on all matters, said Daphne, before turning to Andromeda. With the number of children we presently have, how many caretakers will we be hearing? 10, for now, said Andromeda, changing the slide. 1 for the older children, 8 for the younger ones, and 1 more because I anticipate we will be getting a lot more older children who were turned away by St. Mungo's. I think it'd be better to say we'd have 2 caretakers to look after the older children and 8 for the younger ones. 10 caretakers, 1 matron, 1 healer, and 1 groundskeeper, said Draco. It's quite a robust staff. We were also thinking of tutors for the younger children, for when the older ones go to Hogwarts, said Andromeda. But that isn't an immediate hire, so we can hold off until things settle down past the initial phase. Makes sense, said Harry. How does it look in terms of the budget? Well, less than if we didn't have a lot of your other resources, Harry, said Andromeda, as the slide changed. Fleur. Of course, said Fleur, taking over. With the house elves doing most of the labor work, the biggest expenditure we are getting are things like food and clothes. We can reduce those significantly, said Daphne. Yeah, food can come from Godric's pride, said Harry. That's what I was thinking too, said Andromeda. Even clothes can be made, and we would only be paying for the materials, said Daphne. How many house elves do you have? Asked Parvati, looking at Harry with wide eyes. A lot, and they are very eager to work, said Harry honestly. What about other expenses like their Hogwarts stuff? He asked. Students of Hogwarts who live in any authorized orphanage in Britain, wizarding or otherwise, receive an automatic scholarship to cover their Hogwarts fees, said Daphne. I know that, said Harry, remembering Dumbledore telling a young Tom Riddle about it. Does it also cover their schooling expenses? It covers the most basic expenses, said Andromeda. An average student will spend just a little bit more than what the scholarship covers, and we can make up the difference. That was the other thing. A lot of these children have money left to them by their families, but they do not have access to that money until they are of age. Hang on, I could access my vaults when I started at Hogwarts, said Harry. Some families made an exception, but most didn't, said Fleur. Once we have the children officially under our care, we can help them access their vaults so they may have their own money to spend. Those that don't, we can give them an allowance of sorts, depending on how old they are. Sounds reasonable, said Tracy. We can't just take over their vault, though, can we? No, but we will oversee the spending, said Andromeda. It will be one of the responsibilities of the matron. So, apart from the children, the other big expense would be the staff, correct? Asked Daphne. Yes, although we will be giving them free room and board, they will still need to be paid a salary for doing their job, said Andromeda. We'll be getting a grant from the ministry as well, and though it's not massive, it will alleviate the costs a bit too. There's a ministry grant, asked Draco, surprised. Yes, I found one. Back when Harry first brought up the idea, said Daphne. It hasn't been used in a long time, but there will be no issue with us getting it. The ministry has been cutting down grants left and right, said Draco. They won't cut this one down, not unless they want to make themselves unpopular right off the bat, said Tracy shrewdly. It's good for their image to have that grant in place, and if they cancel it just as we become eligible, the uproar would be, well, as big as I make it, I guess. Harry bit back a chuckle and nodded. Is there a timeline on how things will happen? He asked. Yes, I think we should aim to open before the end of July, said Andromeda, changing the slide. Most of the furniture in the bigger rooms of Black Castle is well and intact, but the individual bedrooms will need the basics. You know, beds, dressers, desks, those sorts of things. I was thinking you could assign house elves to start building the furniture. As I understand, most furniture at Black Castle was built with the trees in Aliath Copse, so the materials shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I'll speak to Annie about that, said Harry. And clear the place out to make sure no dark artifacts are lying around, and sweep the library for any books that shouldn't be in the hands of children. Good call, said Draco, as Andromeda gave a nod. The most time-consuming thing will be hearing the staff, said Andromeda. But as long as you are happy with the plan, I will turn my attention to that. Oh, that reminds me. Thierry signed on. She handed a document back to Daphne, who took it with a smile. That's wonderful, said Daphne. He's the first employee then. Yes, said Andromeda. He has also agreed to help me recruit. Excellent, grinned Harry, happy that Healer Lim was on board officially. I have put together the details for the rest of it in this prospectus of sorts, said Andromeda, passing them all a thick file. Read them through, and if there is something you think needs discussing, bring it to me and we will sort it out. Thank you, Andromeda, said Daphne and looked at Harry. Well. Harry took a deep breath and smiled gratefully at Andromeda. Thank you for all the work you did, Andromeda, he said. Let's get started on this plan. Andromeda beamed at him. Just one more thing, she said. The orphanage needs a name. Harry's heart thudded in his chest. He'd decided on the name the moment he'd told Daphne he wanted to open an orphanage while standing before the graves of his parents. Lily Potter Home, he said quietly. That's what we'll name it. More wine. Daphne smiled and shook her head. Rolf approached Harry with the same question, and she took a moment to think back on their evening. Newt and Porpentina Scamander were not quite what she had expected, considering he was a genius with magizoology, and she was supposed to be an infamous Auror who had tangled with the likes of Grindelwald back in the day. A legendary couple in all the deeds, but in reality, they were quite a sweet, loving pair who had welcomed her and Harry into their home like they were old friends. For someone like Daphne, who was used to stiff, boring parties with sharp words disguised underneath a sweet tone, the Scamander family was a welcome surprise. She glanced down at the simple dark purple dress she was wearing and was glad she'd decided not to dress up too much. It was still a little too fancy, considering how casual the atmosphere of this dinner ended up being. But Daphne knew if she wore something like this at a party in pureblood circles, she would be labeled as dowdy, and there would be rumors of the greengrass fortune dwindling. Thankfully, she'd had the foresight to keep her jewelry even simpler than her clothes. Dinner had concluded some time ago, and Newt was currently reading the proposal that Daphne had put together with help from Fleur. It was still tentative, but their aim had been to get Newt to helm the research institute, and she was hoping their rough proposal would help make that happen. She looked up when Newt finished reading and removed his glasses, casting a significant glance toward his wife. The two didn't speak, but Tina chuckled. He just tilted his head at her, and her chuckling turned into full-blown laughter. All right, she said. Newt just gave her a soft smile before turning to the rest of them. Were you the one who put this together, Daphne? He asked. Yes, said Daphne. I apologize if it wasn't quite up to par. He shook his head. I have never been too fond of reading long paperwork, he admitted. This was much simpler and got to the point quickly. So you want to open a magical research institute? Yes, said Harry. I should say it is about time. We had a proper institution like this in Britain, said Newt. We realize you are retired, but we would like it if you were to join us in making it happen, said Harry. But Daphne was certain that the reason for Tina's amusement was because she'd already known her husband was going to agree. Oh, I am absolutely joining, said Newt, bluntly. I still get plagued with owls from people asking for my recommendation for the ministry's grants that they hoard worse than Nifflers hoard trinkets. He glanced down at the rough proposal and gave a firm nod. There are some things I would like to clarify, though. Of course, said Daphne, already ready with her quill and parchment to take notes. The ministry grant amounts are confidential, so this is understandable, but you are severely overselling, said Newt. Rolf glanced at the proposal over his grandfather's shoulder and his eyebrows shot up. Yeah, he said, that is quite a bit higher than normal grants. We want to help any way we can, said Harry. That is admirable, said Tina. But I think the point here is that there is a standard that is followed in these circles. We could tailor the grant amount based on the researcher and their research, said Daphne. That is certainly novel and is an acceptable compromise between standardized grants and just throwing gold, said Rolf. It will be a lot more work, though. No matter, I will do it, said Newt. Do you already have a researcher in mind, Pops? Asked Rolf. I have several, said Newt. It says here you already have a facility picked out. Yes, it is an extensive estate, but it can be converted based on the needs of the researchers, said Daphne. She and Harry had agreed that a wing of Iola Castle could become the new institute. Eustace Mansion was also available as a secondary location, but that could be saved for researchers focusing on herbology and potions. Do private grants in Britain follow the same process afterwards like the ministry ones do? Asked Rolf, curiously. Yes, for the most part, nodded Newt. Daphne tried to remember the brief information about ministry grants that she had been reading frantically over the last few days. As I understand it, if there is successful research or invention, it is filed and patented with the ministry, with the researchers getting the royalties, she said. The ministry gets a cut as well, but that is only if they sponsored the research, said Rolf. That's why I was wondering if it would be different if it's a private grant. There have been plenty of researchers who patented their research without ever receiving a grant, myself among them, said Newt. The ministry still gets a cut, though it is significantly smaller. I am no attorney, but I doubt they will be able to claim anything more than the usual patenting fees. I assume the Institute will be receiving a share of the royalties. You will have to, unless you want to go out of business, said Rolf sensibly. Yes, quite right, said Daphne. We will do what we can to enable commercial distribution as well, though that is something for the future. You have the means to do that, asked Rolf, while both Newt and Tina looked surprised. I'm sure we will work it out, said Daphne. I would believe her when she says that, said Harry with a small smile. Rolf and Tina laughed as Newt gave a slow nod. The rest of it is fine, he said, looking back down at the proposal. Then I will add in the alterations you mentioned and put together a more official proposal for you to consider, said Daphne. I also have a contract for you to sign, if that is all right. Yes, thank you, said Newt, as Rolf took the contract from Daphne and handed it to him. I'll have Rolf look it over later. I do have a request, though. Sure, said Harry. What is it? I would like Rolf to join me, said Newt. Really? Asked Rolf. It's not a problem, but is there a particular reason? Asked Daphne. Two, actually, said Newt. I am still his mentor, and it is my responsibility to see his mastery through. Of course, said Harry. What's the other? I am an old man, Harry, said Newt. Recruiting researchers is not difficult, but it will be significantly faster if I had Rolf helping me. We understand, said Daphne. We were going to recruit an assistant for you regardless, but this is something we can do for now. I'll have another contract ready for Rolf by tomorrow. Thank you, nodded Rolf. I am actually getting kind of excited about this now. That's good, dear, said Tina, beaming at Rolf. I hope that means you will be staying in Britain longer. Gran, I already said I would, laughed Rolf. This is just the cherry on top, you might say. Well, whatever it is, I am happy for it, said Tina as she stood up. Enough about business now, time for some dessert. Chapter 12. 19th June, 1998. So, remind me, said Hermione, as she was nearly blinded by a camera flash. Why are we doing this again? I told you I needed to talk to you, but this is something I have to do as well, said Harry, as they made it past the crowd of reporters and inside Fortescue Cafe. Hermione was about to argue, but she went quiet as she was hit by the mouth-watering aroma of cakes, pastries, and freshly ground coffee. She remembered vaguely that this was supposed to be the soft launch of the cafe, and the place was quite crowded on the inside, with nearly all tables full of people. It was a pretty little cafe, certainly, with bright sunny yellow walls, white furniture, and the delicious treats displayed like gorgeous gems behind glass. Come on, there's a table at the back, said Harry, leading her towards it. Hermione followed quickly, noticing how many people stared and whispered as they passed. She was glad when they finally reached their table and sat down, so she didn't have to make awkward eye contact with strangers. I think we have to order at the counter, said Harry, glancing past the crowds. I'll do it, said Hermione. If you go, you will be mobbed, she added when he looked surprised. All right, he agreed, but take this. Hermione took the small money pouch he passed her and nodded as she left. As she stood in line at the counter, it gave her more of a chance to observe, and it was truly remarkable that Harry had helped bring this place into existence. Pardon me, are you Hermione Granger? Hermione glanced down at a young girl, around 7 years of age, staring at her with wide eyes. Behind the girl, her parents were casting apologetic looks at her. Yes, I'm Hermione, she said. What is your name? The girl's eyes went wide. Emily, she said. Nice to meet you, Emily, said Hermione, shaking her hand. Emily went very pink and nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to be overcome with shyness and quickly darted to hide behind her mother. I'm sorry, said Emily's mother. She tends to be a bit outgoing sometimes, but we're not over the shy phase yet. No matter, said Hermione politely. I'm surprised she recognized me by name. Of course she did, said Emily's mother at once. You are one of the people we owe this new piece to. Hermione went as pink as Emily. Oh, no, she began to deny it, but then took a breath. Thank you, she said, but I was just one among many. The diplomatic answer was something she'd been giving every time she'd had reporters or strangers ask her questions or thanking her. Initially, she had made the mistake of saying she hadn't done anything, only to see the dismayed looks in return, and so she had taken to giving this answer instead. She wondered how much worse this must be for Harry, considering he was more recognizable than anyone. Even now, a few people had already approached their table, and a young boy was shaking his hand, while his parents seemed to be gushing at Harry. The person in front of Hermione moved away, and she quickly said a goodbye to Emily and her parents before approaching the counter. "Good morning, Miss Granger," greeted the woman working at the counter. "What will you be having today?" "Oh, she faltered, having forgotten to ask Harry what he wanted. "What do you recommend, The woman beamed at her. "I'm Sylvia Fortescue," she said. "I would say everything's good, but personally I'd go for a large slice of our chocolate cake and the ham and cheese croissant. Oh, and our coffee, of course. And we have meat pies just for today." "I guess we'll take one of each," said Hermione, glad that she had skipped breakfast. "Are those milkshakes?" she asked, noticing a tray floating over neatly to one of the tables with a large family sitting around it. "Yes, would you like to try one?" asked Sylvia. "The vanilla one is my favorite." "I'll take that instead of the coffee then," said Hermione. "Certainly, it comes to 7 sickles," said Sylvia. "Huh?" asked Hermione, knowing it couldn't be that low. Sylvia shook her head with a smile. "It's a discount for you and Mr. Potter," she said. "I feel bad about charging even that, considering everything you have done for us." It took Hermione a second to realize she meant the war and not the GSC, since the Fortescues would have no idea that Harry was behind it. "Mrs. Fortescue, I would feel bad getting a discount on your very first day," she said, with a smile. "I plan on coming here often, considering how good everything looks, so please, I would like to pay the full price like everyone else." Sylvia chuckled and nodded. "All right, but I shall hold you to that promise," she said. "It comes to 13 sickles." Hermione handed over the money, and after thanking the kind woman, she returned to the table, knowing the food would be delivered to their table. "Everything all right? You were there for a while," said Harry, casting a muffliato around them for privacy. "Yeah," said Hermione. "It really looks good, Harry. Well done." "I'm not sure I did anything," said Harry, amused. "You did," reassured Hermione. "You did whatever you could, and that is more than we can say about most people." Harry smiled sheepishly. "I would be lying if I said I wasn't happy the cafe is nice and crowded," he admitted. "I saw an opening soon sign on the old location of the ice cream parlor. Is that you as well?" she asked. "Yeah, it will be a takeaway pasta shop," he said. "I'm very proud of you, Harry," she beamed. Not wanting to embarrass him further, she leaned back in her chair. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, right," he said, his embarrassment vanishing. "One of the people we are helping is opening a bookstore soon." Hermione sat up quickly. "That sounds wonderful," she said. "Glad you think so," he said. "Remember how I inherited a lot of books across all the properties?" She just nodded, trying not to look too envious. She had stopped herself short of asking him to let her see all those books, knowing it would be crossing a line. Her younger self wouldn't have hesitated at all, but with age came wisdom, as they said. "The man we're helping, we are also working with his publishers, and Daphne suggested we should get those books back into circulation once again," he said. Hermione gasped in delight, grateful for the muffliato because it was embarrassingly loud. "I'm glad you're happy because I need your help," said Harry. "Someone needs to comb through those books and make sure they are all right to be published." Hermione almost said there was no need to do that before remembering that Voldemort had first seen the word Horcrux in a book in the library at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had removed those books later, but the damage had been done. "Right," she said. "You want me to make sure there's nothing dangerous, right?" "Exactly," said Harry. "So will you do it?" Hermione started to answer, but a tray of food floated over to them, and the sight of food made her stomach rumble. Harry was no better, as his eyes widened. "This looks amazing," he said, immediately reaching for a meat pie. Hermione agreed and went for the croissant. She and Harry spent the next half hour or so finishing their food, commenting frequently how delicious everything was. The milkshake was an excellent recommendation, though Hermione could say the same about the coffee when she tried a sip from Harry's cup, because the aroma was so irresistible. Despite the large amount of food, they polished off all of it, grinning in satisfaction once it was all gone. "Definitely coming back here," said Hermione. "I know, me too," said Harry. "So what do you think, the books?" "Like you even need to ask," said Hermione. "Of course I'll do it." "Great, Daphne has the books at the HQ," he said. "I thought you said Daphne still worked out of her old office," said Hermione, slightly confused. "She does, but she is there today, working with Fleur," he said. "We met with Newt Scamander yesterday and the Institute is going ahead. Daphne and Fleur are working on the proposal today." "That was fast," said Hermione, surprised. Mentally, she counted everything that the GSC was doing, plus the Wisengamot. And Newt's, not to mention the Potter Foundation, and had to marvel at all the work being done by Harry and the people around him. Andromeda had even told her they had their plan for the orphanage put in place. It was awe-inspiring and nothing short of ambitious, to say the least. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "You're helping with the books," said Harry, like it was obvious. "Don't worry, I saw the stack of books that Daphne brought over. You're going to be busy, too." "All right, but if you need something, just ask," said Hermione. "Don't try to do everything by yourself." "I'm not," he said honestly. "Trust me, everyone has been helping." Hermione smiled a little and nodded. "Well, in any case, I'm glad things are going well," she said. "Should we get going?" "You go ahead," he said. "I still have to talk to the press and give them a statement. That was my whole reason of stopping by here today." "Oh, right," nodded Hermione. "I'll get going then." Harry nodded and waved goodbye. Hermione stopped by the counter to thank Sylvia and compliment the cafe, so when she came outside, Harry was already speaking to the assembled reporters, which allowed her to quickly disillusion herself and sneak away unnoticed. As she was leaving, she heard Harry's answer. "Yes, Mr. Florian Fortescue was a kind man, so when I heard a new cafe was being opened by his son, I had to stop by and show my support," he was saying, and Hermione was impressed. She wondered if Tracy had helped him come up with answers, because she knew Harry was not usually that eloquent when it came to the press. "Why so much support for just a cafe?" asked a reporter. "It's not just the cafe," he said. "It's more what the cafe represents. Look around you, the alley is full of people and laughter today. What can be more perfect than this when it comes to rebuilding and recovery?" Hermione's smile grew wider as some of the people assembled behind the reporters cheered at his words. His words were having an impact, a good one at that. She left quickly, grinning proudly as Harry continued answering the questions with a sense of practiced ease. Slowly but surely, things were falling into place, and she would do everything she could to help Harry in making the wizarding world a better place. Harry sat in his office at the HQ, going over the draft bill that Robert Abbott had sent over. It was very well written, and said what he had proposed at dinner. It was an employment program that would be overseen by the ministry. There were plenty of jobs within the ministry itself, but he was also proposing a scheme for places like St. Mungo's and other businesses to receive a small rebate from the ministry for hearing people who qualified under the program. The requisite conditions were also quite lenient and broad. Anyone of age, with minimum of 2 owls and who were currently without suitable employment were eligible. Those without owls could take the WOMB instead, and with a satisfactory score could qualify. No restrictions on blood, and if there were any criminal records, they would be assessed on a case-by-case basis. The housing part was a little too ambitious. Even Harry could see that Robert's solution to have the ministry pay for their housing would be difficult to get past, so he was happy he and Daphne had already discussed the boarding house idea with the others. He finished reading the bill and was about to go and show it to Daphne so they could send their reply with the boarding house plans, when there was a knock on his door. "Come in," said Harry, and was surprised when Draco walked in. "You got a moment?" he asked. "Of course," nodded Harry. "What's going on?" "I have a new business idea," he said. "Who is this for?" asked Harry curiously. Well, it is sort of connected to the Boot family business, said Draco. Fleur and I met with Todd Boot yesterday afternoon, and while their usual business is the outdoor camping and equipment supplies, we also learned he does work as a travel agent. I didn't know we had those in the wizarding world, said Harry, surprised. There are some like Mr. Boot who build up a client network and do it as a side business, said Draco. It's mostly for middle-income families. The poorer ones likely prefer to do it themselves, and I know our family vacations were planned by my mother. So, you want to suggest the travel business to him as a proper business on its own? Asked Harry, slightly confused. No, I only said it's related to the Boot thing, he said. I looked through your properties. Didn't you inherit Chateaux Black? Yeah, what about it? Asked Harry. I remember Chateaux Black because I have been there once when I was young, he said. The land it sits on is private, including the ski slope, and the cottages are independent, and there is also plenty of room in the main house. You know a lot, said Harry. Draco went a little pink. My father assumed he would inherit the Black family title and made plans on how to use Chateaux Black once he got his hands on it, he said. And you're telling me your father's plans. Is that all right? Asked Harry. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. It is a good business idea, he shrugged. He proposed turning it into a winter resort of sorts. Oh, said Harry. All right, I'm interested. Here, I drew up a business plan, he said, handing him a roll of parchment. That was fast, said Harry, surprised as he took it. He looked a little embarrassed. It's been on my mind since we met Todd Boot, he said. Besides, I just reworked my father's plan a little. He was going to make it an exclusive resort for the Pureblood Circle, but my idea is to use it as an affordable holiday resort for middle-income families. Todd Boot already has a client network, and if we cooperate with that, we shouldn't have an issue keeping a steady stream of visitors to the resort. He sighed. Fleur showed me some of your finances, and while they are substantial, it never hurts to have more, especially with the orphanage and institute also coming into play. This is a good opportunity to make some additional revenue. Well, you're not wrong, said Harry, and started reading through the business plan. What did Fleur say about this? I haven't told her yet, he said. Why not? Asked Harry, looking up in surprise. I wanted to hear what you thought first, he said. If you think it's all right, I'll bring it up at the meeting today. Harry gave a nod, noticing it was a well-drafted plan, though there were some tentative parts, especially with the financial aspect, and he could see that Fleur would need to go over it to make sure it was viable. Are there any issues with it being in France? He asked. I'm sure Daphne will have to look into it, and we would have to apply to the French government to grant us permission, he said. It's still in the early stages, all right. Fine, nodded Harry. It seems interesting, so let's bring it up at the meeting. I have another property on the French Riviera which is a little similar. Yes, that could be a summer resort, but I think we should see if this can work first before thinking of expanding, he said, taking the plan back and standing up. Thank you for this, Draco, said Harry. I'm just doing my job, said Draco, glancing away in embarrassment. I'm pretty sure this is beyond your usual job, said Harry. Draco chuckled. Well, you're not wrong, but the thing is, everyone else is doing it too, he said. Doing what? Asked Harry, slightly confused. Draco looked at him incredulously. Going beyond what's expected of them, he said, like it was obvious. Forget me, just think how much Daphne is doing. Isn't she also helping you plan some event? That isn't her job either, you know. I know that, he said, feeling slightly defensive and just a tiny bit guilty. Was he asking too much of Daphne? Look, the point is, everyone is working hard, said Draco. Don't worry so much about it. Everything we are doing here is as unorthodox as it gets, so we might as well just go all the way with it. I never thought I'd hear you say that, grinned Harry, cheering up a little. He rolled his eyes in response. I can be nice, you know, he said. News to me, shrugged Harry, smiling to let him know he was joking. Still, I'm grateful. I should be saying that, he said, shaking his head. How about we mutually agree not to bring it up? Harry laughed. Fine by me. 20th June, 1998. In the main parlor of Zabini Villa, Daphne sat opposite her best friend as they played cards quietly. They had done it frequently when they were at Hogwarts, usually betting a few nuts here and there. Now, as adults, they had progressed to sickles. This particular game was quite popular with witches and wizards in Japan, and Blaise had learned it from one of his stepfathers. It had taken Daphne some time to learn what the flowers' cards were supposed to be, but she had to admit it was a fun game to play when she wanted to relax. Betting wasn't a part of the game, but she and Blaise had added their own rules to make things interesting. "Something on your mind?" asked Blaise as they finished their fourth game of the afternoon. Daphne didn't answer immediately, gathering the cards and shuffling them absently as she collected her thoughts. Blaise shrugged lightly. "I am only asking because it's not like you to lose by this wide of a margin," he said, casting an eye towards their individual pile of coins. "And also the party isn't until this evening, not that I mind the company since Anita took off for Bali yesterday." "Why is she in Bali?" asked Daphne. "Scouting out her next husband," he said. "So, what's going on with you? Are you worried I'll throw one of my usual parties? Even after I promised you it would be a casual dinner with a few of us." "No, I believe you," she said. "Thanks for agreeing, by the way." "Sure, it's no problem," he said, easily. "I can throw one of my amazing parties some other time." "I'm not all that sure they could be called amazing," smiled Daphne, and he grinned at her. "But you can't deny that they are fun," he said. "I suppose not," she admitted. She paused for a moment before speaking again. "I think I'm falling for him." Blaise gave her a considering look before reaching over and taking the cards from her and shuffling them. He began dealing them for their fifth game. Daphne raised her eyebrows. "You're not surprised?" she asked. "Well, I'm surprised you admitted it, but I'm not surprised about you falling for Potter," he said as he finished dealing. Instead of picking up his cards, he met Daphne's gaze seriously. "So, what are you going to do about it?" "He just got out of a relationship, and it's not the right time for either of us," said Daphne. "That isn't what I asked," he said. "I didn't mean what are you going to do about it now. A decision doesn't have to be made right at this very moment." "I know that," she said. "I mean, as far as a husband goes, I could do far worse, I suppose." Blaise laughed and shook his head. "You know, I was expecting something along the lines of it being too much of a bother to date the savior of the wizarding world," he said. "Well, I don't really care about the savior part," said Daphne, honestly. "I am grateful, of course, but if I had never met him that day in Verdant, I wouldn't have felt anything beyond that. My feelings developed over the course of getting to know him these past few weeks." "That doesn't surprise me," he said. "You have never been one for heroes, so what made you fall for him?" Daphne blushed a little, but knew if there was anyone she could tell, it would be Blaise. Despite his dry, sarcastic personality, he was never one to judge and content to listen, much like her. It was why they got along so well, and in another life it would have made them ideal romantic partners as well. But much like Harry and Hermione, their relationship was strictly platonic and would remain that way. "He could get through to me," she admitted in a small voice. "There have been other people who could do that," he pointed out. "Why him in particular?" Daphne's blush grew darker, and she struggled to put into words exactly why Harry was special to her. "It's all right, I can already guess," said Blaise with a soft smile. "You can relax around him." Daphne jumped slightly as he hit the nail right on the head. "And not in the savior way of him being capable of protecting you. You can relax around him and be yourself, just as you are without barriers. Am I wrong?" "No," said Daphne. "You're right." "Thought so," he said. "He already knows you are smart, and he's shown he appreciates that rather than being intimidated by it. You've shown him your cunning side, and he hasn't taken off running. If anything, he has relied on that side of you." "He has also seen me lose composure," she admitted quietly. "I think that's when it happened, or when I realized it, at least. Because he could cheer me up, and he said just the right thing without even knowing how much it would mean to me." "That's because you haven't opened up to him properly yet," he said, and reached over to tap his knuckles against her forehead. "You're still wearing that fucking pin." Daphne made a face at him before sighing. I can't take it off, she admitted. He narrowed his eyes, and she continued speaking before he could interrupt. I don't mean that I don't want to. I can't, all right. I tried. What are you so afraid of? He asked, and his tone was utterly serious. You are a capable witch with decent dueling skills. Daphne, at some point, you have to admit that the pin isn't about a backup plan in case you were married off to a Death Eater anymore. You are using it as a crutch. What are you talking about? She asked, though she had a sinking suspicion she knew what he meant. Daph, he said softly. Elias was a wonderful father. He kept you and Astoria safe all these years, and he loved you dearly. But he is dead. I can see why knowing that he isn't around would be so frightening, but that doesn't mean you should stop living your life. He took her hands gently in his. Having the pin makes you feel safe. Tells you that you have a way out if something goes wrong, because with Elias gone, you are the first line of defense for House Greengrass and Tori. Tears filled Daphne's eyes as he hit the nail right on the head once again. Blaze smiled sadly and gathered her in his arms. It is not wrong to be afraid, Daphne, he said, stroking her back like he was comforting a child. But I don't want you to stop living out of fear. You have to let go of that pin because you're right. It isn't the right time for you and Potter just yet. You don't have to rush into a relationship. It's fine to take it slow and let yourself heal. I'm not asking you to take that pin off right now either. Just recognize that it's fear that's making you hold back, and learn to grow comfortable once more with yourself before taking steps towards him for a relationship. It's not that easy, she mumbled, though she could see his point. I don't think it's meant to be, he said. We lived through a hellish ordeal, and for a time, that pin was your best option for escape. But the ordeal is over, and you have to come to terms with it. Daphne pulled away a little and looked at him. How do you know so much? She asked. He rolled his eyes. What do you think I was doing in Italy after the Battle of Hogwarts? He asked. You mean you weren't spending your days on a sunny beach with a new model every day? She asked, her tone just a little bit teasing. I was in therapy, he said, chuckling. Nothing extensive, but I was meeting with a mind healer to talk through some things. She pointed out something obvious, really. We're still young, we have over 100 years left to live. There's no damn hurry to get anywhere. It made sense why everyone was eloping and popping out brats left, right and center in the middle of the war, but there's no harm in doing things the slow way. Daphne pulled away from his arms and sat back as she thought through his words. So, what you are telling me is, I don't have to do anything, she said. For now, he corrected. Fall in love with Potter, let him fall in love with you. Go on dates, enjoy dinners and drinks together, and most importantly, open up to one another. That's what you should be doing. Your therapist tell you that? Asked Daphne, though she was feeling considerably lighter after his advice. Of course she did, he said. Over breakfast the next day, he added with a wink. You're disgusting, said Daphne, though she couldn't help but join him as he started laughing. She ordered him to make sure the last-minute preparations were done, and went to the bathroom to freshen up before she had to bring over Harry and Hermione, since it would be their first time to Zabini Villa. No matter how uncouth he could be, Blaze was still a really insightful person. Daphne knew she would never stop being grateful for his advice and his concern over her. 21st June, 1998. Hermione opened her eyes slowly in an unfamiliar place. Her left arm felt numb, there was a crick in her neck, and her mouth and throat felt dry. As she blinked, a dull ache started building in her head, and it took her a moment to recognize the symptoms of a hangover. Shifting slightly, she realized she was curled up in an armchair in the living room of Zabini Villa. Hermione wasn't one to drink enough to get a hangover, and she only remembered one such occasion in Australia the day after finding her parents. It hadn't been pleasant then, and it was even less pleasant now, as she moved tenderly to sit up properly. A quick glance around the room told her that she wasn't the only one having a difficult morning. Blaze was asleep on another armchair, lying on his back at an awkward angle that made Hermione wince just looking at him. Daphne was curled up on the sofa, and Harry was asleep sitting up on the floor with his back against the same sofa. By far, the most comical sight was Draco asleep face down on the rug. There was no sign of Astoria, but Hermione remembered that she hadn't been drinking being underage still. Hermione was about to wake someone when Astoria walked in and smiled cheerily. "Good morning," she greeted. The sound rang in Hermione's head and she winced. "Quieter, please," she murmured. "What time is it?" "About 8, said Astoria. "I woke up earlier and went home for a shower and change of clothes before coming back." "Why?" asked Hermione. She grinned and held up a few vials. "I went to get this hangover remedy," she said. "Daphne had made some in anticipation because she knows how Blaise is. How much do you remember?" Hermione racked her brains, vaguely remembering a bottle of turquoise liquid that Blaise had set down in front of them after dinner. "Not enough," she answered, accepting the vial with a grateful nod. Pinching her nose, she quickly drank the remedy, barely managing not to gag at the slimy texture and bitter taste. It worked, though, as her headache began to clear, and Hermione quickly cast a teeth-cleaning and breath-freshening charm on herself as Astoria woke up the others. There were vague mumblings and exclamations as Daphne, Harry, Draco, and Blaise woke up and took the hangover remedy. "I am never drinking again," said Draco, still lying on the rug though he had moved onto his back after taking the remedy. "What the fuck was in that drink?" "Alcohol," said Blaise, the only one who looked about as refreshed as Astoria. "Yeah, how much?" asked Daphne, gathering her hair into a messy bun on top of her head. Hermione's sharp eyes saw Harry's surreptitious gaze towards her as she did it and hid her smile. He was too obvious. "Enough to be fun," answered Blaise. "Breakfast." "I'll pass," said Hermione, needing to freshen up properly. "Thanks anyway." "Yeah, me too," said Draco, apologetically. "I don't think I can keep anything down if I eat now." "Do you need me to get you something else?" asked Astoria worriedly. He sat up and smiled a little. "No, it's fine," he said. "I'll just go home and sleep it off." "All right," she said, still looking a little concerned. "I think I'm in the same boat," said Harry, stretching his arms. "I'll get Minnie to make me something a bit later." In the end, even the Greengrass sisters were returning home, so goodbyes were said as they all parted ways. Hermione finally had the fog of alcohol lift, and she remembered it had been an eventful evening with the 6 of them. The talks had remained on lighter topics at first, and Harry, Daphne, and Draco had filled them in on everything else they were doing currently with the GSC, leading to some very open discussion. Hermione was even more impressed, and she also added that she had started reading through the books that Daphne had given her and was sorting through them. About halfway through the bottle of that turquoise liquid, things had turned serious. Hermione got to hear a first-hand account of Hogwarts in the past year and what the Slytherins had been doing. She had a newfound respect, especially for Blaise. As Daphne and Astoria left through the fire, Hermione took the Floo after them and arrived home in Grimmauld Place. It was just before 9, so she expected Andromeda to be around, but to her surprise, Ron was waiting for her in the living room. "Ron," she asked, taken aback at his sudden appearance, "what's going on?" "That's kind of what I want to know," he said, dropping a newspaper and magazine on the floor in front of her. Hermione noticed it was the Evening Prophet from the day before and the latest issue of Witch Weekly, which had to have come out just that morning. On both publications were photos of her and Harry attending the opening at Fortescue Cafe. She had a brief moment of panic, wondering if there had been a Rita Skeeter-esque article speculating about an alleged relationship between her and Harry. But as she picked them up and read through, she saw that it was an honest account of Harry Potter and his friend, Hermione Granger, attending the launch of Fortescue Cafe. The rest of it was praise for the cafe itself and later, the focus on Harry's words. It also included a lot of comments and responses from other people who had attended the launch. Hermione slowly looked at Ron's red face in confusion. "What?" she asked, not having seen anything that would account for his apparent anger. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "You and Harry went out." "Yes, to brunch," she said, rolling her eyes. She should have guessed it was something stupid, but she had foolishly hoped that Ron was over the whole business with her and Harry. She didn't even understand why he was so fixated on the thought of her and Harry becoming more than friends. Neither she nor Harry felt that way about one another, and she wished Ron understood it already. "Didn't you and Harry go out drinking the evening before?" "That's different," he said, his ears going redder. "Not for me, it isn't," she said, feeling her headache starting to return, though it wasn't because of a hangover this time. "Did you even read these or just see the pictures?" The look on his face told her he'd taken one look at the pictures and rushed over to demand answers without even reading through the articles properly. "Yeah, thought so," said Hermione, tossing them away. "Just because I said we should take a break from one another doesn't mean I have been cheating on you. And how many times have I told you that Harry and I aren't that way?" He crossed his arms and nodded, but then looked at her suddenly. "Where have you been?" he asked. "Huh," she asked, thrown off by the sudden change in tone. "You're just getting home, and your clothes and hair are a mess," he said. "Thanks, Ron. It does wonders for my self-esteem when you say things like that," she said, trying to tame her hair, which she only just realized was standing on one end. The others must have been too hungover or too polite to point it out, she realized. "If you must know, I was at a party and had a bit to drink, so I slept it off." "A party, where?" he asked. His tone made her bristle because the accusation in it was clear. Though she knew she had done nothing wrong, being spoken to that way automatically made her not to want to answer. "At a friend's house," she said. "What friend?" he asked. "What does it matter?" she asked, knowing she couldn't tell him she was at Blaze's house. Harry had told her how Ron had reacted to learning Daphne was Harry's lawyer, but it would be so much worse if he knew that she and Harry were also friends with Blaze. Not to mention Draco. If Ron were in a calm mood, she could have brought it up tactfully, but since he was in a defensive mood right now, she would only make it worse. "Harry was there too, and I was far from the only girl at the party." "Harry again," he said, and Hermione lost her temper. "That is enough," she snapped. "You know what? I was at Blaze Zabini's house. You want to know who else was there? Harry and Daphne and Astoria Gringotts and Draco Malfoy. Do you want to know why? Because that is not the first time we have met up and probably won't be the last." Ron's face grew thunderous. "Why were you with a bunch of Slytherins?" he demanded, getting right up to her. "With Malfoy of all people." He narrowed his eyes at her. "Have you been going around with him behind my back?" Slap. Hermione trembled as she struck Ron across the face. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" she demanded, her voice low with fury. "Why does it automatically mean I am fucking around like a whore if I am around another man? Do you really think so little of me?" Her entire body shook with anger and suppressed sobs. "I am friends with those people, you jealous twat. And yeah, despite everything that happened. No, you know what, because of everything that happened. Is it easy? Fuck no. But people are trying to rebuild their lives after this damn war. And some people are trying to be better than what they were in their younger lives." "Is that the line he fed you? That he's changed and he's sorry for what he's done?" demanded Ron, his voice equally furious. "And the rest of them as well. Why are the Slytherins all flocking to Harry now?" "We're no longer children, you immature prat," snapped Hermione. "Just because they were Slytherin doesn't make them bad people, and both Daphne and Blaze fought at the Battle of Hogwarts. As for Malfoy, knowing he was wrong and doing something to correct his mistakes and be a better person is not an easy thing to do. But he's trying, they are all trying. As am I, and as is Harry. We are all trying to survive and find our place in this new world after everything we've been through. You don't get to belittle their experience without even knowing anything about what they went through." "Yeah, I bet it was real tough when Death Eaters had the run of the school," he shouted, refusing to back down. "I bet they cried after they tortured children." Hermione only just managed to stop herself from drawing her wand as she remembered what they had talked about the previous evening. It had been Blaze who had gathered like-minded older students in Slytherin and taught them a harmless charm that they could cast instead of a Cruciatus curse to fool the Carrows and protect the younger children from being tortured. They'd also used their privilege as Slytherins to set loose the children in dungeons whom the Carrows had chained up and keeping them company under pretext of guarding them. It was incredibly dangerous, and the price for getting caught would have been unimaginable, and more than once, they had to obliviate people who would have blabbed to the Carrows. They would never get any gratitude for the risk they took, and often the very children they were protecting would turn around and accuse them of being Death Eaters like all Slytherins. Even the teachers had written off Slytherin House, no matter whether their parents were Death Eaters or not, so they also had to fend off attacks from the other 3 houses on top of everything else. "Ron," said Hermione slowly, "you don't know anything." "Damn right I don't," he said, evidently under the impression that he was winning this argument. "They are cowards, the lot of them." Hermione's eyes blazed with anger. "They are not the only ones, are they?" she asked, her voice dangerously quiet. Ron paled. That is." "What? That's different," she asked, her tone rising. "Tell me how, Ronald. Tell me how a Slytherin doing what little they could with Death Eaters breathing down their necks is somehow more cowardly than a Gryffindor bailing on his best friends because things got a little tough." "It was the locket," he whispered. "I told you." "We all wore the locket," screamed Hermione. "We all wore the locket," she screamed incoherently in frustration. "Don't you fucking put this all on the locket." "I came back," he said, his face crumpling. "Hermione, I came back." "Yeah," she said. "And I thought that meant you had matured. You understood that life can get difficult sometimes and we can't always do the right thing. But nothing's changed. You have gone back to being the same person you were before the war. Thinking Harry and I are going to get together, thinking I am going behind your back with any bloke I see, thinking all Slytherins are evil, thinking people can't change and do things to be better. You are still acting like a child, Ronald, and I'm sick of it. That's why I wanted us to take a break, and you know what? That's given me perspective too." She took a deep breath and blinked back the tears gathering in her eyes. "We are breaking up." He gasped. "You don't mean that," he said. "I do," she said, and then buried her face in her hands. "I'm sorry, Ron. I know you are going through a lot as well with your family, but if I keep this going just because I don't want to add to your problems, I would only be punishing myself and making myself miserable. You couldn't be happy that way either." She lifted her face and shook her head. "It's better if we break up." He stared at her, his mouth opening and closing in apparent disbelief. "Tell me why," he said. "You want me to be nice to Slytherins, is that it?" "I'm not asking you to do anything, Ron," said Hermione, sitting down in an armchair near the flue tiredly. "But the world isn't as black and white as you paint it, and I thought you understood that. Even I haven't really forgiven Draco for anything, but at the very least, I can look at him and see the person he is trying to become rather than who he was." "So you think Death Eaters deserve a second chance?" he asked. "Of course not," she said plainly. "Second chances have to be earned." "And you're saying I didn't earn a second chance," he said bitterly. "You did," she said. "When you came back to the Horcrux hunt after leaving, I thought it meant we could move forward together. The entire week we spent in Australia told me I had thought wrong. It isn't that I don't forgive you for leaving us. That's not entirely why I'm breaking up with you." She took a deep breath before looking at him again. "The person I am now will never be happy with the person you have always been. It was fine when we were younger and we could shout and scream our way through life, but I can't live that way anymore. You exhaust me, Ron, and if we keep this up, I will end up hating you." He looked at her with narrowed eyes, and then without saying another word, he went to the flue and vanished. Hermione stared at the fireplace for a long moment and then burst into tears. She registered Andromeda hurrying to her and putting a comforting arm around her shoulders. Hermione vaguely made a note to apologize to her later for the row which would have surely disturbed her and Teddy, since she and Ron had been screaming their heads off at one another. At that very moment, though, she was too tired and angry and sad to do more than hold on to Andromeda and cry her eyes out. Harry had just finished eating a greasy breakfast courtesy of Minnie and was about to head upstairs to the library when Ginny's head appeared in the visitor's flue in the foyer. He was so shocked that he didn't say anything for a moment, and judging by her expression, she was equally uncomfortable and awkward about it. "Ron wants to see you," she said, not meeting his gaze. Yeah, all right, give me 5 minutes," he said. Without another word, Ginny vanished. Still thrown off, Harry keyed Ron into the wards, wondering what was going on. He dropped flue powder into the fireplace and spotted Ron waiting in front of the fireplace at the burrow. His expression told Harry that something major had happened, so he told him to come through. Ron appeared into the Potter Hall's foyer almost immediately. What happened?" asked Harry, watching his expression as he looked around at the foyer open-mouthed. "You live here?" asked Ron, looking flabbergasted. "Yes," said Harry, squirming uncomfortably. "Ron, what's going on?" Ron looked at him and snorted without humor. "You tell me because I have no idea," he said. "Hermione dumped me." Harry hoped he looked appropriately surprised, considering Hermione had already told him she would be probably breaking up with Ron. He had to wonder at the timing of it, since Hermione wouldn't have been at Grimmauld Place for longer than an hour, having left Zabini Villa at the same time as him. "She also told me she was at some party with you and Greengrass and Zabini and Malfoy, of all people," he said, crossing his arms. "Yeah, that's right," said Harry truthfully. "That's right, he says," muttered Ron, shaking his head. "Has everyone lost their bloody minds? Malfoy, Slytherins? Am I the only one who remembers what they did?" Harry wondered if he and Hermione had argued about it, which had led to the breakup. It would make sense. Ron had blinders on when it came to Slytherins. Harry would have considered himself no better, but they were no longer at Hogwarts, and house rivalry was a pointless thing in the face of everything else that took importance. "What do you want from me, Ron?" asked Harry warily. Knowing Hermione, she would have already told you why. "I want to know what happened to my best friend because he sure as hell isn't here right now," yelled Ron, making Harry jump. "Right now, you're a stranger who lives in a bloody palace and goes around traipsing with Slytherins." "Ron," began Harry, trying to maintain his calm, but Ron shook his head. "Why didn't you tell me?" he demanded. "I was going to," said Harry, regretting the fact that he'd decided not to when he had gone to see him the other day. "You were already doing so much, and I didn't want to." "Spare me the false concern," shouted Ron. "You have no idea what I have been going through while you have been living it up in your bloody palace, traipsing around with the murderers who killed my brother. Guess that's something you have in common." Harry could tell Ron regretted saying it as soon as it left his mouth, but the damage was done. "Murderer, you are right about that," said Harry, his lips barely moving as he spoke. "The only reason I am alive is because of every other person who threw themselves between me and Voldemort. Their deaths are all on me. Did you think for a moment that I didn't know that? Did you think I forgot the way my father told my mother to run while he would hold him off? How my mother pleaded for my life until her last breath? How the reason why I am living in this palace is because every member of my family is dead and I'm the last one left? How Teddy will never know his parents? How I let so many people die? How so many people suffered because of me?" "Harry," whispered Ron. "No, I did not fucking forget that, Ron," shouted Harry. "I live with that knowledge every bloody day of my life. I get up in the morning after a night full of NIGHTMARES where I see them all over and over. Dead and dying. Again and again. I don't forget, not for a moment, not when I'm awake and not when I close my eyes to sleep. It's always there, so I don't need you to remind me." Harry took a breath, noticing the chandelier and sconces in the foyer had all flared up with his outburst. But he still wasn't done. "And the murderers you mentioned," he demanded of Ron. "Yeah, I'm working with them, because none of them walked out of this war without a piece of THEMGTTINGDSTROID. And guess what? They still want to do something worthwhile so that our children and our children's children don't have to fight a fucking war like we did." He lowered his voice and glared at Ron. "Everyone is suffering, Ron, and I know it's my fault. So I will do whatever I can to fix this, even if it means working with people who might have been an enemy before. Because that enemy is trying just as hard as I am to fix the wrongs their actions wrought onto this world. Because we can admit that we all did things that caused people to lose their lives and made them suffer. We can admit we made mistakes and try and make ourselves into better people who learned from them instead of holding onto old prejudices and hatred." Harry's chest was heaving, and now the chandelier and sconces had extinguished themselves completely, his anger and fluctuating emotions affecting the magic around his home. "And if that means I have to turn an old friend into an enemy, I am willing to do that as well," said Harry hoarsely. Why, you don't mean that, said Ron, aghast. I'm sorry, Harry. Of course, it's not your fault. Not Fred and not any of the others. I'm sorry. He dissolved into tears, apologizing over and over. Harry was startled enough to calm down when he saw Ron lose his composure. With a heavy sigh, he waved his wand so that the chandelier and sconces lit back up. Stop it, he said. If you want to apologize, start with Hermione. We will always be friends, Ron, but I am not going to have this fight with you again. It's tiring. Ron looked startled at that, and Harry had to wonder why. Feels like I can't do anything right these days, murmured Ron. First Hermione and now you. I feel like a worthless friend. You're not worthless, said Harry automatically. You need to stop thinking you're the only one suffering. I just want things to go back to how they were, said Ron. Is that too much to ask for? Things are not going back to the way they were, said Harry bluntly. Not ever. That isn't me being cruel. It's that simple because I won't let things go back to the way they were. The way things were led to us fighting a war where we lost so much. I want things to be better than they were going forward. So that's what you have been doing, asked Ron. With the sly with Greengrass and them. Everyone suffered in this war. Just because they didn't suffer in front of you did not mean everything was great for them, he said. But we are all moving forward and trying to fix this broken world in what little ways we can. If you can't accept that, then I can't help you. Ron rubbed a hand over his face. I don't even know anymore, he said. I need to think about this and a lot of other things. Yeah, said Harry. I will still consider you a friend, Ron, until you make a decision. And even if that means we shall no longer be friends afterwards, I am grateful for your friendship from all the way back on our first Hogwarts train ride. Ron nodded awkwardly and left through the fireplace once again, leaving him standing alone in the foyer. Harry finished his run around the grounds of Potter Hall, which had become a habit at this point. After his confrontation with Ron, he had tried to sit and read but couldn't focus. Finally, after a light lunch, he had decided to go for a run. He did not wish to lose Ron as a friend, but he couldn't keep fighting with him like this either. Whatever decision he made this time, Harry supposed it would change their friendship forever. Either Ron would come to accept Harry, as he was now instead of the boy he had grown up with, or they would end up going their separate ways. Harry knew he was willing to make peace with either of those options when the time came, though he would certainly prefer the former over the latter. Sweating profusely because of the strenuous exercise and in the muggy weather, he was going to jump into the shower immediately. But he heard Daphne's voice in the kitchen, and a quick glance at his watch showed it was already 2 in the afternoon. He had invited Daphne the previous evening, telling her he wanted to discuss something important with her, and she had promised to stop by after lunch. Making his way to the kitchen to apologize to her for losing track of time, he paused when he saw both Annie and Minnie chattering excitedly at Daphne as she listened patiently. It was remarkable how much his elves adored her. And he thought Daphne indulged them quite a bit too. House elves were notorious for being too attached to the ones they served, but he wondered if it was normal for them to be so devoted to Daphne when she wasn't their mistress, despite what they called her. Daphne noticed him and raised a hand in greeting. Did you take a dip in the lake with all your clothes on? She asked. Funny, he said, rolling his eyes though his lips quirked up in the first smile since Ron's visit. I went for a run and lost track of time. I'll just shower and be right down. Take your time, she said. I'll go set up in the parlor. Thanks, he said. When he returned, she was standing near one of the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the parlor, looking out into the garden. He was getting used to seeing her in casual clothes more often, though he seldom saw her with her hair down. This morning had been an exception because she had just woken up and she had immediately put her hair back up. But now, her hair was loose and he was surprised at how long it was, stopping just past her waist. The front of it was pinned back with a glittering silver pin that he noticed she always wore. Harry cleared his throat and she smiled as she turned to look at him. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said. Instead of the table where they would usually sit, he led her to the sofa. She looked a little curious, but joined him as they sat side by side together. So, what did you want to talk about? she asked, turning towards him slightly. I want you to tell me about the old ways, he said. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. It's been on my mind since you mentioned it. I tried looking it up in the library here, but I couldn't find anything. That's not surprising, she said, smiling a little. The traditions are passed by word of mouth, and there's very little about them written down. She looked at him speculatively. I'm not particularly opposed to telling you, but why are you so curious? I guess it is idle curiosity for the most part, he admitted. But I think my parents practice them too, and I know nothing about any of it. Her eyes melted in understanding, but there was a slight hesitance in her demeanor. The thing about the old ways is that every family has their own way of practicing them, she said. There are things in common, of course, but the traditions that I know are the ones my father taught me, and he learned those from his parents, and so on. I can tell you what I know, but I won't be able to teach you the Potter family traditions. He gave a nod. I would still like to know, he said. As much you can tell me, of course, he added, not wanting to be rude and have her divulge her family's traditions for the sake of his curiosity. Daphne chuckled. It's not like they are a big secret, she said. I'll tell you everything I know, but history has never been my strong point, so you'll have to bear with it. I'll do my best, he smiled, his mood lifting. Well, like I said before, these traditions supposedly go back to the time when Muggles and wizards coexisted, she said. Magic comes from the blood, and so traditions of wizards were always rooted in the aspects of nature. The common theory is that Muggles and wizards shared these traditions once upon a time, but as time went on and wizarding kind was persecuted, the Muggles established their own traditions and co-opted the older traditions. That's why there are remnants of the old ways in the Muggle and modern magical traditions. So, what are these traditions exactly? Asked Harry. Is it like religion, worshipping nature instead of a deity? It's more like a mutual respect than worship, corrected Daphne. It is acknowledging nature and the passage of time, and respecting the life that exists alongside us. The traditions aren't binding, as I have said, but there are elements we have in common, most notably the sacred days. What's that? He asked, fascinated by this aspect of the wizarding world that he was completely oblivious to. There are 8 days of the year that are considered sacred, said Daphne. The summer solstice, the winter solstice, the spring equinox, the autumn equinox, Samhain, Candlemas, Lammas, and Beltane. There are traditions to celebrate each of those days. And these traditions are different for different families, he asked. Yes, though there are things in common, she said. Traditions tend to get mixed up and talked about through marriages and alliances. She smiled a little. Even if you don't find out precisely what the Potter family's traditions were, you can start your own and pass them on to your children, if that is what you wish. He smiled back gratefully, heartened at her words. Then he thought back to the days that she had mentioned. Aren't those pagan holidays? He asked. Pagan? Asked Daphne, confused. Yeah, I think it used to be a Muggle religion a long time ago, he said, trying to remember something he might have read in a book back when he was still in primary school. Well, the celebration of sacred days is the most well-known aspect of wizarding traditions here in Northern Europe, and it was practiced by half-bloods and Muggle-borns as well, so it's possible for the traditions to have migrated to the Muggle world, she shrugged. Or perhaps there are remnants from before the Statute of Secrecy. That makes sense, he nodded. But why did the old ways go out of practice in the wizarding world? Was it because of Voldemort? She shuddered at the name, but shook her head. He wasn't the first wizard to clamor for blood purity. There has always been a powerful, sometimes vocal, faction of purebloods who have advocated for the whole nonsense, she said. The old ways being so vague means they are also easy to turn into propaganda quickly, so it went out of practice for people who feared being labeled a bigot. Then again, another theory is that it was done deliberately at the height of the witch hunts to protect wizarding children from being persecuted by Muggles. Wizards began following the co-opted Muggle traditions and practiced the old ways in private to keep magic a secret. If you ask me, that seems more likely. Yule became Christmas, Samhain became Halloween, and so on. He gave a measured nod. So, that's how you knew what colors were appropriate for Halloween, I'm guessing, he said. Yeah, she said. There are certain colors, fabrics, scents, and foods and rituals specific to each of the 8 days. Is Halloween, Samhain the next of the sacred days? He asked. No, we have the summer solstice tomorrow, she said. His eyes went wide. Really? Yeah, June 22nd, she answered. And then Lammas on July 31st and the autumn equinox on September 21st. What happens on the summer solstice? He asked. Daphne beamed with excitement. It is one of the more fun ones, she said. We build a large bonfire, prepare a meal from the fruits and vegetables we picked from our gardens, and find the fern bloom. Fern bloom? He asked. She nodded. It only blooms on the summer solstice and has to be picked on that evening or it will vanish by the next day, she said. It's a rare potion ingredient, so our father would take Astoria and I outside to try and find it. Trust me, it is a lot of fun, and the whole hunt gets you in the mood for the meal. Then, we light the bonfire and eat together. It's a way to spend time with family, enjoy an outdoor meal together, and pay respect to the nature, which grants us the means to continue using our magic. It's also a good night for certain rituals. What kind of rituals? He asked, fascinated. Nothing that would interest you, I'm afraid, she laughed. Summer solstice rituals are for young maidens to perform. Our father would prepare the 7 flowers for Astoria, and it said that if you sleep with those under your pillow, you shall dream of your suitor. He must have looked startled, because she laughed again. It's not really true. Children dream of Father Christmas even though he isn't real, don't they? There's no real divination with the 7 flowers, just a symbolic tradition. Right, he said, feeling something like relief when she clarified it. He decided to take a massive leap of faith. Is there? What? She asked, confused. A suitor, he said, feeling the back of his neck getting warm. Do you have one? Daphne's eyes went wide as she gaped at him. No, she said, turning away quickly. I don't have a suitor. Oh, he said, even more relieved this time around. I was just wondering since you mentioned marriages being arranged in your family. Right, she said, but I wasn't betrothed. My father was waiting until I finished Hogwarts. She still wouldn't look at him, and he could see that her cheeks were pink with embarrassment. Is that still something that might happen? He asked, summoning all his Gryffindor courage. You know. Hypothetically speaking. Daphne finally turned to look at him, and though her face was as pink as he'd ever seen it, she met his gaze with determination. Only if I fall in love. I intend to marry the person I love, not a match made for convenience, she said, before looking away once again. You know, hypothetically speaking. Harry felt his heart soar for a brief moment, before remembering he had broken up with Ginny only a week ago. Daphne knew his goals and ambitions better than Ginny had, and she was willing to stand by him. But it didn't mean she would join him in becoming his partner for the rest of their lives. He had told Ginny that he wanted the kind of wife who could walk with him on the same path. Perhaps there would never be anyone willing to take on something of that magnitude for his sake. Harry, said Daphne, and he looked at her quickly, realizing his thoughts had drifted. I'm sorry, what? He asked. I asked, do you want to? She asked. See the summer solstice celebrations, It will just be Astoria and I this year, so I was going to invite Blaze, probably Draco if he isn't going home to his family. You should spend it with Andromeda and Teddy, at the very least. Celebrations like these are precious and meant to be shared with the people around you. I would love to, said Harry sincerely. Is it all right, though? Isn't it a family thing? Daphne smiled at him in a way that made him want to forget his depressing thoughts from earlier. She said a simple word that answered both his questions and put his mind at ease. Yes, Chapter 13. 22nd June, 1998. After an emotionally tumultuous weekend, going back to work and the normal routine was a welcome relief. Harry and Daphne spent their Monday morning drafting a reply to Robert Abbott, outlining the boarding house idea for his consideration. They hoped it would work out in time for the bill to be filed at the next Wisengamot session. Hermione stopped by around noon, with 2 books from the Ark that she had cleared for publishing. One of them was a home remedy potions book with really beautifully done illustrations. It contained a number of techniques that were virtually unknown, which would either cut the brewing time in short or even require less ingredients than thought possible. None of the potions were beyond a fourth-year level, and it fit their criteria perfectly. The second was a book of short stories about students attending Hogwarts in the early 19th century. They were fictional adventures like the kind Enid Blyton would write, as Hermione described it. Fictional books, particularly ones aimed at teenagers, were rare in the wizarding world, so that book was a welcome surprise and why Hermione had chosen it to be published. Since Fleur and Draco were due to meet with the head of Phoenix Wing's publisher later in the afternoon, they were happy they already had books that could be published. Sensing that a talk was much needed, Harry and Hermione met in his office to discuss Ron. Harry was surprised to learn Hermione's words to Ron had not been too different from his own. "I thought he would come see you when he stormed off," frowned Hermione. "I can't believe he would blame you for Fred's death, though. What was he thinking?" "He wasn't thinking and it just slipped out," said Harry. "Stop defending him," said Hermione sharply. "We always defend him no matter what he does." Harry sighed, not arguing the point because he knew it was true. "You know it's not your fault, right?" asked Hermione, appraising him carefully. When he didn't agree, she sighed. "Oh, Harry, it's not your fault." "It is, though," he admitted in a small voice. "No, it isn't," she said firmly. "Listen to me, Harry. I know you feel responsible, and that's why you are working so hard to change so many things. But that responsibility shouldn't come from a place of guilt. If doing all this is somehow your way of repenting, you should just stop." "I can't stop, you know that," he snapped. "Then shift your perspective a little or you will destroy yourself," she said, and then sighed deeply. "Have you heard of Novocaine?" "What?" asked Harry, completely confused. "It's a drug," she said. "My parents used it as an anesthetic, though they stopped using this one a while ago now, because it was considered too dangerous and addictive." "All right," said Harry, bemused, as he wondered where she was going with this. "When I found my parents and undid the memory charms, we had to have a lot of difficult conversations," said Hermione, looking more serious than he had ever seen her. "They had a hard time accepting my reasons, and when I tried to explain, my mother pointed out it sounded like using Novocaine to do brain surgery. Basically, using a temporary and destructive solution for a problem that is very serious and extremely delicate." She shook her head, and Harry got the distinct impression that there had been much more to that conversation than she was willing to share at the moment. "My point is, you have to talk about these things, Harry. If not with me, then with Daphne, at least." "Daphne?" he asked, surprised. Hermione just smiled. "I know you like her," she said. Harry turned 10 different shades of red. He said. "It's all right. I know it's too soon after breaking up with Ginny," she said, with a placating smile. "I'm not asking you to jump into a relationship, but I can tell you feel comfortable opening up to her. Even if it isn't romantic, if talking things out with her can make you feel better, you should do it. The downside of being such close friends is that me and Ron have the same shared experience and very similar thoughts on everything. People like Daphne and Blaze have a very different viewpoint than us, so it will offer you fresh perspective, if nothing else." Harry nodded reluctantly. "I'll try," he said. "I don't think counseling me is a part of her job, though." "Probably not, but I doubt she would mind," said Hermione, smiling cryptically. She took her leave after that, promising to give Ron his space, not that she was keen on seeing her ex-boyfriend again. Harry hoped that even if he and Ron didn't reconcile, he would at least apologize to Hermione. It did leave both Harry and Hermione in an awkward bind as to how they were supposed to interact with the rest of the Weasley family, so they just agreed to keep their distance for a time. It seemed, though, that Harry would always have Weasleys in his life, since Andromeda informed him that Thierry had suggested they hire Charlie Weasley as a groundskeeper for the Lily Potter home. Apparently, Thierry and Charlie had been quite close at Hogwarts as well. Harry knew Charlie hated his current job and would be the perfect fit for the new role, so he gave Andromeda the go-ahead to hire him. At their end-of-the-day meeting, Draco and Fleur informed them that Phoenix Wings would be publishing both the books that Hermione had chosen, and they had worked out the details of the contract. Penelope had also begun consulting with Vikram Kale, so the bookstore project was moving ahead as well. And finally, a date had been set for the launch of Rosette's beauty potions for that Friday. Apparently, the issue of Witch Weekly from Sunday had contained a feature regarding the new shop, and Tracy happily informed them that there was a lot of buzz around the whole thing, and the launch was slated to be a success. With a very productive Monday behind them, Harry was excited to attend his very first summer solstice celebration. What was meant to be just a small celebration had grown into a much bigger event. Andromeda had been excited to learn of a summer solstice celebration because she hadn't attended one since being disowned. Draco wasn't going home, so he was happy to still keep to the old ways. Fleur was coming with Bill, as she too hadn't attended a summer solstice celebration since moving to Britain. Tracy had begged off, since she had her own celebrations with her family, but Blaise had agreed to attend, as had Hermione. As evening fell, Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Astoria, Draco, Blaise, Andromeda, Teddy, Bill, and Fleur gathered on the grounds of Gringotts Manor. They had all dressed in casual summer clothes, with all the younger women in white dresses. Both Daphne and Astoria were also decked out in emerald jewelry, and when Harry asked, Daphne informed him that emeralds, apart from representing the Greengrass family, were also the gemstones of the summer solstice. "The Greengrass traditions have been passed down to me by my father," said Daphne, as she addressed all of them. "I realize it is unorthodox when we have members of many older families with their own way of doing things, but Astoria and I would be honored if you were to join us in these celebrations." "Don't be so formal," said Blaise, clapping her on the shoulder. "The fern bloom hunt is first, isn't it?" At Daphne's nod, he grinned at the others. "I'll build the bonfire while the rest of you go hunting for the fern bloom." "Are you sure?" asked Daphne. "Yeah, I have to use oak, right?" he asked. "Yes," said Daphne. "I'll help if that's all right," offered Bill. Harry had been the most surprised that Bill was here. He knew Fleur couldn't divulge details of her job to her husband due to her employment contract, but if Bill found the people gathered there that evening to be quite different from the people Harry would usually associate with, he didn't let it show. He did seem a bit unsure, but excited to see what the evening would hold, so Harry supposed he did have an open mind about the old ways. Or he was merely curious, since Fleur had kept to the ways with her family as well. "All right, if Blaise and Bill are building the bonfire, the rest of us can hunt for the fern bloom," she said, and held up a picture of a beautiful gold flower. "This is what it looks like. Gather as many as you can. Are we ready?" Harry nodded along with everyone, excited despite not knowing exactly what to expect. Daphne smiled at them and waved her wand with a flourish. As she did, little will-o'-wisps glowing silver rose out of the ground and scattered in all directions. "Follow them to find the fern bloom," shouted Astoria with excitement, as she already ran after one. Wanting Andromeda to enjoy the evening as much as she could, Harry took Teddy with him, making sure he was strapped securely on his back. Everyone dispersed in different directions, and Harry and Teddy followed a will-o'-wisp into the woods around Greengrass Manor. Teddy appeared to be enamored by the shiny will-o'-wisps and wouldn't stop making happy baby noises the entire time, his eyes wide as can be every time Harry looked back at him. They found their first bloom and Harry picked it, placing it carefully into his pocket. And then they were off, following a different will-o'-wisp for another fern bloom. An hour or so passed as they all ran around chasing will-o'-wisps, and by that time the sun had set and night had fallen completely. The will-o'-wisps led them out of the woods and back to where Blaise and Bill had managed to build a substantial bonfire. They had all gathered quite a few of the fern blooms, and Daphne told them graciously they were welcome to keep what they had found. The next part had been lighting the bonfire, so Harry indicated the burlap sack he had brought when he'd come over. "I asked Annie some of the Potter family traditions, and this is one of them," he said. "This is used as kindling to light the bonfire." "What kind of wood is that?" asked Blaise, with interest as Harry carefully pulled it out of the sack. "The 5 scents of summer," realized Draco. We have a similar one, but we just throw it in the fire. We used to burn ours as incense, added Fleur, looking intrigued. Yeah, this is a little different, said Harry, remembering the specifics that Annie had explained as she and Minnie had made the kindling. We take a branch each of lemon, rose, and pine, cover them with myrrh, and then bind them together with vines of wisteria. Daphne smiled as Harry passed everyone some of the kindling. We have something similar as well, she explained. Lemon, myrrh, pine, rose, and wisteria, the 5 scents of summer, are considered sacred for the summer solstice. We use it to light the bonfire as well. They represent your worries, troubles, regrets, illnesses, and sorrows. The fire will not take them away, but by offering it to the bonfire, we affirm that we do not bear the burden alone and that Mother Magic has made us strong enough to persevere despite them. The mood was solemn as they each used the 5 scents as kindling to light the bonfire. Almost everyone had had tears in their eyes while lighting the fire. Harry held Teddy as Andromeda wept openly. Both Greengrass sisters held hands with each other as they offered their branches to the fire. Draco's face was set in a grim mask, and even Blaise looked solemn for once. Harry saw tears on Hermione's face, while Bill and Fleur held each other closely. Harry thought of all the people who had died for his sake, all the damage that had been done to the world, all the people who had suffered and were still suffering, and hoped that it really was true that offering the burden to the fire would make it easier for him to carry it. With that quiet prayer, he offered his branch to the fire as well, the bonfire grow bigger and bigger. They all watched in silence for a long while, and Harry didn't know if it was just the atmosphere around him or the knowledge of offering his troubles to the fire, but he was feeling his mood getting better. He wasn't the only one, it seemed, as the melancholic atmosphere started dissipating, and their spirits rose once more. The Greengrass elves brought out the meal then, which was mostly cold foods with a lot of different kinds of fresh salads, fruits, and a fruit punch. Harry had also requested the elves make a special lemon sorbet that was apparently a Potter tradition, started only a couple generations ago. Minnie was the only one who knew the recipe, though she confided that Harry's mother and grandmother had both known as well. Harry had expected her to be reluctant to share it, but she had handed over the recipe to the Greengrass elves easily, Jolly just accepting it with a beaming smile and secretive look that she exchanged with Minnie that Harry hadn't been able to interpret. All the fruits and vegetables used in the preparation of the summer solstice meal had been grown in the greenhouses of Greengrass Manor, and as they all tucked in, Harry was surprised to see people he would have never expected to be around one another, sharing a meal and talking and laughing and crying together, and he understood what Daphne had meant when she said it was precious to have something like this and share it with people around you. It was a shame that so many people had given up on these traditions, because Harry felt he could definitely get used to it. More punch, Harry. Harry turned at the sound of Bill's voice and held his glass out with a smile. Thanks, he said, as Bill poured him punch from the pitcher. Don't mention it, grinned Bill, setting the pitcher down. The two of them drank in silence for a while. I haven't attended a summer solstice celebration like this one, he said after a while. You've celebrated it before, asked Harry in surprise. Yeah, I mean there was a version of it in Egypt, but the traditions were completely different. A colleague of mine would invite me to celebrate with his family, he explained. I'm glad you came here then, said Harry sincerely. Me too, he said, and then looked towards Fleur, who was rocking Teddy to sleep. I know Fleur misses celebrating with her family, not that she would say it, bless her. If I can learn for her sake, then I would do anything, you know. Harry nodded, going a little red at the frank admission from Bill. He had always thought Bill and Fleur to be a very passionate couple, even in public, but to hear a sincere declaration like that was something else entirely. I heard about you and Ginny, he said, and Harry froze. I'm sorry things didn't work out. Why, yeah, said Harry, looking at him to gauge his expression. Bill just smiled. Don't get me wrong, I would have been thrilled if you and Ginny had ended up together, but sometimes things don't work out and that's all right, he said. You have done a lot for our family and the wizarding world, so don't feel so awkward. Thank you, Bill, he said, wondering if he should bring up Ron and then decided not to. And thanks for, not raising a fuss about the guests today. Well, I wasn't exactly thrilled when Fleur told me she was working with Malfoy, but I trust her judgment, and though she can't tell me the details, I can tell he is working as hard as he can, he said. I also know you and Malfoy didn't have a good history, so if you are putting that aside to work together, then I trust your judgment as well. Harry felt his heart swell with gratitude, and Bill clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Gather around, everyone, called Andromeda, and the two of them went to join the others. It's time for the 7 flowers. The house elves brought up a neat stack of cut flowers. Andromeda picked out one each of a rose, honeysuckle, lily, daisy, carnation, poppy, and sunflower, and waved her wand, fashioning them into a gorgeous chain. It's delightful, beamed Astoria, as Andromeda handed the first one over to her. Andromeda smiled back at her and made 2 more chains, handing them to Daphne and Hermione. May you dream pleasant dreams, said Andromeda. Young maidens are supposed to sleep with them under their pillow tonight, Daphne explained to Hermione, who was nodding along in fascination as she had been doing all evening. It said you will dream of your suitor. She turned to Andromeda and inclined her head in gratitude. Thank you for doing this, Andromeda. It means a great deal. Of course, said Andromeda, smiling despite tears in her eyes. I am the oldest one here, and it's the least I can do. They all decided to take their leave, as it was already quite late. Daphne and Astoria thanked everyone for coming, and Fleur pointed out that it should be the other way around, since they had invited virtual strangers into their family's traditions without hesitating. On that high note, Harry's first summer solstice celebration passed. 24th June, 1998. Fleur read the letter she received from her father and smiled in satisfaction. She would have to bring it up at the meeting at the end of the day, she decided, setting it aside for the time being. She was going to go inform Draco when Maribeth knocked on her door and popped her head in. Pardon me, Fleur, but Mr. Fortescue is here and wishes to speak to you and Mr. Malfoy, said Maribeth. Fleur looked confused, but nodded and told her to show him into a meeting room downstairs. Do you think he has brought another new client for us? Asked Draco, as the two of them headed downstairs to meet with Finn. I hope so, said Fleur, and opened the door to the meeting room. How do you do, Finn? Ah, Fleur, Draco, it is nice to see you both, said Finn, standing up and shaking their hands. I apologize for dropping in unannounced, but this is the only time I could get before we get overwhelmed at lunch. It's no trouble at all, said Draco, as they all took a seat. How is the new shop going? Extremely well, beamed Finn. We anticipated the shopping crowd, but since the Prophet and even Witch Weekly did those articles, we've been getting a lot more customers. And it's still summer, so the young crowd is quite active as well. That's good to hear, said Fleur. I am quite grateful for all your help, nodded Finn. Word spreads fast around the alley, you see, so I put together a list. He handed over a long roll of parchment to Fleur. These are all the ones I could think of, and a couple who have approached me since we opened the new shop. They could all benefit from your help, the way I did. Fleur read the list, her eyebrows shooting up. There's quite a few here, she said. I don't know who your client is, and even if I never find out, they will still have my gratitude, he said, sincerely. The least I can do is give you this list, because something Mr. Potter said. Oh, did I mention? Harry Potter came to the launch of Fortescue Cafe. Yes, we saw, smiled Fleur. Finn beamed proudly. He said something to the reporters that stuck with me, you see, he said. The alley being full of people and laughter. It wasn't until he said it that I realized why the alley had been feeling so odd even after the war. Diagon Alley is one of the most important places in Wizarding Britain, and I wish to see it return get even better than it used to be. We feel the same way, Finn, said Draco. We are very grateful for the list. We will do what we can, promised Fleur. Finn stood up and offered his hand. That is all I ask. So, what do we have today? Asked Daphne, as they began their meeting at the end of the day. Andromeda. I hired Charlie Weasley, officially, as the groundskeeper, she said. And Thierry promised to introduce me to his mentor, Belinda Sawbridge. She used to run the orphan wing before Thierry's predecessor and quit when she had her own children. They are all grown up now, so I wrote to her and she's coming in for a meeting tomorrow. Are you thinking of hearing her as the matron? Asked Harry. Andromeda gave a nod. She has the right credentials and experience, so it's at least worth trying, she said. That means we have the healer, groundskeeper, and possibly a matron, said Harry. Yeah, then it leaves the caretakers, said Parvati. We could always advertise the positions, suggested Tracy. Not yet, said Andromeda. I want to hire the matron first, so she can have a hand in recruiting as well. That's a good idea, nodded Daphne. That's all from us, I'm afraid, said Andromeda. It will be getting busier for the Potter Foundation now, said Harry. Daphne and I had lunch with Robert and Hannah Abbott today. Did they like the boarding house idea? Asked Parvati eagerly. They did, said Harry. Hannah wants to lead the project, so she will be working with you at the Potter Foundation offices from next week. She won't be joining us, just working alongside us on this project, clarified Daphne. That means we cannot discuss the orphanage or anything that the GSC does. Understood, said Parvati. Will I be assisting her then? You're coordinating between her and the Potter Foundation, explained Harry. Hannah is drafting the plans as we speak and said she'll have them ready by next week. That makes sense, said Parvati. I'll be sure to do it well. Thank you, smiled Daphne. Harry and I won't be at work tomorrow because we are visiting Eustace Mansion to clear it of research and making sure Yola Castle is ready for the Institute. We also have an appointment with Newt and Rolf Scamander to get an update. Sounds busy, said Tracy. Do you need help with anything? Yes, actually, said Harry. We need a name for the Research Institute. If people are going to know Harry Potter is founding the Institute, we can name it along the lines of the orphanage or the foundation, suggested Tracy. The Potter Institute, asked Harry. Doesn't have the same ring to it, said Draco, shaking his head. James Potter Institute, perhaps, said Andromeda. James was quite brilliant, you know. If it hadn't been for the war, he would have easily done a transfiguration or defense mastery. Oh, said Harry, and then gave a nod. That's what we'll name it. Any objections? No one spoke up, so Daphne cleared her throat. That settles it, she said. What's next? The pasta shop renovations are done, said Draco, checking it off the list. We reached out to the St. James couple, and they said they are ready to open on July 1st, barring any complications. Vikram Kale's shop is next on the list, but we are waiting until we have Clearwater's final layout to begin renovations. I think she should have it ready before the end of the week, said Tracy. I'll follow up. Please do, nodded Fleur, and passed out copies of a parchment to all of them. Finn stopped by to give us this list. As you can see, there are a lot of different kinds of businesses on there that we can help. He gave us this voluntarily, asked Daphne, and here I thought we would have to ask him. We were surprised too, but we shouldn't waste the opportunity, said Draco seriously. There's more than a couple restaurants, a hairdresser, shops for clothes and jewelry, you name it. We already got started and reached out to one of the names on the list, said Fleur. It's a magical cleaning services business run by the Clark family. We have a meeting with them tomorrow. You know, said Tracy, speculatively. Our initial plan was to do a few test cases and then go public with a Diagon restoration program, but I think we should continue this way. Really? Asked Daphne. I agree that this list is quite thorough, but I think we should let the results speak for themselves, said Tracy. The little talk Harry had with the press at the launch of Fortescue Cafe is gaining excellent momentum. Of course, if it doesn't continue, we will go public with a program, but for now, this is working well. People are coming to us, instead of us having to go seek them out. You've got a point, nodded Draco. The more shops and businesses appear in the alley, the more word spreads. I guess we could hold off then, said Harry, as Daphne gave a nod. So you can get started on the list. Absolutely, agreed Fleur, and pulled out a letter. Speaking of which, I wrote to my father about the winter resort idea. He got back to me with the French government's requirements. Daphne took the documents that she passed her and nodded. "I'll read through them," she said. "From what my father said, the paperwork won't be too difficult, but they do have a policy that any business in the region has to have a staff that is at least half locals," said Fleur. "Well, we did discuss hearing the management ourselves and letting them handle the rest of the staff recruitment," said Draco. "No reason why we still can't do that, right?" "Right, and it would be much less of a hassle concerning paperwork if they are locals," said Fleur. "It isn't an inconvenience per se, but I just wanted us to remain aware of it." She looked at Harry questioningly. "Should we go ahead with this project?" Harry paused thoughtfully before giving a nod. "While Daphne is analyzing the formalities, Fleur and Draco, you can start refining the business plan," he said. "How will that work with the Boot family?" "We are still drafting an offer for Todd Boot, but we'll add in a stipulation so he can help advertise for the resort, whenever it is ready," said Draco. "All right," said Daphne. "Anything on the Puddlemere front?" "Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me," said Fleur, searching through a few documents. "As we suspected, there are a lot of people who own Puddlemere United in parts. The other share as big as the Potter family is the Longbottom family with 30%. "What do you think?" asked Daphne, looking at Harry. "Do you want to buy out Longbottom and the others?" "Can we afford it?" he asked. "We can," said Fleur, "but I wouldn't recommend it. It would be better if you and Neville were to buy out the others and own it in a partnership." "Makes sense," said Draco. "A Quidditch team makes money in a lot of ways, and a team like Puddlemere, which has ties to a ton of sponsorships and deals, does better than most in the league. Owning it as partners with Longbottom might not be a bad play." Harry nodded. "I'll speak to Neville," he said. "If there's nothing else, let's call it a day." There were murmurs of agreement as everyone gathered their things and said their goodbyes, ready to go home after another long day of work. Daphne was about to head out as well when Harry called her name. "Mind if I have a word?" "Sure," said Daphne, as she remained in the conference room while the others left. "I want to talk to you about the Halloween event," he said, bluntly. "I think we should get back to working on it." Daphne looked at him in surprise and then chuckled. "I was trying to be respectful and give you time," she said. She'd guessed it wouldn't have been easy for him to return to work on the project that would probably remind him of Ginny. "I'm fine," he said. "No, really," he added when she raised an eyebrow. "We can have dinner and start working tonight." "All right," she said. "Give me some time to read through these documents Fleur gave me. I'll be over in an hour." "Sure, I'll have Minnie make something," he said, taking his leave. Daphne waved at him and returned her attention to the documents, sorting through them quickly and making notes of the important points. It took her a bit longer than expected, but she finally got it done. "Better head over," she murmured to herself, and let her hair down from the tight bun she usually put it in. As an afterthought, she produced a small mirror from her pocket and checked her appearance, touching up her lipstick before abruptly wondering what the hell she was doing. "I've got to stop," she muttered. Checking to make sure her pin was still securely in her hair, Daphne took the flue and arrived in the kitchen of Potter Hall. Harry looked up from what he was reading when he heard her, and smiled in greeting. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said. "What are you doing?" "Looking through the binder," he said. "There is a lot of detail here." He closed it and invited her to sit. "Dinner first." "Sure," she agreed easily. They were halfway through their chicken and red wine casserole when Harry cleared his throat. "Ron and Hermione broke up," he said. Daphne paused and gave a nod. "Yes, Hermione told me at the solstice celebrations," she said. "She wanted to apologize since she told him that Draco and I were working with you." "She didn't break the contract, did she?" asked Harry worriedly. "No, of course not," said Daphne. "Besides, I didn't know you were keeping it a secret from him." "I wasn't keeping it a secret," he said, slightly defensively. "Either way, things aren't great between me and Ron, or Ron and Hermione for that matter." "Right," said Daphne, wondering why he was telling her. Get to know him, Blaze's words flashed through her mind, so she sighed. "What happened exactly?" He looked slightly happy that she had asked. so Daphne was relieved that she hadn't crossed a line. "Ron's not a bad person," said Harry, and Daphne had to smile a little at how loyal Harry was. "He sometimes tends to react before thinking things through, and he's never been a big fan of Slytherins. I wasn't very different either, mind you," he added, when she smirked. "It's just that it seems petty to focus on that now, when there are more important things going on." "Well," said Daphne carefully, "I'm sure not everyone can realize that. We are only at the end of June. It's been less than 2 months since the war ended. Some of us have started taking the steps towards the future, but I assume things will take time for most people." "Yeah, maybe," he said, looking unconvinced. "But just because we have started working towards those things doesn't mean we are over what happened." "Of course it doesn't," said Daphne firmly. "It is likely to take years, or maybe we will never be over what happened. But everyone needs to come to that realization on that own, and forcing matters might just do more harm than good." "Yeah, I realize that now," he sighed. Daphne sat back in her chair and decided that since the topic had been brought up, she might as well go for it. "How have you been sleeping?" she asked. He looked startled at her abrupt question. "Why do you ask?" "I'm concerned, and because I know I haven't been sleeping well either," she said, deciding that honesty was warranted if she were expecting it in return. "You have a lot more reason than me to have restless nights." He smiled a little, the expression bitter. "Well, you aren't wrong," he said. "I did sleep well with that tea you gave me the night I stayed over at Greengrass Manor, though." "You know, you should see someone about it," she said. "You mean like a mind healer?" he asked. "Out of the question. The last thing we need is speculation about whether I am crazy or not." "Blaise knows someone," she said. "I think she's in Italy, and if need be, I'll draw up a contract that's even more binding than the confidentiality oaths taken by healers. I'm the last person to advocate this, but maybe you do need to talk to someone." "I'm talking to you," he said. "Yes, and I'm glad you trust me enough to do that," she said sincerely. "You can still talk to me. In fact, I would be happy if we could speak like this often, because I also like talking to you." Her face went pink, as did his, but she continued on with determination. "But it may not be a bad idea to talk to a professional as well, because they might be able to provide you with the kind of help that I am not qualified to give." He didn't say anything, but she could tell he was thinking about it. They ate in silence for a while, and it was only after the dessert was served did Harry speak. "I'll consider meeting with the mind healer, provided it will be confidential," he said. Daphne smiled. "I'll speak to Blaise," she said, "and I'll send over a tin of the tea tonight, have Minnie make you a cup before bed." "Thank you," he said gratefully. "I'm a little surprised you agreed so easily, though," she said. "I thought I would have to convince you more." "I haven't agreed completely," he corrected. "I will meet with her once, but if it doesn't work out, I won't keep up with it." "That is fair," she said. "Besides, I don't want to burden you with my problems either," he said. "It's not your job to deal with my issues." She blinked at him. "I suppose so," she said finally. "But I don't mind. In return, I hope you will let me burden you with some of my issues as well. We could balance it out that way." He looked surprised and then nodded. "I am absolutely fine with that." 25th June, 1998. The north wing of Iola Castle was 10 stories tall and stood independent of the main part of the castle, like the rest of the 3 towers. It was this tower that was to be the new location of the James Potter Institute. "Every floor has at least 4 to 5 rooms, each one big enough for a laboratory and a small office," said Harry, as he and Daphne gave the tour to Newt and Rolf. "There are also 3 floors under the tower, but they connect with the dungeons of the entire castle, so unless we need more room, we will keep those warded off for the time." "And the rest of the castle is warded off as well?" asked Rolf, as they climbed up the stairs. "For now, yes," said Daphne. "But there is plenty of room to expand, as you can see, and the grounds are open." "As for the rooms themselves," added Harry, "they are empty for now, except for your office, Newt, which is on the top floor." "I won't need much," he said. "A desk and chair is enough." They finally reached the top floor and Newt's office. which a wide, spacious room with a beautiful mahogany desk, high-backed chairs with dark purple upholstery, and the walls lined with empty bookcases. There were 2 high windows behind his desk, looking out to the rest of the castle, and a fireplace connected to the flue network. "I hope it will do," said Harry. "Binky," the head house elf of the castle, appeared and gave a bow. "Binky will be staying on as a permanent house elf for the Institute." "Well, you seem to have things well in hand," said Rolf, as Newt just looked astonished. "Should I even ask whose castle this is?" "I inherited it," said Harry truthfully. "I can't think of a better way to use it." "Shall we sit and discuss what we came here to do?" prompted Daphne, seeing both Scamanders at a loss for words. "All right, of course," said Newt, taking a seat behind the desk. "I have been speaking to the people I know, and I've managed to gather quite a few. Rolf, the list." "Yes, Pops," said Rolf, passing him a roll of parchment. Newt unfurled it as the rest of them sat down. "So far, we have 3 runes masters, one of whom you mentioned, Harry," he said, reading from the list. 2 potion masters, 1 herbology mistress, a transfiguration master, 4 arithmancy masters, and 2 technomages. Some of them have apprentices as well. I am still ironing out the details with a charms mistress who has a team of apprentices that she works with, but I should have an answer soon. "Do we hire the apprentices as well?" asked Harry. "No," answered Rolf. "We hire the masters and they pay their apprentices from their grants. Often, they provide them with room and board, though." "Yes, that is something I wanted to bring up," said Newt. "I was going to ask if we have space to have dorms, but we clearly do." "Perhaps East Tower could be turned into a dormitory," suggested Daphne. "We have a secondary location for herbology and potions experts as well." "And we were also looking for a magizoologist," said Harry sheepishly. "Because Eustace Mansion, that's the other place, has a lot of magical creatures that need care as well." "Really?" asked Rolf, his eyes shining. "Pops?" Newt chuckled. "Oh, all right," he said. "Rolf will go there if that is all right. I will manage here, especially with a house elf to help." "Have those people you mentioned signed on officially?" asked Daphne. "They have signed the tentative agreement that you sent us," said Rolf, handing her the stack of paperwork. "We still need to finalize the details once we decide on their grants," said Newt. "I was hoping to introduce you both to them to see what they are working on, and based on that, we can prepare the final grants." "That is fine by me," nodded Harry. "If it goes well, I have a lot more people I would like to bring on board, but for the time being, this should do," said Newt. "Excellent, we'll get the dormitories sorted in the meantime," said Daphne. "I will block off Monday as a day to meet the researchers, if that is all right. We have a Weisengamot session on Tuesday, so I hope we can finish it in one day." "We will," nodded Newt. "Just one question, when are we hopping to open officially?" "How about a week from Monday?" asked Daphne, consulting her diary. "It will be the 6th of July. There were no objections to that, so after a quick trip to Eustace Mansion, both Harry and Daphne went to Potter Hall to continue working on the Halloween event. They'd already had a long day, having cleared out all the research at Eustace Mansion and brought it over to Potter Hall to be stored securely. Most of it were improvements and discoveries that had already been made since the time of the mistress of Eustace Mansion, but some pieces of research had stood out. Most notably, all the research around a potential lycanthropy cure. "It looks like the beginnings of the wolfsbane potion, but the rest is different," Daphne had commented when they'd read it. "We should have an expert examine it." "Wasn't it Marcus Belby's uncle who invented the potion?" Harry asked now, remembering the nervous boy from the start of his 6th year at Hogwarts. "Yes, Damocles Belby," nodded Daphne. "I'll mention it to Newt, but I've heard Damocles is a bit of a recluse." "Lycanthropy is important enough," said Harry, firmly. "What about the letter that Andromeda had Kinney bring to you in the afternoon?" "Oh, that," said Daphne, pulling out said letter. "She said she has hired Belinda Sawbridge as the matron, and Belinda's oldest daughter, Meredith, as one of the caretakers. They have other meetings with potential candidates fixed up as well." "That's great," said Harry. "Let's get started on the Halloween thing then." "No, wait," said Daphne. I remembered earlier, but we need a plan for the Wiesengamot session on Tuesday. Why? He asked, slightly confused. Abercrombie, she said, her voice full of irritation. We're not just going to let it go, are we? He's more trouble than he's worth, so we should have one of the families under you call for his resignation from the position of chief warlock. Harry was about to agree when he paused. Abercrombie was a pain, that much was true, but he was still the chief warlock, no matter on how shaky ground. Or, he said, we could get him to pass Robert Abbott's bill. The look that Daphne gave him in return made him want to blush down to his very roots. Daphne, he asked, when she just continued to stare at him. I'm about to do something quite unlike myself, she said. I apologize in advance. He opened his mouth to ask what she meant, but suddenly found himself with an armful of witch as Daphne threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Harry blinked in shock, but tentatively returned her hug, realizing that her perfume smelled like lavender and that her hair really was as soft as he'd always assumed. She pulled away just as suddenly as she had hugged him and grinned brightly. It's the perfect revenge, she said, pink-cheeked with excitement. Even if he can't get his whole faction on board, if we get the Chief Warlock's official support for the bill, it will make a huge difference. She was already grabbing a blank piece of parchment and writing a letter, to Tracy it seemed when he looked over. You're brilliant, Harry, she said, still continuing to write. I'm pretty sure it's your influence, he said, blushing even darker than he was. She looked up at him and smirked. No, this is all you, she said, and returned to writing. Harry swallowed roughly and nodded, though she didn't see it as she finished writing and immediately started another letter, this one to Blaze. His body still felt warm from the hug, and he figured if he could elicit that sort of reaction from Daphne, he wouldn't mind displaying his Slytherin side more often. 26th June, 1998. Thank you very much for your patronage. I hope you enjoy these. Daphne accepted the bag with a nod and exited Rosette's beauty potions, brushing past an excited gaggle of girls around 14 years of age. It had only been an hour since the doors had opened that morning, but the shop was almost full, and an excited Rosette and her friend were busy tending to all the customers, answering questions and ringing up purchases. Suffice to say, launch day was going well. Daphne herself was quite impressed by the polished, well-designed interior of the shop with clean, cherry wood furniture and amber lanterns casting a serene glow around the whole place. Even the air inside smelled like wildflowers and vanilla. Penelope Clearwater had done an excellent job with the aesthetic of the entire place, and Daphne had caught more than a few conversations from customers about how beautiful the shop was. Hopefully, that meant they would buy the products, and from what she could see, a lot of them were doing just that. Stepping out in the morning sunshine again, Daphne decided to take a short walk around the alley. Seeing Rosette's shop full of customers had put her in a good mood already, so she made a quick stop at Fortescue Cafe for a cup of coffee, which she decided to have sitting at a table outside to enjoy the rare bit of sunshine they got in London. Everyone was hard at work, and Harry was at a meeting with Neville Longbottom to discuss the ownership of Puddlemere United, so Daphne had decided to take a bit of a break that morning. Fortescue Cafe was still relatively crowded, though Daphne had seen that the morning rush was insane, with many people dropping in for a cup of coffee or a bite to eat before work. She was halfway through her coffee when Blaze slipped into the chair opposite her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, surprised. "I was on my way to see you at Verdant when I stopped by for cake," he said, and Daphne had to roll her eyes at the enormous slice of chocolate cake that floated to their table on a tray. Blaze's sweet tooth was legendary. "Why did you want to see me?" she asked, sipping her coffee. "It's about the very interesting letter you sent me last night," he said. "I figured you'd be preparing to keelhaul Abercrombie, but I guess blackmail is the way you decided to go." "Well, it wasn't so much my idea as Harry's," she said, "and it isn't blackmail, not really." "Color me impressed then," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Abercrombie is weaker than soggy parchment, especially since the debacle with Augusta Longbottom. Word is that Orpington's withdrawn his support, but Abercrombie has a few loyal ones that'll stick with him regardless. If Abercrombie is voted off, it's likely that Orpington or one of his cronies will end up as chief warlock, said Daphne, thoughtfully. No one from our faction has served longer than any of them. What about someone like Abbott? He asked. I don't think Orpington would go for the position himself, but Abbott would be a much better option. Yes, Abbott's viable, but for the time being, we can get some use out of Abercrombie before bringing him back down to earth, so to speak, she said. Blaze smirked. What do you need me to do? He asked. I assume you want Pusey. Ideally, yes, she nodded. Fortunately for you, I got in touch with him as soon as I got your letter, he said. He's currently on vacation in Aruba, but he'll be back by Sunday. The Wisengamot session is on Tuesday, said Daphne, checking her diary. Can he get it done before then? He'll likely charge more for a rush job, but it will be worth it, said Blaze. I'll draft up an agreement, nodded Daphne. Thanks for doing this, Blaze. He shrugged. You and Harry have to keep your hands clean, he said. That doesn't apply to me. Still, I'm grateful, she smiled. If you are really grateful, you can buy me more cake, he said, almost done with the first slice. You don't need more sugar, she said, rolling her eyes. How you still manage to stay in shape is a mystery to me. I get plenty of exercise, he winked. And that is my cue to go back to work, she said, finishing her coffee and standing up. What about the other thing? He dropped his smirk and nodded seriously. I spoke to Ivana, he said. She'll be coming to Britain in 2 weeks, so you can introduce Harry to her. She nodded in thanks again and popped inside the cafe to order him another slice of cake. He waved at her in thanks, and she smiled as she left towards Verdant. She passed the entrance to Nocturne Alley on the way and was surprised to see Aurors around. There was also a small crowd gathered nearby, and Daphne blended in to eavesdrop. Ought to do away with the whole place, muttered an old woman, shaking her head. No cause for it now. A few people murmured in agreement. Move along now, nothing to see here. Daphne's eyebrows shot up as she recognized Susan Bones, ushering the crowd away. As far as she knew, Susan had been working with Robards, not out in the field. Nothing to see, she says, said the same old woman, with the head Auror himself here and all. Sure enough, Gawain Robards came out of Nocturne Alley with a grim look on his face and a couple of field Aurors behind him, one of them Seamus Finnegan. Susan shot an annoyed glare at the old woman, but hurried over to her boss, who barked out orders at all of them. Daphne decided to slip away, but Robards' sharp eyes spotted her, and his look clearly told her to stay. Annoyed she hadn't been faster in making her escape, Daphne moved to the side and waited as the rest of the crowd was dispersed by the field Aurors, while Robards made a beeline towards her. May I help you with something, head Auror? She asked politely, though not without caution. You can tell me where Potter is, he said, narrowing his eyes at her. Do I seem like his keeper? She asked. I'm sure you can reach him by owl post. I know you're his lawyer, he said, shooting her an annoyed look. Daphne sighed and decided to stop being difficult, despite his attitude rubbing her the wrong way. Robards clearly didn't think much of her, and considering that it was the first time she had ever spoken to him, she knew it probably had to do with him disliking anyone remotely dark. An admirable attitude to have, but certainly not without prejudice. I need to see him, he added, urgently. Fine, but I'm afraid he's in a meeting right now, she said, managing not to roll her eyes. You are welcome to wait at my office. He should be done soon. He was clearly unhappy with having to wait, but Daphne started walking to Verdant without seeing if he followed her. Despite what he might think, Harry was in a meeting with Longbottom at Longbottom Manor, so it wasn't as if she had lied to the man. Behind her, she heard him call to Susan to come with him, and the two of them followed her to Verdant. As they reached the offices, Daphne graciously showed them into a meeting room where they could wait. Can I get you anything? She asked. Just because Robards didn't like her didn't mean she wouldn't be a gracious hostess, particularly inside Verdant, which was the pride of their family. Robards merely glared at her and said nothing, but Susan shot her an apologetic smile. "No, thank you, Greengrass," she said. Daphne nodded politely at her, ignoring Robards. "My office is down the hall. If you need something, please feel free to ask." "We will, sorry for imposing on you," said Susan. "Not at all," she said and took her leave. As she was closing the door, she saw Susan shoot a disappointed look at her boss, who huffed but looked embarrassed just the same. Daphne returned to her office, hoping Harry would be back soon. She was only waiting about half an hour when he returned with a beaming smile, no less. "Neville agreed," he said. "He's gathering the paperwork as we speak, so we can discuss the specifics." "You have visitors," she interrupted. "Bones and Robards are waiting down the hall." He stopped in confusion. What happened? "That you would have to ask them," she said, "though I am quite curious as well." He nodded absently. "Well, better go see them then," he said. "Come on," he added when she didn't move. "You want me in there with you?" she asked, slightly surprised. "Of course I do," he said, like she was odd for questioning it. Daphne blinked in surprise but smiled as she followed him. He really did have a way of saying just the right thing without saying much at all, and she could completely understand why people flocked to him as a leader, even though he didn't project that image right from the get-go. "Sorry to keep you waiting," said Harry, as he opened the door and the two of them walked inside. Susan smiled at him and shook her head. "Not at all," she said. "We were the ones who dropped in unannounced." Robards merely gave a nod before narrowing his eyes at Daphne. "I wanted to speak to you in private, Potter," he said. "Certainly, but Daphne stays," he said firmly. Daphne tried not to shoot a childish look of smugness at Robards as she and Harry sat down next to one another. Susan just looked amused, almost as if she had expected it. "So, what can I do for you?" asked Harry, looking at them expectantly. Robards still seemed to be reeling from the fact that Harry wasn't throwing Daphne out, so Susan cleared her throat. "We have had incidents in Nocturne Alley over the past week," she said, looking at Harry seriously. "Now, that isn't something out of the ordinary, but Nocturne Alley had been quiet for some time, but it's become active again." She pulled out a folder from her robes and arranged the documents neatly on the coffee table. "This morning, one of the shopkeepers was murdered by what we think is a gang of thieves. They were mostly doing petty stuff before with a minor bout of assault, but this is the first time they have progressed this far." "We can't let Nocturne become a criminal haven once again," snapped Robards. "If the Death Eaters were good for one thing, it was to keep scum like that hiding in their nests. Now they are getting bold again, and my people are spread thin trying to be everywhere at once." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Harry, and Daphne could tell that a part of him still felt guilty about resigning from the Aurors. "If there's anything I can do." "There is, actually, which is why we came here," said Susan. "We need your help, Harry." "If you want me to return to the Aurors," he began shaking his head. "No, that's not what we mean," said Susan. "Though I wouldn't exactly mind," Robards couldn't help but add. "The point is," said Susan, shooting a glare at her boss, "we want you to put our case to the Wisengamot. We need a bigger budget to raise recruitment and training measures. If we have more people, we will get this in hand." "Then you would only be treating the symptoms, not the cause, yes?" asked Daphne, raising an eyebrow. She received 3 confused looks in return and resisted the urge to sigh. "A bigger budget is all well and good, but you're overlooking the bigger picture. The problem isn't a gang of thieves. It's a place like Nocturne." "What do you suggest we do?" "Burn it to the ground," demanded Robards, snorting derisively. Daphne wasn't deterred. "Essentially, yes," she said. "More specifically, you petition the Wisengamot for a Nocturne cleanup measure and get them to grant you the authority to raid the place." "The Wisengamot will never," began Robards. "It will," said Harry firmly. "The only reason Nocturne was left to becoming a festering cesspool of dark arts and criminals was because the old purebloods had their claws deep in some of the things that went on in there," said Daphne. "The criminals weren't quiet when Death Eaters were around, head Auror. They were being treated like employees, and now their bosses are in Azkaban or dead, so they're free to go wild once more. She fixed Robards with a steely look. You want to stop them. Clear out Nocturne Alley and treat it like an extension of Diagon that it used to be. Crime will go down soon after. There was silence following her words, as Robards just gaped at her. She's right, sir, said Susan, being the first to recover. If we could go in there and conduct proper raids, we could be proactive instead of reactive. Daphne nodded at her, and Susan grinned back. That's brilliant, Greengrass. May I call you Daphne? Of course, nodded Daphne. Oh, and do call me Susan, she said, and smiled at Harry. I can see why you hired her. One of the many reasons, he said, and Daphne would have loved to ask what he meant by that if they didn't have company. It's not a bad idea, admitted Robards slowly. The public will tear us apart, though. On the contrary, you will find the public on your side, said Daphne. You should have seen the crowd this morning. Wizarding Britain is tired of letting criminals and supremacists do as they please, and with Diagon looking much better these days, they will be happy to see that extend to Nocturne as well. We'll get started then, said Susan, eagerly as even Robards gave a reluctant nod. We will amend the proposal we were preparing to present at Tuesday's session. Good, said Harry firmly, and I'll see to it that it gets passed. Chapter 14. 29th June, 1998. Adrian Pusey strode into the study of Herman Abercrombie's home in well-tailored robes of teal with brass buttons. His expensive handmade Italian dragonhide boots made a neat clicking sound as he walked. Grandfather will be along in a moment, said the young man leading him inside, and Adrian had a vague memory of Ewan Abercrombie being sorted to Gryffindor during Adrian's last year at Hogwarts. Thank you, said Adrian politely. Ewan gave an awkward shrug and left the study, giving Adrian an opportunity to glance around. Modest or not, the Abercrombie family was still quite well cared for, judging by the interior of the small, yet neatly decorated house. Adrian was about to take a seat when he noticed someone's gaze on him and turned around just in time to see a girl around 14 years of age squeak with embarrassment. He inclined his head in a polite bow, and she went red before awkwardly shuffling out of sight. Adrian resisted the urge to sigh. Who was teaching them manners? The chief warlock barged in about 5 minutes later, looking highly irritated about something. He paused when he saw Adrian, before his glare intensified. I was expecting it to be your father, young man, he said, taking a seat in a huff. How old are you? 15. Almost 20, corrected Adrian. And I have taken over my father's duty since coming of age. He sat down in a chair opposite Abercrombie, since it didn't look like the man would be courteous enough to offer him a seat. Nothing rubbed him the wrong way like a lack of manners. I gave my name to young Ewan when I arrived. Abercrombie merely glared at him. So, he demanded, what do you want? Resisting the urge to sigh or roll his eyes, he pulled out a roll of parchment from his robes and held it out. Abercrombie looked at it apprehensively and made no move to take it. Who is it from? He asked. You know I cannot tell you that, said Adrian. The extent of my job here is to approach you on my client's behalf. I only act as an agent, nothing more. The contract should tell you what you need to know. HMPH, I won't be coerced into doing what you want, he said, accepting the roll of parchment just the same. On the contrary, I cannot compel or use any spell, potion, or trick to make you sign this, said Adrian, trying not to roll his eyes. You are aware of the Pusey family's reputation. We act as mere agents, middlemen for parties to negotiate. That's not all I've heard, muttered Abercrombie darkly. Apparently, you have a knack for persuasion. I use nothing more than my words to achieve that, he said. Besides, if you weren't interested, you could have had me turned away at the door. Perhaps even you realize how precarious your position has become since being abandoned by Eugene Orpington. I have not been abandoned, snapped Abercrombie. Well, we shall know for certain at tomorrow's Wisengamot session, won't we? Asked Adrian lightly. Your failed stunt should be the first thing on the agenda. How many of your own will stand by you, I wonder? Abercrombie glared again, though Adrian could see a trickle of sweat run down his brow. He waited patiently, as the older man finally unfurled the parchment and began reading the contract. His expression went from anger and humiliation to one of reluctance and intrigue. Adrian hid his smile. Abercrombie was going to sign. "Well, it certainly was worth it," smiled Daphne as she showed the signed contract to Harry. "Pusey's work is impeccable as always." "I'm still not sure about his methods, though," said Harry. "I told you, he only presents his client's case to the other party," she said. "There's no subterfuge involved. Legal contracts signed under duress or influence of magic won't be validated, and the Pusey family pride on doing things above board." "I mean, Pusey was probably the only one on the Slytherin Quidditch team to play by the rules," conceded Harry. "It's in his inherent nature, apparently," she shrugged. "He had been the official Slytherin house negotiator all throughout his years at Hogwarts. If you had problems with anyone but wanted things to be resolved discreetly, he would approach them on your behalf. For a price, of course." She looked at him squarely. "We couldn't go up to Abercrombie ourselves and ask him to cut a deal with us to support Abbott's bill in exchange for keeping his position. It's too risky." "Wouldn't he figure it out anyway after I defend him tomorrow?" asked Harry. "Oh, absolutely, but he has no proof," she said. "That's the whole reason for using Pusey. It's less about keeping our involvement a complete secret, and more that there will be no direct evidence linking us to it. Negotiations like these often happen behind the scenes, and as long as it is done discreetly and without resorting to threats or pure blackmail, it's considered fine, almost expected even. People in these circles understand that very well. Abercrombie may not be jumping with happiness right now, but we can damn well assume he's feeling relieved." Harry was silent as he considered it, before finally nodding his acceptance. "All right," he said. "This was my idea to start with, so as long as it works out, I'm fine with it." "If it makes you feel any better, playing the game as it is will be better for us until we are able to change the rules ourselves," said Daphne seriously. "I know that," he said. "So, should we get back to the Halloween event?" "Yes, let's," said Daphne, putting away the contract and returning her attention to the binder. "We have to finalize the ballroom decorations today." 30th June, 1998. "Good morning, Harry." Harry turned around and smiled at Hermione. "Morning," he said. "You're early." "So are you," she said. "The session doesn't start for another half hour." "I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep," he said. "Nightmares?" she asked, worried. "Not this time, thankfully," he said honestly. "Daphne gave me this tea. I sleep better most nights with it. Yesterday was a long day, so I fell asleep earlier than usual and woke up early as a result." "Well, I'm glad that's the case," she said. "So, how did it go yesterday? You and Daphne were meeting with Newt, weren't you?" "Yeah," he said. "It was great. He introduced us to each of the researchers, and we finalized the grants for all of them and got them officially on board. They will be bringing over equipment and setting up their laboratories over the week, and the house elves will be done with the dorms, so by Monday, we will be ready to open." "That's wonderful, Harry," grinned Hermione. "What kind of researchers were they?" 3 runes masters, he counted off. "Noah Disford, that's the one Anthony told me about, is one of them. He has an apprentice and will likely take in on Anthony once he sees his Newt results. He is working with another runes mistress, Shirley Hemming, and her 2 apprentices to develop wards. Noah and Shirley were the ones responsible for the new Azkaban wards after Kingsley got rid of the Dementors." Hermione's eyes went wide. "I've heard about those," she said. "Wards are difficult to overlap and maintain in a way required for prison, especially since they still wanted the Auror Guard capable of using magic while the prisoners could not. I can't even begin to imagine how complex all the warding must have been." Harry nodded in agreement. "From what Robards told me when I was still with the Aurors, the Gringotts goblins helped put a bind on the magic of all prisoners, in addition to all the wards," he said. "But yeah, the warding was complex, and they're developing it even further, looking at it from the perspective of protecting homes and buildings as well." "That's 2 of the runes masters, right?" asked Hermione. "Who's the third?" "He's a Polish wizard, around Newt's age if I had to guess," said Harry. He's got a team of 4 apprentices, and they decipher ancient runes. Hermione's eyes went wide. You mean Henrik Pankuix? She asked. You know him? Asked Harry, surprised. Know him? She all but shrieked, and then lowered her voice when a few of the people waiting outside the Weisengamot chamber looked at her disapprovingly. Of course I know him. Henrik Pankuix discovered half the runes we know today. He all but wrote the dictionary we use at Hogwarts. Professor Babbling was his apprentice at 1.2. He's a legend when it comes to ancient runes. Huh, I didn't know that, he said, though now that he thought about it, Daphne had seemed a little awestruck too upon meeting the elderly wizard. Well, apart from the runes masters, we have a transfiguration master from Ireland who's working on human transfiguration. Does the ministry know? She asked, in a low voice. There are a whole bunch of restrictions on what kind of human transfiguration is allowed, you know. Yes, Newt made sure, and his contract is very thorough as well, said Harry, putting her at ease. He's looking at it from a research perspective and doing it legally. Good to know, she said. Does he have an apprentice? 2 of them, said Harry. Then we have 4 arithmancy masters, 3 of whom are associated with the curse breakers of Gringotts. This isn't purely research-based, since they often lend their assistance on the expeditions undertaken by curse breakers, but they are constantly developing their technique and refining established methods, or so Newt told me. Makes sense, nodded Hermione. Arithmancy is incredibly useful for curse breakers, and you'd need arithmancers, not just regular curse breakers, for most if not all expeditions. There's one more, isn't there? Yeah, she's a bit of a different case, said Harry, wondering how he was going to explain that one. She's an Australian called Emily Halsbury, and she's weird. Weird? Asked Hermione, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, weird, he said. Apparently, she's a genius with arithmancy and does calculations in her head that most arithmancers need hours to solve. She's young, too, maybe 2 years older than me. Newt scouted her out personally. What is she researching? Asked Hermione, with a look of fascination on her face. Apparently, her skill can be used by researchers across multiple disciplines, so she's the resident arithmancer of the Institute, he said. Newt's words, not mine. That's quite smart, really, said Hermione. An important aspect of any kind of magical research is having an arithmancer on hand who can calculate the odds and risk in a proper, rational manner. If she is as talented as you say, she will be the best asset you could have in that place. Harry nodded, knowing Daphne had said something similar the day before. She doesn't have an apprentice, but Newt said she'll have no shortage of applicants. Who else? Didn't you say something about technomages? Asked Hermione curiously. Yeah, there's 2 of them, they're brothers, said Harry. Hogwarts alumni from Ravenclaw, but they got their mastery in Germany. Matthew and Morgan Cornfoot. Any relation to Stephen from our year? Asked Hermione. Cousins, apparently, said Harry, with a smile. I asked the same thing. Their work is the most fascinating one out of the lot. They're developing a bunch of products to be used around the house that combines magic and Muggle technology. Doesn't one cancel out the other? Asked Hermione. I mean, in the simplest sense. Wizards have managed a few inventions, but Muggle technology just doesn't fare well in the wizarding world. Combining the 2 would be even more difficult to accomplish. Yes, said Harry, but they're building it in a way that magic is the thing that powers it. Apparently, a lot of other countries around Europe have managed to implement it in one way or another. It's tricky work, but they're hopping to be able to mass produce, given time and resources. Commercializing those products will be difficult, said Hermione, thoughtfully. Why buy a refrigerator, magically powered or not, when you can just cast a freezing charm? She grinned at Harry. But then again, an average freezing charm wears off in 2 hours. Wizards are all about convenience, so they'll grumble at first, but I'm sure they'll see the benefit once they realize they won't have to learn household charms anymore. You'd be surprised how many people know nothing of those. The Cornfoot brothers said something along those lines, laughed Harry. Their father is a squib, so they were fascinated by the Muggle world and decided to bring parts of it to the wizarding world. Still powered by magic, of course, but pushing the boundaries in a way that hadn't been done before. "Sounds incredible," said Hermione, eyes shining. "As much as I love the wizarding world, I missed the convenience of many things, especially when I was younger. It will be like getting the best of both worlds." "Yeah, Daphne and Tracy are working out a strategy with Draco about their inventions and how we'll be dealing with it," said Harry. "I'll let you know how it goes. Let's see, who else? Oh, right, Madame Quinton. She's a charms mistress with a team of 15 apprentices." 15? Asked Hermione, her eyes wide. "What kind of research does she do to need so many? I mean, charms is the most diverse branch of magic, but still." "Apparently, every one of her apprentices has a unique area of expertise," said Harry. "Newt told us all of them, but I'll be damned if I can remember any. But I know she's got some of them inventing new ones, a few others looking at charms that have gone out of practice, and others who are refining existing ones." "It's true, charms are constantly evolving," nodded Hermione. "I'll be honest, that sounds like the most fun." Harry hesitated briefly before meeting her gaze. "Is it something you would like to do?" he asked. "After Hogwarts, I mean." Hermione gave him a look that was far too understanding. "Of course I would love it," she said. "But I have decided to join the ministry, and that's what I'll do." "Why?" asked Harry. "I mean, all I could think yesterday was how much you'd love the whole research thing, Hermione. You've really got the brains for it." "Thanks, Harry," she said, blushing in delight. "Research would be my dream, actually." She grinned and shook her head. "What would your dream be? You know, something you would love to do for the rest of your life." "Huh, mine?" he asked, confused. "If I had to guess, it would be to play Quidditch professionally," she said. "Well, yeah, I'd love it." "Of course, but," he paused and got what she meant. "Right. Dreams are nice," she said. "But there are much more important things to do right now. Once I've accomplished all I've wanted at the ministry, maybe I'll retire to do research of my own." Harry nodded in understanding, impressed at Hermione as always. It was a part of her he admired a lot, even if it had occasionally driven him barmy when they were younger. Once Hermione made up her mind, nothing would deter her from accomplishing her goals. She would fight the whole world on stubbornness alone, and he supposed that tenacity was why she'd been a Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. "So is that all of them?" she asked. "All of them at Yola," he clarified. "There are 3 more and Rolf at Eustace, 2 potion masters and a herbology mistress. Oh, that reminds me, I have to find Neville." "Why?" asked Hermione, realizing that it was almost time for the Wisengamot session. They would be invited inside the chamber at any moment. "The herbology mistress, her name is Sophia Sayer," he said. "She's the oldest daughter of Elder Sayer," he added, nodding towards the older man speaking to Elder MacDougall. "She needs an apprentice, and Neville's always been interested in herbology, so I was going to ask if he was interested." "Well, Neville did say he'd love to go into research," said Hermione. "I'm sure he'd be interested if you ask." Harry gave a nod, and the chamber doors opened as they were all invited inside. He glanced around to look for Daphne, and saw her speaking to Robert Abbott, who looked a little nervous, but something Daphne said made his eyes go wide with surprise. Harry guessed she had told him that the chief warlock would be endorsing the bill, and hid his smile. Poor Robert had been nervous, no matter how much he tried to play it off, but that must have eased his mind a little. He said goodbye to Hermione as she went to the other side with the non-permanent seats and climbed up to the gaunt seat. Daphne dropped into the greengrass seat next to him a minute later. "Good morning," he greeted. "And to you," she smiled. "I have an early update from the others. The dorm renovations at Yola Castle have begun and should be done by Friday. And Fleur and Draco have a meeting in the afternoon with the owners of a bottle shop in Diagon. They're thinking of expanding, apparently, according to Finn's tip-off." "Great," nodded Harry. "Remind me to talk to you about that." "If you mean Pride Farmhouse, I have already thought of it," she said, and Harry grinned. He was always pleased when they managed to get on the same wavelength that way. His attention was diverted by the arrival of Andromeda, who gave a hug to both him and Daphne before sitting down, much to the surprise of a lot of people in the permanent section. Harry's face was pink at being hugged so easily by Andromeda, but he noticed Mr. Weasley, who waved with a small smile. He was about to return the greeting when Kingsley stood up, and silence fell over the Wisengamot chamber. Shooting an apologetic look at Mr. Weasley, who nodded in understanding, Harry turned to Kingsley with the rest of the Wisengamot. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, on my authority as the Minister of Magic, I hereby commence this session of the Wisengamot," he said, and then grimaced. "I realize that traditionally the Chief Warlock is in charge, but the first item on our agenda makes this rather awkward." "Say it like it is, Minister," said Elder Folly, standing up. "Elder Abercrombie called a session out of time with most of us absent and had to stopped by Madame Longbottom." Kingsley's frown deepened, as Abercrombie looked nervous, but not as much as others expected. "Yes, quite," said Kingsley. "Minister," said Abercrombie, getting to his feet. "While it is true I called a session out of time, my only reason for doing that was to deal with minor administrative matters that would otherwise hinder regular process." He spoke with such confidence that had Harry not known what a slug he really was, he would have been a little drawn in as well. A few people started looking certain, but a large majority looked completely unconvinced. "I have served on the Wisengamot for over 20 years, continued Abercrombie. "With utmost respect to Madame Longbottom, I was never given a chance to explain why I had called the session." That was a blatant lie, since that had been the first thing Andromeda had asked him, but she didn't correct him, though she looked like she very much wanted to do it. "Be that as it may, there was a legitimate concern raised with regards to you, Chief Warlock," said Kingsley, uncomfortably. "I am willing to put my position to a vote," he said, swiftly. "I did no wrong and acted as was my duty. If the Wisengamot sees fit to remove me as Chief Warlock for that, I will accept that decision and continue serving loyally as any other member." Harry had to be impressed by the man. Abercrombie knew he wouldn't be voted out thanks to the contract he signed, so it was incredibly politically savvy to call the vote himself before it could be called for him. There were quiet murmurs from the people inside the chamber, including the gallery where some members of the ministry were sitting. Daphne gave Harry a look, and he cleared his throat. "Point of order, Minister," he said, standing up. As he did, silence fell in the chamber. "Yes, Elder Potter," asked Kingsley. Harry glanced at Abercrombie, who gave him the look of a man who knew exactly who was holding out a lifesaver for him. Taking a deep breath, Harry looked around at the Wisengamot. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is only the second session of the Wisengamot since the war," he said, "and the very first session since the new Wisengamot was formed. If we are to vote out the Chief Warlock not even one session after forming the Wisengamot, what kind of a message will that send to the public?" The Chief Warlock was generous enough to call for the vote himself, but I think it is enough that we acknowledge a blunder was made and move past this whole thing entirely. He gave a firm nod and sat down. As he did, he noticed the barest smirk from Daphne, telling him he'd done enough. "Well, Elder Potter makes a good point," said Kingsley, collecting himself. "Yes, he certainly does," said Eugene Orpington, and both Harry and Daphne stiffened. It was rather odd that it was Madame Tonks who was as vehement in her opposition as Madame Longbottom at that failed session, and yet now Elder Potter is speaking in defense of the Chief Warlock. "You misunderstand me, Elder Orpington," said Harry, thinking very quickly. They knew they could still keep Abercrombie in if it came down to a vote, but they wanted to deal with this without that happening. "Madame Tonks acted within her authority, and I support her decision wholeheartedly. I am not denying that the failed session never should have happened. My point here was that it was a missed step, that's all. It is certainly not worth voting out a man who has served loyally for over 20 years. He sat down and he saw Daphne exhale, which told him he'd handled it well. Orpington had a sour look on his face. "I concur with Elder Potter's assessment of the whole situation," said Andromeda, daring Orpington to deny it. Elder Folly was frowning as he stood up. "While the whole business leaves a nasty taste in my mouth, I must say Elder Potter has pointed out something quite astutely. The Wisengamot needs to be strong in these uncertain times, so we cannot waste it splitting hairs amongst ourselves," he said. "I concur as well." Harry gave a quick bow towards him, which Elder Folly returned before sitting back down. Kingsley looked around the Wisengamot and gave a nod. "Is there anyone who wishes for the Wisengamot to call for a vote?" he asked. No one raised a wand, so he nodded. "Acknowledged. I turn over today's process to Chief Warlock Abercrombie once more." Harry let out the breath he was holding as the Chief Warlock stood up. "I thank the Wisengamot for their decision," he said. "The first order of business relates to the determination made last session regarding trials for alleged Death Eaters and other war criminals. The trials are due to begin from September 2nd, and I will be passing out a copy of the trial dates as set out by the Wisengamot Administration Services." With a flick of his wand, copies dispersed to all members of the Wisengamot from a stack in front of him. "If there is a change that needs to be made, it will have to be brought up in writing within 7 days or during an official session." Harry read through the list quickly, noticing the list of imprisoned Death Eaters, Snatchers, as well as ministry employees like Umbridge, Runcorn, and the like. While not everyone who had participated in that vile commission had been arrested, those like them who had actively supported Death Eaters beyond self-preservation had been brought up on charges. One of the highlights of Harry's short-lived Auror career had been to arrest Dolar's Umbridge. "This looks fine, Chief Warlock," said Kingsley. "Yes, Elder Folly," he asked when the older man stood up. "I call for the trials to be open to the public," he said, "including the press." "That is quite odd, Elder Folly," said Elder Shafik. "You despise the press." "Yes, but the Daily Prophet has been printing the truth for a change," said Elder Folly. "These monsters tormented the wizarding world, and their crimes and punishment need to be seen by the people they tormented." "Careful, Elder Folly," warned Elder Macmillan. "You would not wish to sound as if you have already determined the guilt of these people." "Not at all," said Elder Folly. "That is another reason I call for the trials to be public, to dispel any notion of bias. If that is the case, I propose that the accused be questioned under veritaserum," said Elder Sayer. "Elders, one at a time, please," said Abercrombie. "First, let us hold a vote for Elder Folly's proposal for public trials. All in favor." Harry raised a wand, and a large majority followed all across the board. "Acknowledged," said Abercrombie. "Now to Elder Sayer's proposal to question the accused under veritaserum." "I see no reason why we shouldn't do it," said Elder Sayer. "It is a standard practice across Europe, and we ourselves have held trials where veritaserum was used. The only reason so many people were able to get away with being Death Eaters the last time around was because the Wisengamot at the time did not question people under veritaserum." He threw a dirty look at Lucius Malfoy, who stared back impassively. "I support Elder Sayer's proposal," said Harry. "Let us begin the official vote then," said Abercrombie. It was passed with ease, and he acknowledged it. "On to, yes, Elder Thompson?" he asked, warily when the man stood up. Harry vaguely remembered Daphne telling him that Thompson fell into the Abercrombie-Orpington faction, but had aligned himself with Orpington following the alliance breaking. "I call for a measure to exclude certain members of the Wisengamot from participating in the trials of alleged Death Eaters," he said, eyes glinting. "More specifically, those whose family members shall be on trial." Harry blinked in shock, but he saw that Daphne looked relaxed and a little pleased, if he were to be honest. Outrageous. That would be why, Harry guessed, as Elder Folly stood up. "Exclude officially elected members from trial. What do you take the Wisengamot for, Elder Thompson?" he demanded. Much of the older crowd was agreeing with Folly. Apparently, it was a very big deal to exclude members from participating. Harry had to wonder why Thompson had done it, knowing it would likely fail. Then, he took a closer look at the man and saw that Orpington was glaring at Thompson as well, because he had likely done it stupidly without thinking through the consequences. "Well, a vote shall be called regardless," said Abercrombie, looking like he was trying not to smirk. "All in favor of Elder Thompson's proposal." A couple wands were raised, but the measure was soundly defeated. "That's that then," nodded Abercrombie. "Moving on, we have a bill being introduced by Elder Abbott that has been endorsed by me as Chief Warlock. Everyone shall be receiving a copy." Copies were sent to everyone, and Abbott stood up. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," he said, as people looked surprised, especially at the fact that the bill was being endorsed by the Chief Warlock. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, this is the bill for the Post-War Employment Act. As stated, the bill aims to increase employment in Wizarding Britain following the end of the war. A large population was left without jobs during the war, and even in peacetime they have not regained their means of earning a living. This bill proposes measures that will offer them an opportunity to get back on their feet on their own terms rather than through charity. Elder Potter has been generous enough to lend the assistance of the Potter Foundation to sponsor the housing measures. But I ask that the ministry adopt the employment measures to lend assistance to those struggling after the war." He sat back down as people began murmuring to each other. Abercrombie stood up and cleared his throat. "Members of the Wisengamot have 7 days to examine the bill. First reading will be held on July 8, and the measures shall be discussed in detail then. Members shall have the opportunity to debate and argue upon the specifics at that time, and votes will be held over every section of the bill," he said. "For now, the bill is officially filed with the Wisengamot. Acknowledged." "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot," said Elder Abbott. "I hope you will keep an open mind as you read the bill." "Next, we have the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to discuss budgetary measures," said Abercrombie. "Madam Billington, if you please." The older witch who had been sitting in the gallery stood up and made her way to the podium downstairs in the chamber. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," she said. "Following the new budget granted to us by the minister after the war, the rest of the divisions of the department are doing fine. However, Head Auror Robards has a proposal he wants to put to the Wisengamot." "We will hear from Head Auror Robards then," said Abercrombie, and Billington returned to the gallery as Robards walked down. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot," he said, "with an increasing amount of crime emerging from Nocturne Alley, the Auror Department is proposing a Nocturne cleanup measure. The details are here, Chief Warlock." He sent a stack of copies to Abercrombie, who distributed it to the members of the Wisengamot. "As you can see, currently the Aurors can only respond to criminal activities once they have happened. We are proposing the Wisengamot grant us powers to conduct raids in order to root out criminal activities." "Bear in mind, this is not a change in the law," said Abercrombie, probably for the benefit of the new Wisengamot members. "There is already a law that bestows special powers upon Aurors, but they need Wisengamot authorization in order to act upon them. That is what Head Auror Robards is seeking today." "Do you have the numbers?" asked Elder Zeller. "For such a task, I mean." "Yes," said Robards. "I am creating a task force that will conduct the raids, and they will be the only ones who will be granted the power to do so." "And it's just in Nocturne, not anywhere they feel like it, correct?" asked Elder Ollivander. "That is correct," said Robards. "Nocturne has gone unchecked for a long time. The raids will root out criminals who will then be tried by the Wisengamot, and any and all dark artifacts will be confiscated and subsequently destroyed." He looked up at them with determination. "It is also why I propose this part of today's session be subjected to the Wisengamot's secrecy measures. We don't want this getting out before we've had a chance to conduct the raids." "Then before we proceed, we shall invoke the secrecy measures," said Abercrombie. "Regardless of our decision, the matter discussed by Head Auror Robards shall be subjected to secrecy. Does anyone wish to object?" Harry's gaze slid towards Royce Burke, the only owner of Borgin and Burke's who wasn't dead or in Azkaban. The man looked like he was sweating bullets, but he only cast a fearful look at Harry before keeping his mouth shut. "Acknowledged," said Abercrombie, when no one objected. "Any and all record of this matter will be redacted from the official records and will be available only to Wisengamot members. Further discussion of this matter outside the Wisengamot will be forbidden, unless it is with fellow Wisengamot members or ministry employees with appropriate clearance." "Thank you, Chief Warlock," said Robards. "We plan on moving quickly and conducting these raids over the next week or so, before the criminals have time to mobilize and disappear, or worse, decide to fight back. Surely other occupants of Nocturne will notice the raids being conducted," said Arthur Weasley. Yes, but we plan on doing it as discreetly as possible for as long as we can, said Robards. The entirety of Nocturne is only a third the size of Diagon, and we are devising the best course of action to keep things under wraps. And what about the few honest businesses left in Nocturne? Demanded Elder MacDougall. Surely they won't be condemned as well. We are being very thorough in gathering intelligence, said Robards. But you cannot be sure, said Elder MacDougall. You talk of raids. But if your plan is to go in ham-fisted and beat down every door you find and harass citizens, then there's no point. The Wisengamot has to protect the rights of ordinary citizens. We will be thorough, Elder MacDougall, said Robards, though there was gathering support for Elder MacDougall's words. I acknowledge that Nocturne needs to be dealt with, but I'd rather hear exactly how you plan on conducting these raids before we give you a free pass to go wild, said Elder MacDougall. There was vocal agreement in response to his words. A couple people applauded. Even Harry could see his point. He felt a nudge and turned as Daphne handed him a note. He read it quickly and stood up. Elders, he said, as the chamber quieted down. Perhaps we ought to take a break. It will give Head Auror Robards some time to outline his plan to us as well. He looked at Abercrombie, who stood up. Yes, Elder Potter is quite right, he said. It is almost time for lunch, so we ought to adjourn for 1 hour and return to this issue. As soon as an adjournment was called, Royce Burke made his escape from the Wisengamot chamber with quick steps, doing his best not to draw any attention to himself. If the damned security measures hadn't been put into place, he would have disapparated to Nocturne Alley and warned his trusted network about the Aurors. But since it was no longer possible, he had to look out for himself. An hour was not a lot of time, but it was enough to empty Borgin and Burke's and hide the merchandise. He made it into the hallway outside the Wisengamot chambers before anyone else, and was all but jogging towards the atrium, when someone stepped in his path. Someone who, ignoring the empty hallway around them, stepped directly in front of Burke. Mr. Burke, greeted the young man. Burke glared at him, wondering who the hell he was supposed to be. The teal robes he was wearing looked more expensive than what Burke made in a year. Who are you? I'm in a hurry, he said, as rudely as he could get away with. Oh, pardon my manners, said the young man, inclining his head in a bow. Adrian Pusey, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Burke paled. A damned Pusey at the worst time possible. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pusey, said Burke, forcing his best customer service smile. If you will excuse me, I have some urgent business to take care of. I'm sure it can wait, he said pleasantly, but enough to let him know it was anything but. This comes from your lord and master, you see, he added in a low voice. Defeated, Burke gave a nod and allowed Pusey to lead him into a quiet corner. Pusey cast a few privacy charms before smiling at Burke like a hunter, looking down at a prey he was about to slaughter. Frightful business in the Wisengamot today, I expect, said Pusey, in that same pleasant tone. I doubt a lot of members are completely on board with what Head Auror Robards has proposed. The secrecy measures kept Burke from confirming or denying it, but it seemed Pusey had been made aware of what Robards would be doing prior to today's session. Damn that Potter. Of course, continued Pusey, undeterred by his silence, you could always lend a hand to the Auror department, the fine, upstanding citizen that you are. Alarmed, Burke realized he'd misjudged why Pusey had cornered him. He'd thought Potter would want him to surrender quietly and not tip anyone off. And yet, it was now painfully clear that he expected a lot more than that. The details of what you are to do are in here, said Pusey, handing him a scroll of parchment. When the Wisengamot reconvenes, follow the instructions. In return, you may go and destroy what you wish from your shop and keep your family's name and wealth. Of course, you are free to refuse, but I doubt the consequences of defying your lord and master are pleasant. Royce Burke was not a courageous man, nor was he particularly bright, but he knew self-preservation like any beast did. Nodding in defeat, he accepted the quill that Pusey held out to him. Do you think it worked? Asked Harry in a quiet whisper, as they filed back into the chamber an hour later. I expect so, said Daphne. Pusey can be very persuasive. I'm just glad things turned out like this and we didn't pay him all that advance in vain." "He does not come cheap, does he?" said Harry, shaking his head. "Even if it was worth it. With the kind of secrets that family knows about people, they can blackmail anyone with ease, but their high fees are basically meant as a deterrent for just that," she said. "If you pay their fees properly, they won't come after you for more. And they don't sell their information either, so there's that. Discreet and above board, though certainly gray when it comes to morals." "Yeah, I'm getting that," nodded Harry, and then lowered his voice even further. "Is it bad if a part of me wishes Burke doesn't take the deal and reneges on his allegiance to me? I hate that slimy bastard." "You and me both," she said. "Borgin and Burke's has always held an unofficial place of honor in Knockturn Alley. He could know secrets none of us would even have a clue about, so him becoming an informant for Robards helps everyone out a great deal. The bastard managed to evade Azkaban, but certainly he won't escape punishment as he destroys the criminal network his family lorded over all these years with his own two hands." "The session will now continue," said Abercrombie, as the doors were sealed. "Head Auror Robards, could you take the podium once more?" Robards nodded and made his way downstairs. As he did, Elder MacDougall stood up. "Have you come up with a plan of action to protect ordinary citizens during the raids, Head Auror?" asked MacDougall. Before Robards could answer, Burke stood up and Harry almost smiled as he realized the plan had worked. "Pardon me, Elder MacDougall," said Burke, his face smooth despite a hint of nervousness in his tone. "But I have a way of protecting ordinary citizens while weeding out the criminals in Knockturn Alley." "Enlighten me," said Elder MacDougall, looking at him with barely disguised loathing. "Especially since your family's shop is right in the center of the whole mess." "I do not deny that my family has done some terrible things," he said. "Even my older brother sits in Azkaban, awaiting punishment for his crimes. I merely wish to be a good citizen and lend my assistance to bring down the criminals in Knockturn Alley." "Are you saying you will be an informant?" asked Robards, taken aback. "Voluntarily?" "Yes," said Burke. "I will guide you to the dangerous ones and keep you away from the ones who are carrying on a legitimate business." "And you expect us to believe you will be honest?" demanded Elder MacDougall. "No, I suppose my family's name is too tarnished already," said Burke, and took a deep breath. "I will take an unbreakable vow." There were loud gasps in the Wisengamot, which had Abercrombie calling for silence, as even he looked shocked at Burke's words. "Elder Burke," said Elder Folly, "are you aware of what you are saying? If you renege on an unbreakable vow, you will lose your life." "Yes, I am quite aware," said Burke, "and I am willing to do this just the same. I will provide full cooperation to the Auror Department's Knockturn cleanup measure and not willingly mislead them regarding the information I give. Nor will I attempt to subvert the oath in any way. It shall hold until the raids are all completed." "Calm yourselves," snapped Elder Folly as more whispers and shocked exclamations rose in the chamber. "Chief Warlock, call for order." "Yes, of course," said Abercrombie. "Silence, silence." It still took a while, but once silence fell, Elder Folly stood up and appraised Burke. "I understand wanting to set right your family's mistakes, Elder Burke, but the Wisengamot cannot approve an unbreakable vow. However," he added, when the noise rose once more before quieting down at his harsh glare, "Elder MacDougall's concerns are legitimate, and your cooperation with Head Auror Robards and his Aurors will be invaluable as well. In light of that, I suggest a magically binding contract be signed instead." "One thing at a time, elders," said Abercrombie, regaining his composure. "We must first vote on whether we accept Head Auror Robards and his Knockturn cleanup proposal." "The issues are connected," countered Elder MacDougall. "I won't approve the proposal until we have a guarantee that will protect innocent citizens and only target the criminals. And the only way to have the guarantee would be to have assurance of Elder Burke's words. I am willing to accept a magically binding contract as suggested by Elder Folly." "I concur with Elder MacDougall," said Elder Folly. "The issue should be voted on as one." Abercrombie sighed and nodded. "Very well," he said. "The vote shall be held on the following basis. Does the Wisengamot approve the nocturne cleanup measure as proposed by Head Auror Robards, conditional upon the signing of a magical contract by Elder Royce Burke assuring his cooperation in the matter? Harry raised his wand along with a large majority, and Abercrombie acknowledged that the vote had been passed. The next hour or so was spent drafting a contract by a representative of the Wisengamot Administration Services, which was then read out to the whole Wisengamot, outlining the same promises that Burke had made earlier. It was then signed and sealed by Burke, Robards, and Abercrombie, and lodged in officially, along with the approval for the nocturne cleanup measure. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Abercrombie, "with this, we shall conclude today's session of the Wisengamot. The next session shall begin at 9 a.m. on July 8. "Not making a habit of drinking," said Harry, as he poured 2 goblets of wine. "But I think days like today warrant it." The plan had been to continue working on the Halloween event, but Harry and Daphne were both so tired that they were yet to get started, even after coming back to Potter Hall and having dinner. In fact, it looked very much like they would not be getting around to it, since they were lounging in their favorite parlor, and Harry had asked Jerry to bring over a bottle of wine from Pride Farmhouse for them to share. "Touché," said Daphne, accepting her goblet with a nod. She took a small sip of the red liquid and her eyes went wide. "My, it's gorgeous. I haven't had wine this good outside France." "I really should take the time to learn more about all of this," said Harry. "Weren't you telling me something about Fleur and Draco meeting with a bottle shop owner?" "Yeah," said Daphne. "The wine from Pride Farmhouse is good quality, and it's bottled and labeled, not to mention it's hard to get really good wine in Britain these days. If we sell to the bottle shop, it could make for a good source of income, though I have a few other ideas as well." "Like what?" asked Harry. "Well, I would need to take a closer look, but I suspect some of the wine there is too high quality to be sold in shops," said Daphne. "And with the Potter Foundation holding events throughout the year, one of them could be a wine tasting party, with guests being able to bid on the more expensive wines for charity." "That's a thing?" he asked, surprised, but he knew he really shouldn't be anymore. "Of course," she said. "When I said events, I didn't just mean an evening ball. People are more likely to donate if they get something in return, and with something as public as an auction, the rich would take the chance to show off as much as possible." She smiled a little, as a look of understanding spread across his face. "Unless you plan on drinking all the wine yourself." "Funny," he said, as she chuckled. "I'd never thought of that, but now that you say it, it does make sense. There are so many things I inherited that have no particular use, but we can make money off of those for some of the other enterprises. I mean, we are already doing it with the books at Ark, so the wine at Pride Farmhouse makes sense as well." He laughed a little and shook his head. "I keep being surprised at how many things you keep considering for my sake." "Right back at you," she said, and then got a slightly devious look on her face. "Since we are both constantly surprising one another, the clear solution is to know each other better. Just to cut down on the surprises, I mean." Harry almost laughed, but then pretended to consider his response. "If we must," he sighed before grinning, "how do we get to know one another better then?" "That is obvious," said Daphne, finishing her goblet of wine. "Ask me something and I'll answer, with honesty, of course, and then I get to ask something that you must answer, again with honesty. We agreed to share our issues, remember?" "Fair enough," he said, pouring her more wine and taking some for himself. "Go ahead then," she said, though there was an undercurrent of wariness as if she were unsure what he would ask. "You first." Harry paused, wondering where to start. The playful atmosphere that they'd started this conversation with was still lingering, and he was loath to break it, so he decided to keep it simple. "Do you like Quidditch?" he asked, and as soon as he did he wished he had asked something more meaningful and not as childish. She looked stunned but then burst into laughter. That's what you ask." He went red but couldn't help smiling at her amusement. It was rare to see her laugh that openly. "Yes, that's what I'm asking," he said firmly. She chuckled a few more times before adopting a serious look on her face. "I suppose I do," she said. "I like watching it more than I like playing it, I'm afraid. Our father was a Pride of Portree fan, but Torai and I have always been a bit partial to the Ballycastle Bats. I do like flying, though. You do? He asked, surprised. She nodded with a small smile. Not the kind of flying you do, just so we are clear, she said. That damn near Ronsky feint you did back in our 3rd year almost gave me and half the school a heart attack. She shot him a reproachful look before chuckling. Flying gives me time to think. That and swimming. I can let my thoughts just drift off. I know what you mean, though I happen to like the kind of flying I do, he said, and then frowned as he remembered his lost firebolt. I haven't in a while, though. You should, she said. You always seemed at ease in the air in a way that you never quite managed anywhere else. I didn't realize you noticed, he said, surprised yet pleased. She went pink but rolled her eyes. I noticed a lot of things, not just you, she said. My turn then, is it? He saw the obvious attempt to change the subject, but grinned and nodded. Your turn, go for it, he said. She set her goblet of wine down before facing him seriously. Where did you grow up? She asked. Harry's smile slid off. Why do you want to know? He asked. Because it is something I don't know, she said calmly. Harry sighed and finished his wine as he tried to gather his thoughts. He chanced a look at Daphne, who was waiting patiently for his response, and took a deep breath. I grew up in the Muggle world, he answered slowly. With the Dursley family. It's my aunt's family, my mother's sister. They are Muggles. My aunt, uncle, and cousin, I mean. She gave a measured nod. And what were they like? She asked. Not fond of magic, he answered quietly. I see, she said. Where are they now? They were in hiding during the war, he said, glad that she didn't push that particular topic too hard. After the Battle of Hogwarts, I went and saw them. They are now back to living at Privet Drive. That's where I grew up. He smiled bitterly. They also told me in no uncertain terms that I was never to darken their doorstep again as long as I lived. Charming people, she said, and then visibly hesitated. Do they know about you, about who you are in this world? No, he said, unable to suppress an unamused chuckle at the thought of telling them. Do you wish revenge upon them? She asked, in that same level tone of voice. Harry looked at her so quickly he would have gotten a whiplash. What? And no, he said. Well, too bad, she said. Why would? He began, wondering how best to phrase it. How did you KN? The thing about growing up in the wizarding world is that everyone heard tales of the heroic Harry Potter who defeated he who must not be named, said Daphne. When I first came to Hogwarts, I admit that even I was curious. What I saw instead was a boy who could have used a few more square meals and a new pair of glasses. It didn't fit with the image of a hero raised in luxury. Don't worry, you weren't the only one to notice, he said bitterly. Knowing that Dumbledore had been aware of what life with the Dursleys had been like, and that he'd continued to send Harry there every summer, protective wards or not, was still something he found difficult to forgive. And people much older and more in control of me than you decided I was better off being raised that way. Yes, I figured that since it continued throughout the years, she said, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Which is why I asked if you wished revenge. It wouldn't do anything, he said. I don't have to see them again, so it doesn't matter. He looked at her contemplatively. Or are you saying it should matter because it's family? Don't worry, she said. I am the last person to advocate for the family nonsense. Blood only goes so far. My mother's side of the family is proof of that. What do you mean? He asked curiously. My mother's side of the family are a bunch of money-grubbing insects, is what I mean, she said, bluntly. Have you heard of the Corentin family of France? He shook his head. Well, take my word for it, they are rather well known. It is one of the oldest pureblood families in France, and are the only surviving wizarding family there to hold a title. The rest lost them around the time of the Revolution in the Muggle world when the rebellion spread. But the Corentin family managed to hold on, somehow. Unfortunately, title does not equal money. They had their family name and the estate, but little else. On top of that, my grandfather's older brother gambled what little they had, until he had an accident, and my grandfather became the head of the family. Harry knew enough to understand that the accident had been no accident, but he was fascinated by this aspect of Daphne's family too. He realized she never really discussed her mother's side of the family, and had mistakenly assumed they were dead as well. My grandfather had 5 children. My mother was the middle one. She had an older brother and sister and 2 younger brothers, continued Daphne. My grandmother, hateful and greedy bitch that she is, decided that the only way to restore some of the family's glory was to trade her children off for money through marriage. Plenty of families were willing to marry into the prestigious Corentin family, financial circumstances notwithstanding, so there was no shortage of suitors for any of the 5 children. She sighed and shook her head. The Greengrass family was wealthy and titled, so my mother was offered up as a bride to my father, said Daphne. I suppose they figured that with my father being the sole heir, my mother's children would inherit everything. They were positively ecstatic when there were no male heirs born before my mother's death. She looked at Harry furiously. Can you imagine something as despicable as being glad at the death of your daughter, because it meant there was a chance to get at the wealth of her husband by way of her children? Children, who, I might add, were a toddler and a newborn who had just lost their mother. Harry suppressed a wince, but shook his head. As soon as my mother died, they had my father update his will, she said, eyes flashing in anger. They didn't even wait until my mother was cold in the ground to demand that I should be named heir to the Greengrass family. They were afraid my father would remarry and have a male heir, you see, and wanted to secure their hold on the Greengrass wealth. Daphne's breathing was labored as she described the situation, but then took a deep breath which seemed to calm her down a little. He did as they asked, mostly because I think he never had the intention to remarry, she said. Tori and I had to spend a month of summer in France every year as per the Grandbitch's demands, and that time would be spent trying to set me up with one of my male cousins so they could get at the money. Set you up? He asked, horrified. She nodded, visibly trembling with anger. Started around the time I was 8. None of the other marriages worked out that well, you see. My oldest uncle's wife brought in a hefty dowry, but she was also a rather wasteful person who spent most of it herself. My older aunt married into a wealthy family, but her husband was a horrible beast of a man who ended up being disowned, which robbed her of anything she might have received. The younger uncle was married to a lovely woman who he ended up driving to insanity with his womanizing ways, finally shacking up with a mistress, so the dowry they received was taken away. The only decent person in that family is my mother's youngest brother, and he had enough sense to leave for America the moment he turned 17. I was the only golden goose, you might say, so they figured if I married one of my cousins, they would get the Greengrass wealth. My father was furious when he found out what they were scheming, and he let them know in no uncertain terms that if they pushed, he would never let me or Tori near them. It worked for a time, I suppose. Did they? Asked Harry, remembering that Daphne's father had passed away. Since your father's. She nodded. The day after, as a matter of fact, she said. Mind you, the war was still going on. Death Eaters were teachers at Hogwarts, and it was very likely that Tori and I would be thrown to them once the year ended, and my lovely grandmother wrote to tell me how my cousins missed me, and now that Elias is dead, I should think about which one of them I would choose as the next Lord Greengrass. Revolting. Harry had to agree with that sentiment, and he reached out and took her hand that was resting on the sofa between them, almost without thinking. She jumped as if electrocuted but seemed to calm down as he held it comfortingly. I'm sorry to hear that, he said sincerely. I had no idea. She smiled weakly. You can't know if I never told you, she said, her voice soft. So, yeah, I'm the last person who'll tell you that everything should be forgiven because it's family. The only people who have the luxury of saying that are people fortunate enough to have a good family. Tori and I were fortunate we had our father, and I'm sorry you didn't have anyone that was on your side when you were a child. It's not about the Dursleys. It's about you and what you want. Her smile became a little brighter. It was Tori who told me that, you see. She realized I detested going to France because even if they backed off because of my father, they would constantly try to push me to get closer to one of my cousins. Back then, that family was the only connection I had to my mother, so I did my best to try and please them, no matter how much I disliked playing nice. Tori took it upon herself to point out that blood only goes so far, and a family that cannot be bothered to look at you as anything but an obligation or a means to an end has no business receiving anything from you. Daphne laughed, as if remembering something funny. She did it in full view of the family, too, loudly and proudly, calling my grandmother a greedy bitch, her sons and older daughter wastrels and money-grubbing insects, and my grandfather a power-hungry bastard. It was quite the spectacle, and I think she did it knowing how much I love spectacles. They have hated her ever since, but seeing that they couldn't do a thing about it made me realize that the people I care about will stand up for me, no matter what, and there will always be a difference between blood and family. Harry jumped a little as she shifted her hand that he was still holding, but instead of letting go, she linked their fingers together and squeezed it. He stared at their joined hands for a long moment before nodding. They weren't outwardly terrible, he began in a low voice. But they hated magic, which means they hated me. I think it started when my mother and Aunt Petunia were little. My mother could do accidental magic, and Aunt Petunia was always jealous that Mum had magic and she didn't. They grew apart as they grew older, and the more my mother became immersed in this world, the more Aunt Petunia resented magic and anything to do with it. Uncle Vernon is worse, in a way, because to him all magic is just freakishness. In his eyes, we are all freaks. He felt Daphne squeeze his hand again, and he took a grateful breath before continuing. Then I was dumped on their doorstep by Dumbledore after my parents died. There were these blood wards that would protect both me and them because we were connected by my mother's blood, he grimaced. Unfortunately, the wards didn't protect me from what was happening inside the house. They figured they could knock the freakishness out of me. He heard a sharp inhale from Daphne, but her grip on him grew tighter instead of faltering. I was made to live in a cupboard under the stairs, fed scraps, and had to do chores around the house, while my cousin Dudley got fifth servings at mealtime and almost 40 different birthday gifts every year. The accidental magic didn't help, because it was a reminder that no matter what they did, I still remained a freak. She looked very much like she wanted to interrupt, but he was glad when she didn't because it was easier to keep going now that he had started. Once I started at Hogwarts, it got better and worse. Better because they were terrified of what I might be capable of doing to them, and worse for that reason too, he said, and sighed deeply. The summer after my first year, after they realized I couldn't do magic outside Hogwarts, they figured putting bars on my windows and feeding me through a cat flap was the right thing to do. Eventually, I just learned to be smarter and hide things better around them. He looked at her and saw that she seemed torn between anger and sadness. Do you remember the Dementor attack before our 5th year? Yes, it was big news, she said. It really happened, didn't it? He nodded. Dudley and I were attacked when we were outside. I managed to drive them away, but the experience did a number on Dudley. He's changed. I think he realizes the kind of person his parents raised him to be and the kind of people they were to me. When we last saw each other, he made me promise to stay in touch with him, no matter what his parents said. He will likely be moving out of Privet Drive soon. He might have been a bully who tormented me through childhood, but at least he acknowledges it and is trying to do better. My aunt and uncle are beyond that, I'm afraid. Daphne sighed and slowly released his hand. He thought he'd said something wrong when she wrapped her arms around him and gave him a hug. I'm sorry, she said, rubbing the back of his head soothingly. I'm sorry you had to live with them, and sorry that the people who are supposed to love and protect you did those terrible things to you instead. I am truly sorry, Harry. He exhaled heavily and rested his head on her shoulder, closing his eyes and letting her comfort him. But more than that, I am angry, she said, her tone still soft as she continued stroking the back of his head. I am fucking furious, both at the Dursleys and people like Dumbledore who put you in the hands of those monsters and kept you there. You aren't the only one, he said, without lifting his head, though his lips curved into a smile at the righteous fury in her words despite her calming tone. Yeah, well, since you aren't one for revenge, I might do it for you anyway, she grumbled. At least, go scream my head off at them or something. His smile grew wider, not that she could see it since his head was still resting on her shoulder. Because you enjoy a spectacle, he asked. Well, yes, she admitted, and finally pulled away a little so he had to lift his head to meet her gaze. But also because the people I care about will always stand up for me, and I will always stand up for them, no matter what. Harry's eyes went wide. Daphne, he whispered. A loud chime made them both jump, and they glanced towards the grandfather clock in the room, which showed that it was 9 p.m., which was the usual time Daphne went home. I should let you go," he said, slowly untangling himself from her. "Yeah," she said, smoothing down her clothes and standing up. Just thanks." He nodded. "And you as well," he said. She smiled and began gathering her things before pausing. "We should do this more often," she said. "I would like that," he agreed as he stood up to see her off. They walked to the kitchen flue in comfortable silence, and just before taking the flue powder, Daphne turned around and smiled at him. "Good night, Harry," she said, and leaned forward to kiss his cheek lightly. A warm blush rose up on his face. "Good night, Daphne," he whispered, as she gave him a brilliant smile and disappeared through the flames. Chapter 15. 3rd July, 1998. Harry Potter creates the James Potter Magical Research Institute. Newt Scamander to lead the first ever private magical research institute in Britain. By Benedict Almatis. Less than a month since starting a private charity organization, Elder Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, has announced he is opening the first ever private magical research institute in Britain. The James Potter Magical Research Institute will be the first of its kind in Britain and is slated to open its doors on July 7th. The institute shall be led by renowned magizoologist Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, Order of Merlin Second Class and author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "Magical research is the path forward," says Elder Potter. "It has never been my area of expertise, but I have always admired those that have made discoveries and inventions to allow us to progress further. Traditionally, all magical research has been through grants offered by the Department of Mysteries or through the researchers paying from their own pocket. A private research institute is quite the norm across the world, but not in Britain. It is ridiculous, really," says Newt Scamander. "We have a reputable institution like Hogwarts for educating young wizards and witches, but magical research is entirely dependent on the Ministry of Magic, especially for young researchers who cannot afford to finance their own research. When Harry came to me with the plans to start a research institute, my answer was obvious. Of course this institute must exist. It is high time we had something like it in Britain." Even though the institute is yet to officially open, several researchers have already been confirmed among its staff, including prominent runes master Henrik Pankuix. Mr. Pankuix, 93, is the foremost authority on ancient runes in the world and has lived in Britain for the last 30 years. "My research grant was substantially reduced over the past 3 years, says Mr. Pankuix. "With the money offered at the moment, I could barely afford one apprentice, let alone the 4 I currently have. Mr. Scamander and Mr. Potter's offer was much more generous and considerate. We need more people who understand the importance of magical research." Apart from Mr. Pankuix, renowned charms mistress Madame Quinton is also slated to join the researchers. Madame Quinton, 55, is behind the caterwauling charm and the amplifying charm, among other major discoveries. Research is a vital aspect of development, and with Newt Scamander leading the charge, I know that my apprentices and I shall be in good care. I must commend Mr. Potter for recognizing the importance of magical research and taking the initiative to make a difference. Not everyone seems as happy with Elder Potter's move regarding the Research Institute. Head Unspeakable Mittermeier of the Ministry's Department of Mysteries criticizes the move as being hasty. "The grants were cut for a reason," says Unspeakable Mittermeier, 61. "Now is the time to work on whatever projects we still have, and wait until the ministry can grant us more funds before beginning new research. Besides, I have heard rumors of that institute hearing technimages, a frivolous and rather useless field of magical research, so I don't wish to put too much stock in the whole business." Technimages, for the uninitiated, is a term commonly used for witches and wizards with the ability to develop a combination of Muggle and magical inventions. While Britain has traditionally not fostered this type of magic, it is well developed in several European nations, including Germany, France, and Switzerland. However, even if Britain has not supported research for technimages, we still continue to import products made by those very same technomages, including the wizarding wireless. It is rather foolish, says Finian Fortescue, proprietor of the recently opened Fortescue Cafe in Diagon Alley. Most businesses like mine, where food needs to be made in large quantities, is made possible by the equipment created by technomages. With Britain turning away this important area of research, business owners are left paying copious amounts of gold to technomages that have been driven away to Germany or one of the other countries. Mr. Fortescue's words ring full of truth and were corroborated by Morgan Cornfoot, one of the 2 technomages hired by the James Potter Magical Research Institute. Mr. Cornfoot, 24, got his mastery in Germany and returned to Britain with his brother because they wished to see this field of magical research develop further. Times are changing, and Britain is already behind because of the war. Now, more than ever, progress should be at the forefront of our priorities. There are many inventions that are used across homes in Germany that Britain would benefit from as well, but importing all of them is ridiculous, especially if we have capable wizards and witches who can learn and create their own inventions. It is blatantly incorrect of unspeakable Mittermeier to say it is a frivolous and useless area of magic, since the inventions are already being used in Britain, imported at overly high costs, says Newt Scamander. We have talented witches and wizards in our midst, and rather than driving them away, we should be embracing their talents and nurturing them. That is exactly what the James Potter Magical Research Institute hopes to do. The problem of Britain losing out on talented witches and wizards who often choose other European nations or America to further their education after Hogwarts has been growing since the First War against He Who Must Not Be Named. The Department of Mysteries has been accused of being narrow-minded in their view of research, and most breakthroughs in magic have been from researchers who received their mastery outside Britain. It raises important questions regarding the role of the Department of Mysteries and whether they are acting to the full extent of their potential in fostering magical research. Whether the Department of Mysteries is doing what they should is not for me to say, says Elder Potter, when asked for a comment. I do think unspeakable Mittermeier had a point that the ministry currently does not have sufficient funds to further research, but I disagree with his thoughts that we ought to abandon new research because of it. The James Potter Magical Research Institute will bridge this gap until the Department of Mysteries is once again able to help magical researchers in any way they can. We are on the same side here. It is a rather mature approach to take, but it does not come across as naivety, nor does it seem purely diplomatic. Elder Potter seems determined that rebuilding and recovery should not be limited to just charity work, and as with his efforts before, we place great faith and confidence in his abilities. The fact that this announcement comes mere days after his announcement of support for the Post-War Employment Act proposed by Elder Robert Abbott, see page 7, for a summary, sends a clear message that when Elder Potter said he would do all he could, he meant just that. Applications to the James Potter Magical Research Institute remain open for both masters and apprentices, and should be addressed to Mr. Newt Scamander at North Tower, Viola Castle, Bath. Harry sighed and set the copy of the Daily Prophet aside. Andromeda looked up from her cup of tea and smiled warmly. That sounded like a heavy sigh, she said. Do Mittermeier's words bother you that much? Yes, they do, he said, bluntly. I've never met him, but he sounds like an old man set in his ways. Those are the kind of people I dislike the most. You cannot expect every move you make to be universally popular, said Andromeda, wisely. Tracy did well in establishing your stance, and you come across as someone rational and more mature than Mittermeier, who just sounds like a bitter old man. It was a good idea to get Finn Fortescue's testimony, too. People connect more to the working man than they do to bureaucrats. Harry nodded. He sometimes forgot that Andromeda had been a Slytherin, too. Tracy thinks we should start laying the foundation for the technomages and their inventions if we want to create a way to commercialize it in the future, he said. Hermione said something like it, too. They're right, said Andromeda. Wizarding Britain is adjusting to change well, but even they have their limits. Slow and steady, Harry, slow and steady. Speaking of which, he said, shaking his head to focus on the other matter, When does Ms. Sawbridge get here? Andromeda finished her tea and checked her watch. She should be along soon, she said. I can't believe you already managed to hire all 10 caretakers, said Harry, impressed. At this rate, we might be ready to open soon. Yes, the renovations shall be done before the end of next week, so I was thinking we should do a full tour with the new staff, and the Potter Foundation employees 1 week from today on Friday, said Andromeda. That's fine, said Harry. I haven't had the chance to go back and see what the house elves have been doing, so it will be good to do it together. How soon do you think we can open? By mid-July would be my guess, said Andromeda. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. What is it? Asked Harry. I want to move Teddy and I into Black Castle, she said, with slight hesitation. In one of the towers that will be unoccupied by the children. Why? Asked Harry, surprised. There are other properties if you don't like Grimmauld Place. Andromeda shook her head with a small smile. It's not that I dislike Grimmauld Place, she said. I have grown attached, I'm afraid, to the orphanage, and I suspect to the children once I meet them. Belinda could use a hand too, especially until things get settled. The caretakers we hired are capable, but it never hurts to have an extra pair of hands. Besides, Teddy will be around other children as well. Yes, but, said Harry, wondering how he could say it delicately. Andromeda's eyes softened. You don't want him to feel like an orphan, she said. Harry nodded. He has me and you, he said. It feels hypocritical, but I want him to grow up in a home of his own. I can't fault you for that, said Andromeda. How about this then? Give me a year. I'll live at the orphanage for the first year, and after that, Teddy and I will move back to Grimmauld Place. 1 year, asked Harry. 1 year, nodded Andromeda. No more. All right, agreed Harry. Let Creature know to prepare your tower at Black Castle. Thank you, Harry, she said. You're welcome to come and visit, of course, but I suspect you will be doing that anyway. There was a knock on her office door, and they looked up as Parvati led a woman around Andromeda's age inside the office. Harry stood up, realizing the petite, dark-skinned woman was Belinda Sawbridge. Miss Sawbridge, it is a pleasure to meet you, he said, holding out his hand. She smiled pleasantly and shook his hand. Do call me Belinda, Mr. Potter, she said. The pleasure is mine. Call me Harry, please, he said, as they sat in front of Andromeda. Thank you for all your help so far, and I apologize it's taken so long for me to meet you. Nonsense, you have been busy, said Belinda, nodding towards Andromeda's desk, which had the Prophet open on the article Harry had been reading before. I'll admit, we have had philanthropists in the past attempt an orphanage, so I was skeptical when Thierry reached out, but one look at Andromeda's plan tells you everything has been put in place meticulously. Yes, Andromeda did a wonderful job, as did our whole team, said Harry, pleased at the praise for them. So did you, Harry, said Andromeda, and Belinda nodded in agreement. We were just discussing how the renovations will be done soon, and we should take a full tour next Friday, Belinda. Sounds splendid, nodded Belinda. It will give us a chance to examine if any additional wards need to be placed in any of the areas. In the meantime, I spoke to Thierry, and he has invited us to meet with Colette Peakes on Monday. The director of St. Mungo's. Yes, that makes sense, nodded Harry. Andromeda mentioned we need to discuss how the children will be transferred and start the paperwork for transferring custody. Belinda nodded solemnly. I don't anticipate resistance, because Colette is a fair woman, so I'm sure once we set out the whole plan, she shall cooperate fully, she said. If possible, I'd like some of the caretakers to start spending time at the orphan wing before the transfer to get them used to the familiar faces. All right, agreed Harry easily. Anything to make it easier on them. Belinda beamed at him. Thank you, Harry, she said. Not just for starting this project, but for agreeing to take such steps to ensure the care and future of those children. Harry went red at the praise. I know what it's like to grow up in a place where it feels like you have no one, he admitted. I don't wish to see any of them go through it any more than they already have. He cleared his throat. So, we were going to discuss the staff. Yes, said Belinda, taking out a folder from her handbag and setting it down on Andromeda's desk. We have me, Thierry, and Charlie Weasley, of course, as the matron, healer, and groundskeeper. Then we have the 10 caretakers. 6 women, 4 men, she added, showing him the list and pointing out the names of the 10 caretakers next to the groups they would be in charge of. We decided who should be assigned where based on their personalities and capabilities when we interviewed them, said Andromeda. It can be changed, of course, but we should stick with this for now. We also asked for long-term commitments, said Belinda. It's the same process when we hired for the orphan wing, a minimum of 5 years, which is what we put in their contract. Unless there is a serious issue that leads to their employment being terminated, we should stick to that. Harry nodded, reading through the names. He recognized Meredith Sawbridge, whom he knew to be Belinda's daughter. There were a couple surnames that he recognized from Hogwarts, but the first names were unfamiliar, which led him to conclude that they were relatives. Seems to be in order, he said. What about their salary packages? Yes, we discussed them and finalized it as per the contracts that Daphne drew up, said Andromeda. Room and board will be free, but they will be paid wages for their work, like we discussed before. Excellent, said Harry. Is there anything else we need to discuss before meeting Director Peakes on Monday? Nothing in particular, said Andromeda. Belinda and I have to prepare for the meeting, but that's all we need from you, Harry. He stood up and nodded gratefully. I'll let you get to work then, he said. I have a lunch appointment anyway. It was nice seeing you, Belinda. I look forward to working together. As do I, Harry, smiled Belinda. As do I. Harry nodded in farewell and left Andromeda's office, but stopped in his tracks when he saw a visitor speaking to Parvati. Elder MacDougall, he asked, recognizing the older man. What are you doing here, sir? Alexander MacDougall looked surprised to see him, but smiled in greeting. Elder Potter, I didn't realize you would be here, he said. Harry shook his hand. Is everything all right? He asked, confused as to why the man would be there if not to see Harry. I came to make a donation on behalf of the MacDougall family, he said. Oh, of course, said Harry. Parvati. I'll get the paperwork ready, she said with a smile. Thank you for doing this, said Harry, as Parvati hurried away. Not at all, said Elder MacDougall. I admit, I wasn't sure how you were planning on using the donations you receive, even with helping St. Mungo's. But then I saw the housing measures in Abbott's bill, and I came here myself to make the donation, because that is one excellent piece of legislation. Really? Asked Harry, glad that they had the outspoken man on board. It was all Robert. I just offered the Potter Foundation's help with the housing. You're being modest, I'm sure, laughed Elder MacDougall. Regardless, you can count on my support when the bill goes to vote. I'm a businessman, Elder Potter, so I understand charity has a place. But more than that, I believe in working hard for everything in life. The MacDougall family is vast, but all of us hold a job or run a business as soon as we are out of Hogwarts. Abbott's bill is doing just that. You see, giving everyone an opportunity to get back on their feet of their own volition, not just throwing gold at them. Yes, that was the aim, said Harry. Elder MacDougall nodded firmly as Parvati returned. Exactly, he said. I'll let you get on then, Elder Potter. I'm sure you have places to be. Yes, I apologize, said Harry, and then got an idea. Perhaps we could speak over dinner sometime. I would love to know more, and I'd also like a chance to thank you for the donation. How does this Sunday sound? Sounds excellent, nodded Elder MacDougall. My wife and I would be honored to attend. I shall send along an invitation then, said Harry. Have a good afternoon, sir. And you, Elder Potter, he said. Harry, he corrected. Harry, nodded Elder MacDougall. Call me Alexander then. I'll leave my address with Miss Paddle. Thank you, grinned Harry, and took his leave. He had to hurry a bit to make his appointment, but he reached the newly opened Sarah's Pasta with a couple minutes to spare. The St. James couple had opened their shop just 2 days ago, and already they were busier than they had been in the Muggle world. Harry wasn't surprised, considering the food quality had gone up, and like Fortescue Café, Harry had attended the opening day when the press was there, skyrocketing the popularity of the place. In a mere 2 days, Sarah's Pasta had become a place to get lunch and dinner for the alley's residents, shoppers and shopkeepers, as well as a massive ministry crowd that descended every lunchtime. Draco had suggested to the couple that if this kept up, they could open an owl order delivery service for lunchtime, and Harry had wholeheartedly agreed. The shop still had 1 or 2 tables for dining in, even if the majority of it was takeout. So as Harry navigated the long queue and went inside, he spotted the person he was meeting with sitting at a table right in the back. "Sorry for being late," said Harry, slipping into a seat at the table. "Not at all, I just got here myself," said Arthur Weasley, with a small smile. "I wasn't sure what to get, but the young man said something called a spag ball would be good, so I ordered that for both of us. Is that all right?" "Of course," said Harry. Mr. Weasley gestured to Nate at the counter, who finished serving a customer and gave a nod, shouting out an instruction to an employee in the back working with Sarah. A moment later, a tray with 2 plates of steaming hot spaghetti bolognese floated over to their table. Harry's mouth watered at the scent wafting up from the food, and his stomach rumbled lightly. "Let's dig in, shall we?" said Mr. Weasley, looking like he was eager to try the food as well. "We'll speak as we eat." Harry put a forkful of pasta in his mouth and looked at Mr. Weasley expectantly, since the older man had been the one to invite him to lunch in the first place. However, it seemed that Mr. Weasley was quite amazed at the food and didn't immediately start speaking. While it amused him a bit, Harry was still anxious about this meeting. "Mr. Weasley," he finally prompted. He jumped a little and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, Harry," he said. "I have never had anything quite like this. I should stop by on my way back from work to take some home for Molly." He cleared his throat as his expression grew serious. "We never got a chance to talk in the Wisengamot the other day. Truth is, I have a couple of things I want to bring up with you." "Of course," said Harry, on his guard just the same, as Arthur cast a privacy charm around the table. Mr. Weasley gave a measured nod. "Firstly, I have been tasked by Minister Shacklebolt to raise a matter with you," he said. "Your birthday is at the end of the month, and there has been a push from the wizarding public to name it as a day in your honor." "What?" asked Harry, horrified. "The minister's been getting letters left and right about establishing July 31st as Harry Potter Day," said Mr. Weasley, looking uncomfortable. "Kingsley wanted me to tell you, even though we are both sure how you feel about that." Harry nodded, suppressing a shudder. "I don't want it," he said. "Not one bit." "I know that," assured Mr. Weasley. "But I wanted to let you know just the same. In the public's eyes, you've been doing a lot, setting up the Potter Foundation and now the Institute as well, on top of working with the Wisengamot. The public seems to think the ministry is not doing enough and we are not appreciating you enough." "And you want me to tell them the ministry is doing a good job?" asked Harry, trying not to let his distaste show. "No," said Mr. Weasley, with a sad smile. "Kingsley would never ask that of you, and even if he did, I would never agree to be so shameless. You have done enough and you are doing plenty on your own. The ministry is ours to fix, so don't worry about it." "What then?" asked Harry, relieved just the same. "Kingsley wants to award you the Order of Merlin," said Mr. Weasley. "He wants it to be a whole ceremony at the ministry's banquet hall." "Flattered as I am, I wouldn't feel right accepting it," said Harry, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "A lot of people fought in the war. They all deserve recognition, not just me." Mr. Weasley nodded. "From what I've heard, the Hogwarts Board of Governors already has plans to erect a monument for those that fell at the Battle of Hogwarts, but with the repairs that need to be done to the castle, the memorial won't be ready until next year," he said. "I wouldn't be surprised if the ministry were to hold a proper ceremony on the anniversary." He sighed deeply. "But in the meantime—" "I see," said Harry. "I still wouldn't feel right if it were just me." His eyes went wide as he got an idea. "What if it were the students?" "What do you mean?" asked Mr. Weasley, puzzled. "Students were evacuated from Hogwarts once the battle began, but there were plenty of people who stayed," said Harry. "What if it wasn't just me, but all the students who fought in the war?" Mr. Weasley considered it. "I'll put it to Kingsley," he said. "I can't promise anything, of course, but if it means you'll agree, then it's the least we can do." Thank you, nodded Harry. Mr. Weasley smiled. Now that the official business is out of the way, there are a few other things I wanted to talk about, he said, somehow looking even more serious than before. Charlie has quit his job at the ministry and refuses to say why. All he said was that he had a new job lined up. Right, said Harry, warily. Until the orphanage went public, all their potential employees were under strict confidentiality agreements. Mr. Weasley gave him a searching look. Is he working for you? He asked. And if so, what is he doing? For that matter, what have you been doing? Because Ron said some concerning things a while ago. Harry exhaled sharply, and he tried to see if there was disapproval or anger in Mr. Weasley's gaze, but only found confusion and a little bit of concern. I did offer Charlie a job, and he accepted it, yes, he said. Mr. Weasley nodded. That is a relief, but only partly, he said. Ron mentioned, well, that Daphne Greengrass is your lawyer. That's right, I hired her right after Gringotts told me about my inheritance, said Harry. And she has helped with setting up the Potter Foundation and the Institute. Fleur is an employee as well. Bill knows about it. Mr. Weasley's eyes were wide. It's not that I don't trust your judgment, Harry, he said. It's just that you and Ginny broke up, and then Ron told us Hermione had broken things off with him, and that you and him had had a fight. Did Ron tell you what we fought about? Asked Harry, crossing his arms. Mr. Weasley nodded uncomfortably. He told us he said something unforgivable to you, he said, and you fought because of that. Partly, said Harry. Ron wanted things to be just like they were before, but the world's changed and we have all changed. I want to make a difference, Mr. Weasley, and I have been working very hard for that. He took issue with the fact that Daphne was my lawyer and that I had grown friendly with some Slytherins. I'm sure he is just concerned, said Mr. Weasley, placatingly. So are Molly and I. We hardly see you these days. I apologize for not being around, but I don't wish to make Ginny uncomfortable, said Harry, bluntly. Ginny wouldn't, he began, but Harry shook his head. It would be uncomfortable for both of us, said Harry. I appreciate you and Mrs. Weasley being concerned. It makes me really happy, believe me, but I am doing fine. The people I am working with are very capable, and they are not out to get me. I know that being Slytherin does not equal being evil, Harry, said Mr. Weasley. There were plenty of Slytherins at the Battle of Hogwarts. He sighed and rubbed his temple. The things you have managed to do in such a short amount of time have been nothing short of extraordinary, Harry. I couldn't be prouder. I just can't help but be concerned, because it feels like you are shouldering so much responsibility by yourself. Ginny didn't say much about why you broke up, but I wouldn't be surprised if the two of you decided to separate, because you no longer found yourselves able to be partners in the direction your lives were headed. Harry flushed, but confirmed it with a nod. If that's the case, I hope you meet someone who can share your life with you, said Mr. Weasley, with a small smile. Molly has always said you have been as good as a son, and I agree completely. But just because you have newer people around you doesn't mean you can't come to us if you need something, Harry. If there is any way we can help, we absolutely would. Harry went redder when he called him as good as a son, in such a firm voice. I just didn't want to impose, he muttered. Family does not impose, said Mr. Weasley, without missing a beat. And I will be having a word with Ron as well. He needs to grow up and learn to talk things out rather than being ruled purely by emotion all the time. Please let him come to that conclusion himself, said Harry. I am fine with waiting until he does. Mr. Weasley pursed his lips but gave a nod. If Bill and Charlie know what you are doing, that's good enough for me, he said. The rest of us are here if you ever need anything. That goes for all of you too, he blurted out. I mean, if there is anything I can do. You have done more than enough, Harry, smiled Mr. Weasley. And something tells me there is a lot more you are planning to do. Just know that we are right behind you and ready to stand by you. Harry just nodded, because he didn't trust himself to speak. Mr. Weasley gave him a wide smile. All right then, let's enjoy the rest of our lunch, he said, attacking his plate of spaghetti with gusto. The sauce is most extraordinary. 4th July, 1998. Harry walked out through the fireplace at Grimmauld Place and made his way to the dining room. It was still early for a Saturday, but Andromeda was at the table, like he knew she would be. "Good morning," he greeted with a smile. Andromeda looked a little surprised to see him. "Morning," she said. "Breakfast?" "No, I already ate," he said, taking a seat at the table. "But don't let me interrupt you." She gave a nod and continued eating, though with a look of curiosity. "I thought you were headed to the Pride farmhouse with Daphne today," she said. "I'm meeting her in a bit," he said. "I've been thinking about something since seeing Mr. Weasley yesterday, so I wanted to know what you think." "Sure, what's bothering you?" asked Andromeda. Harry paused, wondering how best to phrase it delicately. He'd been accused of being tactless in the past, so he didn't inadvertently want to say the wrong thing and hurt Andromeda's feelings. "Do you think Mrs. Weasley would like to? I mean, something to do with the orphanage," he asked, stumbling over his words as he glanced away. "You said it helped you, so sorry." He heard Andromeda chuckle a little. "Harry," she said gently, "I think I know what you are getting at. Did you and Arthur talk about the orphanage?" "No," he said, but you want to do something for Molly," said Andromeda and sighed. "Harry, losing a child. There is nothing that will help with that. You'll understand one day when you have your own, but the moment that little life is born, your entire world shifts on an axis." Her gaze was far away as she spoke, and he realized that without the makeup she wore at work, Andromeda truly looked as exhausted as she had since the funerals, maybe even more. "Still, I can't deny that doing all the work on the orphanage has been better than being alone with my thoughts," she added, meeting his gaze. "Do you want me to speak to Molly?" "Yes," he nodded. "Maybe it won't help, but Mrs. Weasley is a good mother. She's been sending me Christmas presents even when all she knew about me was through Ron's letters and one meeting at King's Cross." Andromeda nodded slowly as she finished her breakfast. "I was going to meet her for tea today, so I'll bring it up," she said. "Are you all right with me telling her about the orphanage?" Harry drew out the contract he'd had Daphne draw up the evening before and passed it to Andromeda. "You can bring it up like a job if you want," he said. "For now, it's just as a general contractor, so it's up to you to come up with the specifics." "I'll do my best," she said, taking the contract from him. "Thank you," said Harry and stood up. "Do you want me to take Teddy?" "Will you be all right with that?" asked Andromeda, with a slight look of surprise. "You and Daphne will still be working." "Yeah, but it would give you and Mrs. Weasley a chance to talk properly," said Harry. "I don't mind looking after Teddy for the day." Andromeda smiled at him. "All right then," she said. "I'll have Creature pack his things." Harry nodded gratefully and went upstairs to get Teddy. He saw Hermione on the landing, on her way to the bathroom in her pajamas, bedhead and all. "Morning," he greeted. "Harry," she asked, squinting at him, "you're here early." "Just here to get Teddy," he said. "I'm headed to the farmhouse with Daphne. We're sorting through the wine there today. You want to join?" She fought back a yawn and shook her head. "I am in the midst of reading those books," she said. "The last couple I read were no good." "Dangerous?" he asked. "No," she said. "Outdated mostly. It's taking longer than usual because I have also been double-checking the copyright." "Was there a problem?" asked Harry, confused. "No, Daphne said she only did a cursory check and asked if I could follow up," said Hermione. "Just to make sure we aren't breaking any laws or cheating any of the existing authors or their estates of rightful royalties." Harry thought it sounded like Daphne to make sure no stone was left unturned, so he nodded. "Thanks for that, Hermione," he said. "Oh, and Vikram's shop will be opening on Monday, by the way." Hermione nodded. "I am definitely stopping by," she said. "It's opposite Flourish and Blots, you said." "Yeah, it's called the Claw Bookshop," he said. "I can't wait to see it," grinned Hermione. "Have fun today, then." "I will," he promised, with a smile. She waved and went on towards the bathroom, and Harry fetched Teddy from his room. Downstairs, Andromeda handed him a bag with Teddy's things, which Harry shrunk to fit in his pockets. With a quick goodbye, he took Teddy and went through the fireplace, arriving in the main cottage of Pride Farmhouse. Teddy burst into tears as soon as they went through the flue, since it was his least favorite way to travel, it seemed. Harry started rocking him to calm him down, but Teddy just plain refused, as his cries grew louder. "Hush, Teddy, it's all right," said Harry, starting to panic a little. The fireplace flared behind him as Daphne stepped through. "Ah, Daph." He felt a spell that brushed the soot off both him and Teddy. "Hand him over," said Daphne, putting her wand away and holding out her arms. Harry did as she asked, and watched as she held him correctly, adjusting his head so that it rested right over her heart. There was no change to Teddy's cries, but she began singing slowly, an unfamiliar song in a language he thought might have been Russian. Harry could only watch in amazement as Teddy began to calm down, the loud cries quieting to sobs and eventually sniffles. "There now," she said and looked at Harry. "Can you clean up his face?" Impressed, Harry unshrunk the bag and pulled out a towel that he used to wipe Teddy's face in soft, gentle motions. "You're good at this," he told Daphne, as she held Teddy more closely and began rocking him to sleep. "I have a younger sister, remember?" she asked, raising an eyebrow, though there was a palpable blush on her cheeks. "Mind you, Tori and I are quite close in age, and I haven't done this in a while. Tori used to hate going through the flu until she was well over 5, and I remember our father doing this each time it happened. I think it's the soot that bothers children more than the travel." "I'll keep that in mind," said Harry, relieved to see that Teddy was drifting off to sleep. Absently, he realized that the song had been Russian because her grandmother had been Russian, and her father would have likely known that better than anything in French. He conjured a crib like he'd seen Andromeda do often, and Daphne placed a sleeping Teddy gently inside, with a small smile. "Andromeda is visiting Mrs. Weasley, so I said I'd look after him for the day," he said. "All right," she said. "We should get as much work done as we can while he's sleeping then." He agreed, as they headed to the warehouse with the crib floating along behind them, gently so as to not disturb Teddy. Daphne asked to see the main ledger, so while Teddy slept, the two of them took inventory of the bottles and barrels stored in the warehouse and what was currently being grown in the vineyards. Teddy woke up needing to be fed some time later, and they decided that a little break was warranted. "I wonder how it's going with Mrs. Weasley," said Harry, as he held the bottle to Teddy's mouth. Daphne looked up from the list she was checking and frowned. "I'm sure it will be fine," she said. "Do you need help?" she asked, nodding towards Teddy. "No, I've got it," he said, smiling gratefully just the same. "You are very good with him," she said, and Harry went pink. "I don't know about that," he shrugged. "I try and spend as much time with him as I can, but the most I have been doing is looking after him for a few hours here and there. Andromeda has been doing everything else." "That is easily corrected," said Daphne. "Godparents in the wizarding world hold quite extensive parental responsibilities, especially when there are no parents in the picture." "How do you mean?" he asked, intrigued. "For starters, you hold much more of a claim as Teddy's guardian than Andromeda," said Daphne. "They might be related by blood, but it is sort of expected that you will be the one who raises him like one of your own." "I didn't know that," he said, slightly startled. "Andromeda never said anything." "I'm sure she doesn't want an almost 18-year-old to become a father," said Daphne, placatingly. "Teddy is still young, but as he grows up, you would be responsible for his education and upbringing. If you mean to name him the heir to the black seat on the Wisengamot, that means you also have to train him to take over for that." "When does that start?" he asked, even more worried now. "Not for a few more years," she said quickly. "For now, perhaps he could live with you over the weekends or something of the sort." "I like that idea," said Harry. "I'll speak to Andromeda and see what she thinks." Daphne nodded. "You should do that," she said. "He is young still, but there are things you could teach him." "Like what?" he asked curiously. "He is old enough to learn how to swim, for one," she shrugged. "At his age?" asked Harry, glancing down at Teddy. "Infants learn to swim very quickly," said Daphne. "Both Tori and I have been swimming from as far back as I remember. It was fun, you know. Every Sunday morning, we would go swimming and then have a picnic lunch by the lake on the manor grounds. It was a nice way for us to spend time with our father. Even during cold months, he would cast a simple climate charm so we could have that Sunday ritual. It sounds nice, admitted Harry. Unfortunately, I don't know how to swim. She looked slightly surprised. You managed quite well in the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, she said. That was mostly the gillyweed, he said, and then hesitated slightly. The Dursleys didn't see it fit to give me lessons like the ones Dudley got. Daphne's expression grew cool, like it did every time the Dursleys were mentioned. It was almost a relief to Harry that far from pitying him or worse, thinking he was lying or exaggerating like most adults had done in his life. Daphne was firmly angry on his behalf when it came to the Dursleys. Well, you'll learn quickly enough, she said after a moment. You and Teddy could learn together. It might be fun. I'd like that, he said, smiling. She gave a nod and then examined the list that she had set aside at the start of their conversation instead of meeting his gaze. I could help, if you like, she offered. He stared at her wordlessly. Why, yes, he said quickly, before she could retract the offer or change her mind. Still looking at the list instead of him, she gave a nod. Tomorrow, then, she said. I was going to stop by to plan out the dinner with the McDougalls, so it works out. Yeah, he agreed, and couldn't help but smile back when Daphne finally looked at him and gave a small smile. Yeah, I'd like that a lot. 5th July, 1998. Harry wasn't sure what to expect from a swimming lesson from Daphne, but he was excited nonetheless. He had never really had the time nor opportunity to do something like it, and despite how busy his life had become, he really did want some downtime as well. The fact that he got to spend it with his beloved godson was a bonus. He went and got Teddy from Grimmauld Place around 9 in the morning. If Andromeda was surprised at what he had planned for the day, she certainly didn't let it show. She did hand him a signed contract from Molly Weasley. We spoke about what she could do to help out and decided that she would supervise the house elves, Andromeda had said. You know, plan out the meals, assist with making clothes, and supervise chores. She refused to sign on as an employee, though, and wanted this to be purely voluntary. Why? Harry hadn't been able to help but ask. She didn't feel right being paid to look after children, orphans especially, Andromeda had explained. She said she'd do it for nothing, but I managed to talk her into a small award package. It hadn't surprised Harry to hear that, but he was glad Andromeda hadn't backed down either. With Mr. Weasley now working with Kingsley's office, and all but Ginny having their own jobs or work, the family's finances had to have been doing better. They had also inherited the wealth that came with the Crouch seat, which was still a modest sum. Harry knew they would never accept any help from him, had known it since he was young, so he was glad that he would be able to repay them in some way for their kindness over the years. Especially since Mr. Weasley had said he was as good as family just a couple days ago. Getting back to Potter Hall, he put up the requisite climate charms over the lake, since the day was a little cloudy. Jerry helped with the process, and Harry was able to practice until he got it right and the area around the lake had a bright, sunny glow. Harry wrote down the instructions for the charms, making up his mind to have them used at the Lily Potter home as well, so the children could swim whenever they wanted. Daphne arrived not long after he finished putting up the charms. Good morning, she greeted, waving with one hand while the other held a large picnic basket. Morning, said Harry. You didn't have to, he added, nodding at the basket. Minnie could have made us something. Daphne shook her head with a smile. Minnie is going to be busy with dinner preparations, she said. Speaking of which, I finalized the menu for tonight. Harry took the list from her with a nod, nodding that she had set out a full 6-course meal with the accompanying drinks. I kept it simple, she said. The McDougal family is not much for snobbery, but it would do well to have a good relationship with them. All right, he agreed, as Minnie appeared and took the list from him before disappearing once again. So, how do we do this? Daphne laughed as she set the basket down by the lake's edge. Don't look so nervous, she said. We'll be starting with the basics. Today, it's all about learning to float. Right, sure, he said, still nervous. He didn't feel like admitting that he wasn't afraid of not being able to swim, but that he'd make a fool of himself in front of Daphne. "You'll be fine," she said, braiding her hair into 2 plaits and then rolling them into 2 buns at the back of her head with a few quick flourishes of her wand. "Go get changed." He nodded and hurried up to his rooms. He debated whether he should wear a t-shirt of some sort over his swimming trunks, but decided against it, though he did examine the myriad of scars along his torso with a grimace. He didn't think Daphne was the kind of person to judge the scars or make him feel uncomfortable about them, but he realized with a start that there was a part of him that wanted her to think of him as someone potentially attractive. Cursing the sudden blush that rose on his face at that realization, he gave himself a shake and returned to the lake. He had almost returned his face to a normal expression, but as he got closer to the lake and he saw Daphne, he went even redder than before. She was standing in knee-deep water in a pale ivory one-piece bathing suit, with her wand sheathed away in a matching holster on her wrist. Harry was no stranger to pretty girls, having shared a locker room with his female Quidditch teammates from before he was old enough to properly notice girls, but he wasn't as oblivious now. Daphne's bathing suit was modest, but like any bathing suit, it outlined her figure well, and it was a very pretty figure to start with. He would have just stood and stared at her like an imbecile, but she looked up when she noticed him and gave a short wave. "Just getting a feel for it," she called out, indicating the water. "Can you get Teddy?" "Why, yeah," said Harry, hurrying over to the crib by the lakeside that had Teddy in it. The sight of Teddy knocked the haze of Daphne slightly from his mind, but not by much. Harry took a deep breath and made himself focus. This was about Teddy, about bonding with his godson and being a responsible godfather. His wild hormones could cool it for the day. Though it seemed that was easier said than done. True to Daphne's word, they didn't learn anything complicated. Daphne taught him how to float on his back and his front, and then helped him teach Teddy do the same. Despite her reassurance, Harry was still surprised how well Teddy was doing, splashing easily and gliding along with just a firm hand to support his body as he did it. Harry was almost envious at the ease with which he was learning, when Harry himself needed several tries before he could float on his back and not sink and flail around like a trapped fish. He felt himself flush with embarrassment each time it happened, but Daphne was patient with her instructions. After an hour or so, Harry took Teddy out of the water and changed and fed him, before putting him down for a small nap. The usually fussy at naptime Teddy fell asleep almost immediately, thoroughly tuckered out by his swimming lesson. Harry turned away with a smile and looked at the lake where he saw Daphne swimming the length of the lake in powerful, elegant strokes and couldn't help, but just admire her lithe form as it cut through the water. He looked away only when he heard a house elf arriving and smiled at Annie in greeting as she laid down a picnic blanket and unpacked the basket that Daphne had brought over. "Thanks, Annie," said Harry. "How are the dinner preparations going?" "Preparations be going well, Master," squeaked Annie cheerfully. "Does Master have a preference for the dining room tonight?" "Something in the east end of the house shall do," he said, after a moment of thought. "The one next to the arboretum, perhaps. We could retire to the study next door after dinner for cheese." Annie nodded. "Understood, Master," she said and vanished. "Well done." Harry jumped a little as he saw Daphne emerge from the lake. He hastily averted his eyes, only looking up when he heard the swish of fabric, and saw that she was putting away her wand in the holster once again after drying herself and her hair, and putting on a white dress over her bathing suit that she had summoned from her bag on the shore. "You'll be an old hand at organizing dinners like this in no time," said Daphne, taking a seat on the picnic blanket. "I hope so," he said, joining her. "How was your swim?" She beamed at him. "Heavenly," she said. "It's rare to get such a nice warm swim in Britain, and these climate charms are just marvelous. I might bother you to put one around the lake at Greengrass Manor as well." "I'd be happy to," he said honestly. She grinned and shook her head. "What about you? Did you have fun?" "Yeah, I guess so," he said. "I mean, thanks for not laughing, because I'm sure Teddy has me beat as the better student." She did giggle this time, though she hadn't during the lesson. "You'll get the hang of it," she said, and reached for the finger sandwiches and cut up fruit that Annie had unpacked and arranged neatly in trays and bowls. "Let's tuck in. Swimming always makes me ravenous." His own stomach growled in response, and he agreed as he wolfed down a triangle of cucumber sandwich in 2 bites. Daphne ate hers more daintily, though she smiled at his enthusiasm out of the corner of her eye. "So," he said, after a while of eating in silence, "what do I need to know about the McDougal family?" Daphne didn't answer immediately as she was pouring lemonade for the 2 of them. "Honestly, I could tell you about the family tree, but apart from that, I don't really know much about them," she said. "They're a well-established family and respected in several areas of business, though I'd be hard-pressed to know exactly which ones. I can tell you it's all legitimate, though." "That's mystifying," said Harry, and Daphne shrugged apologetically. "They ran in very different circles to my family," she said. "Actually, it might be more accurate to say that the McDougal family has never had any patience for rubbing shoulders with the wealthy and titled. If I were to hazard a guess, based on Elder McDougal's attitude in the Wisengamot, he's a very common man's man." Harry was inclined to agree, but he knew there had to be more. "Tell me about the family tree, then," he said. Daphne gave a nod. "Alexander McDougal is the current head of the family. He's married to Cynthia McDougal, whom you will see this evening as well, and they have 5 children. The oldest, Isolde, is their only daughter. She never married, didn't have any children, and she currently runs a boutique shop that sells jewelry," explained Daphne. "The second son, Graham, he's Morag's father, by the way, works at the ministry in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The third son, Richard, that's Isabel's father, owns and runs a greengrocer's shop in Diagon Alley. There is an adjoining butcher's shop run by the fourth son, Colin, and the youngest, Nicholas, works at the ministry as well, in the Department of Magical Transportation. You know, Elder McDougal did mention all of their family either work or own their business right out of Hogwarts," said Harry. "I have heard that as well," nodded Daphne. "That's about all I know, apart from the fact that the entire family lives together on the family estate in Scotland. This dinner might be a good opportunity to form a good relationship with them." "No pressure then, eh?" asked Harry, with a smile but an undercurrent of tension as well. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," said Daphne. "Hosting a dinner party isn't your forte, but you have learned a lot these past few weeks. Elder McDougal seems like a talkative man, so it will go well." "I hope so," said Harry, slightly reassured. "I really hope so." It was just past 1 in the afternoon when Daphne returned to Greengrass Manor. Harry had gone to take Teddy back to Grimmauld Place and then get ready for his dinner with the McDougals, and Daphne had her own list of things she wanted to get done before the day was over. However, a curious letter was waiting for Daphne when she got home. It was a polite request for a meeting by Adrian Pusey. Considering Blaise had been her point of contact for all communication with Pusey, Daphne was a bit surprised and wary at the letter, which stated that Pusey would be stopping by Greengrass Manor around 6. It didn't mention Harry in any way, nor did it say anything about their previous dealings with Pusey, which only made her warier. Regardless, she replied to the letter accepting the request and asked the elves to prepare food befitting a formal meeting. She decided to dress up properly too, acutely aware that if this didn't have anything to do with Harry, it would be one of the first meetings she would be holding as the head of the Greengrass family on their family estate. "Breaking out Mama's emeralds, huh?" asked Astoria, as she peeked in the doorway of Daphne's room. Daphne rolled her eyes and stroked the heavy emerald and diamond necklace around her neck that had belonged to her mother. It had been part of a wedding gift to her from Elia's, and Daphne hadn't worn it before this. "Too much?" she asked Astoria. "I could go for this one," she added, holding up an egg-sized emerald attached to a neck ribbon to be worn as a choker. "Sometimes it's best to keep it simple," said Astoria, as she walked into the room and began rummaging through the meticulously organized jewelry boxes that Daphne had laid out on her vanity. "Here, try this one." Daphne raised an eyebrow, but took the simple princess necklace with small emeralds clustered to form roses, and replaced it with the one around her neck. "Dare I hope this is for a date of some kind?" asked Astoria, as Daphne looked for appropriate earrings to go with the necklace. "Not even close," said Daphne. "I'm getting a visit from Adrian Pusey." "Why?" asked Astoria. "No idea, which is not doing well for my nerves," said Daphne. "Maybe go with Mama's emeralds after all," said Astoria, pursing her lips nervously. "No, those are best saved for a special occasion," said Daphne, finding emerald stud earrings, which she affixed with a sense of practiced ease. "Can I help you with your hair?" asked Astoria, as Daphne rummaged through the various bracelets. "Yes, thank you," said Daphne absently. "A chignon if you can, Torai." "You got it," said Astoria, as she grabbed a hairbrush and began brushing Daphne's hair. "Did you tell Harry about Pusey coming to visit?" "No, Harry's busy this evening," said Daphne. "Besides, this might have nothing to do with Harry." "That's not very comforting," mumbled Astoria, with pins in her mouth. "Think he's making a play for you?" "I sincerely hope not," said Daphne, startled. "No, I'm sure this is a professional visit, which I realize is no comfort either." Astoria chuckled and finished pinning up the chignon, and then held up the single silver pin which was sitting on the vanity. "I usually hate this thing, but maybe wear it tonight," she said. Daphne took it from her and tucked it inside the neat chignon carefully. "I was planning on it," she said. "Which dress do you like?" Astoria glanced at the 3 options laid out on the bed and picked up the champagne-colored evening gown. "This one, definitely." "The sequins on the skirt don't feel like too much?" asked Daphne, as she stood and held it against herself in front of the floor-length mirror. "No, you'll look beautiful," said Astoria. "Maybe you'll charm him into revealing his evil plans. You'll excuse me if I stay in my room for the evening, won't you?" "Sure," grinned Daphne. "I'm not sure about evil, though," she added, as Astoria took her leave so Daphne could get changed. "Definitely dubious, but I doubt evil." Adrian Pusey reached the front door of Greengrass Manor just as the storm began rolling in overhead. He rang the elaborate knocker twice and waited, unsurprised when the doors swung open magically only a moment later. He stepped inside and handed his cloak to a waiting house elf, who bowed and disappeared silently. It was his first time at Greengrass Manor, and it only took him a single glance to realize that their wealth had not been exaggerated. A young woman, familiar to Adrian from his years at Hogwarts, walked into the foyer, and he gave a small smile and customary low bow to her. "Madam Greengrass, thank you for accepting my request," he said. "Certainly," she said, giving a short curtsy in return. "Welcome to Greengrass Manor." Adrian raised his head from the bow and could have almost chuckled at how refined and put together Daphne Greengrass looked. Elaborate gown, carefully selected jewelry, and perfectly coiffed hair. She was a vision befitting the head of a sacred 28 family. "Come, tea is laid out," she said, leading him down a long hallway towards the back of the house. Perfect manners, too, he thought absently, as he followed her. His was a lesser house than hers, so she spoke less formally than him, though he didn't sense the haughtiness he'd come to expect from the higher houses. Then again, House Greengrass had never been conventional. "I hope you weren't caught in the storm," she said, as they passed an open window and heard a loud crash of thunder. "No, I managed to avoid it," he said. "Here we are," she said, opening the doors to a well-fashioned day room. "Have a seat." "Thank you," he said, taking a seat at the table which overlooked the lake from the large bay window, noting that it was set up for high tea with neatly matching china, polished silverware, and a bouquet of fresh flowers in a glass vase. "How do you take your tea?" she asked. "Milk, 2 sugars," he answered. Instead of calling for a house elf, she poured the tea herself for the 2 of them. "Help yourself," she said, passing him his cup with a small smile. "Thank you," he said, and took a sip. "I don't intend to take up too much of your evening, Madam Greengrass, so I shall get right to it, shall I?" "Certainly," said Daphne, with a neutral expression on her face. "I can't say I wasn't surprised to receive your letter, and I am rather curious." He nodded and set his cup down before reaching into his robes to pull out a rolled-up scroll of parchment. "My services were required to deliver this contract," he said. "However," As is my policy, I inspect every contract I am to present to ensure they toe the line of legality. Of course, said Daphne. I assume you found something that crossed the line in that contract. Not quite, though I am unaware of the specifics and thought I should err on the side of caution, he said, handing her the scroll. Daphne frowned slightly as she took it. And Adrian saw that she recognized the crest as that of the Knott family. The frown became more prominent as she read through the contract, before she looked downright murderous. I assume the recipient of this contract has not seen this yet, she said, setting it down on the table. You would assume correctly, said Adrian, taking a long sip of his tea. The 2 dealings we have had in the past meant that I had some idea of how things were being handled, and when I saw the current head of the Knott family ordering the heir of the Jugson family to indulge in some unpleasant business concerning your client, I was naturally worried. Her eyes narrowed at him, and she leaned back in her chair. Let's dispense with the niceties, shall we? You didn't come here in a direct violation of what your family stands for on a whim. What do you want? She asked, bluntly. He had expected it, yet somehow not in such a blunt fashion, but he was never one to waste an opportunity. I want you to hire my services on a permanent basis for your client, he said, equally as bluntly. She looked surprised, though she did very well to hide it. I thought the Pusey family did not believe in taking sides, she said. They don't, but I do, and as the current head, what I say goes, he said. She looked intrigued now. It is a very drastic change of stance, she said, even for you. Well, let's just say I have had a wake-up call, he said, trying not to squirm under her steely gaze. He sighed when she didn't relent and kept looking at him expectantly to expand on that. My family always stayed out of everything, while knowing people's deepest, darkest secrets. We facilitated a lot of deals, always proud of our neutrality. When the war ended, I picked up right where I left off, but I felt something was wrong. Like there was a rule I was breaking, without even knowing what it is. He met her gaze squarely. That is, until I presented the 2 contracts on your client's behalf to the chief warlock and later to Royce Burke. I don't know exactly what your client is doing, though I have some idea, but I know I want to have a greater role in it. And so, instead of facilitating deals for everyone, you just want to do it for my client, said Daphne, raising an eyebrow. It's an interesting proposition, but you would be severely cutting down your own client base. I'm not sure we could make an offer that would compensate for that loss. He shrugged lightly. There are things more important than money, he said, though I think you misunderstand when I say you must hire me for your client. She looked puzzled for a brief moment before she looked at the open contract on the table and up at him with wide eyes. Well, that's certainly bolder, she said. So, you wish to be a spy? Of sorts, he said, pleased that she had gleaned his meaning without him having to spell it out. My family's neutrality is well known, so I would be ideal for you and your client to root out the unsavory kinds in wizarding society. No one except you and your client need to know that there have been any changes to the way I conduct my family's business. Having me on retainer would give you insight on every deal that happens in Wizarding Britain. You cannot deny that is an attractive prospect. She smirked. It is, although the divide is razor thin, she said, shrewdly. Bringing you into the fold would also grant you insight into my client and every deal he conducts as well. True, though I am willing to sign my loyalty to him, he said, without hesitation. Why? She asked. And don't give me the wake-up call and feeling of broken rules. Plain and simple, why do you want to work for Harry Potter at the risk of everything your family has ever built up? I would say it's for the same reason as you setting aside your family's neutrality to support him in his endeavors, he said, and then sighed. I wasn't at Hogwarts this last year, but my younger sister was, as you are aware. My family might have built up this enormous legacy, but it didn't count for anything when my sister had Death Eaters as teachers. He exhaled heavily. I won't be put in that position again. No legacy is worth the people I care about. I feel like you understand what that's like. She did, though she looked reluctant to admit it. Adrian pointed to the contract which Theodore Knott had commissioned him to deliver to Xavier Jugson, ordering Jugson to harass certain people at Hogwarts, focusing particularly on Ginny Weasley, since it was rumored that she and Potter had rekindled their relationship. This is what I can deliver, he said, his voice firm. As far as Knott and Jugson are concerned, the contract will exchange the proper hands, but you will have the intel, so you and your client can take what actions you need to in order to deal with it. Knott and Jugson will be none the wiser where you got your information from. Daphne's expression was hard to read as she slid the contract back towards him. I cannot promise anything, she said, and his heart soared with hope. But it sounds like a conversation worth having. She finished her tea and sat back in her chair. Deliver the contract to Jugson as you were asked to do, and I'll discuss this matter with my client. He smiled as he took the contract and rolled it back up. I look forward to hearing from you and your client, he said. Rest assured you will, she said, her tone firm. One way or another. Chapter 16. 5th July, 1998. While Daphne had her meeting with Adrian Pusey, Harry welcomed Alexander and Cynthia McDougal into Potter Hall. The elderly couple brought a bottle of fire whiskey instead of wine, and both of them seemed very impressed with both Harry's home and the food served to them. Cynthia kept the conversation going almost completely from the beginning, so Harry didn't have to worry about doing it. He didn't glean any more information than what Daphne had already told him, as Cynthia spoke at length about the McDougal family through the first 3 courses. Isabel and Morag were both delighted when we said you had invited us, said Cynthia, as the salad was served. How are they? Asked Harry, remembering both Ravenclaw girls who had been in his year at Hogwarts. Oh, they are very well, dear, said Cynthia. They're returning to Hogwarts in September for their last year of education. That's good to know, he said. I didn't see them when I took my newts, so I'm glad they are doing well. You have had quite a busy time since the end of the war, Harry, said Alexander. I like being busy, said Harry. Good answer, nodded Alexander. Truth be told, I can't stand being still either, especially now that there's so much to do. He chewed his salad thoughtfully before looking at Harry speculatively. I was very impressed by that speech you made outside the Fortescue Boys' new cafe. He exchanged a glance with Cynthia, who gave a small nod. Truth be told, Harry, I was hoping to speak openly with you about something. Of course, said Harry, hoping he didn't sound too wary. Have you heard of livery companies? He asked. Harry hadn't, and his blank expression must have given it away, because Alexander smiled a little. Don't worry, Harry, I would have been shocked if you had. It's a Muggle thing, but we had something along those lines in the wizarding world a long time ago, though the past 100 years have not been kind in that regard. What is it exactly? Asked Harry curiously. They were trade associations, guilds, if you will, explained Alexander. Many countries across Europe still have them in one form or another, as do the Muggles in Britain. Cynthia's family, you see, came from liverymen in the Muggle world. You're Muggle-born? Asked Harry, surprised. I am, smiled Cynthia. I was shocked when Alexander had no idea about any of this when we first married. Out of curiosity, we began looking into history of merchant and trade guilds in wizarding Britain. Imagine our disappointment when we discovered that all guilds were abolished by the ministry nearly 100 years ago, said Alexander. What were the guilds for? Asked Harry. Oh, any number of things, really, said Cynthia. There were ones for every kind of trade, from butchers, farmers, fishmongers, grocers to blacksmiths, tailors, distillers, even musicians and artists. Of course, that was back when there were enough people to form guilds within every trade, said Alexander, shaking his head as he took a long swig of the wine accompanying the salad. The dismantling of guilds meant people began hoarding their trade secrets instead of sharing them, and as families died out, their secrets died with them. The loss of intellectual property must have been catastrophic, said Cynthia gravely. I cannot even begin to fathom how much was lost, because we have no idea how much knowledge even existed. Some families kept going, said Alexander. Ollivander, for one. Wand-making is an extensive trade, but theirs is the only one that exists in Britain now. The only reputable one anyway. Doesn't the ministry keep track of the trade secrets? Asked Harry, thinking to the patents kept by the Department of Mysteries. Both Alexander and Cynthia chuckled. You can thank Aretha Broadbent for that one, said Cynthia. She was the head of the biggest merchant guild in Britain when the ministry was getting ready to pass reform to dismantle them. Aretha and her lot fought till the end to save all guilds, not just their own. But when it seemed like the ministry would be going ahead anyway, the guilds all got together and collectively decided they would take their secrets with them. The ministry didn't think to include a provision to force them to surrender their secrets, and by the time the ministry realized their folly, the former guild members told them to stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Cynthia laughed heartily. "Pardon my language, dear, but Aretha is something of a hero of mine." "Hero or not, it doesn't help us now," said Alexander, though he looked amused at his wife's mirth. "They might have stuck it to the ministry then, but nobody won in the end." Cynthia's smile dimmed as she nodded. "True," she agreed. "My family were all goldsmiths in the Muggle world. Most entered the company as apprentices, the later ones through patrimony, and the secrets are still known to us. The wizarding techniques of goldsmithing are all scattered in the wind or under lock and key by goblins. When our daughter opened her jewelry shop, she had to develop her own methods using magical means, because the Muggle techniques could not hold up to the goblin standards that everyone adheres to in the wizarding world." Harry thought it sounded remarkably like what Newt and other magical researchers had said about development in research. "The guilds took in apprentices?" he asked, just to make sure he had it right. "That's how most people got in, unless their family was already involved in the trade," said Cynthia. "The reason we bring this up, Harry, is because we want to revive guilds once again in the wizarding world," said Alexander. "Think about it, especially with Abbott's new law. There would be a wave of people who could be trained in various tradecrafts and make their living without relying on the ministry or any of the pre-existing institutions for a job. I'm sure you considered this when you opened the Magical Research Institute," added Cynthia. "Not everyone can be an academic. Some people are more technical in nature." "That makes sense," said Harry, neutrally. He remembered Daphne's warning of never agreeing to anything outright, but the McDougalls were making very good points. Their claims would have to be verified, of course, but he was sure that Daphne and the others would be up to the task. "It would certainly be an area I hadn't considered before." "Business expansion is going to be a crucial area now," said Alexander, as their plates were cleared for the main course. "We have Diagon, and if things go well, even more." Harry nodded, knowing they couldn't talk about Nocturne Alley openly just yet, since Cynthia was not a member of the Wisengamot. "May I ask something, Alexander?" asked Harry, remembering something from the previous Wisengamot session. "Pardon me if it sounds like I'm prying." "Do go ahead, dear," said Cynthia, as Alexander nodded. "Does your family have dealings outside Diagon?" he asked. Alexander laughed as Cynthia chuckled. "We do," said Alexander. "You may not know this, but it's a tough business to get a license in Diagon Alley." Harry did know that, better than they would think, but he just nodded at him to continue. "But it's much easier to get it outside of Diagon, in the general area, if you catch my drift." "I see," said Harry, realizing he was talking about Nocturne. "Mind you, it is all within the bounds of law," said Alexander. "I always insist on it. They are investments, and I won't ever support something illegal, no matter how profitable." His tone was no nonsense, as if the very thought of making profit at the risk of breaking the laws was outrageous. "Tell him about the new one, dear," said Cynthia, as the main course of roasted squab on cress was served with a red wine from Pride Farmhouse. Alexander looked puzzled for a moment before nodding. "Oh, yes, but I am still attempting to get to the bottom of it," he said, and turned to Harry. "Have you heard of it? A new company popped out of seemingly nowhere. GSC Consultants, they have an office in Diagon." Harry's heart jumped, but he nodded calmly. "Yes, I have heard," he said. "Mr. Fortescue said something about it." "Apparently, they have been investing heavily in a lot of businesses in Diagon," said Cynthia. "I spoke to Whitney Clark, and she said they helped out with everything from licensing to renovation to marketing for their family's cleaning business." "Must have some reach," said Alexander, sounding reluctantly impressed. "No one in Britain these days has that kind of reach, so the popular theory is that it's a foreign investor. They hire locals, though, it seems." "I've heard they have been doing good work," said Harry cautiously. Oh, no doubt about it, admitted Alexander. I only hope they continue doing it, though I wouldn't mind knowing exactly who is behind it. Harry took a large sip of wine, instead of responding to that. Tell me more about plans for reinstituting guilds, he said, changing the subject. Both the McDougalls perked up. Well, began Alexander, to start with. 6th July, 1998. Hermione apparated into Diagon Alley just before 11 in the morning, and immediately had to duck under the awning of a nearby shop since it was raining. Fortunately, she had arrived only 2 shops down from her destination, so she navigated it with ease, but stopped short when she reached the storefront of the Claw bookshop. A large glass display window, spotless and shiny, immediately drew her attention, and a smile of unbridled delight lit up her face. The large sign above the window was navy blue with white letters spelling out the words Claw Bookshop, with the silhouette of a white bird between the 2 words. There was a grand opening banner right underneath the sign, and Hermione hurried to the glass door that led into the shop. The navy blue and white seemed to be the theme of the interior as well, and as soon as she entered, she was hit with the smell of books, which only made her smile widen. It was nowhere near as crowded as Fortescue Cafe had been, though it was empty by no means either. Hermione supposed that was the best they could hope for with a new bookshop in the middle of summer. It was a cozy little shop, with rows upon rows of bookshelves, with floating signs above them designating various sections. Hermione decided she might as well take her time and explore through all of them, and set about doing just that. However, it seemed as if it wouldn't stop at just exploring, since she found almost half a dozen books she wanted just in the first section she perused. Gold wasn't really in shortage for her, having inherited the modest wealth that had come with the Crabbe family's Wisengamot seat. It wasn't even a fraction of what Harry had, but since she wouldn't be working until she finished her last year at Hogwarts, she was being frugal about her spending. There was some money she was making by vetting the books, so she supposed that money could be spent on books that she wanted. That's how she was justifying it, anyway, as she picked out 2 more books that caught her eye. Moving on into the next section, she stopped in surprise when she saw a familiar face browsing through the books. I see you found your way here, too, said Hermione, approaching quietly. Fleur turned around in surprise and gave a small smile. Oh, good morning, Hermione. Yes, I thought I ought to stop by, she said. Harry and Daphne are in a meeting with Colette Peakes at St. Mungo's, and Andromeda and Miss Sawbridge are with them, so I had some free time. She eyed the stack of books in Hermione's hands. You seem to be having fun, she added, summoning a basket which floated up to them. Hermione grinned and tipped the books into the basket gratefully. The collection here is marvelous, she said. I agree, said Fleur. It is severely trying my restraint. I lost the battle about 40 seconds after entering the shop, said Hermione, and then remembered something she had been meaning to bring up. Fleur, do you have a moment? Certainly, what do you need? She asked. The final details of the Crabbe estate were settled a couple days ago, she said, lowering her voice. It's all sorted out, except for their family home. Was there a problem with it? Asked Fleur, worried. No, it's just, I don't know what to do with it, she said. Honestly. Have you inspected it? Asked Fleur. No, but I looked at the floor plans and the wards and things, said Hermione. It's a decently sized property, no bigger than Grimmauld Place, really. I have no desire to live there. Do you want me to look into selling it for you? Asked Fleur, without missing a beat. I can't promise what the housing market is like these days, but it will fetch a decent price. I'd like that, said Hermione. Harry and Andromeda have been generous, but I'd like to move into a place of my own once I finish Hogwarts. That's understandable, nodded Fleur. I'll speak to Daphne and we'll see what we can do. Thanks, smiled Hermione and cast a quick glance around. What do you think of the shop? It's lovely, said Fleur. Penelope Clearwater is exceptional at what she does. The crowd is smaller than expected, but we'll see how it goes when it comes time for back-to-school shopping. Wish there was more I could do, murmured Hermione, nodding in agreement. The collection here is so amazing, I'm sure more people would come if they knew. Fleur glanced at her speculatively. I have a very weird idea, she said, and it will eat up your time even more than it already does. I'm fine with that, said Hermione immediately. What were you thinking? Tracy mentioned that Witch Weekly is looking for more writers to contribute to their publication, said Fleur. You could write a column about the book you're reading that week. Like a book club, asked Hermione. You think the Witch Weekly crowd will enjoy that? Well, I think they'll enjoy something written by you, said Fleur bluntly. I'll tell you what I tell Harry. Even if you don't like your fame, it doesn't mean there is no good use for it. It will certainly be interesting, said Hermione, her mind already racing. Tracy can set up a meeting with Marion Giles as early as tomorrow, said Fleur. Think about it and let me know. I will, thanks, Fleur, said Hermione. All right, have fun then, smiled Fleur. I have to get back to the office. Goodbye, said Hermione, with a short wave as Fleur left with only 3 books in her arms. Fleur's words stayed on Hermione's mind as she wandered through the rest of the shop. In one of the fiction aisles, she found a particularly fascinating book which she felt would be great for readers of Witch Weekly. Might as well give it a shot, she decided, planning to send Fleur a message about setting up a meeting with Marion Giles. If it's for the books. Thank you for your time, Colette, said Harry, shaking her hand as the meeting came to an end. We'll be in touch. I look forward to it, smiled Colette Peaks. Good day to you all. And you, smiled Belinda. Colette saw them out of her office, and as Andromeda and Belinda headed to the orphan wing, Harry and Daphne decided to take their leave and return to the office. What else have we got planned for today? Asked Harry, once they were in the elevator. Daphne sighed and checked her diary. I'm meeting with Pusey, she said. Do what we discussed this morning. Harry gave a nod. I have to speak to Fleur and Draco about the guilds, he said, and then his face hardened. And about not. Yeah, the sooner we deal with it, the better, said Daphne. You'd think he would have used his brain a little bit more. Some people never learn. Bet he thought getting it done through Pusey wouldn't violate the contract he signed with us, muttered Harry darkly. As far as he's concerned, that's how we knew, said Daphne, as they left the elevator and apparated out of the lobby, arriving at the back entrance of the GSC HQ. That his actions alerted us of breaking the contract. I know, said Harry. Doesn't make me any less angry. You and me both, she said, as they went upstairs to the conference room. How do you want to deal with him? Call him for a meeting at Verdant, said Harry, nostrils flaring in irritation. Since there was no harm done this time, he can get off lightly. We have control of his vaults, right? Yes, said Daphne. You want to seize the contents. No, said Harry. But maybe he can express his remorse by making a generous donation to the Potter Foundation. Daphne smirked. Sounds good to me, she said. Oh, and make sure the rumors out there are quelled about me and Ginny, he said. Go public if you have to, saying we are no longer together. Daphne gave him a scrutinizing look but nodded. I'll speak to Tracy, she said. The door to the conference room opened as Tracy walked in. Speak to me about what? Asked Tracy. That Ginny and I are no longer together, and I want it to be known, said Harry, firmly. I don't want idiots like not to go after her because they want to get to me. Tracy glanced at Daphne, who just gave a slight nod. Consider it done, said Tracy. Mind you, putting out the news that you're back on the market will make it substantially harder for you. I'll bear with it, said Harry. If you say so, said Tracy. So how did it go at St. Mungo's? Quite well, said Daphne. We finalized the custody arrangements. Andromeda and Belinda will be spending their time at the orphan wing regularly with the caretakers, and we decided on the date to open the orphanage, July 16th. 10 days away, wow, said Tracy. You're still doing the tour with the staff on Friday, right? Yes, said Harry. How's it going with the media campaign for Robert's bill? Tracy beamed at him and showed them a copy of that morning's Prophet. Ben and I have been busy, she said. Interviewing ministry employees, the public, the unemployed, you name it. There are a few naysayers and skeptics, though that's to be expected. The public perception was wary when the law was announced, but the trend's been shifting over the past few days, because of us. By the time the bill goes to session the day after tomorrow, we'll have managed to spin this as positively as we possibly can." "Great," said Daphne. "Keep at it." "I'll head off then, get to my latest assignment about Harry's return to singledom," she said, with a cheeky wink. "Please don't let that be the tagline," Harry called after her, and she just laughed as she took her leave. "You should go and talk to Fleur and Draco," said Daphne. "I'll set up a meeting with Not for this afternoon and speak to Pusey." "Right, thanks," said Harry, as he left her to it, and went to Fleur's office. "Am I interrupting?" he asked, when he noticed both Fleur and Draco had a stack of paperwork in front of them that they were poring over. "Harry, you're back," smiled Fleur. "You're not interrupting at all. Did it go well at St. Mungo's?" "It did," he said. "What are you both up to?" "We finalized the business plan for the winter resort," said Draco. "We are in the midst of completing the paperwork for the French government. Papa said he will speak to his contacts in the French ministry on our behalf, so we can expect it to go well," said Fleur. "We might have to make a quick trip, but only if it doesn't go well." "Wonderful," said Harry. "I had another assignment for the two of you once you're done with that." "About what?" asked Draco, as Fleur looked curious as well. "I had dinner with Alexander and Cynthia McDougal yesterday, as you know," he said. "They brought up some history of guilds in the wizarding world. I want you both to look into them. Daphne is looking at the legal part, but the McDougals want to get the laws changed, as well as reinstitute the guild system for various trade crafts that need them." "Guilds, huh?" asked Draco. "I don't know much about them, but I know my father and the Leiden fought hard to make sure they didn't come back. One of the main functions the guilds served was making sure that every craftsman involved was reputable and could be trusted to be a pillar of the community, even stand up to the ministry if needed. Yes, the general notion at the time of banishing them was that they were a threat to the ministry's authority," said Harry. "Foolish," said Fleur, shaking her head. "Guilds are a cornerstone of magical society in France. They are essential to business and growth. The British focus too much on their ministry." "Look into them, please," said Harry, stopping the debate before it could begin. "I doubt we have the numbers to have guilds as extensively as we did back in the day, but we can make a start somewhere, especially since many people could benefit from learning a trade skill instead of a job under Robert's bill." "That's a good plan," nodded Draco as Fleur murmured in agreement. "We'll do that." "Thanks," said Harry. "Oh, and the next time you have a meeting with Polly Winterbotham from the bottle shop here in Diagon, let her know you have a wine supplier called the Pride Farmhouse who is willing to sell." "You and Daphne sorted it out?" asked Fleur, delighted. "We did," said Harry. "There is enough stock for us to be a regular supplier, and Jerry has agreed to raise production if needed." "We are meeting with her on Thursday," said Draco, checking their schedule. "We'll get it done." "And where are we with the Clark family?" asked Harry, remembering that Cynthia had mentioned them. "They returned their signed contract this morning," said Draco. "Unfortunately, we don't have much work we can bring their way, but they have a stable client base already." "I might have more, but we'll discuss it some other time," said Harry, with a quick glance at his watch. "I'm going to go check up on Teddy." "Sure," nodded Draco. Harry smiled at him and Fleur and took his leave. He stopped briefly by the conference room where Daphne was done with her letter to Not. "Hey, I had an idea to help the Clark family," he said. Daphne looked confused. "The family with the cleaning business?" she asked. "What about them?" "Once Robard starts doing his thing in Nocturne, the ministry is going to need to hire cleaners to get Nocturne back to normal," he said. "Right." "Well, yes," said Daphne, catching on. "Dark magic leaves a trace, which is why the place is such a mess. Not to mention it hasn't had a proper cleanup, actual cleanup not the kind Robards will be doing in a long while. I'll see if we can get a government contract for the Clark family. It will be a huge opportunity." She beamed at Harry. "Nicely done." He grinned back. "Thanks," he said. "What time are we expecting Not?" 3, she said with a scowl. "I was just about to send the letter." "Isn't that rather short notice?" asked Harry, knowing it was almost midday. Absolutely, said Daphne. I don't want him to weasel out of this somehow. The less warning, the better. I see, said Harry. I'll be with Teddy until then. All right, just head over to Verdant when you're done, said Daphne. I'll go on ahead. Adrian Pusey reached the Verdant offices and sighed before entering. The letter from Daphne had only mentioned for him to arrive there at midday and nothing else. There was an empty reception desk in the lobby, and he wondered briefly what he was to do when he noticed Parvati Patil descend the stairs. Oh, she said when she saw him. Daphne's in her office. You're expected. He gave her a polite nod, suppressing a shudder at the horrific scars on her face. He remembered her vaguely from Hogwarts, but had always dismissed her as a bit of an airhead. He had to commend her fortitude now, though. Thank you, he said, heading to the office on the ground floor that she had indicated. He rapped his knuckles on the door, and it was opened a moment later by Daphne Greengrass. Good afternoon, Madam Greengrass, he said. Good afternoon. Come in, she said, as she closed the office door and indicated for him to sit. And let's forgo the formalities. Her words gave him some hope, and his heart all but soared when she handed him a neatly drafted contract before taking a seat. Have a read through it, she said. Take your time. He gave her a nod and began reading. The words were simple but eloquent, without being overcrowded by legal jargon, and the gist of it was clear and apparent. He was being invited to work as an independent consultant for the Verdant firm and their client, Harry Potter. The client was involved in several ventures, though details were not specified, and if we're to accept the position, he would be invited to be a part of those ventures. The extent of his duties were to attend a meeting at the beginning and end of every workday, and contribute to the best of his ability. Could you be more specific about these ventures? He asked, after he finished reading the contract. I can't tell you until you are officially hired, said Daphne. Worth a shot, he said, knowing it would have been in the contract otherwise. The salary package is less than what you normally charge, yes, she said. However, you will still be able to carry on your own practice. I was going to say it is sufficient, he said, slightly amused. May I have a quill? She handed him a blood quill, and he raised an eyebrow but signed the contract. She took the contract back from him, verified his signature, and put it away in her desk drawer. Now, she said, turning to him with a small smile on her face, let me tell you about these ventures. Adrian, have you ever heard of GSC Consultants? Theodore Knott stared at the letter in his hand in shock. It was clipped, and to the point, with Daphne Greengrass's elegant writing ordering him to attend a meeting at the Verdant offices. They couldn't have known, was his first thought. Pusey was discreet, so it wouldn't be him. Jugson was an idiot, so it wouldn't be him either. Which meant it had to be the contract he had signed with Potter. The provision had been not to cause harm to Potter or plot to do it. Theo thought he'd circumvented it by asking Jugson to go after the blood traitor Weasley girl instead of Potter directly. If he had been smarter, he would have realized that the contract's enchantment wouldn't have notified them until after it had been broken. As it was, he hoped against hope that they didn't know what he'd been planning, as he hurried to get dressed in order to make the meeting on time. It seemed it was in vain when he was led into a meeting room with Potter and Greengrass, both of whom looked at him grimly. Despite his fear, indignance curled in his chest, and he glared at them in greeting. Take a seat, said Greengrass, voice as ice-cold as her school nickname. He did, though he couldn't seem to help but sneer at her as he did. He had been planning to ask his father to petition the Dark Lord to have Daphne given to him as his wife. In fact, had Potter not meddled, the previous week would have been their last at Hogwarts, and he and Daphne could have been married by now. He could have had her under his thumb and have her do his bidding. The lost opportunity only made him more furious. Well, he demanded rudely once he had taken a seat, I haven't got all day. Greengrass raised an eyebrow at him frostily. Quite an attitude for someone in your position, she said. Funny, I'd say the same thing to you, he sneered. Enlighten me, she said, eyes narrowing slightly, but what angered him the most was the dismissal in her tone. Don't you dare, he spat, before he could stop himself. You might be sitting on a gilded throne now, but don't forget, I could have just as easily had you on your knees before me like a filthy little whore, ag." His words were brought to an abrupt halt as his tongue was locked to the roof of his mouth. He went for his wand, but it flew out of his robes before he could reach it, and a moment later, he was struck with a body-bind curse. He looked at Greengrass in horror, but realized it hadn't been her since she hadn't even drawn her wand. Slowly, his eyes moved over to Potter, and even in his petrified state, he somehow seemed to shrink inwards at the furious aura rolling off of him in waves. Potter was on his feet, wand drawn, and eyes spitting green fire as he looked down at Theo, as if he were little more than a bug to be squashed. "Daphne," said Potter, and even Greengrass seemed to tense at how cold his voice seemed to have gone. "Could you give us the room, please?" Theo moved his eyes to her, begging frantically not to leave him alone with Potter. For a moment, she looked like she would refuse, but then she stood up and left without a word, closing the door behind her. As soon as she had gone, the furious aura around Potter seemed to grow tenfold. "You listen to me, you pathetic excuse for a wizard," said Potter, in a low voice. "You had the bright idea of trying to harm people close to me, forgetting you signed a magically binding contract signing away your name and fealty to me. I was in a generous mood, but considering your attitude, I have half a mind to put an end to your family line, right here and now. Permanently." His eyes seemed to glow even brighter at the last word, and cold sweat broke out on Theo's forehead. There was immense power emanating from Potter, and Theo was reminded horribly of the Dark Lord's presence, and with a flash, he remembered the Dark Lord's body falling at Potter's feet in front of everyone at Hogwarts. The feeling of dread grew worse, as Theo went paler than he ever had in his life, more so than he had when taking the Dark Mark. "Good, you seem to be realizing a few things," said Potter, eyes narrowing at him in disgust. "Now, for your punishment, you will donate a very generous 2,000 galleons to the Potter Foundation, as a way of repenting for your actions. It would have been 1,000, but since you decided to mouth off and disrespect Daphne, I figured doubling the amount will be a better lesson. If you try anything of this sort again, I will empty your vaults. Take your name and see to it that you're cast out of wizarding society with your magic bound." He leaned in closer. "And in case you think I'm joking, that is exactly the kind of power and fealty your poor excuse of a father signed away to Voldemort, and that's the power I hold over you." He leaned back, and the aura around him seemed to quiet. "I would have asked you to apologize to Daphne for your disgusting words, but I don't want you anywhere near her," he said, waving his wand and releasing the tongue-locking jinx and the body-bind curse. Theo stared at him in fear, unable to speak despite no longer being jinxed. Potter tossed him a quill and parchment. "Sign it," he ordered. "It authorizes your donation, and then clear off." Theo scrambled for the quill with shaking hands. 2,000 galleons was a large sum, nearly a tenth of his entire fortune, considering their family wasn't too well off to begin with. His father and him had been counting on getting a wealthy pureblood bride for Theo who would bring her family fortune as dowry. He had the briefest flash of anger at the thought of the vast Greengrass fortune, but it was immediately replaced by abject terror at what Potter would do to him if he even suspected that the thought had crossed his mind. He signed quickly, and Potter took it from him, examined it carefully, and gave a curt nod. "Get out," said Potter, throwing him his wand. Theo grabbed it with fumbling hands and decided to hurry off. He disapparated the moment he stepped out into Diagon Alley, nearly splinching himself as he appeared back at the Knott residence. He took a few gulps of air to calm his racing thoughts before hurrying inside. Inside the parlor, he reached for a bottle of fire whiskey and chugged down a fifth of it. As the fear began to pass, it was slowly replaced by shame and anger. Potter and Greengrass. They would pay. He would make sure of it. Daphne was packing in her office when she heard Knott leave. She paused and wondered whether to go and see if Harry was all right, but the door to her office opened as Harry walked in. He looked calmer, though his expression was quite troubled. Daphne stared at him, waiting for him to speak, but he looked so lost that she sighed deeply and approached him slowly. "Harry," she said in a gentle tone, "talk to me, please." He glanced at her and then looked away. Did I scare you?" he asked, keeping his distance. "Back there." He had, But Daphne didn't say that as she took a step closer, until they were standing right in front of one another. I haven't felt that way in a long time, he said, still looking away instead of at her. When was the last time you did? She asked softly. Back in May, he said, his voice equally as low. Amicus Caro, he spat at Professor McGonagall. His voice hardened. I cast the Cruciatus on him, successfully. Daphne suppressed a shiver and reached out her hand to touch the middle of his chest. He flinched as though she would strike him, but she pulled him down towards her using the front of his shirt and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. He inhaled shakily as she did, and she felt a little tension leave him. She kept her lips pressed to his forehead, even as his arms came to wrap around her waist, pulling her tightly into a hug. I'm sorry, darling, she murmured against his forehead. I'm so sorry. He pulled away just a little to look down at her, though his arms stayed firmly around her. What are you sorry for? He asked, surprised. I should be the one apologizing. No, you shouldn't, she said, keeping her gaze locked on his so he could see that she meant it. I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that I would turn away from you. That won't happen. Not ever. His eyes went wide. Why, you can't promise that, he said, looking away once more. She touched his cheek and waited until he looked back at her. Yes, I can, she said, and I am promising it. Daphne, he murmured, his gaze drifting down to her mouth just for a brief moment. Daphne leaned up on her tiptoes and kissed his forehead again. You defended me, she said, pulling away and meeting his gaze once more. Yes, you were scary, and I can't say it didn't surprise me, since I haven't seen you like that often. But you defended me from the filth Nott was spewing. As for the incident you mentioned before, Amicus Caro was a despicable man and he deserved what you did to him, because trust me, he did much worse to students last year. I don't want to scare you, he said, closing his eyes and leaning his forehead against hers. Not you. Daphne's heart jumped and she closed her eyes with a small smile. It won't happen again, she said. Forgive me. Only if you forgive me, he said. I will, she promised, no matter what. He didn't say anything, but his lips curled into the smallest smile. A moment passed. Another moment. And then another, as the two remained in each other's arms, foreheads resting together, lips formed into smiles. Daphne was the first to pull away, as she kissed his cheek and gave him a bright smile. She went a step out of his embrace, but Harry caught her hand, which made her turn back to him in surprise. Harry, she asked, what is it? I don't claim to be good at this, he said, looking nervous once again. In fact, I am terrible at this. Daphne chuckled nervously. As am I, she confessed. In fact, I might be worse than you. But I want to try, he said, meeting her gaze earnestly. I want us to try. Harry, she said, stunned, do you know what you're saying? I am, he said, nodding firmly before his confidence faltered once more. I don't know if I am ready, though. Daphne exhaled shakily and squeezed his hand. I don't know if I am either, she said, honestly. It feels like the world around us is spinning too quickly, but time isn't moving quickly at all, as completely mental as that sounds. Harry chuckled. I think I know exactly what you mean, he said. Daphne smiled at him, her eyes softening. We could take our time, you know, she said. We could. Take things one day at a time. The world might be spinning, but we can only control how fast we move. She took a deep breath. Will you wait until I'm ready to take this step? He held her gaze for a long moment before nodding. I will, he said. And will you? Wait for you, she asked before he could finish. Yes, I will. He smiled wistfully, and then raised the hand of hers that he was holding and pressed a long kiss to the back of it, like the one she had pressed to his forehead before. Then we'll wait, he promised. 8th July, 1998. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, on my authority as the Chief Warlock, I hereby commence this session. First on the agenda is the matter of the Post-War Employment Act introduced by Elder Robert Abbott, endorsed by the Chief Warlock. There were murmurs of agreement as Abercrombie addressed the gathered members of the Wisengamot. For our new members, I shall explain how the process for the first reading of the bill is carried out, he continued. Each part of the act will be announced by its designated chapter and discussed. If there is an issue to be raised concerning the sections in the chapter, members of the Wisengamot may speak up. If there are none, a vote shall be held to either include or exclude the section from the act. If an agreement cannot be reached, or if the votes amount to a draw, the issue shall be tabled for the second reading. Are there any questions? No one seemed to speak up, so he nodded in satisfaction. Very well then, he said, putting on his glasses as he opened up the bill. Chapter 1, Introduction. How are we still on Chapter 1? Harry asked Daphne in a low whisper as the Wisengamot took a break for lunch. It's been 3 hours. The first chapter covers the name, objects, definitions, and application of the act, she said, slightly amused. Prime material for Wisengamot members to debate until they are blue in the face. I thought you were kidding when you said it takes ages to pass laws, he said. Things will move along faster now that this part's over, she said. We'll get through the entire thing today, just you see. I'll hold you to that, said Harry skeptically. He noticed Mr. Weasley waving him over. You go on, I'll be right along. Daphne followed his gaze and gave a nod as she hurried off, and Harry made his way to Mr. Weasley. Hello, Harry, he smiled. I wanted to update you since I spoke to Kingsley about your birthday. Right, what did he say? He asked, slightly wary. Mr. Weasley looked a little apologetic. I'm sorry, Harry, but awarding the Order of Merlin to that many people, especially children, it will be difficult to do, he said. Before Harry could be too disappointed, he held up a hand. However, these children did fight in the war, so here's what Kingsley agreed to do. Order of Merlin. First class for you, second class for Ron, Hermione, and Neville Longbottom, and the Minister's Special Recognition Award for the rest of the students who fought at the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry looked puzzled. I've never heard of the Minister's Special Recognition Award, he said. That's because it will be awarded for the very first time on your birthday, smiled Mr. Weasley. Harry thought about protesting but thought better of it. All right, I'm fine with that, he said. How will you find all the students who were there? Minerva has agreed to help, said Mr. Weasley. She spoke to the other heads of houses as well, and they are getting lists to me to make sure we cover all our bases and not miss anyone. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, said Harry, sincerely. I am sorry for making all this work for you when you must already have so much to do. It's all right, Harry, he said. Every one of these people put their lives on the line for the peace we are enjoying. They weren't Aurors or hit wizards, most of them weren't even of age, but they still fought when they could have evacuated to safety. They deserve to be recognized for their bravery and valor. Yes, they do, agreed Harry, swallowing against the lump in his throat. And they will be, said Mr. Weasley. I'll let you go. I have to speak to Kingsley before lunch is over. Get something to eat. I will, smiled Harry and took his leave. He meant to find either Daphne or Hermione, but found both of them together, reading something on a roll of parchment. What are we doing? He asked, sneaking up behind them. Harry, goodness, you scared me, said Hermione, as they both jumped. I was just showing Daphne my article before I send it to Marion. I thought you already showed it to Marion when you met her yesterday, said Harry. I showed her the first draft, corrected Hermione. Which she loved, said Daphne pointedly. Tracy told me Marion looked like she wanted to kiss you. Hermione blushed at the praise. I'm sure she was exaggerating, she said. I doubt it, said Daphne, handing the parchment back to her. It's excellent and making me want to read the book now, and it's a nice touch to add where you'd find the book at the end of the article. Marion also wants me to include the next book I'm reading, so I'll add that too, said Hermione. So it can really be like a book club. Are we starting a book club? They heard and turned around as Neville approached them with a grin. Hermione is, but you'd have to subscribe to Witch Weekly, grinned Harry. What makes you think I'm not already? Winked Neville, making them all chuckle. He glanced around to make sure no one was paying too much attention to them and lowered his voice. I had the last meeting to buy out my share of Puddlemere. How are you faring? Harry glanced at Daphne, who consulted her diary. We have one more meeting tomorrow morning before we're done, she said, snapping it shut once more. Excellent, said Neville. I'll go ahead and set up a meeting with the team manager for Friday then. Oh, we have something on Friday, said Harry, remembering the orphanage tour. That's in the afternoon, said Daphne. Your morning should be free. I'll make it a morning meeting then, said Neville, and Harry nodded gratefully. So, how was yesterday? Asked Harry. Amazing, said Neville, eyes shining. I don't start officially as the apprentice until my newt results are out, but Sophia had me help around yesterday a little bit. Eustace Mansion is brilliant. Glad you think so, said Harry. How's it going at the main location? Asked Hermione. Newt said it went well, said Daphne. Yesterday was mostly about getting settled into the dorms and setting up their laboratories and offices, so today should be their first proper day. The masters and their apprentices seem to be well-oiled machines, and Newt is making sure everything is running smoothly, so I think it should be fine, added Harry. Have there been new applicants since the article last week? Asked Hermione, curiously. A few, said Harry. Newt is sorting through them still. Here, you should eat something, Daphne told Harry, handing him a neatly packed sandwich. Lunch will be over soon, and will likely go until 6, considering how much more of the bill we have to get through. Thanks, Daph, said Harry gratefully, knowing it would be impossible for him to navigate his way to the ministry's cafeteria without being ambushed by every other person who wanted to chat. He busied himself with eating, missing the pleasantly surprised and speculative look exchanged by Hermione and Neville as they observed that interaction. The break came to an end quite quickly, and Harry had to stuff his last bite of food in quickly before they were called back into the chamber. True to Daphne's prediction, the afternoon session wasn't as tedious as the mornings had been. Chapter 2 of the Act dealt with the eligibility criteria for candidates, which raised some debate about whether it should be broader. But in the end, it was Robert's original criteria that was voted and passed. The next chapter focused on establishing an Office of Employment in the Department of Employment and Labor, which would oversee candidates, facilitate placements, and keep track of their progress. The following chapter addressed what institutions beside the ministry and places like St. Mungo's could be eligible under the program. That drew some debate until it was finally agreed that business owners who needed employees could make their request to the Office of Employment free of cost to save on advertising and searching for employees through other means. The chapter after that detailed the rights and obligations of employers who hired people under the program. The final chapter of the Act was the one that handled the housing plan. Ms. Hannah Abbott is here to answer any queries pertaining to this chapter of the Act, explained the Chief Warlock as Hannah took the stand. The measures were included in the draft bill presented to all members last week. We shall begin by getting an update on the progress made with regard to this, Ms. Abbott. Thank you, Chief Warlock, said Hannah, with a small smile. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, it is my very greatest pleasure to announce that the Celine Abbott boarding house is in its final stages of completion. Is there a tentative date when it might be completed? Asked Elder MacDougall. By the end of this week, answered Hannah. That was quite quick work, said Elder Orpington, eyes slightly narrowed. He examined the bill in front of him with beady eyes. I presume that everything that's mentioned in the bill has been accomplished to the degree claimed. It has, actually, interjected Harry, before Hannah could. With the Potter Foundation's resources, the premises have been renovated and made ready exactly in the way mentioned in the bill. Elder Potter is right, added Hannah. We currently have room for anywhere between 50 to 100 candidates, with 2 people each to a room, a large mess hall that is capable of serving 3 meals a day, as well as a recreation room for hobbies and activities. She took a deep breath and met Orpington's gaze squarely. I would welcome any and all members of the Wisengamot to visit the boarding house for a proper tour of the premises in order to quell their anxiety regarding this matter. Or better yet, have someone from the Prophet do it and publish the results, added Neville, and Hannah beamed at him. That way everyone, not just the people in the Wisengamot, can see exactly what it looks like. Problem solved. Orpington pursed his lips, but didn't say anything to that. What happens if you run out of space? asked Elder Folly. Is there a plan if the number of candidates exceed the room available? The goal is for the boarding house to be a temporary place of shelter for people under this program, said Hannah. Once they are back on their feet and earning a regular wage, the plan is to help them find housing of their own. However, if we find ourselves reaching capacity, I believe we can work towards a secondary location. And is there any such location available? Asked Elder Zeller, curiously. Not yet, but if we do reach 50 candidates at the first boarding house, we shall start looking into the secondary location, said Hannah. And is the Potter Foundation willing to support that as well? Asked Elder Zeller. Yes, said Harry without hesitation. Let's address the other issue with this whole thing then, said Elder Thompson snootily. We are giving these people a job, food, and shelter for virtually nothing. What's to say they won't just lounge around for the rest of their lives? Mark my words, handouts never helped anyone. I agree, said Elder McDougal. But these people will be working and earning an honest wage. That is as far from a handout as it gets. Elder Thompson narrowed his eyes at him. And you don't think they'll just hoard the money they earn and continue to live a rent-free, easy life in that boarding house? He demanded. Perhaps you weren't paying attention, Elder Thompson, but the Office of Employment will be keeping an eye on the candidates and monitoring their cases, said Elder McDougal, rolling his eyes. If it seems there is any impropriety or mishandling of funds, they can address it. That was the whole purpose of debating that chapter of the Act. Elder McDougal is right, said the Chief Warlock, seeming to get happier and happier each time someone from Orpington's faction was torn down in debate. Cases will be reviewed on a regular basis to avoid the kind of scenario you brought up, Elder Thompson. Besides, added Robert, with a cool look at Elder Thompson, you'll find that most of these people were capable members of society, and they want to get back to being that once again. We are only helping the process along. Elder Thompson scoffed, but didn't add anything further. Some more minor debate followed, with questions directed at Hannah regarding the running of the boarding house, before the measure was voted in as well. That brings today's session to an end, said the Chief Warlock. Considering the progress made, the second reading will be held 7 days from today on the 15th of July. If there are any issues that need to be discussed concerning the bill, they need to be raised at that session, or else we might move on to a final vote in that session as well. He glanced around at the Wisengamot and gave a nod. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. It looks wonderful. Harry smiled at Daphne as they looked at the fully decorated ballroom at Potter Hall. After weeks of debate, they had finally arrived on the decorations that would be used for the event at Halloween. The color combination they had decided on was red, black, and gold, with the decorations being in black with red lining and highlights, while there were gold filigree lamps that would be used for lighting to keep it from being too somber. I think so, too, smiled Daphne. In keeping with the gold, the goblets, trays, and things should also be gold, I think. The whole effect will be understated yet definitely impactful. Since we have the decorations down, should we move on to the invitation cards? Asked Harry. There was an invitation card in the binder that I feel we can modify, said Daphne, as she hurried over and began searching. Here it is. She held up a black invitation card with red borders and white elegant writing. We can change the white to gold instead and use gold envelopes instead of red like they did back then. How long ago was that? Asked Harry. Almost 60 years ago, for a Christmas party during the war with Grindelwald, she said, checking. No wonder it was somber, he mumbled. That should do, I think. What's next? The music, she said. We can splurge for a band, but I think Halloween warrants enchanted instruments. I'd like that, grinned Harry. Gives it a feeling of mystery and intrigue. Exactly, laughed Daphne. Since we're doing it in the form of a New Year's ball, the songs will obviously have to be classical in nature, ideal for dancing. Harry chuckled nervously. Dancing, right? He said. Daphne looked at him in surprise. You do know how to dance, right? She asked cautiously. I mean, apart from the thing you did at the Yule Ball back in 4th year. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I think that's about all I can do, he admitted. But that won't do, said Daphne, her eyes going wide. As host, you'll be required to dance with your guests. Really? He asked. Yes, really, said Daphne. Annie. Yes, mistress, asked Annie, arriving immediately. Could you bring a record player and some records in here? Asked Daphne. Right away, mistress, said Annie and vanished. Harry sighed a little. Does this mean dancing lessons? He asked. I'm afraid it does, said Daphne. You know, dancing is a skill taught to boys and girls alike within families like ours from a very young age. And I have to learn all of that before Halloween? He asked, looking alarmed. Not all, she said. We'll just focus on the basics. What does that include? He asked, still wary. Waltz, tango, and foxtrot, she said. Maybe even quick-step a bit later on, but I doubt we'll need it on Halloween. Do I have to? He asked, as Annie returned and set up the record player as Daphne had asked. Yes, you do, said Daphne, moving to stand in the middle of the ballroom. Slow waltz, please, Annie. Yes, mistress, said Annie. Come on, said Daphne, beckoning him towards her as music started playing. This is the easiest one to learn. He made his way over to her reluctantly. I should warn you, I'm really not good at this, he said. I know, she said, waving her wand over her feet. When he looked at her questioningly, she smiled. I just hardened the tops of my boots so even if you step on my feet, my toes will be spared. Wish I'd known of that spell back in 4th year, he said, as Daphne placed her left hand on his back and held out her right. Oh, believe me, Parvati said the same thing, she said. Hold my right hand and place yours on my back. Did she really? He asked, as he did what he was told. She did. It was news around the castle, said Daphne. Step forward with your right foot. He did, and her left foot moved back easily at the same time. Move your left foot to the side. He stumbled a little but managed to do it as her right foot moved in synchronization with his. Now bring your right foot to your left. Good, she praised when he did. Now this is what we are going to practice. On 1, step forward with right. On 2, move the left to the side, and on 3, bring your right foot to your left. Got it. I think so, he said, looking down at their feet as he spoke. Don't look at the feet, look at me, she said, and he raised his gaze. I could lead and it would be easier, but I want you to learn how to lead. Ready? Not even slightly, but let's do it, he said, which made her chuckle. That's the spirit, she said. 1, 2, 3, good. Once again, 1, 2, 3, make your stride longer. 1, 2, 3. All right, pause. They stopped, having moved across the ballroom. Back to the middle. We're going to learn to practice in circles. So after the 1, 2, 3, there will be 4, 5, 6. On 4, you move your left foot back and turn with your right on 5 and bring your left foot to your right on 6. Then back to 1. All right, he said, looking down at his feet again before quickly meeting her gaze again. You'll be fine, she said. Slowly, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, the other one. 4, 5, 6. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, don't look down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well done. They kept practicing in a circle until Harry could move without Daphne having to count out loud. The music continued to play, and slowly, Daphne began to feel Harry relax as he got the hang of it. You're doing well, she told him, after they'd been practicing for about 40 minutes. Let's take a break. He nodded, and the two of them sat on the small dais meant for musicians in the corner of the ballroom, as Minnie brought them some water to drink. Phew, it's hard work, said Harry, downing a goblet of water. Thankfully, I have a good stamina. You'll need it too, there's a lot to learn, said Daphne. I might bring Blaze around when it comes to the more complex stuff, so you'll have a point of reference as you learn. He didn't say anything to that, as the two of them took a few more minutes to relax and catch their breaths. Harry finally broke the silence when they returned to the middle of the ballroom 5 minutes later. Can I ask you something? He asked, as they began practicing in a circle once more. Sure, she said. I think it's your turn to ask the question anyway, since I went last, she added, remembering that he'd told her about the Philosopher's Stone incident back in their first year when she had asked out of curiosity. He smiled a little before his face grew serious. It's about Blaze, he said, and seemed to hesitate. Daphne observed him quietly and sighed. "Is it about Blaze or about his mother?" she asked shrewdly. "Sorry," he said. "No, it's all right," assured Daphne. "It's the most known thing about Blaze. I don't blame you for being curious." "I know he's your friend," said Harry. "I don't want to come in between that. Wanting to know if there's any truth to the rumors is very different from hindering my friendship with Blaze, Harry," said Daphne, honestly. "I see," he said and nodded determinedly. "So is there any truth to the rumors, I mean?" "Well, yes and no," said Daphne. "Anita, that's Blaze's mother, is a black widow. She has had a handful of husbands, all of whom died and left behind their wealth for her. Their deaths weren't entirely accidental. That's the yes part." "And what's the no part?" he asked. Daphne shrugged apologetically. "Unfortunately, that story isn't mine to tell," she said. "I can tell you there is much more to the whole thing, but Blaze told me in confidence, and it isn't something a lot of people are privy to." Before he could look too disappointed, she smiled. "But if you ask Blaze, I'm sure he'd tell you." "He would?" asked Harry, confused. "Yes, he would," said Daphne firmly. "I'm sorry I can't answer you, Harry, especially since we agreed to be honest with one another, but this is something you ought to hear from Blaze." She let him think about it for a while as they continued dancing. After a few moments, Harry gave a nod. "All right, I'll ask Blaze," he said. "And don't worry, I know you're only keeping your friend's secret. Our agreement about being honest isn't broken or anything." Daphne beamed at him. "Thank you for understanding, Harry," she said, and then lightened her tone. "And since it's my turn again, I have a question for you." He smiled in amusement. "Go ahead," he said. "We already talked about our first year, so let's move on to the next," she said. "Tell me about the Chamber of Secrets." Chapter 17. 10th July, 1998. Harry Potter OPENS, the Lily Potter Home for Children. The Potter Foundation's first project is an orphanage for wizarding children. By Benedict Almeidas. It is only a week later since the announcement for the James Potter Magical Research Institute was published, and the savior of the wizarding world, Elder Harry Potter, has already announced the next project that his organization, the Potter Foundation, will be focusing on: the Lily Potter Home for Children. As I said when I started the Potter Foundation, children are the most vulnerable members of our society, says Elder Potter. They deserve a proper home to call their own, a place where they can learn and grow and play and find a support system that shall care for them. It's something I understand and connect with deeply, being an orphan myself. The Wizarding Orphanage is set to welcome 55 orphans from St. Mungo's Orphan Wing on the 16th of July, under the guidance of former healer in charge of the Orphan Wing, Mrs. Belinda Sawbridge. I admit, I was rather skeptical when I first heard the orphanage proposal, but since being involved, I can appreciate the care and attention to detail that has been given to this project by the Potter Foundation, especially Madame Andromeda Tonks, who oversaw the project on the organization's behalf, says Mrs. Sawbridge, 51. The children who shall grow up here will be raised with all the affection they deserve. Madame Andromeda Tonks, who is the grandmother of Elder Potter's godson, Edward Lupin, was responsible for putting together the plans for the orphanage with Elder Potter. Harry wanted a proper home for these children, says Madame Tonks, 47. Bearing that in mind, we have opted for a system where we have caretakers responsible for each of the children, as well as an on-site healer, to make sure they are looked after properly, and their needs, physical, mental, and educational, are met. I will also be personally responsible for helping run the orphanage for the first year along with other volunteers to lend assistance to Matron Sawbridge. The current healer in charge of the Orphan Wing, Thierry Lim, shall also be joining the staff at the Lily Potter home as the aforementioned on-site healer. I have been caring for these children for a while now, and I am aware of the kind of help and support they will need, says Healer Lim, 25. When Madame Tonks and Elder Potter asked for my assistance, there was no way I could refuse. These children are dear to me, and I want to see them grow up safe and happy. Though the initial count is that of only 55 children, there are further plans to provide a home for any children under the age of 17, which is an improvement on St. Mungo's restriction of not taking in children over the age of 15. There are also provisions to take in young witches and wizards who are of age, but are yet to finish Hogwarts. We don't say the word home lightly, says Elder Potter. Everyone deserves one until they are able to have one of their own. The director of St. Mungo's, Colette Peakes, corroborates Elder Potter's words. At St. Mungo's, we are bound by our charter and the ministry's rules regarding which children we can take in, says Mrs. Peakes, 64. As a private institution, the Lily Potter Home has no such restrictions and can help all the children that need assistance. It will keep families together instead of splitting apart siblings like we have had to do in the past when placing them in foster care. It shall also allow children who have relatives unwilling or unable to care for them to grow up surrounded by other children in a safe, nurturing environment. We are in the process of tracking down children who did not qualify for St. Mungo's assistance, assures Madame Tonks. Meanwhile, we have already sorted out the custody transfer of those who are currently at the orphan wing. In less than a week, they shall be able to come and live in their new home. The Daily Prophet, as well as other publications, have been invited to a tour of the Lily Potter home prior to its doors opening, so readers can expect details about the residents in the coming days. Wizarding orphanages have had a short shelf life in the past, says Elder Potter, but we hope to change that. We shall do everything in our power to make it happen. That's a little embarrassing, said Harry, as Tracy finished reading the article out loud. They were in the conference room, their morning meeting having been moved to midday. It was also Adrian's first time attending, and Daphne was interested to see how he would be dealing with getting a closer look at the workings of their operation. He had been blown away when she'd explained the full scope of what they had managed to accomplish so far, and she was curious to see how he'd interact with the others and, more importantly, what he'd bring to the table. It is a little cheesy, admitted Tracy, folding the newspaper and setting it aside. But it will make the impact it needs, too. She reached for her fork to eat the pasta in front of her. It's gone cold, she complained, after taking a bite. Cast a warming charm, then, said Daphne, without missing a beat. I told you, today is as busy as can be, so we have to have a working lunch. I know, smiled Tracy. I'd still prefer a break. It's the weekend tomorrow, said Draco, rolling his eyes at Tracy. All the break you need. She made a face at him, but Daphne cleared her throat to stop the bickering before it could begin. Is there something else? Yes, said Tracy. Harry, you have an interview with Witch Weekly on Monday. It's for the favor we owe Marion for lending us Penelope Clearwater, and I figured it would be a good chance to let the world know you are single once more, since you're keen on having that public. Yeah, fine, he said. Make sure Marion adheres to all the conditions we agreed on before, warned Daphne. I will, I will, said Tracy. That's all from me. Who wants to go next? I'll go, said Harry. Neville and I met with Isaiah Crickerly, the manager of Puddlemere United, this morning. It was an interesting meeting. How so? Asked Fleur curiously. Well, the team is mostly fine, said Harry. But they lost their starting and reserve seekers over the past year. One of them was a Muggle-born and was killed by Death Eaters, and the other was arrested for working with Death Eaters, or Snatchers, to be more precise. They don't have any other seekers, asked Parvati. No, but that's not the worst of it, said Harry, consulting his notes. Their stadium is in need of overhaul after Death Eaters burned half of it to the ground with fiendfire. The reserve team needs new brooms. They need a new trainer and an equipment manager, as well as someone to oversee public relations and sponsorships, since Isaiah's been handling it by himself. Fantastic. Sounds like a right mess, said Draco. You thinking of trying out for Seeker? He asked Harry. No, though Isaiah did ask the same thing, said Harry ruefully. Right, let's deal with one thing at a time, said Daphne. The stadium needs work, correct? The house elves tasked with renovation and clean up are done with the orphanage and the institute so they can be sent to start clearing up the stadium. I'll speak to Annie and see who we can spare. Good plan, said Draco with a nod. The Clark family could use some business, so we can get them to assist if needed. No, they're going to be busy, said Harry. "We got them a government contract." "Let's leave it to the house elves, then," said Draco, though he looked a little curious. "The trainer and equipment manager positions can be advertised." Adrian, who had been observing quietly until this point, spoke up. "No need," he said, pulling out a leather-bound diary that he began thumbing through. "You need Camille Gibson, Australian, specializing in both Quidditch and quadpot. She has a team who work with her. Trainers, equipment managers, even a healer focusing on sports healing. Here are her details." He copied it from his diary onto a blank piece of parchment that he handed to Harry. "They've been doing temp jobs for the Quidditch League in Australia, but what they want is a permanent post with a team in Britain." There was a moment of silence before Harry nodded. "I'll let Isaiah know, thanks," he said. "I'll get on the PR person then," said Tracy, clearing her throat. "Ben could put me in touch with former Quidditch correspondents who are no longer with the Prophet. The Prophet cut down their staff massively in the last 2 years, so there are plenty of talented writers and publicists who could use the work." "Wonderful," said Fleur. "I'll speak to our contact at Nimbus and see if we can work something out and get the brooms for the reserve team." "That just leaves the Seekers," said Harry, crossing the other items off his list. "Isaiah said he's been trying to recruit but has had no luck." "How about looking into foreign players?" asked Draco. "That's a much larger talent pool." "Is that permitted in the league?" asked Parvati curiously. "It is," said Adrian. "They just can't play in the national team unless they are a citizen. For league matches, you could have players from across the world, with the condition they maintain a residence in the area where the team is based." "Which all the players do, regardless," nodded Harry. "The Puddlemere team has a small hostel near the stadium where players live during Quidditch season." Fleur looked at Harry speculatively. "Have you thought about asking Victor?" she asked. "Ask him to recruit or ask him to be a seeker?" asked Harry, though it looked like the cogs in his brain were already turning. "Ask him to be a seeker, of course," said Fleur. "He only plays for the national team because Bulgaria has no proper Quidditch league." "It's worth asking," said Daphne. "Victor Crumb is one of the best seekers in the world." "I'll say," nodded Draco. "I'll speak to Isaiah and write to Victor," said Harry. "Could I trouble you for his address, Fleur?" "Of course," she said, writing it down on a piece of parchment and handing it to Harry. "That takes care of that," said Daphne. "What's next?" "The Selene Abbott boarding house is ready," grinned Parvati. "Hannah gave me a tour just this morning." "Good to know," said Tracy, making a note of it. "Ben and I will head over first thing next week to do a feature on it. The public's been waiting eagerly since the article came out following the Wisengamot session this week." "How's the public response doing?" asked Daphne. "Better since the first reading happened," said Tracy. "I think it helps a great deal to hear dissenting views in the session transcript and the arguments countering them, because it is reassuring to the public to see that all points are being considered. Ben was talking about getting some opinions from experts in the International Confederation of Wizards. Give it more legitimacy." "Careful not to overdo it," said Daphne. "Some Brits get their backs up when the ICW members air their opinions on domestic policies. We don't want to ruffle too many feathers." "True, but Ben was telling me Minister Shacklebolt has been angling for a better relationship with the ICW, so it might work out," said Tracy. "We'll be careful, regardless." "Do we have someone in the ministry?" asked Adrian curiously. "Plenty of people, but none that know exactly what we do here," said Daphne. "Hermione's our best bet, but it will be another year still until she gets involved in the ministry," said Harry. "We do need someone in the minister's office," said Draco. "It'll help immensely to realize where Shacklebolt leading the masses." "Did you have someone in mind?" Daphne asked Adrian. "Afraid not," he said. "I will look into it, though." "Great," nodded Daphne. "Is there anything else?" "Papa spoke to his contact in the French ministry, and we sent over the completed paperwork," said Fleur. "It's hard to deal with bureaucrats, but hopefully we'll hear from them over the next 2 weeks. Oh, and we met with Polly Winterbotham, and she wants to check the product from Pride Farmhouse before agreeing to stock it in her bottle shop," said Draco. I'll have Jerry send her a crate with sample bottles, nodded Harry. If that is all, we should tidy up and take our leave, said Daphne. Andromeda and Belinda are at the orphan wing with the caretakers, and Harry, Parvati and I are expected at the Lily Potter home in half an hour to start the tour. Which reminds me, when are we allowing press access to the orphanage? Asked Tracy. Tuesday, perhaps, said Daphne. That way there'll be time to fix things up if there's something we don't like today. Got it, said Tracy. Well done today, said Harry, as the others began filing out of the conference room. And thanks for joining us, Adrian. Adrian nodded and gave a small smile. If I am honest, I was a little apprehensive about this whole thing when I first approached Daphne, but everything I have learned since makes me think I made the right call, he said. See you next time. Harry and Daphne waved at him, and Adrian left, leaving the two of them alone. Did Susan stop by this morning while I was in Puddlemere? Asked Harry. She did, nodded Daphne. The Aurors have begun the nocturne cleanup as of late last evening. They managed to clear out a substantial chunk, and Susan said they're moving quickly so as to not arouse suspicion from the other occupants of Nocturne. Burke has been keeping his word, it seems. Good, said Harry. Any idea how long it will take? Susan mentioned that barring any complications, they should be done before Sunday, said Daphne. She said she'll let us know after the final raid is carried out so that the Clark family can take over. All right, he said. Should we head over as well? Daphne smiled and stood up. Let's go. Joshua Appleton looked around the orphan wing with a quiet, grim expression on his face. Before the first war with you-know-who, he had been a father, but Death Eaters had robbed him of that, and for many years, he dedicated his life to hunting down as many of them as possible as a hit wizard. An injury had forced him into early retirement in his mid-40s, and he thought he would waste away with nothing to occupy him when he'd seen the advertisement in the Daily Prophet about potential employment for the orphan wing. That had been a cover, of course, for Andromeda Tonks, Belinda Sawbridge, and the Potter Foundation to interview people for the Lily Potter home. Josh had hardly believed they were serious about opening the orphanage until he'd learned more about their plans and the system they were employing. When he was asked for his answer, there hadn't been a doubt in his mind that he would find a purpose in caring for these children. In his second meeting, Belinda and Andromeda had told him who his charges were going to be. Unlike other caretakers who had 4, sometimes 5, charges, Josh was only assigned 2. But they were a special case. They are twins, Belinda had said, gravely. They were infected with lycanthropy. You're a registered animagus and you have experience with combat. The Minchin girls will be given wolfsbane, of course, but they need to be watched over and given extra care and attention. He glanced down at them now and felt his heart constrict. They were tiny, smaller than any of his children had been at 5 years old, pale as can be, and already with some gray peppered into their caramel-colored hair. They were even more tired since he'd last seen them, as it had been a full moon the night before. It was his second time meeting them, but they were yet to speak to him. Thierry had warned him they hadn't really spoken much since being brought to St. Mungo's, and that it would take time to get them to open up. His fellow caretakers were all occupied with their own charges, some of them bonding instantly with the children, while those assigned special cases like him having to try harder to establish a bond. It didn't help that the interior of the orphan wing was dismal as could be, and the poor children had been essentially imprisoned there for the past year. Josh jumped a little when he felt a nudge and saw that Antonia, the older of the Minchin sisters, had pushed a picture book towards him. He peered at the page and saw that it was a picture of a dog, which made Josh's heart soar with hope. "You'd like to see me transform again?" he asked, and changed into his animagus form of a Siberian husky. Antonia and Aurelia held onto one another as they almost always did, but Antonia still reached out one hand, which he nudged with his nose affectionately. Encouraged, Aurelia followed her sister's lead and slowly stroked one of his ears with her finger. After they had patted him for a bit, Josh transformed back and smiled at them. "It's all right," he said, when they seemed to shrink back just a little again. "You can ask me to transform any time you like, all right? I won't be mad." They didn't say anything, but ever so slowly, Antonia gave a nod. "Progress," decided Josh, nodding back at her. He noticed Belinda motion to the caretakers that it was time for them to leave, so he turned back to the twins. "I have to go now, but I'll be back on Sunday," he said. "It won't be much longer, all right. We'll all be going to a new home soon. I'll look after both of you, I promise." He gave them another wide smile, and then joined the other caretakers as they filed out of the orphan wing slowly. Never gets easy to leave them, does it? Josh turned to look at the young Japanese woman in her late 30s, who had introduced herself as Miki Asano on his last visit. She was also one of the caretakers, assigned to 3 children, 2 of whom were recovering from dragon pox and were on a careful regimen of potions. "No, I suppose not," said Josh. "How are yours doing?" "Well, I managed to talk to 2 of them, so I count that as progress," she said. "Benjamin is still having difficulty. Poor boy saw his mother cut down in front of his eyes. Damned Death Eaters." Josh couldn't help but agree. "Mine haven't spoken yet, but we are communicating," he said. Miki smiled sympathetically. "That's good," she said. "Gather around, please," said Andromeda, as all of the caretakers, plus Healer Lim and Belinda, gathered in a hallway outside the orphan wing. "Since it will be your first time to the location, we will be taking a portkey. Once there, Harry will key you into the wards, so you can come and go by the flu or apparition later on." She held out a goblet, and all of them maneuvered around so that they could touch their finger to it. A minute or so passed, and the goblet began glowing blue before Josh felt the familiar tug as they were all carried away from St. Mungo's before landing outside suddenly. Josh stumbled back as some of the others lost their footing, especially since there had been so many of them using a single portkey. He took a quick glance around and saw that they were outside polished iron gates towering before them. There was a small group of people standing near the gates, and Josh immediately recognized Harry Potter. The young man in question smiled at them in greeting. "Welcome," he said. "I realize most of you must only be seeing the gates at the moment, so listen carefully. The Black Castle is located in Aliath Copse in York." As his words washed over them, Josh realized there was a copse of dark wood trees beyond the gates and a straight path between them that led to an ancient castle made of dark gray stone. Josh's mouth fell open. The castle was massive. This was to be the orphanage. It couldn't be farther from the cramped orphan wing. Andromeda and Belinda had never brought up how big the new home would be, and he had expected a small country home, not a whole castle, but he wasn't about to complain. He glanced back towards Harry Potter, who was currently keying people into the wards of the place, and Josh had to marvel at the security measures. A portkey access to the outside of the gates, a Fidelius, and then additional wards. Safety was incredible. "Done," he declared about 2 minutes later. "I'm Harry Potter," he introduced, as if any of them hadn't recognized him immediately. He indicated the 2 women standing next to him. "My lawyer, Daphne Gringotts, and many of you know Parvati Patil already. And this is Charlie Weasley," he added, pointing at the stocky, red-headed young man who waved at them. "He's going to be the groundskeeper." Introductions continued, as Belinda introduced all the caretakers to them one by one, and Josh shook hands with Harry and his group. "We should head inside," said Daphne, once they were all acquainted. Harry gave a nod, and with a wave of his wand, the lock on the gates vanished and they swung open with ease. "Batty!" he called, and a house elf dressed in a neat white uniform with a red sash around his waist appeared with a crack. "We are ready to begin the tour." "Yes, master," said the house elf Batty. "Batty is the head house elf of the property," Harry told all of them. "There are other house elves whom we shall meet once we are inside, but I ask that you treat them with kindness. They have worked very hard to get the place ready and are eager to help you and the children in any way they can." It was slightly surprising to Josh to hear Harry talk about them in such a manner, like they were humans themselves. Josh felt his respect rise just a little. "Ready when you are, Batty," said Harry, turning back to him. Batty nodded eagerly. "This be the woods," he said, indicating the trees on either side of them as they walked towards the castle on the wide path. We is listening to Mistress Tonks and putting wards around woods to keep children out. Anything dangerous in here? Inquired Elizabeth Whittington, one of the other caretakers. Nothing more dangerous than what you'd find in woods of these kind, said Daphne. Safe for the adults, though caution is advised, of course. She nodded, as they continued up the path and arrived at the large garden that had trimmed hedges and a large, circular fountain. There are wards around the fountain as well, just to prevent drownings, said Andromeda. The gardens are safe enough. We wanted them to have a place where they could play as much as they'd like, said Harry. There's more behind the house, if we want to do the outside first. Batty nodded and led them around to the back of the castle, where Josh had to marvel at the sprawling grounds with countless space. There was even a lake that Harry assured them had safety wards and even climate charms to make sure the children could swim all year round if they wanted. There was an apple orchard at the edge of the property, and Charlie promised he would make sure they could take the children there to go apple picking in autumn. They returned to the front of the castle, and Josh was surprised when they were welcomed in by some suits of armor, who bowed at them before clomping off to their own places in the castle. They won't harm the children, Daphne assured them. They are sworn to protect the occupants of the castle and defend it from uninvited guests and intruders. Past the large front doors was the foyer with the grand staircase and a large fireplace which was to be used to flue in and out. They toured the ground floor first, and there was a large dining room on the left with several round tables and chairs. Main dining room, proclaimed Batty proudly. We is making the tables and chairs ourselves, young sirs and madams. We thought it better to have smaller tables instead of just a long table, explained Andromeda. There were 2 other dining rooms, but they had both been changed into classrooms with rows of desks and chairs and a large blackboard at the front. Tutoring rooms for when we need them, explained Harry. There is also another day room next door that's a reading room, and the lounge next to it is a toy room for the younger ones. Both the rooms were extraordinary, and the reading room had squashy armchairs and sofas, and tiny toddler-sized chairs. The entire room was lined wall to wall with books. The toy room had soft carpet on the floor, and various toy chests and stacks of games arranged neatly in shelves. The kitchen be through there, said Batty, leading them further left in the main part of the house. In the warm, homey kitchen, they met the rest of the cheery house elves, whom they could call on for assistance if needed. They left the kitchen and reached the farthest left end of the house, which had a large archway. This be leading to the West Tower, squeaked Batty. The West Tower is for the boys, said Belinda. Isaac, that makes you in charge of it, she added, with a glance at Isaac Ackerley, who nodded back. Josh realized that this was one of the towers where the older children would be staying. He was a tiny bit apprehensive, particularly about separating the older children to an entirely different part of the house. But as they took the tour, he realized it was no less comfortable than the main house. There was a common room and a dining room on the ground floor of the tower, and the stairs led to individual rooms, with 4 rooms to each floor of the 7-storied tower. Each room had a 4-poster bed, clean bedding and sheets, a dresser and plenty of shelves for storage, as well as an ensuite. At the top of the tower was a lovely sitting room with an extraordinary view of the surroundings that was another common room of sorts. In case they'd like to read with a view, said Andromeda, as they left the tower and made their way back to the main house. On the right of the staircase on the ground floor, they were shown to a couple of sitting rooms to receive any guests, a large ballroom that had been turned into an infirmary, with the room next door being Thierry's quarters. Charlie's quarters were also on the ground floor with an exit right out into the grounds. The biggest sitting room was also sort of an assembly room that could be used if everyone needed to be gathered together, and the study was to be Belinda's office. They didn't explore the East Tower, which would have the older girls residing in there, since it was structured identical to the West Tower. Naomi Turpin was the one who would be in charge of the girls in that tower. On the first floor, they were shown the rooms that the caretakers and the younger children would be occupying. Belinda and Andromeda directed them to their assigned rooms, and Josh realized he'd be on the 3rd floor. They did have a chance to examine the rooms, and they were wonderfully decorated as well. The children's rooms, which would be shared by 2 children, had twin beds and 2 each of dressers and shelves, and an ensuite. The caretaker's rooms had a queen-sized 4-poster bed, dresser, a desk by the window, as well as an ensuite. With Naomi and Isaac assigned to live in their respective towers with their charges, Mickey Asano, Rahul Singh, and Erica Midgen were the caretakers who would be living on the first floor. There was also a big library and an adjoining study on the same floor. The library and study is open to all of you, but the library is out of bounds to children if they aren't of Hogwarts age, said Andromeda. Have the books for the children younger than 11 been moved to the reading room? Asked Mickey. Yes, nodded Harry. The older children can take out books, of course, but there's an house elf named Erin who'll make sure they are lent out properly, so follow her rules. Erin is very protective of the books. On to the second floor, said Andromeda. It was structured similarly, but there were a lot more suites on the second floor. Meredith Sawbridge, Wylan Hopkins, and Deirdre Robbins were assigned rooms for themselves and their charges on that floor. The third floor was to be largely empty, since it had the biggest suites that belonged to the lord and lady of the castle. The largest set of rooms were given to Belinda, and her sitting room would also be used as a meeting room for the staff when needed. Josh was surprised when he was assigned the second largest set of rooms. You have your own room, of course, and the Minchin twins have theirs, said Belinda. The sitting room can be used on full moon. It's far enough away from other children, but we didn't want to lock you or the girls away. Josh appreciated that they needed to be safe with transforming werewolves, wolfsbane potion or not, and he really was glad they wouldn't be put away in the dungeons or something. The fourth floor was an observatory, and Josh was pleasantly surprised when Belinda said they should have a designated night when they gathered all the children to do some stargazing and have a sleepover in the observatory. The tour came to an end, and they convened in the large sitting room downstairs, exhausted but above all, excited. Thank you for your patience, said Harry, with a smile at all of them. I hope the place is to your liking. I think it's magnificent, said Naomi firmly. It's an excellent place for children to grow up. I'm glad you think so, said Harry. I'm really quite grateful to all of you for taking on this enormous responsibility. Belinda, if you could take over. Belinda gave him a nod and stood up to address them. Since the location is now known to you, you can move in at your leisure at any time after midday on Tuesday, she said. In the meantime, keep up with your visits to your charges. You're also no longer under confidentiality oaths since the orphanage is public knowledge, but you still can't go blabbing about the location of the castle or your charges, as you know. She waited until they all nodded to continue. The children will be brought over on Thursday. Harry is preparing portkeys for the younger children, and the older ones will be using the flu. Make sure you are settled into your own quarters before it's time to bring the children over. She passed a folder to all of them, including Thierry and Charlie. This has information about mealtimes, rules for libraries, curfews, as well as other housekeeping details, she said. It also has your holidays and time off in it, so keep it safe. If there is anything that is bothering you, please raise it with me. I am here to coordinate, as is Andromeda. We also have a volunteer, Mrs. Molly Weasley, who will be joining us, but her primary job is to oversee house elves, so Andromeda and I should be your first point of contact if something happens. Of course, if it's something medical, reach out to Thierry, and if it has to do with the outdoors, speak to Charlie. Andromeda. Yes, thank you, Belinda, nodded Andromeda. I will be living here as well, in the South Tower at the back of the main house with my grandson, so I'm here if needed. I'm sure it will take all of us some time to get used to things, but we'll do what we can to make sure these children have a wonderful home here. Any questions? Erica raised her hand. Where are we with the children turned away by St. Mungo's? She asked. 2 of my charges have an older brother whom they keep asking about. We are tracking them down, said Daphne. The ones who are related to the children in the orphan wing have been located for the most part, and Andromeda and I will be working on their custody arrangements next week. They should be able to move in at the same time as the other children. As for ones who have no relations to the orphan wing, we have tracked down a few, but it will take some time, said Andromeda, and then sighed. We have also had requests from several relatives of children in their care, asking where to leave them. Josh felt a flash of anger at the relatives who were essentially abandoning children meant to be in their care. Are they being brought here? He asked, immediately. Andromeda looked at him and nodded. Daphne and I are working on custody, she said. It's a little bit more complicated. But rest assured, we won't leave them in a home where they're not wanted, said Harry firmly. Anything else? Oh, yes, about those classrooms downstairs, said Rahul. You mentioned something about tutors. Yes, said Belinda. It's for children who won't be going to Hogwarts just yet, just the basics. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Some magic theory a little later on. But we won't begin until the older ones leave for Hogwarts in September. Let's use the summer to get them settled in and learn to enjoy a holiday. Once the initial settlement period passes, I'll start looking for tutors, said Andromeda. If any of you have someone in mind, feel free to let me know. There were murmurs of agreement, and Josh was feeling much better about the whole thing. Choosing to raise Antonia and Aurelia in this wonderful home, had been one of the better decisions he had made in life. He glanced at Harry Potter and made a silent promise to follow through on the trust that the young man had placed in him. 11th July, 1998. Harry went through the fireplace and arrived at his destination. With a quick spell, he brushed the soot off himself and tried not to fidget due to his nervousness. Blaise walked into the room with a small smile. Right on time, Harry, he said. Come on, I'll introduce you. Harry nodded and followed him, wishing Daphne could have come with him, but knew this was something he had to do on his own. Blaise led him into an office, where a gorgeous, well-dressed woman in her mid-20s was sitting. She stood up and held out her hand. Mr. Potter, she asked, no trace of an accent in her voice. I'm Ivana Lansing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Harry shook her hand and tried to muster up a smile. Nice to meet you, Ms. Lansing, he said. Ivana turned to Blaise and nodded. If we could have the room, please, Blaise, she said. Of course, said Blaise. Good luck, he told Harry and then left, closing the door behind himself. Please sit, said Ivana, indicating the chair opposite hers. Harry sat down and watched as Ivana cast a privacy charm before picking up an unusual quill. That's not a quick quotes quill, is it? He asked, remembering Skeeter. No, she said reassuringly. It's a self-writing quill. It will transcribe this session. I use it to keep record for my patient notes. I thought this wasn't going to be an official session, said Harry, startled. It isn't, and if we do not continue, I shall return the transcript to you, said Ivana, taking a seat opposite him. How does that sound? All right, he said, noticing that the quill began writing on a blank piece of parchment as soon as she had finished her question. Excellent, how about we start with me first? She asked. My name is Ivana Lansing, as I told you, but I prefer to be called Ivana. I'm half English, half Italian, raised in England, though I spend my time off in Italy with my mother's relatives. Considering the state that Britain was these past few years, I stayed in Italy permanently, but I have moved back to England as of yesterday. She smiled a little. I usually don't make house calls, particularly since this isn't even your house, but since this is for a trial run, I made an exception. I have an office in London. It's on the Muggle side to make sure my clients can be assured of their privacy. Do you have Muggle clients too? He couldn't help but ask. I do, she said. I don't use the self-writing quill in front of them, though. He almost chuckled. But his nerves weren't completely settled yet. And you signed the agreement Daphne, my lawyer made? He asked. She pulled it out of a folder next to her and showed it to him. I take this kind of thing very seriously, Mr. Potter, she said. My clients need to feel safe and need to know I'm not going to bleed out their secrets to my friends or worse, the press. I can see why someone in your position would be worried, but rest assured, whatever you say to me shall be held in utmost confidence. Not even a truth serum shall pull it out of me. He must have looked surprised because she chuckled. Oh, yes, there are provisions for veritaserum, torture, the imperious, you name it, she added. I can't share your secrets with anyone, Mr. Potter, or do you prefer Harry? Harry's fine, he said, starting to relax just a little. Well, Harry, is there anything else you wish to ask me? She asked. This is your trial run, remember. I don't need a mind healer, he said, feeling like he should say it despite not being completely convinced of it. Ivana just looked at him with interest. Why do you believe that? She asked. He'd expected her to say that he did, instead of asking him about it. I dunno, he mumbled, glancing away. Harry, if I am to be honest, most people need a mind healer at some point in their life, she said. Whether it's for stress of work, peer pressure, trauma, academic pressure, attacks using mind arts, you name it. Not all of them need therapy, in fact. Majority of my patients are on a combination of medication and occasional therapy sessions. Do you think that's what I need? He asked. Honestly, I don't know what you need yet, Harry, she said. I haven't diagnosed anything, and without diagnosis, I won't be recommending anything. Well, how long does it take to diagnose? He asked. Depends on the patient, she said calmly. Some people can't wait to spill their guts, with others, it's like pulling teeth. Even when they open up, I have to judge whether what they're telling is the truth or an exaggerated version of events. There are no absolutes with mind healing, Harry. That's why it's so complicated. So, if I open up, will you doubt my version of events? He asked, asking the thing that had been bothering him the most since Daphne had brought up seeing a mind healer. I have been called a crazed, attention-seeking brat for years now, and if we get to trauma, it will be hell of a lot more than you might be expecting. Harry, I expect nothing more than what you are comfortable with sharing, she said. If there are things you would rather not discuss, you don't have to. This is not an interrogation, nor a fishing expedition to root out every bit of your trauma. She leaned forward slightly with a serious look on her face. The whole purpose of therapy is to reach a point where you are satisfied with where you are, mentally. That's my philosophy, anyway. He was quiet for a long moment after she said that. You know, I expected a lot more of you trying to convince me I could be cured or something if I just told you everything, he admitted. A lot of people do think that at first, she smiled. The only cure is the one where you feel comfortable living your life on your terms, Harry. It's the best we can all hope for, nothing more. Harry thought about her words, and she was silent as she gave him the space to process them. After a few minutes had passed, Harry sighed. All right, he agreed. I don't know how I'll get there, but I'm interested to try anyway. I have had little control over my life thus far, but I am finally beginning to think and act of my own accord, and I want to be able to keep doing that without being held back by what happened in the past. He met Ivana's gaze, who smiled encouragingly at him. I want to do this. Good, she said simply. That is an excellent choice, Harry. She handed him a Muggle business card that said Dr. Ivana Lansing and had a London office address. We shall meet once a week, every Tuesday afternoon at 3. Harry pocketed the card and held out his hand. Okay, he said. She shook his hand with a smile. Okay. You look like you could use this, said Blaise, and Harry chuckled as he accepted a crystal goblet full of wine, which Blaise had poured as soon as Ivana had taken her leave. I know you can't say how it went, but what did you think of Ivana? Harry took a long sip of wine before answering. She's interesting, he said finally. Funny, that's what I thought when I met her, said Blaise, pouring wine for himself. But she has helped me, no doubt about that. Harry nodded, as the two of them continued in comfortable silence for a while. So, said Blaise, Daphne mentioned there's been something on your mind lately. Harry looked at him in shock. She told you? He asked. Yes, because she knew you'd probably hesitate to ask me outright about my mother, said Blaise. I don't blame you. We don't know each other that well, of course. Right, sorry, he said. It's fine, I have heard and endured way worse, trust me, he grinned. Ask away. Harry took another long sip of wine. Daphne said there was more to the story than the rumors, he said. Blaise set his goblet down on the table between them before speaking. Yes, in a manner of speaking, he said. I suppose I should start at the beginning. My mother's family is Italian, and I mean old-school Italian purebloods, and she's an only child. They sent her to Britain to attend Hogwarts, where she met my father. He sighed a little. Well, they fell in love and all that, and my mother got pregnant with me. At 16 years old. It was just after they finished their owls. Harry's eyes went wide. "Oh," he said. "My father wanted to marry her and was willing to drop out and take a job to support the two of us," he said. "He came from a poor English family in Blackpool, and on top of that he was black. Suffice to say, my mother's family was less than pleased about the whole business." He inhaled deeply. "They had him killed, him and his family, parents and two younger sisters slaughtered." Harry hissed in shock. "Blaze, I'm sorry," he said. He nodded slowly. "Worse still, they told my mother he had taken a payout to abandon her and that she should stay in Italy and forget about the whole thing," he said. "My mother was heartbroken, so when I was born I was given the Zabini name and not my father's. But then she found out when I was about 3. She overheard my grandparents talking and it changed her." He shook his head. "She didn't tell me about this part until I was much older, but she confronted her parents and didn't let up until they gave up the people they'd hired to kill my father and his family. Then she killed them and inherited the Zabini fortune." It took Harry a moment to realize that it meant that Anita Zabini had tortured her own parents to exact that information regarding her lover and his family. Blaze stood up and beckoned him to follow, which Harry did after a moment's hesitation. He led him towards one of the immaculately spotless sitting rooms that had a wall full of photographs. As Harry got closer, he realized that all the photographs were wedding portraits. "See those first 3, said Blaze, pointing them out. "They were the mercenaries hired by my grandparents to kill my father and his family. She tracked them down, one by one, seduced and married them before killing them in revenge, and inherited their wealth." Harry was struck speechless, but realized there were a few more portraits than just those. Blaze chuckled without humor. "Once she was done, I guess. She just got a taste for it or something," he said, and pointed to the next 4 portraits. "That one is a slave trader from Somalia, the one next to him is a Muggle weapons dealer from the Balkans, that one's a warlord from Central Africa, and the last one is a Muggle militant from Russia." He turned away from the wall of portraits and indicated the room they were in. "This is a trophy room of sort to her," he said. Harry glanced around at the various knickknacks arranged on shelves like priceless artifacts and decided he was better off not knowing. He looked at Blaze, at a loss for words. "I don't blame you," grinned Blaze, at his blank look of shock. "I don't even know, and the woman's my mother. I asked her once why she keeps all this stuff, the portraits especially, and she told me it was because she had nothing to remember my father by. He was the only man she ever truly loved, and she has nothing of him. No photographs, not even gifts he gave her because she destroyed them when she believed he had abandoned her." "She has you," said Harry. Blaze smiled. "You know, Daphne said the same thing when I told her," he said. "Yes, she does have me, and she loves me dearly, always has." His smile vanished as he looked back at the portrait wall. "Something in her is inherently broken, though. I can acknowledge that much. The people she kills have it coming, sure, but it's still murder," finished Harry, and Blaze nodded. "You know, apart from the first 3, she didn't keep the wealth she inherited from the others," he said. "She collected the official bounty that was on them, but the rest of the wealth she inherited, she gave away, usually to the same people they had terrorized. I've known her for 18 years, and I am beginning to think I'll never understand what's going on in her mind." "Where is she now?" asked Harry. "In Bali," said Blaze, "scouting out the next husband. Before she left, she joked it was too bad her skills couldn't have been used to bring down the Dark Lord." He shook his head with an amused look of disgust. "Nightmare of a woman, but I love her dearly." Harry nodded as they stood in silence, before Blaze led them back out to where they had been drinking before and quietly topped up their goblets with more wine. "I'm sorry, Blaze," said Harry, as the silence just seemed to stretch on. "I don't know what to say." "Hey, join the club," he grinned. "You know, at some point, I just decided I would let her do what she wants and live my own life. I still care about her, and if she were in trouble, I would run to protect her without hesitation. Ivana was great in helping me get to this point." He looked sideways at Harry. "Does that change your opinion of me?" "It does," confessed Harry truthfully. "But it's not any better or worse than before. Now I just know more about you, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to feel about it. But I value this friendship, however new and awkward it is." He hesitated visibly before speaking again. And I know how dear you are to Daphne as well. Blaze's eyes widened and then a slow smile lit up his face. So, you do care for Daphne, he said. No, don't say anything, he added, before Harry could even think to confirm or deny it. Thank you, Harry, for being honest, truly. Sure, nodded Harry, and they finished their wine in a silence that wasn't quite as comfortable as it had been before learning about Anita Zabini, but not completely awkward either. Once they were done, Harry shook Blaze's hand and thanked him once again for introducing him to Ivana. He returned to Potter Hall, got some reading done, and tried to relax, but Anita Zabini and her twisted path refused to leave his mind. Frustrated, after dinner, he decided to visit Greengrass Manor and was through the flu before he could change his mind. Harry, this is a surprise, said Astoria as he entered through the living room. Everything all right? Yeah, sorry for dropping in, he said, kicking himself internally for not realizing what a stupid move it had been to come through without a warning. They were no longer in the war, but he knew that everyone, even him, reached for their wands immediately if the flu in their house flared when they weren't expecting visitors. Where's Daphne? In her reading room, said Astoria. Come on, I'll show you up. Thanks, Torai, he said, and Astoria nodded with a smile as she led him up the stairs towards the opposite side from the library. She knocked twice on the door at the end of the hallway. Harry's here, she said. Come in, said Daphne from the other side. Astoria shot him a grin. All yours, she said, and left. Harry opened the door and stepped into a small, cozy room with a reading alcove in the window. The walls were lined with books, and there was the scent of ink, parchment, and freshly brewed coffee in the room. Daphne, who was sitting in the window alcove, smiled at him. I was wondering if you were going to stop by, she said, closing her book and setting it down on the teapoy near her. On the same teapoy, he spotted a coffee pot, which he supposed was responsible for the aroma in the room. Have a seat, she added, indicating one of the large, wingback chairs near the small fireplace in the room. Thanks, he said, taking a seat. Sorry to interrupt your quiet time. It's fine, she said. Jolly, she called. Fresh pot of coffee, please, she told the house elf when she appeared. Right away, mistress, she said and disappeared. What were you reading? He asked, glancing at the book. It's the one Hermione wrote about, said Daphne. Her article's coming out in tomorrow's issue of Witch Weekly, and I wager it'd get harder to find the book once that happens, so I got ahead of things. She shot him a bright smile. He couldn't help but smile back, the tension in his chest easing a bit. Using your insider knowledge to get ahead, he teased. For shame, Lady Greengrass. What use is the knowledge if not to read a very well-written romance between an up-and-coming hit wizard and a no-nonsense healer? She grinned. It's a romance novel, he asked, surprised. Part of a series, too, she said. You're welcome to borrow it after I'm done. No, thanks, he said, remembering a horrifying memory from his childhood when he'd found a romance novel belonging to Aunt Petunia while cleaning. He'd been unable to look his aunt in the face for a month. Your loss, it's surprisingly compelling, she shrugged. I mean, the setup is all tropes and whatnot, but it's engaging and avoids the worst cliches. I'll just read Hermione's article to try and make sense of the story, he said, and his smile dimmed as he thought back to the reason for his visit. Before he could say anything, Jolly returned with a fresh pot of coffee, which Daphne poured for them. How did it go with Ivana this morning? She asked, passing him his cup. It went well, he said. I'm seeing her again on Tuesday at 3. That's good to know, she said. We never spoke about her fees, he said, remembering suddenly. Don't worry, it was in the contract, said Daphne. It's taken care of. He nodded and drank his coffee, trying to reassemble his thoughts. Did you talk to Blaze? He asked, finally. Daphne gave a nod. He stopped by for dinner, she said. Mentioned you spoke about Anita. She gave him a scrutinizing look. Is it bothering you? It is, I guess, he admitted. Sorry. No, it bothers me too, she said. I can appreciate that Anita loves Blaze and never mistreats him, and I can even understand her need for vengeance to avenge the man she loved. What I find difficult to reconcile is her need to seek out prey to murder. Does Blaze know that? He asked, genuinely curious about their dynamic. He does, she nodded, and smiled a little. Blaze and I have talked about this more times than you can imagine over the years. Ultimately, we figured it was better for our sanity and friendship if we stopped agonizing over Anita's actions, because neither of us could fully understand them, nor could we stop her from doing what she pleased. Some things are just beyond our control, and that's something I can speak of from experience. We are the only ones we can control, huh? He murmured, remembering their conversation following the confrontation with Not. Yes, she said softly. Don't let this get to you. You can't fix everything, neither should you be expected to. Not by anyone, but especially not yourself. I thought that fixing things was what we were doing, he said, though her words made him smile. We are, she assured him. We are doing what we can, remember. Shaking up the Borogovs and all that. Fixing what we can, helping those whom we are able to help. Anita's not one of them, and despite how conflicted that might make us feel, we have so much more to do. I know, he admitted. I think I need to remind myself of that from time to time. He held out his hand from where he was sitting, and she smiled as she held it, squeezing it comfortingly. Well, she said, as a long moment passed of them sitting in the quiet reading room holding hands. Anytime you need a reminder, you know I'll be here. Chapter 18. 14th July, 1998. How are we doing on the jasmine bath oil? Asked Rosette Frost. Imogen Bunt, her friend and the only other person working at Rosette's Beauty Potions, did a quick count. We have 24 vials in stock in the back, but only about 5 or so out front, she said. You might have to make more. The jasmine is popular. Rosette nodded and made a note of it. We're almost out of lavender, too, she frowned. It's going to take me all day tomorrow to brew. You'll have to handle the shop by yourself. Sorry, Jen. She shrugged. It's all right, I'll manage, she said. The two of us can barely manage when we're both out front, said Rosette. Rosie, that's a good thing, said Imogen. Being busy costs the shops full of customers is the dream, remember. I know, admitted Rosette with a small smile. But we need time off as well. We work 6 days a week. And the only day off we are supposed to have is spent brewing and doing inventory. I don't want to work you to the bone, Jen. Well, a break would be nice, admitted Imogen. I have this book I've been meaning to read since I read Hermione Granger's article in Witch Weekly. Oh, me too, but I have to buy the book first, said Rosette. Good luck with that, said Imogen. They were sold out before noon on Sunday. I only got one because I went in early. Apparently, there's a 4-day waiting list for more copies. I'll borrow yours then, grinned Rosette. Sure, but I have a feeling it would be worth buying a copy, said Imogen. The shop's nice, though. They have an excellent potions section. I might visit then, said Rosette, and they were interrupted by a knock on the door of their shop. Rosette's brow furrowed, and she headed over to tell the customer that they had already closed for the evening. But standing beyond the glass door was one of the people who had helped make the shop what it was. Fleur, what are you doing here? Asked Rosette, opening the door. Fleur stepped in and gave her a small smile. I was on my way home, but I received some good news and thought I should stop by and tell you now instead of waiting for tomorrow, she said. Oh, asked Rosette, as Imogen joined them as well, equally curious. Fleur pulled out a scroll of parchment and handed it to them. We managed to speak to a distributor who deals in beauty potions, she said. Suffice it to say, once we showed them some samples from your shop, they were very eager to help market and export your potions outside Britain. Really? Asked Imogen, as Rosette just stared wordlessly. Of course, said Fleur. Go on, take a look at the offer. Rosette unfurled the scroll and her eyes almost bulged at the figures. Is this real? She asked, slightly breathless. We told you, didn't we? Said Fleur. Yours is going to be a lucrative business. The shop was only the first step. This is incredible, said Rosette. Fleur, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, said Fleur. Just have your lawyer look it over and then return it to me, yes. Rosette started to nod, but then read the contract once again. As amazing as this is, though, Imogen and I can barely manage when it's just running the shop, she said, her mood dimming. If we are to meet these numbers, I would have to be brewing full-time, maybe even more. Fleur seemed to consider it for a moment. Have you been reading about the new law they're bringing in? She asked. Oh, I have, said Imogen immediately. I heard a customer talking about it. She runs that pasta shop that opened in place of the old Fortescue place, remember? Imogen looked at Rosette as she said it, and she nodded. They need another employee, and she was saying how it will be easier after the new law goes through, because we can just register with the ministry, and they'll send us people, instead of having to do the whole rigmarole with advertising and interviewing and all that. It's true, said Fleur. The ministry will find suitable candidates, ensure they are up to the task based on your requirements, and send them along. You could put in for a junior brewer to help you, Rosette, and 1 or 2 more people to help Imogen out on the floor. Yes, that does sound good, and I saw that boarding house too in the morning's Prophet, said Rosette. I thought the law hadn't passed yet, though. Apparently, the Wiesengamot will hold a vote tomorrow, said Fleur. It will probably go through, but in case it doesn't, we will do it the old-fashioned way. How does that sound? Sounds wonderful, smiled Rosette, the reassuring words easing her worries substantially. I hope the law goes through tomorrow. Fleur smiled. So do I. Dear Harry, it is good to hear from you. I have been hearing of your triumph over the Dark Lord in newspapers here in Bulgaria, and it is good to know you survived and that your country is slowly building things back up. Hermione and Fleur have both written to me in the past few weeks, and I am glad you are all doing fine. I was very surprised when you asked me about playing in the British League. I have been recruited before, but none of the teams I met could offer a deal that my manager would accept. I get very little say, since the manager has been hired by our ministry. However, my contract with him will be ending at the end of this month, after which I will be free to make my own choices regarding my Quidditch career. Since your letter came, I have been looking into the Puddlemere United team that you mentioned, and they seem to have a good, strong team and well-balanced players. If you are serious about recruiting me to Puddlemere, I would like to meet the team and the coaches and managers before I decide whether I join you or not. To that view, I will be coming to England toward the end of this month. I shall send you along the proper dates of my arrival soon, and I hope we can work things out. Best, Victor Crumb. Well, that's optimistic at least, said Daphne, setting the letter aside. Have you let Neville and Isaiah know? I'll tell Neville when I see him in the Wiesengamot tomorrow and then write Isaiah, said Harry, and took a bite of treacle tart from his plate. Isaiah has already been in touch with Camille Gibson, and she is coming to Britain next week. Hopefully, we'll have most of the team put back together before Victor arrives. I hope so, said Daphne, finishing her dessert and letting Minnie clear her plate. Tired? She asked, keeping her tone casual when she noticed that Harry asked Minnie to bring them coffee. Yeah, he said, just a bit. Well, you've had a long day, she said, glancing at the folded copy of the Evening Prophet, which had published a tour of the Lily Potter home that Harry and Tracy had taken the press through that morning. They were quiet as Minnie returned with coffee for the two of them. They drank in silence for a few moments, and Daphne glanced at Harry ever so often, wondering how to bring it up. He smiled ruefully after a moment. You can ask, he said. She went pink but sighed. How was it then? She asked. Your first proper session with Ivana. He exhaled heavily and looked into his cup of coffee as he spoke. I'm not sure, he said slowly. We talked about a lot of things, mostly about what I've been doing these days, about the orphanage and the institute. We even discussed some politics. I see, said Daphne, encouraging him to continue. He set his cup down and smiled a little at her. I also talked about the Dursleys, he said, because Ivana brought up my words from the article in the Prophet about the orphanage announcement. About wanting to provide a home for children, asked Daphne, and he nodded. That's good. I suppose, he agreed. I couldn't tell her all of it, not what I told you. Daphne couldn't help but smile at that. That makes me very happy, Harry, she said, and then met his gaze. But you shouldn't have to hold back on my account. I won't be offended if you share more of your secrets with Ivana than you do with me. She sighed and took a sip of her coffee. I don't mean to pry, and I am very aware that I can't help you in the same way that she can. I'm really glad you agreed to see her regularly. It won't diminish our bond, I assure you. Do you really? He asked. I am asking seriously because I want to be able to tell you everything as well. Of course, she said at once. I told you you can always talk to me. You told me about your childhood and your first 2 years at Hogwarts. You know about my family, about my father, about my friendship with Blaise. She gave him a fond smile. I like that we are able to see parts of one another we don't share with many other people. That is immensely precious to me, and I hope it is to you as well. It is, he assured her. It really is, Daph. I feel like there is nothing I can't tell you, and there hasn't been anyone like that. Ron and Hermione are the people closest to me, but even they don't know things about me that you do. His words made her go all warm inside, and she fought to control the pleased blush that colored her face. I'm sure they know you better than I do, though, she said. Probably, he agreed, but I know, she said, as he struggled to find the words. I want to know you better than I do, too. I'd like it if we could do that then, he said, seeming to make up his mind. On Tuesdays, after I've had my session with Ivana, I want to talk to you over dinner about what we discussed. Her eyes went wide. Are you sure you'll be comfortable doing that? She asked. He shrugged a little. I'm not sure, he admitted, but I would like to try. That is what we agreed on, didn't we? That we'd try at the very least. We did, she nodded. We certainly did. She smiled at him. I think it is worth doing then. Whatever you feel comfortable about sharing, I shall be here to listen if nothing else. 15th July, 1998. Elder Potter, I just wanted to say my congratulations, said Elder Shafik, as he shook Harry's hand vigorously. The orphanage looks wonderful. Thank you very much, said Harry. I'll tell Dean to stop by at your office next week to make a donation on our family's behalf, said Elder Shafik. Excellent work. I'm truly grateful for the support, smiled Harry, as Elder Shafik took his leave, and Madam Steward came over to give her congratulations as well. He was shaking hands with people and talking until the chamber doors opened to admit everyone inside the Wisengamot. Saying a cordial goodbye to Elder Bode, Harry made his way inside and slipped into his seat next to Daphne, who smiled at him. Busy morning, she asked. Yes, but considering how many people offered donations, I am fine with it, he said. I guess tangible proof really does work wonders, doesn't it? He grinned slightly. I honestly thought it would backfire, he added, as an afterthought. How so? She asked, with a confused look on her face. I thought if they saw the orphanage, they would feel less inclined to donate, he said. That might be true for some of them, she said, and then seemed to think better of it. Actually, it might be true for a lot of them. Promising to donate and actually donating are very different things as well. But some of them may come through, so let's hope for the best. He shrugged in agreement, as Abercrombie called the Wisengamot to session. The second reading of the bill began, and the amendments made during the first reading were read through and checked for any further debate. There seemed to be much less dissent than before, and Harry supposed Tracy and Ben's fervent campaigning had worked. That concludes the second reading of the bill for the Post-War Employment Act, said Abercrombie, around the 2-hour mark. Considering that there appears to be no further debate over the particulars, we shall now be holding the vote to pass the law. Members, please hold up green for yes, red for no, and white if you wish to abstain. Any objections? When none were raised, he nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, please cast your votes. Harry raised his wand. The tip of it lit green and glanced around the chamber sharply before relaxing. They had the majority, not just because of people they had under contract, but from a significant number of people like Elder MacDougall and Elder Folly and the people they influenced. A lot of Orpington's faction had chosen to abstain, though some had held up red as well. On the permanent side, Elder Macmillan had chosen to abstain as well. Right, said Abercrombie. That is sufficient. The bill has now passed. The Post-War Employment Act of 1998 shall officially move to be put into place. Thank you for your participation." There was some applause, and Harry joined in, shooting a look of congratulations at Robert, who grinned back widely. "Since the Wisengamot has passed the bill, the ministry has 7 days to outline their strategy for implementing the new law," continued Abercrombie, once the chamber had gone silent again. "The strategy shall be presented in a Wisengamot session on the 22nd of July for approval." "It will be done," said Kingsley with a firm nod. Abercrombie nodded back and shuffled some documents. "The second matter on our agenda today is an update from Head Orer Gawain Robards on the Nocturne cleanup measure," he said. "Head Orer Robards." Robards walked down to take the stand and gave a small bow to the Wisengamot. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," he said. "As proposed by the Aura Department, we conducted raids in the Nocturne Alley part of London from the evening of July 9th until the early morning of July 12th. We were aided by Elder Burke in this endeavor, as decided by the Wisengamot, and I can now report that the Nocturne cleanup measure was a success." There was an audible sigh of relief, but everyone was still waiting for details. "Thanks to the squad of Aurors consisting of Harley, Van Diemen, Gore, Thornsby, and Finnegan, we have managed to make 35 arrests," he said, as he sent over a stack of documents to the Chief Warlock, who distributed it to the rest of the members. "There were 6 casualties, but none on our side. Aurors Thornsby and Gore suffered minor injuries, but have since recovered and been approved to return to the field by St. Mungo's." Robards flipped the pages in the folder in front of him, before continuing. "We managed to shut down upwards of 23 establishments carrying on illegal activities ranging from distribution and use of dark artifacts to forbidden magic to mercenary activities. The artifacts, substances, and objects recovered have now been delivered to the Department of Mysteries to be analyzed and then destroyed. Here is a list." He banished a list to the Chief Warlock, who once again sent out the copies to the members. "Does Head Unspeakable Mittermeier have a plan on how to destroy the artifacts?" asked Elder Slughorn. "He does," nodded Robards. "I believe they mean to disenchant the objects so that they lose their magic before sending it through the Veil of Death." Harry stiffened at the mention of the veil, and his hands curled into fists almost involuntarily. He missed the quick, concerned glance that Daphne gave him as his attention remained fixed on Robards. "You are certain you managed to root out all the criminal facets in Nocturne Alley?" asked Elder Folly. "We have done what we can," said Robards, with a look of grudging acknowledgement towards Burke. "However, crime cannot be completely vanished. Regardless, we believe we have managed to put a significant dent in the whole affair, and those who may have slipped our grasp this time will know better than to stick their necks out any time soon." "Well, let's hope so," said Elder Folly, eyes slightly narrowed at Robards. "What of the emptied premises?" asked Elder MacDougall. "Surely leaving them vacated will see the arrival of more criminals and illicit activities." "The ministry has a solution to that," said Kingsley, as he stood up. He gave a nod to Robards, who bowed and returned to sit down in the gallery. He sent a thick stack of documents to Abercrombie to be distributed to everyone else. As the copies flew out to the other members, Kingsley enlarged one of the copies so that everyone in the Wisengamot could see it. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, I propose that the rebranding of Nocturne Alley is in order," he announced, as they saw a beautifully rendered model of Nocturne Alley on the document. "I give you the new and improved Platinum Alley." Harry's eyebrows shot up and he glanced at Daphne, who looked shocked as well. Murmurs began rising in the Wisengamot, and Harry began to realize that none of the other members, except Mr. Weasley and Percy, perhaps, had had any idea about this. "Minister Shacklebolt, what is the meaning of this?" demanded Elder Macmillan. "The Wisengamot was not notified of any such measure following what Head Orer Robards initially proposed." "Quiet, please," shouted Abercrombie, as several people shouted their agreement at his words. "Silence." The chamber quieted down as Kingsley turned to Macmillan. "Elder Macmillan," he said, his deep voice as calm as could be. "It is true that this was not discussed with the Wisengamot. However, this falls within the purview of the ministry, not the Wisengamot. It's not a change of law nor something that needs Wisengamot approval. It's a matter of governance and falls under my authority at the ministry. Judging by the annoyed look on Daphne's face, it seemed to be true. Elder Macmillan still looked furious, as did a lot of the other senior Wisengamot members. Elder MacDougall was glaring openly at Kingsley. "It is still courtesy to inform the Wisengamot," barked Elder MacDougall. "I am aware," said Kingsley, "and this is the courtesy. The Wisengamot is the first to know. The press shall be informed after the session." It led to more angry murmurings, and Harry leaned towards Daphne. "Suggestions?" he asked, in a quiet whisper as Abercrombie tried in vain to get people to speak one at a time. Daphne was reading the Platinum Alley proposal rapidly and didn't answer right away. "It's not a bad plan," she whispered back. "Nothing's changing, except the name, but rebranding it into something new will go a long way in dispelling the previously terrible reputation." "So why do they all look so angry?" he asked, glancing around the chamber. "Hurt pride," she muttered, "which I understand as a matter of fact. We got blindsided again." He nodded and was sharply reminded of when they had discussed having someone within the ministry just last week. It took a loud bang from Abercrombie's wand for everyone to settle down once again. "Ladies and gentlemen," shouted Abercrombie, "you forget yourself. Minister Shacklebolt has not acted out of his authority on this matter." "What about the existing business owners in Nocturne Alley?" demanded Elder MacDougall. "Will they be driven out as the ministry seizes the place for their pet gentrification project?" "No," said Kingsley firmly. "If you look at the proposal, you will see that no ownership will change, nor will the ministry attempt to seize any property." He looked around the chamber with a steely look on his face. "The rebranding is only to ensure that we step out of the shadows of Nocturne and the association to dark arts and embrace it as an extension of Diagon Alley that it has been. That is all. No more, no less." He sighed. "I realize it might seem like I am overstepping, but this is perfectly within my purview, and I ask that we not focus on bruised egos and seize this opportunity for rebuilding." His glance shifted to Harry. Suppressing a sigh, Harry stood up. "Minister Shacklebolt is right," he said. "However," he added, realizing Daphne was still not done reading the whole thing, "we need to analyze the proposal and ensure it is within the ministry's bounds and has not overstepped. If all is well, then nothing would make me happier than seeing this go through. And if there is something worth debating, I am sure my fellow Wisengamot members will understand that we can discuss this in a civil manner." He sat back down and received an impressed look from Daphne. "I support Elder Potter's suggestion," said Neville. "Seconded," both Hermione and Rolf added at the same time. "It is fair, I suppose," relented Elder Folly. "You may have the authority for implementing the proposal, Minister, but the Wisengamot does have the right to examine it to ensure that you have not exceeded that authority, which is what I propose we shall do." "I understand," said Kingsley. "I shall stand by the Wisengamot's judgment, but you will find that I have not overstepped in any way." Abercrombie cleared his throat. "It is settled, then," he said. "The matter shall be discussed 7 days from today on the 22nd of July. That shall be sufficient time for the members to examine the proposal." He turned to the minister. "The Wisengamot has no authority to prevent you from breaking the news to the press, so as such, the privacy laws will not be exercised. You may announce the proposal to the press if you wish." "Thank you," said Kingsley and sat back down. With a sigh, Abercrombie examined the documents in front of him. "The final item on the agenda for today is being brought by Elder MacDougall," he said, turning to the man in question. "You have the floor, Elder." Elder MacDougall stood up and gave a curt bow to Abercrombie. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," he said, his tone still tense. "Following the success of the Nocturne cleanup measure and the rise of businesses in Diagon Alley, I am of the belief that it is time to re-examine one of our older laws, especially since this concerns a decision made by the ministry that placed their own importance over the people," he added, with a scathing look towards Kingsley. "I bring forth an action to reverse Ministry Decree 118, which banned guilds within the wizarding world. Here is a copy of the law and the banishment enacted," said Abercrombie, distributing it to the members. It will be discussed in the session of the 22nd of July. Elder MacDougall has also put together a proposal of the amendments that should be made to that piece of legislation. Examine it carefully, said Elder MacDougall sternly. We need to raise our economic conditions after this blasted war, and investing in trade and technical skills is the way to go forward. He sat back down. Well, that is all for today's session, ladies and gentlemen, said Abercrombie, after a moment of silence. Thank you for your attendance. The conference room was already in a scramble by the time Harry and Daphne returned to the HQ. Both Fleur and Draco were shuffling through parchments at a breakneck speed, occasionally shouting out instructions, while Maribeth and Parvati ran to comply. Adrian was seated, but he was writing down something with the leather-bound diary propped open in front of him. Tracy was nowhere to be seen, but she entered a second after Harry and Daphne, her hair in a messy bun and carrying a bunch of files. "Stop!" shouted Harry, and it was almost comical how everyone just froze and then slowly relaxed. "I'm guessing news reached you of the ministry's newest project," he said, taking a seat. "It did," said Draco, scowling deeply. "We don't have the details yet, but we heard the whole Platinum Alley thing." "Here are some details then," said Daphne, making a few copies of the proposal and passing it around to all of them. "Take some time, read it through, and then we can decide to panic." As everyone sheepishly relaxed, Daphne instructed Maribeth to get them all coffee, with just a little bit of whiskey added as well as dinner, because they were going to be a while. Maribeth complied with an understanding smile, and by the time she had returned with their coffees and packed containers of ravioli for dinner, everyone had finished reading the Platinum Alley proposal. "Less terrible than we imagined," said Parvati finally. "Yes," agreed Daphne. "But still terrible," said Adrian. Daphne nodded in agreement. "We need to strategize," she said. "There's nothing in this proposal that would incur a Wisengamot intervention, so the discussion bound to happen next week is pointless. The minister acted within his authority, and as much as we got blindsided by this, I am sure we can work this in our favor." "How did the Wisengamot react?" asked Draco, looking curious more than anything. "Not well," grimaced Harry. "The older members especially took great offense." "Harry had to placate them, and he managed to do it well," said Daphne. "He agreed with the minister, but said the Wisengamot should take time to examine the proposal before losing our cool." "Good call," nodded Adrian. "That gives us some time then." "Yes," said Fleur. "Do we have any information on what premises were cleared out in the raid?" Daphne passed her a copy of both the arrests and the list of premises. "I'll cross-check and see how many properties there are owned by us. The Black family's dealings were questionable," finished Harry, as Fleur paused awkwardly. "No, just awful, I guess." Tracy looked at Daphne. "Since we technically own those premises, will we be held responsible?" she asked. "No," said Draco, at the same time that Daphne shook her head. "The Black family made sure to include that they couldn't be held liable for any illicit activities their tenants carried out on the premises," said Daphne. "The contracts are airtight. Believe me, I checked to make sure this wouldn't come back to bite us." "Good to know," smiled Harry. "I wonder if they got Prisma," muttered Draco, as he leaned over Fleur's shoulder to look at the list. "What's that?" asked Harry, as both Daphne and Adrian sat up at that as well. "What's Prisma?" "You ever been inside Nocturne?" asked Draco. At Harry's nod, he smirked. "It's the tall building made of red brick." "The Prisma Hotel," explained Daphne. "Dubious as can be, but it's a landmark. I have never had the pleasure of entering the premises myself, so I only know it by reputation." "It's the sort of place one would wake up after losing half their organs to harvesters," said Adrian. "I have been there a few times to meet with some of the more reserved of my clients." He shook his head with a small smirk. "It is surprisingly well kept than a place like that has any right to be, though it's not somewhere anyone with any decent intentions should be venturing." "That being said," said Daphne, "in the brand new Platinum Alley, the Prisma Hotel can be a reputable establishment once more. The exterior is recognizable, and if what Adrian says is true, the interior isn't in shambles. Some renovation and we can turn it into a very profitable business. Absolutely, said Draco. And seems like the Aurors got it and cleared out the place of lowlifes and dark artifacts. Half our work has been done for us. We'd be stupid not to pounce on this opportunity and turn it around into a proper hotel. The location is amazing, and the Leaky is the only halfway decent place in the area to have beds, so competition isn't that high. We should get working on that right away then, said Fleur, nodding firmly. Does the licensing for Nocturne Alley work the same way as it does for Diagon? Asked Parvati, curiously. It does, said Daphne. Nocturne used to be a part of Diagon, you know. It was just the more adult part of it, said Adrian. Regular shopping district during the day, but come evening a lot more bars and a few clubs would open their doors. Nothing criminal, besides petty stuff. But the sort of place people go to after a hard day's work to socialize before going home. That's what it used to be anyway. If the rebranding goes well, it will likely be that way again then, said Harry. I say we go ahead with working on Prisma and help out clients who wish to open their shop in Platinum Alley instead of Diagon if we can. Let's look at this as an opportunity for expansion. You're right, Harry, said Fleur. Still doesn't mean there was no cause to panic, said Adrian. Yes, said Daphne. This works out in our favor, but it might not the next time. We need insight into the minister's dealings. She looked at Adrian. Did you manage to find anyone? No, he grimaced, but I'll keep looking with greater urgency. 16th July, 1998. Keep it moving. Don't crowd the area in front of the flue, said Naomi Turpin, as she ushered in the older children into the foyer of the Lily Potter home. It's bloody massive, cried out Letitia Pascal, staring around open-mouthed. Language, Tisha, chided Naomi. Help me wrangle them, please. Letitia shook her head in disbelief at the interior once more, but came to help Naomi. Having turned 15 recently, Letitia had been one of the oldest people in the orphan wing, and as such, had a bit of a sway on the other children. You heard Naomi move to the side, said Letitia. Are the younger ones here? She asked Naomi. Not yet, she answered, as the last of the older children came through with Isaac right at the end. We'll get you settled first and then bring them in. What about our things? Asked Ione, a boy around 12 years of age. They'll be brought over in a bit, said Isaac. Shall we do the tour first or show them to their rooms? He asked, turning to Naomi. The rooms first, please, said Andromeda, as she walked in from Belinda's main office. Once they've picked out their rooms, we can do the tour while their luggage is sent up to the proper place. Thank you, Andromeda, said Naomi. All right, girls with me, boys with Isaac, let's go. How big is this place? Asked Letitia, as the girls followed behind Naomi. As big as Hogwarts, asked Jeline Chambers, who had only recently turned 11 and would be going to Hogwarts in September for the first time. No, Hogwarts is much bigger, said Naomi, but this is a fairly substantial estate. Will we have dorms like back in school? Asked Ruby Liu, as they walked past the long hallway and into the East Tower. No, you will have your own rooms, said Naomi, opening the doors to the tower and ushering them into the common room. This is East Tower. The boys are on the other end of the house at West Tower. There's a common room and dining room on the ground floor of both towers, and you are free to visit one another there or in the main house. But upstairs is out of bounds to boys, and the same for you in the other tower. Hogwarts rules. But girls can go in the boys' tower at Hogwarts, pointed out Ruby. Only in Gryffindor, which still makes no sense, said Letitia, and turned back to Naomi. You said there's a dining room here. Yeah, this way, she said, leading them into the room next to the common room. You can have your meals here, or there's a big dining room in the main house. I know some of you have siblings, so if you want to be there at mealtimes, that's completely fine. Mealtimes will be the same as they were at the orphan wing. With better food, trust me. Anything would be better than hospital food, muttered Jeline, as a few others nodded in agreement. Well, just between you and me, most of us have been living here for a day or so already, and the food is delicious, said Naomi, with a smile. Come on, let's head upstairs. You're free to pick out a room and then let me know so I'll put your name on the door." With an excited laugh, most of the girls took off upstairs, while others followed at a slower pace. Elsie Ward and Mila Fontaine, two of the girls who were counted among the special cases for their injuries, lingered behind with Naomi. "Mila, there's a bedroom on the first floor we have already set aside for you," said Naomi, knowing the girl had difficulty breathing, and it would be easier for her not to have to climb stairs. "Elsie, yours is right next to Mila's. You're still recovering as well, so it would be better to have you there. Once your treatment is complete, you can choose a different bedroom if you like." "Sure, but I doubt it will be complete," said Elsie, as Naomi led them to their rooms. "Healer Lim says I'll be all right in time for Hogwarts, but I don't know if I believe him." "If Healer Lim is confident, you should trust his word," said Naomi wisely. "Yeah, but I looked into it, all right," said Elsie, frowning. "They say prolonged cruciatus means mobility will be permanently altered. Already I won't be able to play Quidditch, but if I don't heal up, I'll be walking with this cane my whole life." Naomi ushered Mila into her room before showing Elsie to hers. "I understand, dear," she said quietly, "but you must know, healing is forever developing. We have new cures and discoveries every day. And your prognosis was optimistic, and Healer Lim says you are responding well to treatment. Until we hear otherwise, let's not worry about what might happen." Elsie gave a nod, and Naomi patted her shoulder. "And just because you can't play this year doesn't mean you won't ever be able to play Quidditch," Naomi added. "You will only be in your 4th year in September. There's still time, both at Hogwarts and after it. Now go see your room and I'll go check up on the others." Elsie smiled and went to explore, so Naomi set about finding the others, breaking up a few minor arguments and making sure that everyone had a room and that their names were on the door. There were privacy wards that were activated when the names were put in, so that only the staff and the room's occupant could enter, and anyone else who wished to come in would need permission from the occupant. After everyone had a room, Naomi showed them the reading room at the top of the tower, and there were audible gasps as they finally saw the entire estate from top of the tower. "Is that an honest-to-goodness lake?" asked Letitia, craning her head a little since they could only see the edge of it from where they were. "Yes, it's at the back of the house," said Naomi. "Charlie, our groundskeeper, has said he'll look into arranging times for everyone to swim once things are settled." A quick glance at the time told her it had been about 40 minutes since arriving. "All right, let's head back. We'll do a tour of the main house and then it's time for lunch." There was much more tangible excitement in the air as the group returned to the foyer, where the boys were already waiting with Isaac. "Are we ready to do the tour?" asked Naomi. "Not yet," said Isaac, and then leaned in to whisper to her. "Apparently, we're expected in the main sitting room. Harry and Daphne just arrived." "With the others?" asked Naomi, wondering how many they had managed to track down. "The younger ones are there already, so let's head over," he said. "Change of plans," said Naomi, turning back to the girls. "This way, come on." "No tour?" asked Ruby, confused. "This is something better, I promise," said Naomi, and followed after Isaac and the boys. As they all entered the main sitting room, the room was full with the younger children, though there were a couple of older children scattered around. Naomi glanced back at her charges and gave a small smile, and with a squeal of half-laugh and half-cry, Ruby ran forward into the arms of an older girl. "Opal," she cried, "you're here." Other people began to notice their older siblings, children who were older than 15 and could not live at the orphan wing anymore. "Blimey," said Letitia, as they watched the tearful reunions of siblings who had been torn apart. "They're going to be living here too?" she asked Naomi. "Of course," she said. "They're not that much older than you. We won't leave them to fend for themselves." She spotted Daphne speaking to Andromeda and excused herself to make her way over there. "They really made it, huh?" Daphne gave her a small smile, and Naomi thought she looked exhausted underneath the carefully applied makeup. "Yes, we managed to track down all the siblings," she said. 12 more for you and Isaac to care for." "Absolutely," nodded Naomi, realizing suddenly that Daphne was only a year or so older than some of the children. She smiled kindly at her, with no shortage of wonder. "We're still looking into other children who were turned away," said Andromeda. "Most of the ones we found were living at ramshackle boarding houses around Hogsmeade." "Their custody is a bit of an issue," said Daphne, when Naomi gave her a confused look. "They need to come in voluntarily," explained Andromeda. "It wasn't hard to convince the ones here, because they want to be with their siblings. The others have no reason to come here, to a place which might be worse than where they are, for all they know." "How about arranging a tour?" suggested Naomi, "just so they can see what it's like and decide if they want to come." Andromeda grinned. "Daphne was just saying that," she said. "Besides, for some of them it's just this summer and they'll be at Hogwarts until graduation. They're of age, so they can refuse easily." Naomi pursed her lips with worry but nodded. Should we get on here then?" she asked, looking around at the full room. "Yes, Belinda said we should have an early lunch," said Daphne. "A proper tour of the estate can wait until after that." "You and Isaac should show the new ones to their rooms," added Andromeda. "And tell everyone they have to eat lunch in the main dining room today, at least." "Certainly," said Naomi and got to work. Another 45 minutes later, all 67 children, the staff, including Molly and Andromeda, and Harry and Daphne were in the main dining room. Lunch was mushroom and zucchini frittata and some baby caprese salad, served with fresh fruit juice, and the entire room was humming with conversation and some laughter as time went on. After making sure her charges were all filling up their plates with enough food, Naomi went to help the other caretakers who had much younger kids to look after. An hour or so later, the plates were cleared away, and the younger ones were starting to get sleepy, so their caretakers took them upstairs for nap time. Naomi and Isaac took the older children, and even some of the younger ones who were around 9 and 10, and no longer needed nap time, on a tour of the entire estate. "Do we really get to live here?" Naomi heard one of the boys ask Isaac in awe as they finished looking around the library. "You do," replied Isaac in a gentle tone. The looks of awe only grew when they showed them the observatory, and later as they saw the climate charms around the lake that would let them swim around the year. The wards were still up, but when Charlie saw them, he promised he would let the older ones swim for a couple hours before lunch the next day, provided he could be there to keep an eye. "Your things should be up in your room by now," said Naomi, as the tour came to an end. "It's almost 4, so take some time to unpack, set up your rooms, and explore if you like. Dinner's at 6. "Do we have to eat in the main house again?" asked one of the older boys, Ethan Nettle. "No, you can eat in the tower," said Isaac. "Dinner ends at 7:3, so be sure to eat before that. Curfew is at 9 p.m. for those under 14 and 11 p.m. for the ones older, the same as it is at Hogwarts. The grounds are out of bounds after 8 p.m. to everyone." "Your rooms should have an envelope on the bed," said Naomi. "It has all the meal times and curfews and also a map of the estate, so you can use that if you're forgetful. As always, the trace on your wand is active, so no magic if you aren't of age. Are there any questions?" When no one spoke up, she gave a nod. "Those of you who weren't at the orphan wing until yesterday have an appointment with Healer Lim tomorrow morning in the infirmary after breakfast," she said. "He just needs to give you a once-over and make sure you are well," she added, when some of them looked worried. "If there's nothing else, off you go," said Isaac, and they all dispersed. Some of them went to the towers, others out to the garden, while a few headed straight upstairs to the library. Naomi gave a tired sigh and smiled at Isaac. "They will be all right, won't they?" she asked. "Yes," he said firmly. "We will make sure of it." While the tour was going on, Harry and Daphne were sitting in a quiet corner of the kitchen with a pot of tea between them. "The conditions aren't great, but they're of age," Daphne was saying, and Harry nodded as they discussed the other children who had chosen not to come to the orphanage. "Well, we can try showing them around, but like you said, we can't force them," he said, finishing his tea and sitting back in his chair. He let out a tired sigh and took off his glasses to rub his eyes. "You're still tired from making all those portkeys?" she asked, and he smiled a little. "Yeah," he said, putting his glasses back on. They are quick to make but drain a whole lot of energy. More tea then, she said, pouring him another cup. And bring some scones, Pinky. The tiny house elf nearby nodded and immediately started loading up the fresh scones on a plate for Harry. How are you doing besides being exhausted? She asked, and he gave her an almost fond look. I don't know, relieved, I suppose, he said, taking a bite of the fresh scone. And nervous, seeing all of them in one place, was nerve-wracking. Yeah, she said. I felt that way too. I know most of the older kids. We went to Hogwarts with them. Really puts it into perspective, and it's terrifying, to say the least. He laughed shakily in agreement. They were quiet for a while, and he made sure to eat a little bit more before verbalizing the other thing that had been bothering him. What should I be doing now? He asked in a low voice. She looked surprised. What do you mean? She asked. There is still plenty to do, you know that. I know, he assured her. I meant with this place. What should I be doing now that it's opened and functioning? Should I be spending every day here? Should I just leave it alone? Should I only come here if there's a problem? I don't know. I don't know what I should do. What will be the most helpful thing? Honestly, darling, I am not sure, she said, and Harry would be lying if he didn't feel his heart skip a beat at how casually she slipped in the term of endearment. What do you feel like doing? I don't want to stay away completely, he said, stating the one option that was unthinkable to him. I definitely want to be here if there's trouble or they need help in some way. Those things sound feasible to me, she said. I assume you'd want to be involved and keep an eye on how things are going besides that too. He gave a nod, and she took a long sip of tea before speaking. You could set aside a day, she suggested. Like you're setting aside Sunday for Teddy and the swimming lessons, and Tuesday afternoon for Ivana. Saturday could be a day you spend here. He perked up with interest at that. I could see Teddy on Saturday as well then, he said, already seeing the upside of it. Yeah, that could work. If I'm around, I can see if there's anything I can help with, and if there isn't, I could always use more time with Teddy. He grinned brightly at her. Thanks, Daphne. You're very welcome, she said, smiling back. They heard a throat clearing behind them, and Harry turned around quickly, noticing Mrs. Weasley walk into the kitchen. Oh, Mrs. Weasley, said Harry as he stood up. We didn't hear you come in. Is everything all right? It's fine, dear, she said, with a small smile. I was just coming in to check on the dinner preparations before going back to the burrow. She frowned slightly as she looked him over. You still look exhausted. Should I get you something to eat? No, Daphne already made sure I ate, he said. Well, that's nice, she said, though her smile became decidedly fixed. But I'm sure you don't have to bother your lawyer about your health, dear. I don't mind, said Daphne, and he chanced a quick look back and saw that her face was pulled back into a neutral mask that he remembered her wearing at Hogwarts. If you'll excuse me, I will see if Belinda or Andromeda need any help. Without waiting for either of them to respond, she gave a quick nod and left. He almost called out after her to make sure they were returning to Potter Hall together for dinner, but something made him realize it would be better if he didn't broadcast that. You do look tired, said Mrs. Weasley, as if there had been no interruption. Why don't you stop by the burrow for dinner? I'm sure Ginny would love to see you again. He seriously doubted that, but he saw the tired lines of Mrs. Weasley's face and found it hard to say that out loud. I think I'll just go home and sleep, he said instead. But thank you anyway for inviting me. On Sunday then, she insisted. A brunch like before. Oh, Daphne teaches Teddy and I to swim on Sundays, he said, before he could stop himself. I see, said Mrs. Weasley. You seem awfully close to Daphne, Harry dear. We're friends, he said, wishing he hadn't brought her up. I understand that, dear, said Mrs. Weasley, though she didn't sound like she did. But you mustn't rely on her for everything. I'm sure Bill or Charlie could help teach you how to swim. I'm sure they could, but Daphne offered and I accepted, he said, starting to get annoyed. He knew it came from a place of concern, but he was tired of having his association with Daphne questioned, especially when she had done nothing to warrant the suspicion apart from being a Slytherin pureblood. In fact, none of what he had accomplished would have been possible without her help, but no one seemed to be willing to see that. Mrs. Weasley likely sensed his annoyance because she sighed deeply. "I just want you to be careful, dear," she said. "I know a thing or two about the world, and about women. You have to watch what you accept when she offers something." Harry bit his tongue and gave a nod. "Of course, Mrs. Weasley," he said. "Thank you." She nodded, seemingly satisfied that her point had been made. As she went on to speak to the house elves about dinner, Harry left the kitchen, getting angrier with every step. He would never lose his temper at Mrs. Weasley, would never rebuff her concerns, but that didn't mean he wasn't furious at her for her words. The implication that Daphne would trap him into something or cheat him out of money or titles or dose him into a marriage. It was preposterous and baseless. It was entirely uncalled for, and as he marched towards the foyer, he stopped short when the fireplace flared and two people stepped out. His surprise at their appearance overrode his anger momentarily. "Fleur, Hermione, what are you doing here?" he asked as he approached them. "Oh, hello, Harry," smiled Hermione as Fleur waved. "I thought I should stop by here today." "And I came to give Daphne an update," said Fleur. "Where is she?" "In Belinda's office, probably," he said, pointing it out to her. Fleur smiled and left towards it. Harry turned back to Hermione and smiled. "You want a tour?" he asked. "Maybe some other time," she said. "You look exhausted." "I've been told," he nodded, as they took a seat in a quiet corner of the foyer and cast a charm for privacy. "So what's wrong?" she asked. He looked shocked, but then he supposed he shouldn't have. Hermione knew him better than most people. "It's nothing," he said, and when she gave him a disbelieving look, he chuckled without humor. "Mrs. Weasley, she said something about Daphne." "Yeah, and I can guess what it was," said Hermione, rolling her eyes. "That she's a gold digger out to get you, and you should stay away and come and have dinner with Ginny instead." Harry just gaped at her in shock, and Hermione laughed a little. "What? I find your surprise insulting." "That was too close to the truth," he said, still reeling. "Have you been dabbling in divination?" "That is just uncalled for," she said, making a disgusted face. He laughed, and she joined in a moment later. "Honestly, Harry, it isn't that hard to imagine. Did you lose your temper?" "No," he said. "I couldn't just go off on her like I did with Ron." "I know, and it's good that you didn't," said Hermione, sympathetically. "I'm sure she means well, but Mrs. Weasley is protective of you, just like she is of all her children." "I know," he said. "She treated you horribly back in fourth year and then Fleur before our sixth." "Yes," said Hermione. "There is a certain tendency, particularly when it comes to women who grow close to people that she thinks are hers to worry about and fuss over. Getting angry is understandable, justifiable even, but you can't let it affect you so much. I just don't understand her anger at Daphne when she barely even met her before today," he said. "And Daphne has done nothing to warrant this." Hermione looked amused. "So it isn't the interference bothering you as much as the implied insult to Daphne?" she asked. Harry went red, and Hermione's eyes grew mischievous. "I knew it," she said. "I knew it, you like her." "I don't know what you mean," he said, trying and failing to lie. "Sure you don't," said Hermione knowingly. "Have you told her?" "No, not exactly," he admitted. "We said we wanted to try, but Ginny and I only broke up recently, and I don't know, I don't want to rush into things, Hermione." Hermione's eyes melted in understanding. "Oh, I understand, Harry," she said, and then slapped his shoulder. "I understand that you're making excuses." "Ow," he said, rubbing his shoulder even though it had been just a light tap. "I'm not making excuses, it's the truth." Sure," said Hermione disbelievingly. "You said we wanted to try, so you two have talked about this." "We have, and we said we would wait until we're both ready," he said. Well, that's better, I suppose," she said. "You like her, don't you?" "I do," he admitted properly for the first time, even to himself. "And she likes you?" asked Hermione. "I think so," he said. "I don't want to speak for her," he added defensively, when Hermione gave him an exasperated look. "Then that's fine," said Hermione, "though I think it is rather pointless to wait if you both like one another." She gave him a contemplative look. You said you'd wait until you're ready. What does that mean to you? Being ready, I mean. Harry stared at her, unable to formulate a response. I'm not sure, he said finally. Then figure it out, she said sternly. Otherwise, you're just making an excuse and stringing Daphne along because of your lack of decisiveness. I don't want things to end up like they did with Ginny, he said. That won't happen, said Hermione, like there was never any doubt. You and Daphne are nothing like you and Ginny were. Ginny knew very little about you, and she was happy with you in the same way one lives out a fantasy with a prince. The only things you related on was Quidditch and having a part of Voldemort's soul. That's not a good foundation for a relationship, Harry, and you both realized that once all that was left was Quidditch. You both knew it wasn't enough. Yeah, he said quietly. Yeah, I know what you mean. I can talk to Daphne, Hermione, I mean really talk to her, and she can talk to me, and sometimes we don't talk at all. When Hermione narrowed her eyes, he held his hands up defensively. Not like that, he clarified. We haven't. It's not like that. That's good at least, said Hermione. You and Ginny, hell even Ron and I, jumped to the beat of the hormones far more quickly than we should have. She shook her head and focused her attention back on him. You and Daphne have a good foundation, Harry. You trust each other, you can open up to one another, and I don't know about her, but I know you find her attractive. Those are all good starting points that tell me you are ready for this. But there's so much more, he protested. I haven't even told her the full story yet. We barely scratched the surface of the Triwizard Tournament. And you think you need to tell her everything before you begin a relationship? She asked. Yes, I do, he said. She should know what she's getting into. Oh, Harry, sighed Hermione. Hermione, I couldn't bear it if... After all this, she didn't want anything to do with me, he confessed. That won't happen, said Hermione, even as he shook his head. Daphne wouldn't turn away from you if she learned about everything. You don't know that, he said, though he couldn't help but remember that Daphne had promised him essentially the same thing. You're right, she said, but if she did walk away from you because of that stuff, then she never deserved you in the first place. She sighed and gave him a comforting smile. Daphne isn't the sort of person to walk away, and you know it. I do, he said. She told me. Then what are we arguing about? Asked Hermione, throwing her hands up in exasperation. What is it that you're worried about? I don't know, Hermione, he said. I feel like a mess. Harry, we are all a mess, she argued back. And that's fine. You don't have to wait until you're no longer a mess to pursue Daphne. That's ridiculous. Did it ever occur to you that being with her would help the process along? That having her support as a partner, a proper partner, would help you in feeling less like a mess? He looked at her blankly and she patted his shoulder like he was a bit slow. Of course, you didn't. He sighed as he thought about her words. All right, he said. Thanks, Hermione, I'll think about it. Hopefully, you do more than think about it, said Hermione, but seemed to accept it. Daphne and Fleur walked out into the foyer together, so Harry canceled the privacy spell, and he and Hermione approached them. Hi, everything all right? Asked Harry. Yes, said Daphne, and her expression was calm and no longer the neutral mask that it had been before. Fleur just stopped by to let us know the French government wrote back. The paperwork for the winter resort is through. That's amazing, said Harry. It is, beamed Fleur. We are beginning renovations from next week. There isn't too much fixing up to do since it is a well-kept estate already, but there are some minor modifications needed to make it into a proper holiday resort. Sounds wonderful, congratulations, said Hermione, smiling at them. Do you need to go back to work now? I'm done for the day, said Fleur. Bill's expecting me for dinner. I still have some work back at the office, said Daphne and looked at Harry. I also promised Astoria dinner tonight. Sorry. No, it's all right, he said, still a little disappointed. Guess it's you and me, said Hermione, giving him a smile. Let's get a drink and you can help me edit my next book club article. Harry shrugged his acceptance. Sounds like a plan. With a last proud and wistful look at the Lily Potter home, Harry took his leave for the day. Chapter 19. 20th July, 1998. When Harry came down to breakfast on Monday morning, there was a small pile of letters waiting for him along with his food. Usually, all his mail went to the Potter Foundation, so he was surprised when he saw the stack and decided to deal with that before eating. The first letter was from Belinda, giving him an update about how the orphanage was running. He hadn't been able to spend Saturday at the Lily Potter home since the GSC had met up to discuss a whole lot of pending matters, including but not limited to the winter resort. Sunday would usually have meant a swimming lesson, but Blaze's mother arrived in England and Daphne was invited to lunch, which she didn't wish to miss. So Harry and Teddy had spent time together at the Potter Hall instead. Belinda's letter detailed that the older children had taken to the new surroundings quickly. Even some of the younger ones, especially after being reunited with siblings and such. There were a few who were still struggling, and the unfamiliar surroundings and people would take some getting used to. Healer Lim had examined the newly admitted children, and some of them would need a few nutrition potions to get back on track. But apart from that, things were slowly finding their groove, and no major mishaps had occurred. Harry set it aside, making up his mind to reply and confirm his attendance for next Saturday. The second letter was from Alexander MacDougall, with some discussion about the pending reform over the guilds. It was a thinly veiled attempt to make sure that Harry would be supporting it in the session 2 days from now. The third was from Victor Crumb, confirming that he'd be coming to England on the evening of 30th of July and staying at a private hotel in Dorset. Harry made a mental note to give a heads-up to Neville and Isaiah regarding the matter. The final letter was from the Wizarding Examination Authority. Harry's eyes went wide, and he tore open the letter immediately, knowing they were his Newt results. Nastily exhausting WIZRDNG test, RESULTS. Passing grades. Outstanding O, exceeds expectations E, acceptable A. Failing grades. Poor P, dreadful D, trolls T. Harry James Potter has achieved. Charms E. Defense against the dark arts O. Herbology E. Potions O. Transfiguration E. Professor Griselda Marchbanks. Governor. Wizarding Examination Authority. Considering he'd had maybe 3 days of studying after a harrowing year of war, Harry figured this was absolutely the best he could have done. He did wonder if Severus Snape was rolling in his grave at Harry getting an O in both potions and Dada, but decided he didn't care, as he let out a whoop and put the letter in his pocket. Seeing the delicious breakfast laid out in front of him, he started eating with gusto, his good mood making the food taste better. He was halfway done when the fireplace flared and Daphne walked in. "Good morning," he said, surprised. She rarely came over before work. But he was happy to see her, since he hadn't the day before. "And to you as well," she said, taking a seat at the table. "Sorry for calling in early, but we have a busy day ahead and I wanted a chance to talk beforehand." "Sure," he said. "Have you eaten yet?" "I have, though I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee, Minnie," she said, addressing the little elf, who beamed at her and got to work. "How did you do on Newts?" he asked. "Quite well," she said, passing him a piece of parchment. 4 outstandings and 1 exceeds expectations in Dada, he noted with an impressed nod. "You?" she asked, and he handed her his letter, which she read with a pleased smile. "Congratulations, Harry." "And to you," he said, returning her letter as she did the same. "Since it's only morning, I suppose coffee will do," she said, holding up her cup, and he laughed and clinked it with his cup of tea. "What about that pile of letters over there?" she asked, nodding towards it. "Update from Belinda," he said. "Things seem fine. Alexander wants to know he still has my support. Oh, and Victor's coming to England on the evening of the 30th. Topical," she said, handing him the copy of that morning's Prophet. "The ministry has announced they are reinstating the Quidditch League." "Good timing," he said, skimming the article. "Playoffs start in October." "Hopefully, Victor Crumb will only take 1 visit to convince," she said, and then passed him a magazine. "I figured you wouldn't have seen it yet, even though it came out yesterday." He took it and grimaced at his own picture on the cover. His Witch Weekly interview had come out yesterday, but he hadn't seen the cover page that had him looking like one of those daft, pretty boys like McLagan. "Whose idea was it to ditch the glasses?" asked Daphne, slightly amused at his revolted look. "The photographer's," he scowled, tossing the magazine aside. "Apparently the glasses were blocking those emerald orbs," he added, in a bad Scottish accent. Daphne laughed. "Well, the interview was printed fine," she said. "Nothing that we didn't inspect in the draft." "Good to know," he said, finishing his breakfast. "Enough about me. How was your lunch yesterday?" It was her turn to scowl. "Anita's getting married in September," she said. "In the Bahamas this time." "Won't Blaze be at Hogwarts?" he asked, confused. "Yeah," she said. "He stopped going after her third wedding." "Right," he said, still unsure about how he was supposed to respond to that whole situation. He and Ivana had discussed it briefly during his session, and her advice had been surprisingly similar to Daphne's. "Well, let's change the topic again, shall we?" "Yes, please," she said. "Though we might get a move on. Newt's expecting us in 20 minutes. You should write any replies you need to." "Yeah," said Harry, as Annie brought him blank parchment, quill, and ink. "Can I ask you something?" he asked, after a moment of quiet between them. "Sure," she said, proofreading his letter to Alexander. "This looks fine, by the way." He began to sign and seal it and waited until it was done to ask. "Were you mad?" he asked, looking at her. "Back at the orphanage, when Mrs. Weasley said—" "Ah," she said, her confusion clearing. "Well, I suppose I was a little irked." "Are you still mad?" he asked. "A little, but not as much," she said. "Fleur and I spoke a little, so I know not to take it too personally." "I'm sorry," he said. "You don't have to apologize," she said and sighed. "I'd rather have this conversation when we're not running to make an appointment. Can we discuss this later?" "In the evening, then," he said. "All right," she agreed with a small smile. "Shall we?" He nodded, and the two of them left Potter Hall and arrived inside Newt's office at the James Potter Institute for Magical Research. Newt looked up at them from his desk as they arrived and took off his glasses. "Ah, good morning, Harry, Daphne," he said, setting his quill down. "You're right on time." "Good morning, Newt," said Harry as Daphne smiled. "Where are we meeting?" "In the conference room next door," he said. "We have been using it for staff meetings." "All right," said Harry, as he and Daphne followed Newt, who led them to the conference room. There were already people sitting inside, and they murmured their greetings to Harry and Daphne as they entered and took a seat. "Who are we missing?" asked Newt as he sat at the head of the table. "Just Emily," said Morgan Cornfoot with a heavy sigh. As if on cue, the door burst open, and a wildly dressed young woman sauntered in with a bright grin on her face. Unlike the first time Harry and Daphne had met her, Emily Hallsbury now had bright lavender hair with streaks of lime green and pink in it. When she saw their stunned look, she grinned brightly. "I'm helping test a variation of the hair color changing potion," she said, bouncing over to her chair and sitting down. "Seems like it's working," said Daphne, raising an eyebrow. "No," said Llewellyn Browning, one of the two potions masters at the Institute. "Her hair was supposed to turn a light brown with blonde streaks. Turning a solid color is easy, but combining different ones has not been so straightforward." "We'll get there," said Emily. "I have some ideas." "I'm sure," said Newt, bringing everyone's attention to the meeting. "But today's meeting is to give Harry an update about how we have fared over the past 2 weeks. Who wants to start?" "Before we do," said Daphne, "have there been any housekeeping issues? With the dorms or meals or anything?" "Good point," said Newt, and looked around at all the masters employed by the Institute, both at Yola Castle and Eustace Mansion. "Have there been?" "No," said Madame Quinton. "The house elves here are quite accommodating and efficient." "That's good," nodded Harry, as Daphne made a note of it. "We would like to start, if that's all right," said Shirley Hemming, the rune's mistress, with a glance at fellow rune's master Noah Disford. "Certainly, surely, Noah, go ahead," said Newt encouragingly. "When we took on employment at the Institute, We were still finishing up some of the final warding work we were commissioned to do for Azkaban, said Shirley. As of last week, we are officially done with all of that. Since then, we have been brainstorming some ideas as to what we would like to do next, and I believe we have something that would benefit both the wizarding world and the Institute. Sounds promising, said Daphne with interest. Can you elaborate? She nodded and glanced at Noah, who cleared his throat. The Azkaban wards were complex, said Noah. We had to keep prisoners in, but we also had to keep them protected inside the walls. Additionally, we had to find means of letting the guards use their magic freely to do their jobs. A lot of it was experimental, and the wards we have designed in pursuit of reaching those goals are quite new and an improvement on the old warding techniques. What he means is that these wards surpass the ones currently used around people's homes and other buildings, said Shirley. How different are they? Asked Newt, sitting up. Much more advanced, said Henrik Pankiewicz, in his thick Polish accent. On Noah and Shirley's request, I examined them, and they are a very good breakthrough on combining runic wards to safeguard dwellings and premises. Noah and Shirley both preened at the praise leveled to them by the renowned runes master. We are confident that ordinary citizens can benefit with these new wards around their homes, said Shirley. One of the reasons why wards of this caliber couldn't be put around homes is the sheer magical energy needed to cast and sustain such wards. Only older properties belonging to the noble and ancient families and places like Hogwarts could have protection measures of this sort. Our methods eliminate the need for massive magical energy needed to hold up the wards, said Noah. They can still be dispelled, but because of the intricacies involved, it would take years and years, if that, to untangle the web of runes to bring down the wards. And the two of you are the only ones capable of creating such wards, asked Daphne, as she wrote down everything they were saying. No, said Shirley. Our current apprentices are equally good at it. And there are 3 of them, right? Asked Daphne. Yes, Shirley has 2 and I have 1 presently, said Noah. Although, I would expect to hear from Anthony Goldstein soon regarding his newt results. It was actually Cillian Montgomery, my current apprentice, who suggested that we could use these new wards as a way to benefit the Institute and the citizens. And what did young Mr. Montgomery come up with? Asked Newt, curiously. He suggested we market these wards as methods of protecting one's home, said Shirley. We have a number of wards, and depending on the kind of protection the customer wants or needs, we charge a fee to erect those wards on their property. It is a very good idea, said Harry, and glanced at Daphne. Yes, she said, with a nod. If you could put together the kind of wards there are and the time needed to cast each of them, we have someone who could look at the business and financial aspects concerning them. Certainly, we already have a list, but we'll add the casting time and the materials needed and send it along by tomorrow, said Noah. If it is viable, we could have some premises in Diagon Alley and cater to customers who might be interested to have their homes protected with the new wards, said Daphne. Have these wards been patented yet? Yes, said Newt. Fortunately, when Noah and Shirley worked on Azkaban, their contract was issued under Minister Shacklabolt's wartime power as minister, and there were no stipulations regarding the patents going to the ministry. I suppose they thought that it was obvious the ministry would be getting them, said Madame Quinton, shaking her head. So the patents are registered as? Asked Harry. They're registered under the James Potter Institute, said Newt. We put in an application and got it approved the minute Noah and Shirley were done with Azkaban. Mittermeier grumbled and complained, but approved it, said Noah. In that case, we should proceed as planned, said Daphne. I have been meaning to bring this up, but I know someone who will be of use regarding the matters of patent and representing the Institute in a legal sense. Her name is Pearl Proctor Langley, and she deals almost exclusively with patents and trademarks. I'll be in touch regarding that soon. Thank you, nodded Newt. I am happy to do it, but I would appreciate the help of an expert. That's all from us, I suppose, said Shirley. We are getting new apprentices, like Noah said, but that's about it. I have been continuing my research, said Henrik. We have made progress on the new runic dictionary, and I think it shall be ready to be published by the end of the year." "All right," said Newt, nodding in acknowledgement at the rune's experts. "Mr. Cornfoot, would you and your brother like to go next?" "Thank you, sir," said Morgan. "Well, this is based on something Harry mentioned when we were first brought on at the Institute." "Is it about the mirrors?" asked Harry, sitting up with interest. He had mentioned the two-way mirrors that Sirius had given him and how they could be used as a handy tool for communicating. The Cornfoot brothers had agreed that it was much like a telephone that one could carry around in their pocket. "Yes, it is," said Matthew. "Like we previously talked about, the problem is that we could only enchant a pair of mirrors. It meant you can only talk to the person in possession of the mirror. If you wanted to talk to more people, you needed a different mirror." "We managed to eliminate that problem," said Morgan. "We got Emily here to help us, as well as one of Madame Quinton's charms apprentices, and we found a way to enchant mirrors to connect to anyone who also has a similarly enchanted mirror, as long as you say their name." "And then we ran into a different problem," said Emily, brightly. "Which was?" asked Harry, confused. "Think about it," said Emily, peering at Harry. "If you have a mirror, anyone in the entire world who has one could say Harry Potter and they will connect with you. I imagine that would get annoying very quickly." "Yes," he said at once. He thought about it for a moment. "If we think about telephones again, people can only call other people whose numbers they know." "That is exactly what I said Emily excitedly. "She did, and that's sort of how we decided on a solution," said Morgan. "Mr. Pankywix lent us Wilhelmina, who is one of his apprentices, and this is what we designed." He pulled out 3 hand mirrors and handed one of them to Harry and the other to Newt. "Ready?" he asked, and with a smile, looked at the mirror in his own hand and said, "Newt Scamander." The mirror in Newt's hand glowed briefly and Morgan's face appeared in it. "This works as it did before," explained Matthew. "The mirrors are enchanted as a pair, so Morgan and Newt can speak to one another by just saying the other person's name. Harry, if you could try calling Newt now." Morgan ended his connection, and as Harry spoke Newt's name, his face appeared in Newt's mirror. "As you can see, Newt can connect with Harry on the same mirror," said Morgan. "Now I'll try calling Harry." He did, but the mirror in Harry's hand stayed an ordinary mirror. "I can't call him, see, because I don't have his number or, more accurately, the information to call him." "But if Harry and Morgan were to take their respective mirrors and touch the backs of it like this," said Matthew, as he demonstrated it, "then they will connect." There was a brief purple glow as the backs of the 2 mirrors touched one another. "Now, try calling again." Morgan called Harry's name, and the mirror in Harry's hand lit up and showed Morgan's face in it. "That's fascinating," said Daphne, amazed. "How did you manage to do that?" "Using runes," said Emily. She plucked the mirror from Harry's hand and showed the back of it to them. There was nothing there, but as she cast a spell, a brief rune lit up in silver on the back of the mirror. "Think of it like a phone number, though not really, because if one person has the number, they can call the other person without permission. But with the mirrors, both parties need to consent in order to communicate." "And once the mirrors are connected, they stay that way?" asked Daphne. "Yes," nodded Matthew. "Harry can still call either Newt or Morgan, or any number of people, really." "A finite amount of people, still," corrected Emily, as one of the other arithmancers nodded. "How many?" asked Harry. "About 200, said Emily. 200 different people, asked Daphne, her eyes going wide. "That is incredible." "It is," agreed Emily. "Well, it is a start at the very least." "How long do they take to enchant?" asked Newt. "About an hour, especially if we have someone who is good with runes and arithmancy helping out," said Matthew. "Can we spare anyone?" asked Newt, looking around the table. "Well," said Katja Petrov, one of the 4 arithmancers at the Institute and the one who had nodded along earlier at Emily's words. "I am currently between jobs for Gringotts, so my team and I can assist. It's only the 3 of us, so you will have to make do." "Thanks," nodded Morgan. "I'll ask Wilhelmina to assist you as well," said Henrik. She is my newest apprentice, and she has expressed her wish to pursue the runic enchantment that she made on the mirrors as the subject of her mastery. Excellent, said Newt, and turned to Harry and Daphne. I expect you mean to turn this into a product that can be sold commercially. Yes, said Daphne. How long will the patent take? A couple of weeks, I should imagine, said Newt thoughtfully. Longer if Mittermeier means to make our lives difficult, said Morgan, rolling his eyes. Regardless, said Newt, shooting him a reproachful look, we can begin the process right away. Thank you, said Daphne. We have been giving things a lot of thought, and we did discuss the idea of having a shop that would sell and display inventions made by the Institute. It will also be a good place to try out products and test out the responses and feedback, and perhaps even receive commissions for custom work. Technomancy is brand new to some people in Britain, nodded Harry, as everyone looked at Daphne with raised eyebrows. If we hope to expand it, they need to see more of it. Words only go so far, both ours and those like head unspeakable Mittermeiers. I think the surprise is because I'm not sure you realize what an enormous endeavor it would be to have a shop of the sort you are saying, said Madame Quinton. You're not the first person who's thought that commercializing inventions is just a matter of opening up a shop in Diagon Alley. I realize that it might sound like we're being overly ambitious, but we assure you, we aren't the only ones working on this, said Daphne. We have been consulting with experts in business, finance, and even marketing and PR. And our reason for telling all of you is to ensure we also incorporate your feedback in this process. And what of our research in the meantime? Asked Madame Quinton. Should we expect that once there is an invention that seems commercially viable, we shall be expected to focus solely on manufacturing it? Not at all, said Daphne. In fact, you might have already heard rumors of Elder Alexander MacDougall attempting to revive magical guilds in Britain. And what does that have to do with us? Asked Katja, confused. No, I see her point. Nodded Madame Quinton. If he succeeds, it would organize labor and help regulate the standards of products that we invent here at the Institute. It will also encourage further research and expansion. She looked at Harry and Daphne with a contemplative gleam in her eye. Does it look favorable for Elder MacDougall? It does, nodded Harry. His amendments are quite well drafted. He nodded at Daphne, who reached into the folder in front of her to pass copies of the proposed amendments to everyone at the table. As you can see, he is pushing hard for standardizing practices and ensuring the ministry does not hoard patents or bind us in monopolizing policies like before, said Daphne. What about new fields like technomancy? Asked Morgan, reading through the amendments rapidly. The idea at present is to form a single magical guild, said Harry, remembering the plan outlined by Alexander and Cynthia when they'd come over for dinner. Perhaps it is more accurately called a trade association, but they will keep calling it a guild for consistency. And then, is the plan to create offshoots of the guild as membership grows? Asked Madame Quinton. Yes, said Daphne. We are acutely aware that it won't be sustainable to expect all of you, or even your apprentices, to keep being involved in the manufacturing process. It is only for the time being, until we have a proper labor force that can be trained and employed to manufacture products that the Institute will develop. Madame Quinton nodded slowly. Yes, that is certainly much more well thought out, she said. We won't know if it will work, but I suppose we shall find out. She looked at Harry and Daphne sharply and nodded. You have my support for what it's worth. Thank you, said Harry, and turned to the Cornfoot brothers. As for technomancy, I already have more ideas based on something Madame MacDougall mentioned. What is it? Asked Matthew curiously. She mentioned their daughter had to develop magical means of goldsmithing to stand up to the goblin standard that is set in the wizarding world, he said. However, it is largely spellwork, and it is extremely delicate work which makes it not ideal. When I mentioned using technomancy, they were both astounded at my suggestion. Not surprising, said Morgan. Goldsmithing and even things like gem cutting are delicate work in the Muggle world as well, but the machinery they have developed is improving at a rapid pace. He glanced at his brother. I'm afraid we don't know much about it, but we will begin looking into it. The point is, even if technomancy cannot become an area of interest right away, it is an excellent means of supporting the more traditional trade practices in the meantime, said Harry. We understand, nodded Matthew. Thank you. If that's all from the two of you, how about we hear from you, Sophia? Prompted Newt, looking at the herbology mistress. Oh, certainly, said Sophia Sayer with a smile. Well, first of all, I'll be getting a new apprentice soon. Exciting article, asked Draco as he walked into the office. Fleur looked up from her copy of Witch Weekly and smiled. It's Harry's interview, she said. Parvati was complaining about the fan mail coming in since it was published, so I thought I should read it. Anything of note? He asked, taking a seat in a chair opposite her. A few questions about the orphanage and one about the institute, she said. The rest is about his love life and the type of witch he prefers. Draco rolled his eyes. True to brand for the magazine, he said. Have you made any progress on the Sayer matter? Fleur set aside the magazine and handed him a stack of paperwork. Yes, she said. They have a sound plan. I'm surprised there aren't more stores like the one they want to open. Most people prefer to brew their own potions, he shrugged. Those that can't usually buy it from St. Mungo's or commission a potioneer to do it. There are a few common potions available at the apothecary, but the Sayer brothers want a dedicated potion shop that sells common remedies and lets them have proper premises to take commissions for special order. It's not a novel business idea, but the competition is slim, and since Sophia Sayer is at the Institute, we can set up a good supply line for their products and put us ahead of the competition. I know, said Fleur. That's why I said it was sound. I'll prepare the details for Daphne so she can draft a contract. Sure, he said. How was your visit to Prisma? Asked Fleur. A pain in the arse, he complained. There's still a heavy aura presence in the area, but I got in. Pusey was right, the interior won't need too much work. We should still see if we can get Penelope Clearwater to design for us again, said Fleur. She can do a sample room, and then the house elves can emulate that for the rest of the hotel. Not a bad idea, he said. I'll speak to Davis and get it started. This looks wonderful, Minnie, praised Harry, as he saw the platters of hors d'oeuvres laid out on the table in the kitchen of Potter Hall. You outdid yourself. Thank you, Master, grinned Minnie, pleased at the praise. It really does, agreed Daphne and smiled at Harry. Let's begin, shall we? I know you've been looking forward to this part the most. Oh, absolutely, he said. Menu tasting is going to be my favorite part about any event we ever plan. Daphne shook her head with a smile, and Harry grinned as he moved to the first platter. First up, caviar and cream fresh tartlets, she explained. Bon appetit. They each took the tiny tartlet and ate it in one bite. Oh, said Harry, that's an interesting texture. First time eating caviar? She asked, handing him a glass of sparkling water to clear his palate. Yes, he said, grimacing slightly. Not sure what to make of it. Is it the taste? She asked. Because this is quite good caviar, so it can be a little intense. I don't mind the taste, he said. And the cream fresh keeps it from being overpowering. It just feels weird to eat, that's all. You get used to it, she said. I'll put it in the maybe column. Harry tried another, and now that he was expecting the texture, this one didn't feel as weird to eat. All right, he said. Maybe for now. He took another sip of the sparkling water and sighed. I'm going to go and see Damocles Belby. She looked at him and gave a nod. I expected you would, she said. Despite Newt saying he hasn't responded to any correspondence about coming to the Institute, I knew you wouldn't let it go so easily. It's important, he insisted. He invented the wolfsbane potion, and it makes him the best authority we have on lycanthropy in Britain. With the research we uncovered at Eustace Mansion, we need his help if we want to work towards a cure. I know, she said. It wouldn't be like you to give up easily. He chuckled in agreement. What's next? He asked, looking at the second platter. Snapper crudo with chili and sesame, she said. He ate it and grinned. Much better, he said. We definitely need this one. You're really fond of spicy food, aren't you? She asked with a laugh. He looked at her in surprise. I guess, he said. I haven't had a chance to eat much of it. Remind me to feed you the spicy Spanish rice that Jolly makes, she said. You'll love it. Sounds delicious, he said. I haven't really had rice that often. He paused contemplatively, realizing he'd seldom had anything besides traditional English foods. I just realized there is a pattern here. Daphne scowled. I'm going to make sure you get to try all sorts of cuisines, she said firmly. He felt a rush of affection for her, and he smiled before eating another piece of snapper. Is it time to talk about what we didn't discuss this morning? He asked. Yeah, probably, she said, and he noticed that she added the snapper hors d'oeuvres in the yes column. I am really sorry, he apologized again. Mrs. Weasley is protective, like Fleur no doubt told you, but she'll come around. Daphne chuckled a little. You're being very sweet, but Molly Weasley's reaction is likely to be the norm when it comes to... She paused and went a little pink. When it comes to me, I guess. He wondered if she had been about to say us instead of me, but tried not to get his hopes up too much. That's their problem, he said firmly. No, not really, she sighed. It kind of is our problem, too. Why? He demanded. Who cares what anyone else thinks? He paused and took a deep breath, remembering his conversation with Hermione. I like you, and I think you like me, too. She stared at him for a few long seconds and nodded slowly. Yeah, she admitted softly. I like you a lot. Her face grew melancholic. But you should care what everybody else thinks as well. No, listen to me, she said. When he opened his mouth to protest. In the eyes of the wizarding world, you are their savior. You started a charity, an orphanage, a magical research institute. You are a valued member of the Wisengamot. Even though they don't know your connection to the GSC, you are still considered one of the most prominent people in wizarding society. She exhaled heavily. So, it matters. It matters when it comes to the person who will stand beside you. Why you don't want that? He asked, wondering if this would be like Ginny all over again. She laughed without humor. Harry, I am already doing that, she said, and then her expression grew shy. And I do want it. Then what's the problem? He asked, his heart soaring with hope. The problem is that most people aren't going to want to see someone like me as Lady Potter, she said. Someone like you, he asked. What? Smart, kind, and beautiful. She gaped at him, and they both went red at the same time. Thanks, she said, finally. But I meant a Slytherin pureblood girl who also happens to be your lawyer. I know the conclusion I would come to. It doesn't matter, though, he said. I don't care what anyone else thinks. And I am saying you should, she argued. What we have managed to do in this short period of time is nothing short of spectacular. Your place in society is important, and I'll be honest, so is mine. So that's it, he demanded. We give up before it even starts. I'm not saying that, she said calmly. I'm asking you if you're sure you want this. Asking if you want me, I suppose. She held up a hand before he could answer immediately. I know your feelings and you know mine, but this isn't just about us. It's everything we have built together so far and everything we still plan on building. I know that, he said, and you promised to be by my side through it. Yes, I did, she admitted, and I plan on keeping that promise too, but I wasn't counting on my feelings towards you developing in the way they did. She approached him and placed her hand on his cheek gently. I want you to be sure, because right now, we are walking a dangerous line. I am beginning to realize that I am a very all-or-nothing kind of person, so I can't keep up with the uncertainty anymore. She took a deep breath and stroked his cheek. I need you to think about this, because this is the one time that you will make the decision, and I will follow instead of the two of us deciding together. She waited until he nodded to continue. We can either keep things completely professional, or we commit to a relationship. And before you agree to either, remember what I said. It is still early enough that we can return to being professionals and only see one another at work or the Wisengamot. It will be something neither of us want, but it is something we will get used to in time, and who knows, one day we will both be married to different people and working together with ease. And the other option? He asked, knowing she was right but finding it painful just the same. The other option is that we begin dating, she said, meeting his gaze. Commit to one another both personally and professionally. It would make us happy, but there will be wider repercussions to the whole thing. Our efforts might be jeopardized. Our, I suppose, reputation will be questioned. She took a deep breath. And Merlin forbid if things don't work out. It will be a lot worse in both personal and professional sense of things. He stared at her wordlessly, the gravity of her words sinking in painfully. She smiled sadly and leaned up on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Think about it, she told him, pulling away. Take your time and make your decision. Then you can let me know. In the meantime, we will continue as we have. She gave him a playfully stern look. But don't keep waiting me too long. Whatever decision you make, do it soon. The uncertainty is not fun. He nodded slowly. Understood. 22nd July, 1998. And with that, further discussion on the matter of Platinum Alley is no longer necessary, said Abercrombie. There has been no breach of authority, and the ministry's project shall proceed as planned. Kingsley nodded back in satisfaction, as there were a few mutters here and there, but the matter was settled. Minister Shacklebolt, shall we proceed with the ministry's proposal for how the Post-War Employment Act will be put into place? Prompted Abercrombie. Certainly, said Kingsley, as he stood up. Madam Kathleen Ulysses, the head of the ministry's Department of Labor and Employment, will be discussing this. A stocky middle-aged witch in dull orange ministry robes approached the podium and gave a bow. She placed round, wire-rimmed glasses at the tip of her nose and examined the documents in front of her before clearing her throat. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot, she began. As per the Wisengamot's ruling, we have established the Office of Employment within our department. It will be staffed by 4 people, at present, and overseen by me personally. The office shall begin handling cases from 9 a.m. on the 3rd of August, 1998. Words to this effect shall also be published in the Daily Prophet from today to ensure that the public is made aware of it. She flipped to the next parchment. Applications from candidates looking for employment, as well as employers looking for employees, can be sent in from the 27th of July via Owl Post. They shall be contacted once the office becomes operational on the 3rd of August. And the process will be as discussed? Asked Robert sharply. Yes, said Kathleen, peering up at him. One of the employees shall handle requests from employers, while one of the others is in charge of the administrative duties. The remaining 2 and I shall sort through candidate applications, conduct interviews, and make appropriate matches. If they qualify for residence at the Celine Abbott boarding house, we shall help along that process as well by coordinating with Ms. Hannah Abbott. Thank you, Madam Ulysses, said Abercrombie. Are there any other questions? No one spoke up, so he nodded at her to leave, which she did after a nod at the Wisengamot members. Harry glanced at Daphne, who gave him an encouraging smile. Minister Shacklebolt has a further announcement he wishes to make, said Abercrombie. Thank you, Chief Warlock, nodded Kingsley, as he stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost to the 3-month anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, which signified the end of the Second Blood War. Many people died valiantly on that day, and most of those who fought were students. Our savior, Elder Potter, was among those students as well. Harry went red as several eyes turned to him, and a few even applauded. As such, the ministry shall honor the students who fought in the Battle of Hogwarts in a ceremony on July 31st to take place in the ministry's ballroom at 9 a.m. Invitations shall be sent out within the week, and I urge Wisengamot members to attend the ceremony and honor the brave students. Thank you. He sat back down, and there was scattered applause in the chamber. Harry just gave a nod of acknowledgement at Kingsley and wished he could disappear. Abercrombie nodded and cleared his throat. Next on the agenda is the question of Ministry Decree 118 and the motion brought to overturn it by Elder MacDougall, he said, and Harry was relieved they were moving on. Thank you, nodded Alexander curtly, as he stood up. Members of the Wisengamot, I shall hope you have all had the opportunity to examine the legislation as well as the ministry decree that overturned it. I ask that you join me in overturning Decree 118 and pass the proposed amendments to the legislation. With it, we shall have a proper magical guild in Britain once more, so that we may encourage trade and craftsmanship like our ancestors did. He glanced towards Kingsley and gave a small nod. I also have assurance from Minister Shacklebolt that should this measure be a success, the premises of the guild shall be within the brand new Platinum Alley. We really need someone in that damn office, muttered Daphne, in irritation as a few people nodded with interest. Yeah, Harry whispered back. Alexander had been furious the week before, but somehow he and Kingsley had buried the hatchet and come to a compromise, it seemed. Since this is not a new piece of legislation, we shall discuss the proposed amendments only, said Abercrombie. Alexander nodded and stood back up. The first of these amendments concerns the guild itself, he said. We had a number of guilds prior to Decree 118, but my proposal is to begin with a single magical guild, which is to be simply named the Magical Guild of Great Britain. With that, it shall be. So it passed? Asked Parvati. It did, nodded Daphne. The Magical Guild of Great Britain. To be run by a committee that includes Cynthia McDougall, Garrick Ollivander, Wale Shaffick, Saffron Sayer, Quian Nguyen, Royce Burke, and Avinash Sharma. Descendants of the old guild families who still kept up with their trade, she added, when some of the people at the table looked confused. Wasn't Cynthia McDougall a Muggle-born? Asked Tracy. Cynthia isn't a descendant, but Alexander argued that her experience in the Muggle world should grant her a place, said Harry. There was some hubbub, but you'd be surprised how cautious some people are about not voicing anti-Muggle-born rhetoric these days, said Daphne. So the committee will be overseeing the guild, prompted Fleur. Yes, they will be opening the doors on the 3rd of August as well, said Daphne, as she looked at her notes. They have been recruiting members from various trades and professions already, and have even sent invitations to expats. We won't know the actual numbers, but they have a solid enough membership to start. How are they admitting members? Asked Adrian curiously. By invitation, for now, said Daphne, though it will be through redemption going forward, unless 4 or more committee members agree to extend an invitation. Redemption? Asked Tracy, confused. It means they have to pay a fee and pass an interview to be admitted, explained Draco. It's to see that they shall be valuable to the guild, and that they won't abscond with secrets or cheat the guild. They have the assistance of the Department of Labor and Employment as well as the Department of International Magical Cooperation, said Harry. Right now, they are gathering as many members as they can, so once the guild opens at the beginning of August, the members can start finding apprentices. And they will also coordinate with the ministry and have a request board in the guild hall, said Daphne. It's mostly to help people who may not qualify under the ministry's new Post-War Employment Act, or those who just need short-term work or day labor. Sounds fairly well done, said Adrian. Will the Celine Abbott boarding house be extended to them as well? No, said Harry. The ministry did not get the trade secrets when they banned the guilds, but they did not forget to confiscate their funds. The gold has been sitting in ministry's coffers, and it will be handed back to the new guild per the new law. Bet the ministry fought that one hard, muttered Draco. They would have, but Kingsley apparently decided to make amends by handing it over, said Harry. That's a wise political move, said Adrian, impressed. If he stays in good graces with the guild, his term as minister will be a lot smoother. Yes, and with those funds, the new guild hall shall have a boarding house of sorts as well, said Daphne. The good thing about this guild thing is that we don't have to organize any of it. It has sort of taken on a life of its own, and it might be good to just let it. Do we have someone on the inside? Asked Fleur and glanced at her notes. Oh, it would be Burke, I suppose. Yes, said Harry. Adrian, could you? Consider it done, said Adrian. I'll talk to Burke and make sure he passes along information regularly. Good, though we really do need someone in the ministry, particularly since Alexander McDougall and the minister have made up, said Daphne. What about one of the Weasleys? Asked Parvati. Harry shook his head. Not likely, he said. They wouldn't agree to it, and I wouldn't feel right asking either. We could dig up dirt on someone and blackmail them, suggested Tracy. No, said Daphne, as Adrian shook his head. Let's not resort to that just yet. I'll continue my efforts, said Adrian. Honestly, the best bet would be someone from your Hogwarts class who will be joining the ministry after getting their newts this week. People you already know and trust to an extent, I guess. Harry considered that and nodded. Let's wait a while then, he said. 23rd July, 1998. Harry took a sip of his coffee and hummed quietly in delight. He had always been one for milk and sugar in his coffee, but ever since he had tried black coffee at Daphne's behest back, when he'd gone over to Greengrass Manor to talk about Anita Zabini, he had really begun to find the pleasure of a well-brewed cup of coffee without any additives. "Another cup for you, dear," asked Sylvia Fortescue from the counter, and Harry nodded with a small smile. As a coffee pot floated over and topped up his cup once again, Harry checked his watch and sighed. He was waiting for Daphne, who was meeting with Pearl Proctor Langley, the patent lawyer they were looking to hire to help Newt at the Institute. She had promised to be done by 4, which was still half an hour away, but he'd been hoping she would be done early. Their conversation from earlier in the week was still hanging over his head quite heavily. The worst part was that Daphne had made quite a few good points. Dadding her at Hogwarts would have been hard enough, but now with the still hostile attitude of most of the wizarding world towards Slytherin purebloods, things had grown a lot more complicated. The attitude was understandable, though he didn't agree with lumping everyone into either column A or column B with no room for exceptions. It was something he'd hoped people would have grown out of by the time they were of age. Having Daphne as Lady Potter, hell, even as Harry Potter's girlfriend, would bring a lot of unpleasant attention her way. As much as he didn't care what people thought of him, he didn't wish to put Daphne through all of that. Neither did he wish for any of their ventures to suffer because of them. And yet, he knew deep down that he truly cared for Daphne. She was his partner, and none of those ventures would have been anything more than a vague dream if it hadn't been for her help. He wouldn't have been able to embrace his lordship as completely as he had. Harry Potter wouldn't have been a pillar of wizarding society. He would have likely stayed with the Aurors, married Ginny, and lived a life of quiet mediocrity without his ambitions ever taking shape. He didn't want that. No matter what, he didn't want that life. He thought of the children at the Lily Potter home, the researchers at the James Potter Institute, the business owners who had been helped by the Golden Snitch Collective. He even considered the elaborate Halloween event they had been planning. It was a life he and Daphne had brought into existence bit by bit. Each piece had been discussed and dissected, their thoughts and feelings laid bared out to one another as much as they could have for having known one another for such a short amount of time. He liked Daphne. He liked the life they had built together. He wanted more. He wanted to know what kind of a life they would continue to build if they were to cross that line of uncertainty and embrace their partnership in its entirety. Harry. Harry looked up and blinked in surprise when he saw George Weasley looking at him in concern and confusion. "George," he said, "what are you doing here?" "Grabbing an afternoon snack," he said, holding up a paper bag with some kind of a Danish pastry inside it. "Can I sit?" he asked, indicating the seat opposite Harry in the booth by the door of Fortescue Café. "Of course," said Harry, giving him a quick smile. "Want some coffee?" "Might as well," he shrugged, and Harry nodded as he indicated that to Sylvia, who grinned back and sent over a cup of coffee for George, who unpacked his pastry. "You all right?" asked George. "You were glaring at the table like it had bitten you." "Oh, right, sorry," he said quickly. "I was just thinking about something." He cleared his throat and shook his head. How are you?" "Tired, but what's new about that, eh?" he asked, taking a long swig of his coffee and looking surprised at the taste. "This is really good." "Yeah," agreed Harry. He quietly assessed George and realized he did look slightly better since the last time he'd seen him. His beard was still rough and scraggly, but he seemed to be clean and well-dressed. "How's the shop coming along?" George's lips curled up in a small smile. "Really well," he said. "Ron's done with fixing up the interior, and I have the catalog decided, so we are starting to manufacture now. Hence, being tired. Enchanting takes a lot out of you." "You haven't thought about getting someone to help?" asked Harry. "There isn't a lot of money I can spend right now," said George. "I can pay wages. That's about all but advertising and all that will eat up more time and gold than I'm willing to spare. You've heard about the guild, haven't you? Asked Harry. It's been in the profit since last evening. Oh, yeah, I did hear something, said George. Ron might have mentioned it, but I don't think I was listening very attentively. Harry chuckled. Well, you could always have them look for someone, he suggested. Or you could apply to the ministry to find someone to run the shop while you and Ron focus fully on making the products. That's not a terrible idea, said George, nodding along as he thought out loud. Ron's fine, but I'd really like another developer now that. He stopped and his face fell into deep sadness. Sorry, said Harry, trying not to wince at his expression. George seemed to give himself a shake before gulping down more of his coffee. Anyway, thanks for the idea, Harry, he said. Have you thought about talking to someone? Harry blurted out quickly. George stared at him. What? I know it sounds stupid, he said, realizing that he might as well tell George. But I've heard it is helpful to talk to someone. Harry, I've talked to someone, all right, said George. To Mum and Dad and Bill and Charlie and Percy and Ron and Ginny, and now you. I don't mean it like that, he said. I'm sure they helped in some way, but maybe you should talk to someone new, someone who is an impartial expert in all of this. You mean a mind healer? He asked and snorted. Charlie had been bugging me about it, but I'm not really interested. I'm surprised you are being so eager about it. Harry sighed. I have been seeing one, he confessed softly. George's look of confusion turned to surprise. Are you serious? He asked. Yeah, said Harry. I don't know if it will help or not, but I've been seeing one regularly. What is it like? He asked, more curious now. Honestly, I have no idea, he said truthfully. The healer encourages me to talk, and I do sometimes. We've only done 2 proper sessions, so maybe I'll know more as time goes on or something. He shook his head. I don't know. I've learned to just go with it. What a winning endorsement, chuckled George, before growing serious. You know, it is kind of nice to hear you being uncertain about this thing. Charlie seemed so adamant that I should talk to someone even when I wasn't the only one mourning. None of them lost a twin, said Harry gently. No, but they still lost a son and a brother, said George. If I need to talk to someone, so do they. I'll only do it if everyone else agrees to it as well, and we can bloody stop walking around on eggshells with one another. Harry didn't know what he could say to that, so he drank his coffee. After a few moments of awkward silence, George sighed. Sorry, Harry, it's not your fault. I'll think about it. Harry nodded and decided to drop the subject. The door to the cafe opened and a familiar witch walked in, and he called out instinctively. Angelina. Angelina Johnson, dark-skinned and beautiful, with hair cut in a professional bob, turned around at the sound of his voice and smiled. Her eyes moved over to George, and she all but rushed over to their table. George, Harry, hello, she greeted without taking her eyes off George. It's been a while. Harry looked at George, who was avoiding her gaze, and kicked him under the table. Oh, right, yes, it has been a while, said George. Why don't you join us? Suggested Harry. Are you sure? Asked Angelina, her smile dimming when George didn't seem to want to look at her. Of course, said Harry. Right, George. He kicked his shin again. Ow, yes, said George. Please do, Angie. Angelina nodded and headed over to order at the counter. What was that for? Demanded George, rubbing his shin. You were being rude, said Harry, slightly amused. What's wrong? I thought you two got along. We do, nodded George, and glanced over quickly to make sure she was at the counter before speaking again. I did something, after the Battle of Hogwarts. What did you do? Asked Harry, leaning forward since George had lowered his voice. I was in a state, for obvious reasons, he admitted, squirming uncomfortably. Angie, she and Fred went to the Yule Ball, right? Right, said Harry, wondering where this was going. Well, after the ball, Angie and I actually started seeing each other, said George. Everyone thought it was still Fred and we played it up for laughs, but we knew, and Angie knew, of course. She is one of the few people who could, tell us apart. I didn't know that, said Harry. surprised to know that Angelina and George had been together for that long. "Yeah, well, it didn't last," he said. "We got busy with the shop, Angie was looking after her family, and with the war, we just drifted apart. And then after the battle, in that weird state of grief and shock, I. He proposed," said Angelina, and Harry jumped as he realized that Angelina had returned with a milkshake. She set it down on the table and slid into a seat next to George. George seemed to shrink in on himself. "Angie, I'm sorry," he said. "It shouldn't. You're right, it shouldn't have happened," she said quietly. "Not like that, not at that moment." She traced her fingernail along the trail of moisture on the outside of her milkshake glass absently. "But maybe, someday, if you want to ask again, my answer will be the same." She smiled at him gently, and George's eyes grew wide as he met her gaze. "You accepted?" asked Harry, more out of shock than anything. They both jumped as if they had forgotten he was still there. Once they realized, they both blushed in embarrassment. "Yeah," said Angelina finally. "I did accept." George let out a shaky breath and reached his hand towards Angelina, who clasped it for a brief moment before the two embraced one another shakily. Harry decided to give them some privacy and quickly made his escape, casting a quick privacy ward around them as they both began whispering quietly with tears in their eyes. As he left the shop, he ran into Daphne as she was headed towards him. They both stopped and smiled at one another. "How did it go?" he asked as they walked back to Verdant together. "It went well," she said. "I introduced Pearl to Newt, and she has agreed to take on the Institute as a client." "That's good news," he said, his mind still partly on George and Angelina. He glanced at Daphne out of the corner of his eye and realized that he had already come to a decision. The timing, though, had to be better. That much he had just learned. "Hey," he began, an idea starting to take form. "Isn't July 31st the next sacred day?" She looked at him in surprise. "Yes, it's Lammas," she said. "And what are the traditions for Lammas?" he asked curiously. "Quite similar to the summer solstice," she said, as they reached Verdant and went inside her office. He watched her as she undid her light summer cloak and hung it up before sitting behind her desk. "We bake a lot of bread, eat apples and berries, and plant the seeds from the fruits we eat. It's meant to spent by the side of water, so we usually have a picnic by the lake on our manor grounds." "No bonfire this time?" he asked, taking mental notes. "No," she said. "It's usually considered a good time to hold competitions or attempt matchmaking, I'm afraid. The year and a day marriages were traditionally held on Lammas." "What are those?" he asked, momentarily forgetting his own plans. She grinned and shook her head. "Couples commit to a marriage that shall last a year and a day. The following year on August 1st, they can make the marriage permanent or break up with no consequences to either party," she explained. "However," she added, with slight amusement, "it's an old tradition and one that's no longer practiced." He took a seat opposite her and met her gaze calmly. "Then it's as good of a time as it can be," he said. Her amusement faded and she looked at him with a wary gaze. "Harry," she said cautiously, "what are you saying?" "I have thought about what you said, and I am not making this decision lightly," he said. "You made good points for both sides of the argument, so let's commit to a year and a day. I'm not saying we should get married next week," he added when she looked alarmed. "I'm saying we should start dating, in secret at first if that would make you more comfortable. And in a year, or maybe even before, when we feel like we have reached a point where things can become either permanent or need to be broken off, we can make that choice." She stared at him for a long moment and sighed. "Oh, Harry," she said, "I need you to be sure of this and not commit to me on a whim." "I am sure," he said firmly. "Even before you told me of the year and a day marriage, I was already planning a way of asking you out that day since we'd likely celebrate the sacred day together." He reached across the desk and took her hand, grateful when she let him do it, despite her wary expression. "There was no right decision to be made here, Daphne. Both options would have brought us grief, so if that is an inevitability, I'd rather choose the one where we get to have one another. We'll deal with the challenges that the choice will bring us, and we'll do it together." Daphne smiled a little and squeezed his hand. "I'll set aside my carnelian jewelry then," she said. His heart thumped in his chest. "Does that mean?" he asked, hardly daring to hope. She nodded. "A year and a day," she said. "Together." Chapter 20. 27 July, 1998. "Harry, are you sure about this?" asked Parvati, as she scribbled down the details on a spare piece of parchment. "Very," he told her. "I have to do this, Parvati, you know I do." She pursed her lips but handed him the parchment. "That's his last known address," she said, "but who knows if he is still living there." "I have to try at the very least," said Harry, gathering his cloak and getting ready to leave. "I'll be back in time for the end of the day meeting." "Is Daphne going with you?" asked Parvati. "No, she's meeting with Pearl in an hour to help sort out some stuff for Newt," he said. "I'm doing this myself." "Good luck," said Parvati, and he smiled back at her before leaving the Potter Foundation's office and heading down to see Daphne. She was in her office, putting together documents in a folder, a small crease between her eyebrows as she did. "Daph, I'm off to see Damocles Belby," he said, popping into her office just for a moment. She looked up and blinked. "Oh, right, yes," she said. "Parvati got you the address, didn't she?" "She did," he said, waving the parchment at her. "Good," she smiled. "I hope it goes well. If there's anyone who could talk him into it, it would be you." "Maybe, maybe not," he said. "Adrian would be better at it, I suppose." She shook her head at once. "Not with something like this," she said. "I hope you're right," he murmured. He glanced around quickly and snuck inside her office, closing the door behind himself. She looked a little amused as he went up to her and placed a kiss on her cheek. "I'll be back before the end of the day," he whispered. "All right," she agreed, with a sweet smile. The two of them smiled at one another like goofs, before Harry remembered he had an important appointment to make. He waved goodbye to her and went out into Diagon Alley so he could disapparate. Since their agreement the week before, they were now tentatively dating, though there was an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't officially be dating until the Lammas celebrations, which Harry would be hosting at Potter Hall. With the ministry ceremony in the morning, and then a birthday party in the afternoon at Grimmauld Place planned by Hermione, there wouldn't be a big celebration in the evening for Lammas, but he and Daphne had agreed to set aside some time for just the two of them. In the meantime, they had been spending time together as before, and had grown comfortable exchanging proper hugs and a kiss on the cheek here and there. It was a brand new territory for Harry. Both his relationships prior to this had been born in a moment of passion, sparked by a kiss that was completely unplanned. He didn't know what Daphne's prior dating experience was like, but it was definitely a first for him to progress at such a slow pace in a relationship. The day before, during their swimming lesson, it had taken everything in him not to snog her several times. Their somber topic of conversation afterwards, which involved him telling her about his 6th year and learning of Voldemort's past, had helped him focus a bit more, though he still hadn't worked up the courage to talk about Horcruxes. It was a secret not known to many people, and though he knew he could trust Daphne with it, he wasn't sure if he wanted to open that depressing can of worms, especially now that he was so happy. Might as well speak to Ivana tomorrow first, he decided, as he disapparated and arrived on a quiet end of the main street of the sleepy village of Wolfwood near Oxford. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and there weren't many people about, and those that were didn't pay much mind to Harry as he turned down a side street and walked to the address that Parvati had written down. It was a small house at the end of the lane, the shabby exterior and peeling paint making it not the most appealing sight in the world. The little garden around it was surprisingly well kept with trimmed flowering shrubs and a massive pear tree that cast a cool shade over the house. Harry opened the wrought iron gate and walked up cautiously to the front door, making sure to keep an eye out for any defenses that might react to his presence. Wizards were a paranoid lot, and he knew that from experience. Surprisingly, no flying bins or particularly rigid wards attacked him as he reached the door and used the brass knocker to knock twice. The door opened a little after a few seconds had passed, and then opened wider as a young black woman in her late 20s stared at him in shock. "Mr. Potter?" she asked, surprised. "Yes," he said. "Pardon me, I was looking for Damocles Belby." Of course, come in," she said, stepping aside to welcome him in. He said he was expecting you, but I thought he was just joking. So the letters have been coming through, he asked as he walked into the house. Oh, and I didn't get your name, sorry. Right, my mistake, she said, looking a little embarrassed. I'm Suki Wickersham, Mr. Belby's apprentice. She shook his hand when he offered. Yes, your letters have been coming through, but Mr. Belby is, well, you'll see. She led him inside a small but tidy sitting room and offered him a seat. I'll fetch him and make some tea. Thank you, Ms. Wickersham, smiled Harry. Just Suki is fine, she said before her smile dimmed. Please be patient with him. His heart is in the right place. I don't need you to make excuses for me, Suki, came a snappy voice from the other doorway that led out of the sitting room. Harry looked around Suki and saw an irate man in his late 40s wearing a worn maroon dressing gown over shabby pajamas. Mr. Belby, for Merlin's sake, I asked you to be dressed, said Suki, looking apologetically at Harry. I will dress however I please in my own home, he said, making his way into the room and sitting down in an armchair near Harry. As he got closer, Harry's eyes went wide as he noticed the familiar wide gashes of barely healed-over scars on Damocles Belby's face, and he saw Parvati enough to recognize scratches made by werewolf claws. Fetch some tea, Suki, barked Damocles, before narrowing his eyes at Harry. Getting a good look at the scars, are you? At least, with you, I can return the favor. He stared at Harry's lightning bolt scar unabashedly as Suki hurried off to make tea. How long ago were you attacked? Asked Harry. Getting right down to it, aren't you? Snorted Damocles. You know how I got my scar, so it's only fair I get to know how you got yours, he said, before he could stop himself. For a moment, it looked like Damocles would explode at him, but then he laughed sharply. Fair enough, he said. I was attacked not long after I graduated Hogwarts. I wasn't bitten. Was it Greyback? Asked Harry. Suki returned with a tray of tea, and Damocles shook his head. No, not Greyback, he said, grimacing at the name. It was a young woman. She was the reason I began working on the Wolfsbane potion. Was it someone you knew? Asked Harry, his curiosity piqued now. He accepted his cup from Suki with a smile before turning back to Damocles. He sighed and drank a couple sips of his tea before answering. No, he said. She was a stranger. His eyes were far away, fixed on a distant memory with infinite sadness. She didn't survive the encounter. You had to defend yourself, he asked, keeping his tone gentle and respectful. Not at all, said Damocles with a bitter chuckle. She clawed her own neck out and killed herself. Harry felt his insides turn to ice at the visual those words provided. There I was, walking along on a full moon, when she attacked me out of nowhere, said Damocles. Clawed me up horribly, and she had me flat on my back without my wand and no chance to call for help. I thought that would be it. I would be turned or killed at any moment, but then she spoke. He set his cup of tea aside and produced a silver flask from his dressing gown and took a long swig of something that Harry was almost certain was alcohol. What did she say? Asked Harry. He took another swig. I'm sorry, he said, and looked at Harry with cold eyes. That's what she said. She apologized to me and then clawed her neck out. That's enough now, said Suki, summoning his flask to her. He made a sound of protest, but at her stern look, he sighed and gave up. There, now you know the story of my scars, he said, standing up and wobbling a little. If that's all, I would like to go back to bed. Mr. Belby, said Suki, appalled. You're being rude. No, he's being rude, snapped Damocles, pointing at Harry. Who does he think is coming into my house and asking me things he has no business asking about? You're right, said Harry, standing up as well. That was rather rude of me. I know I hate it when people stare at my scar, but I didn't ask this of you out of idle curiosity. You're not the first person in my life who has scars like that, and worse still, there are some who didn't escape with just scars. Damocles stared at him, and Harry took a calming breath. Please, just hear me out on this. Do it, please, Mr. Belby, said Suki. Damocles looked at her and sighed reluctantly before sitting back down. Well, what is it then? He asked. I am in no mood to join some institute. I have my own research to do. Which you hardly ever work on, said Suki, and ignored his sputters of annoyance. He has been attempting to work on a cure for lycanthropy, but the ministry cut his grant 2 years ago. I don't need money to do my work, snapped Damocles sulkily. Yes, you do, she said. You have been dipping into your royalties for paying my wages. I am considering stopping your wages altogether, he said, but Suki just rolled her eyes at him. Please, say what you came here to say, Mr. Potter, she said, turning to Harry. Harry cleared his throat. I discovered some older research that was left unfinished, he said. It concerned a cure for lycanthropy. Suki looked interested, but Damocles snorted unkindly. And do you think that researcher was the only one in history to ever assume they had discovered the cure to lycanthropy? He demanded. It's the territory every researcher heads off for a while when they have nothing else to do. I realize that, said Harry. However, I showed the research to Newt Scamander, and he believes if an expert like you were to continue working on it, a cure might not be out of the question. Damocles stared at him, and Harry could see that he was fighting his inherent stubbornness out of respect for Newt. It never stopped surprising Harry how much of an influence Newt had on people even remotely connected to the magical research community in Britain. Please, sir, said Harry, striking while the iron was hot. I have a godson whose father was a werewolf, and we still aren't sure if he inherited any abilities. The orphanage I started has a pair of twin girls who transform every full moon. They are only 5, and the one thing that keeps them even remotely safe is the wolfsbane potion that you made. He inhaled a little and looked at Damocles seriously. I do believe that if there is anyone who may be able to discover a cure for lycanthropy, it would be you. Please consider coming to the Institute and examining the research at least, before you refuse. A long silence followed his plea, but Harry held Damocles' gaze with sincerity. There is no harm in looking at the research, said Suki finally. Is there, Mr. Belby? Damocles got a surly look on his face, but he nodded once. Tell Mr. Scamander I will stop by his office tomorrow, he said, and pointed at Harry sternly. I'm not promising anything, you hear me? I'm just looking at the research. Of course, said Harry. I'll be honest, sir, I don't care if you join the Institute or not. As long as a cure for lycanthropy is found, I'll be happy. Damocles laughed sharply and held his hand out. Fine, he said. Harry smiled and shook his hand. Damocles gave a nod and then left the sitting room, discreetly summoning his flask from where Suki had stashed it. That was practically civil for him, said Suki, as they heard him trudge up the stairs out of sight. I apologize for his manners, Mr. Potter. Harry, please, he said. Thank you for your help and the tea, Suki. Of course, she smiled, and then lowered her voice. He is a good man, Harry. He dedicated his life to helping werewolves, despite being attacked by one. His family practically disowned him when he began focusing on this area after his accident, so he doesn't have many people he speaks to anymore. I keep the house and garden clean and make sure he eats and doesn't drink too much, but it's just the 2 of us. Don't you want to focus on your mastery? Asked Harry curiously. Of course I do, she said, with a sad smile. My brother was bitten by greyback and then killed by hunters when he attacked a village. The wolfsbane potion was invented only a year after he died, and all I could keep thinking was if he'd had that, he would have lived. I'm so sorry, said Harry. Thank you, she said. You know, most researchers at the time were coming up with better and more efficient ways to kill werewolves. They were only thinking of the people who were being attacked, not the werewolves themselves, but Mr. Belby was different. Her smile grew fond. He refused to take me on as an apprentice when I first approached him, she told him. I camped out on his front porch until he agreed. And I stayed ever since, because I believe in his abilities, but more than that, I believe in him as a person. She held her hand out to Harry. I'll make sure he makes his appointment with Mr. Scamander and that he examines the research properly. Harry grasped her hand and shook it. Thank you, Suki, he said. Thank you very much.